If they weren't without the chance, they would want to lead the way for the angels. At least this would give them psychological comfort. If no one had any, they would naturally be psychologically balanced. Unfortunately, there is no exclusive picture of the robbery angel on the sky projection system. You can only see him unless the robbery angel appears near those humans. More and more people are paying attention, and they all want to know when the robbery angel will discover Lin Shen and the other four. Chapter 80 Reunion, 7th update. Please subscribe. Those who hoped that the robbery angels could find Lin Shen and the others, and when they saw the situation on Lin Shen and the others, they felt so angry that they felt their teeth were itchy. Since leaving the beach, Lin Shen and the other four were very lucky to find a relatively hidden cave, where there were no base-transformed creatures. The four of them hid in the cave. Almost 40 hours had passed, and they had no intention of coming out of the cave. Go, it's so greedy. The second-generation ancestor clearly has such strong weapons and bodyguards, but he just keeps greedy. Don't be stupid. People have a wealth of wealth to inherit. If they die, who may be cheaper? Of course they have to be vain. They are hiding so much, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for the robbery angels to find them before the countdown ends. I really want to see them robbed by robbery angels. Over such a long time, the basic changers of Lu and Su have already known the function of watches, so those who are watching the game will naturally know. In their opinion, this is more like a variety show, and only a few people know that it is definitely not a variety show, nor has it any script, and if you die, you will die. Lu Cheng and Su Tiange are now listening to Lin Shen's words wholeheartedly. Even people like Lin Shen who have the ability to kill mutant crystal-based creatures are so cautious in such places. Why are they unscrupulous? In fact, they were led by Lin Shen. This planet is indeed very dangerous to humans, but not that dangerous. Overall, the oceans and some mountains are the most dangerous places, and the chances of crystal-based organisms are the highest. Forests are also high-risk areas, but plain areas are different and not that dangerous. They are mainly steel and alloy organisms. Some of the Lu Su family members were lucky enough to be teleported to the plains. Now they have hunted many prey, including mutations, and even people have got mutated eggs. Of course, Lin Shen didn't know about these. He came here twice, both by the beach, and there were mountains nearby, which could be said to be one of the most dangerous places. In addition, he encountered so many terrifying mutations, which made Lin Shen feel that he had to be juvenile when he came here and did not dare to go out to hunt down the basic creatures. Even if you want to go out to hunt down the basic creature, you have to wait until he is promoted to the alloy or crystal base and have the ability to protect himself. In addition, all four of them have gained some results, and the results are quite advanced, so they feel at ease. The other three were sleeping. Suddenly, they heard Su Tiange, who was looking at the wind, said something was going on, so they quickly got up, approached the entrance of the cave, and looked out quietly. Soon, I saw more than a dozen figures walking towards me. After a closer look, Su Tiange and Lu Qing were overjoyed. Among the dozen people were people from the Lu family and people from the Su family. Originally, they thought that in such a dangerous place, the basic changers were already in danger, and it was a surprise that there were so many living. Brother Shen, you see, they are all their own people. Why don't they come and hide together? Su Tiange learned his lesson this time and did not make any decisions. Seeing that Lu Qing was also looking at him with a begging look on his face, Lin Shen agreed directly. First of all, those people are walking here. Even if he doesn't agree, they may discover this cave later. Secondly, Lin Shen also wanted to inquire about the information from those populations and see what was happening nearby. The strengths of these people are uneven. Being able to survive until now means that this place may not be as dangerous as he thought. With Lin Shen's permission, Su Tiange and Lu Qing came out of the cave and greeted their own fundamentalists. Those basic changers were both surprised and happy when they saw Su Tiange and Lu Qing, and hurried over. Lin Shen stood in the cave and looked at the people coldly. Their situation didn't look bad, but it wasn't very good either. It's strange that there are so many people, none of them have mounts. If all the pets were sacrificed, how could they have many injuries on their bodies in the fierce battle? But it seems that they have not suffered much injuries on them. Some people have no injuries on their bodies and their clothes are clean and neat. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit weird. Of course, Lin Shen never thought that these people were robbed by robbery angels and had not yet been able to get a new pet. They got some base-to-egg changing things, but base-to-egg changing things cannot be turned into pets immediately. Zhang Yan was overjoyed when he saw Lu Qing. After being robbed, they hunted the bizarre creatures while hoping to find Lu Qing, but they met some people, but unfortunately they were not Lu Qing. Zhang Yan was very worried that something happened to Lu Qing. If something happened to Lu Qing, it would be hard to explain after he went back. What's more, he himself doesn't want something to happen to Lu Qing, and he plans to use Lu Qing to enter the core circle of the Lu family. Zhang Yan was very happy to see that Lu Qing was fine, but when he saw Lin Shen standing in the cave, his brows frowned again. Su Tiange and Lu Qing brought everyone into the cave. When Zhang Yan and the others saw the corpse of the mutated sea demon general in the cave, they were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything, thinking that it was an ordinary crystal-based creature. Su Tiange and Lu Qing asked about their situation, and Lin Shen listened silently. As expected, as Lin Shen thought, except for the more dangerous oceans and mountainous areas where they are, there are actually not so many crystal-based creatures in other places. These people are all relatively lucky and have not been teleported to particularly dangerous places. Except for Zhang Yan and others, they basically have not encountered crystal-based creatures. So they had a low awareness of danger and actually walked all the way to the mountains. When Lin Shen heard them say that, almost everyone mentioned the robbery angel with gritted teeth and talked about their experience of being robbed by the robbery angel. Only then did Lin Shen understand why he felt so strange before. It turned out that their pets were not sacrificed, but were all looted by the robbery angels. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and thought of the same person in their hearts. That guy Tianqin is still here? I thought he had gone back. Lin Shen said in his heart. He robbed Tianqin before, and Tianqin had nothing left. Logically speaking, he should go back and prepare to come again. Unexpectedly, Tianqin didn't go back and kept lingering on this planet. I originally wanted to wait until I came back next time to get some high-tech products from the alien planet from him, but he didn't leave. It's a pity. Lin Shen felt a little regretful. There is probably the body of the ancient king and the 3 treasure chests on this planet. Tianqin came secretly when he came and did not dare to let others know. Even if he went back, he would definitely keep the secret. After all, with his strength, he is naturally very strong compared to humans, but among the powerful clans in the universe, he is just a little shrimp. If this news really spreads out, it would be his turn to be the king of the ancient realm. So no matter what, Tianqin will definitely not pass on the method of entering this planet. Chapter 81, The Sinister Hearts of People. Please subscribe to 8 updates. When everyone communicated, they naturally had to ask about Su Tiange and Lu Qing's situation. After all, it seemed that their situation was relatively best. They even hunted a crystal-based creature and had not been robbed yet. Su Tiange is so smart that he didn't mention Lin Shen's mutant crystal base egg, but only said that they worked together to kill the golden armored siren and hunted the mutant siren god general. This is the mutated crystal base. Everyone realized that the corpse was actually a mutated crystal base, and they couldn't help but be amazed. What surprised them the most was that when Su Tiange actually said that Lin Shen made the most effort when he killed this mutant crystal foundation. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed, although Su Tiange did not say that Lin Shen had obtained the mutant crystal base egg, nor did he mention Lin Shen's gun. But he still keenly noticed something was wrong. Why did Lin Shen, a steel-based transformer, make the most effort? The only explanation is that he has a powerful pet, powerful enough to kill mutant crystal-based creatures. Then at least it is a crystal-based pet, and it may even be a mutant crystal-based pet. Also, when he heard that the corpse of the mutated squad god general actually belonged to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, he thought of more. Why did Lin Shen give the most effort, but the corpse of the mutated sea demon general was given to Su Tiange and Lu Qing? Although Lin Shen took the base liquid and Wei Wufu took the trident, these things were of higher value than corpses. But Zhang Yan always feels something is wrong. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility, that is, Lin Shen may have gained better results. Thinking of Su Tiange's previous statement that they killed the golden armored siren and dug out the base and transformed eggs, Zhang Yan guessed that Lin Shen might have the base and transformed eggs of the mutated siren and transformed eggs. When Zhang Yan thought that he had the chance to get the mutated crystal base egg, he was snatched away by the robbery angel. Lin Shen got a mutated crystal base egg, and he might have been waiting until the countdown ended, so he felt very unhappy. After everyone exchanged information, most of them decided to return to the plains and continue hunting the basic creatures. When you come to such a magical place, you can't go back empty-handed. Since you have been robbed, you can hunt down some basic creatures, get some materials or basic eggs to go back. There are so many mutated creatures here. If you are lucky and get a mutated egg, even if it is just a mutated steel egg, all the losses will be back and you can make a lot of money. As for the robbery angels, they were not too worried. After all, robbery angels usually only rob but not kill people. At worst, they could be robbed again. Anyway, they had nothing to lose. Lin Shen was also a little moved when he heard this. Since the plains were not so dangerous, he also wanted to get some benefits. After all, he is still short of money now, and now he regrets giving the corpse of the mutated squad god general Su Tiange and Lu Qing. If I had known that this place was not so dangerous, I would just drag the body to the plains slowly and rest assured. He could spend more time to drag the body over. But it's hard to say, if you delay too slowly and make any trouble on the way, it will be more than worth the loss. After a while of rest, everyone set out on the road and left the cave. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu rode the iron horse and walked staggeringly at the end of the crowd. The mounts that belonged to them before they came were garbage, but now there are only 4 of them left, which makes them a little eye-catching. Why is the second-generation ancestor's mount so trash? He is so rich, so he can't have a better mount? You know, it's called not showing off money. The richer the person, the lower the key. Before the second ancestor took action, you thought he was just a little trash, but he shot the mutant siege god general in one go. I see. Those who watched the game thought Lin Shen was Loki. If Lin Shen knew about it, he would be so happy that he would not be able to straighten his waist. If he had money and high-end pets, who would ride this broken iron horse? It was slow and uncomfortable. The other basic changers felt very uncomfortable and even more resentful to the robbery angel. If they were not the robbery angel, how could they have to walk with 2 legs? Unfortunately, the strength of the robbery angels is too strong, so they can only curse in their hearts, and no one dares to really seek revenge on the robbery angels. Lin Shen and the others are originally a mountain crossing leading to the plain by the sea, not far from the plain. We came to the plain area safely. As expected, as they said, there were many steel creatures on the plain here. From a distance, we could see swarms of steel creatures gnawing on metal grass leaves. Unfortunately, those ordinary steel creatures have too low value. The basic transformers of Lu and Su are not attracted by them unless there is a mutation inside. Before, they wanted to walk to the mountains, just to find some advanced basic transformation creatures. But I heard that the beach is so dangerous, so I didn't dare to go again. Because there are too many people, it is not convenient to hunt down the basic creatures together, and it is relatively safe here, so everyone plans to hunt separately. Su Tiange and Lu Qing are the leaders of the Su family team and the Lu family team respectively. At this time, they naturally have to go hunting with their own team. The corpse of the mutated squad god general became a problem, because it belonged to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, and it seemed that it was not appropriate for anyone to carry it. If you can trust me, I will help you put things here. Lin Shen said. Brother Shen, of course I believe in you, no problem. Su Tiange immediately expressed his opinion. Lu Qing looked at Lin Shen in confusion and asked, don't you go hunting? There is not much time left, and it is difficult to find a suitable prey here, so I won't go. Lin Shen said with a smile. The plain is safe, but the benefits are really not good. At first glance, I can't even see the alloy wherever I see. The place is too big, and I don't know how much time I waste when I walk. Lin Shen doesn't have a good mount to use, so I'm lazy to walk again. Instead of wasting time and energy to find alloy creatures, it is better to rest here for a while, and you can also avoid danger. Lu Qing and Su Tiange had no objection. They temporarily placed the corpse of the mutated squid god general here for Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to take care of them. the two and their respective teams went out to find prey. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu sat down under a big tree and looked at the sheep wandering in the distance, feeling a lot more relaxed. Under the guidance of Zheng Yan, Lu Qing and several basic changers came to a place at the junction of the plains and the mountains. Zheng Yan and the others had been here before and found that there was an ally creature here, but they didn't like it at that time, so they didn't stay too much. Now this ally creature is the most suitable prey for those who do not have pets, and there is nothing to pick and pick. Lu Qing, take people here to hunt. I'll go to other places to see if there are any basic creatures that are more suitable for hunting. After Zhang Yan said that, he turned around and went to the other side. After breaking away from Lu Qing and others' sight, Zhang Yan turned to the other side and headed towards the valley where he was robbed by angels. Not long after entering the valley, he saw an angel falling from the sky, and a hint of joy flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. Why is it you again? It's so unlucky. Tianqing glanced at them and found that it was Zhang Yan who had already robbed, and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. But we have come here, how can we go back empty-handed? Let me give you face. Tianqing narrowed his eyes and walked towards Zheng Yan again. Wait, I know that some people not only have crystal-based pets, but also mutated crystal-based eggs. Zheng Yan suddenly spoke. Chapter 82 Increased Base Variability, subscribe to 9 updates. Zheng Yan originally only thought about the place where they were robbed by angels before, but he didn't expect that he would actually meet the robbery angels here. Oh, so you are here to report the news. Let's say, what are your conditions? Tian Xin looked at Zheng Yan with a smile. How dare I make provisions in front of Lord Angel? Zheng Yan said respectfully. Don't worry, if you lead me, then we are friends. Friends naturally need help and share their wealth and glory. Tell me, what are your conditions, or what do you want? Tian Xin's smile became stronger and stronger. I just want to make friends with the angels and have no other requests. If the angels gain too much and cannot take them all away, I will be grateful to me for the rest. Zheng Yan lowered his head and said. I just like to make friends with people like you. Don't worry, as long as the things you say are true, your benefits will inevitably be indispensable. Tianqing promised. That's so thankful. Zheng Yan pretended to be flattered, and then said, My angel, can we always be friends? Certainly. Since that's the case, please don't expose our relationship, otherwise I will have no way to provide you with information in the future. Wouldn't it be a disappointment to the long-term friendship between friends? Zheng Yan said. Ha ha. Tianqing smiled happily, don't worry. If you leave first, I will follow you secretly. When you arrive at the place, you just need to make a gesture and you don't have to worry about other things. Thank you, Angel, for your success. I will be your friends for generations from now on. Zheng Yan bent down and bowed directly to the ground. Zheng Yan thought he was doing everything seamlessly, and he could not have imagined that his despicable behavior had been despised by people all over the world. Due to the poor information problem, Zheng Yan failed to accurately infer the current situation like Lin Shen. He thought that the so-called observer must be an alien. What does he do, and what can he do if the aliens see it? It has no effect on him. It was unexpected that the King of Realm cultivation device fell down unexpectedly, and there was no observer at all. Of course, even Lin Shen did not expect that their pictures would be seen by the whole world, and Zheng Yan would be even more unlikely to expect them. Zheng Yan even suspected that the so-called observer is actually this angel. He is trading with the angel, which is trading with the observer. Zheng Yan plotted very well, but he didn't expect that his ugly face had been seen by countless people all over the world. When the people of the Lu family saw what he did, their face looked extremely ugly. Zheng Yan didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. He originally wanted to lead the angel to rob Lin Shen alone and not disturb Lu Qing and the others. But now he had already negotiated with the angel. Then he thought that if he went back alone, being seen by others would inevitably make people suspicious. It would be better to find a remark and go back with Lu Qing and the others. First, it can avoid being discovered that he led the robbery angel over, and second, it can also let Lu Qing see Lin Shen's embarrassment in being robbed. Thinking of this, Zheng Yan and Tianqing said a few more words and left alone. As soon as Lu Qing and his friends were hunting, Zhang Yan pretended to be panic and ran to Lu Qing and others who were hunting alloy creatures, lowered his voice and said, "Lu Qing, we must take people out of here quickly. There is a very terrifying basic transformation creature nearby. If it is alarmed, we will not even think of living." After Su Tiange and Lu Qing took the people away, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu sat under the tree to rest. Lin Shen felt a little hungry, so he took out the water bag containing the mutant squid god's base liquid and fed himself 2 times. If you just want to withstand hunger, ordinary base liquid can be used. Logically, given Lin Shen's current situation, the mutated base liquid should be useless. Unfortunately, Lin Shen has a habit of eating good food first, eating what is good, and eating what he likes first. For this habit, I was scolded by my elder sister when I was a child. At that time, Lin Shen gave an example to his elder sister, and since then, the elder sister has never talked about him because of this habit. The story Lin Shen told is actually very ordinary. It is just an old man who will eat some problems after buying apples. As a result, the remaining good apples will also cause some problems after a while because they have been stored for too long. So the old man can only eat the apples in question every time, and he has never eaten the best and freshest apples. Of course, this example is different from Lin Shen's current situation, but it does not prevent him from drinking the best base liquid. After the 2 mouthfuls turned into liquid, Lin Shen suddenly felt like 2 balls of fire fell from his throat to his stomach and then spread throughout his body. Lin Shen suddenly felt like a stove was burning in his body, and his sweat was soaked in his clothes in a moment. He is only at the steel level, and the base liquid of the mutant crystal base contains too much energy, which makes him a little unable to hold on. Fortunately, the theory of evolution once again played a role, using the energy of the mutant base liquid to continuously rinse his body, allowing the body to gradually strengthen and mutate, and soon able to adapt to the scorching feeling. Absorb mutant siren god's base change liquid, basic variability +1. Lin Shen was slightly stunned by the contents of the vibration on the watch. He originally thought that he wanted to find super basic creatures to improve his base liquid, but he didn't expect it to be that way. He looked at his information on his watch and the basic variability rate really became 1%. I have used mutant base liquid before, why has the base liquid not increased? Is it because the level is not enough and the crystal base liquid must be used? Lin Shen was a little puzzled for a while. It is always a good thing that the base change rate can be increased. Lin Shen immediately drank the base change liquid of the mutant squid god general one by one. At the beginning, some base variability was indeed increased, but the base variability increased slowly and slowly. In the end, the base variability he drank could no longer cause a burning sensation in his body, so he stopped increasing the base variability. Lin Shen looked at it and his base change rate reached 5%. The remaining mutated siren god's base change liquid was less than 1/10. Lin Shen simply poured it all over, but the base variability rate did not increase at all. Can't it be said that the reason why my basic variability can be improved is related to the effectiveness of evolution? Otherwise, why will the basic variability no longer increase after the evolution theory no longer operates? Lin Shen took out some basic variability liquid of the golden armored siren for experiments. Perhaps it is because the base liquid of the golden armor siren and the base liquid of the mutant siren god general are of the same attribute, and it is completely impossible to stimulate Lin Shen's body to start the theory of evolution. Lin Shen thought of the poisonous mushroom animal base liquid he collected before, and didn't know if the thing was mutated. He drank it first and then tried it. Chapter 83, Change the Situation, please subscribe to 10 updates. He took out the base liquid of poisonous mushrooms and took a large mouthful of it first. He had a certain degree of exemption from the base liquid of poisonous mushrooms, but he had only had some contact with his skin before and did not drink it directly like this. After taking this mouthful, he really had some reaction. Lin Shen felt an itchy feeling in his body, and there was an unclothed elf flying in front of him. The theory of evolution is launched again and continues to operate. Soon, the hallucinations and itchy sensation disappeared, but the watch prompted, absorb the base liquid of mutant poisonous mushrooms, with a base change rate of +0. Lin Shen continued to drink poisonous mushroom base liquid unwillingly, making the symptoms of poisoning more and more serious. Finally, when he was about to drink all the base liquid of the mutant poisonous mushroom beast, his watch prompted that his base rate was +1, reaching 6%. At this time, Lin Shen had already had a rough idea in his heart. It turned out that it was not a mutant crystal base that could increase its base variability. It is very likely that as long as it was a mutant base variability, it must be of different types. If the same base variability is used more, the base variability will no longer be added. The key is still the theory of evolution. Before evolution, the use of mutant base fluid will not add the base variability, which is the key. With this discovery, Lin Shen was very excited. He was finally able to improve his basic variability rate, and the promotion to alloy is just around the corner. Although it is a little difficult, you must find different types of mutated base fluids to increase the base variability, but it is better than not. Based on previous experience, Lin Shen roughly speculated that the higher the mutant base liquid, the more the base variable rate it will increase, just like the mutant Siren God General, who can increase the 5-point base variable rate for him, and the mutant poisonous mushroom will increase a little. By this calculation, if there are mutated crystal-based creatures, they only need to find 19 different types, and they can achieve a 100% basic variability. If it is a mutated steel creature, there are still 94 different varieties. It's not easy to calculate this way. It's definitely not possible in your hometown. It shouldn't be too difficult on this planet. After the countdown is over, do you still have to stay here? Lin Shen was thinking about this question. If he doesn't stay here, it will be difficult for him to be promoted outside. If he stays here, it will not be easy to kill the mutant crystal base. He has to take his life to take risks. He doesn't have many trump cards in his hand. He counts one for the angel revolver, and Fat Boy counts one for the Tilly counts one for the thief. If the dead fans can complete the evolution, they can count one for the same. The problem is that these 3 trump cards are not the kind that can output stably. Angel revolver requires advanced capsules. Lin Shen currently does not have one, only one dead powder is available. The Fat Boy didn't know how strong he was. If he wanted to say that he was not strong, he could suppress the black-covered mushroom beast. If it is strong, why didn't it kill the black-covered mushroom beast? Moreover, although the black-covered mushroom beast has strong IQ and ability, it is just a mutant alloy after all. The most powerful thing about it is not its level, but its IQ and too many younger brothers. When encountering mutated crystal-based creatures, it is still unknown how much role the Fat Boy plays. I don't know when the dead fans will be able to evolve, and now they can only be used as bullets. In fact, Lin Shen also has a trump card, but there are too many people who need to die that card, so he doesn't expect that one. Lin Shen was thinking about it when he suddenly saw Wei Wufu walking up to him, pressing his shoulders with strong hands, and looking at him with emotion. "Old Wei, what are you doing?" Lin Shen wanted to retreat, but behind him was the trunk, and he had no choice but to retreat. There is no use in love, and it's a pity. Only when she can she change her mind. Lao Wei seemed to speak a little more recklessly than before. Lin Shen suddenly understood. Lao Wei saw what was between him and Lu Qing, and thought he had not yet finished Lu Qing's retention, so he anesthetized himself with the base liquid of the poisonous mushroom beast. "Brother, I understand. Can you let me go first?" Lin Shen said with a smile and cry. "It's uncomfortable, practicing swords is useful." Wei Wufu let go of Lin Shen, handed him his alloy knife, and said with a firm look. Lin Shen didn't want to answer, but seeing Wei Wufu's appearance, he still took the knife over. It is rare that Wei Wufu can comfort people. He feels a little sorry for Wei Wufu if he doesn't cooperate. Lin Shen took the knife, and Wei Wufu began to demonstrate the knife skills to him. Wei Wufu's swordsmanship is really powerful, even if it is just a demonstration. Lin Shen was dazzled. There are too many changes in swordsmanship and body skills, and Lin Shen's memory is very average. If you remember the previous one, you will forget the latter one. After learning the latter one, you will be a little unremembered. You must practice it many times to remember it. "Old Wei, do you have a simpler sword technique?" Lin Shen sighed. He really didn't want to practice it anymore. "Simple, learn it in one day," Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen didn't want to learn it after listening to it. "You and his sister learned it in one day. I have been learning it for so many days, and I haven't even remembered all the changes. It's really awesome for me. Old Wei, don't you think practicing knife like this is boring? Lin Shen inserted the knife next to him and sat down and said. No, it's interesting. Wei Wufu shook his head. Okay, you are not a normal person. It is normal for you to think such boring practices are interesting. But I am an ordinary person. Such practices are too boring and meaningless for me. Even if I learn, I can't practice. If I can't practice, I won't learn. If I don't practice, I will have flaws. If I have flaws, I will easily be killed. Speak straight. Wei Wufu interrupted Lin Shen. Have you ever thought about how to teach me in another form? Lin Shen said with his eyes narrowed. Change? Form? Wei Wufu said in confusion. Look, for example. Lin Shen was intrigued, stood up, picked up the heavy golden crystal trident beside Wei Wufu with both hands, and walked to the big tree. Then use a trident to draw circles one after another on the big tree, with large snares and small circles, like annual rings. After trying hard to draw a lot of circles, Lin Shen retreated a distance with satisfaction, then held the handle of the alloy knife, aimed at the circle he drew, and then threw the knife out. The alloy knife was inserted into the tree, just inside a circle. Look, the larger circle on the outermost is 1 point, and the part that goes inward is 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, the most center point is 10 points. Lin Shen explained on the side. Everyone who watched Lin Shen's image was stunned. Lin Shen did not practice any swords, but he just threw a dart game. Although Wei Wufu only demonstrated a few sword techniques just now, anyone who knows a little bit can see that Wei Wufu's sword technique may have reached the level of everyone's sword technique. I don't know how many people want to learn swordsmanship with Wei Wufu but cannot get it. Even if he just gives some advice, it will be very enjoyable. He taught Lin Shen step by step with such swordsmanship. He didn't want to learn it. He thought it was too troublesome and he would have made a knife-throwing game. This is simply an insult to Wei Wufu, the swordsmanship. Many people can only sigh that rich people are willful, and second-generation ancestors are second-generation ancestors, so he can think of it. Yes. Wei Wufu didn't care and nodded in recognition of Lin Shen. Chapter 84 Exercise, please subscribe for 11th update. It's too simple, not good. Wei Wufu walked over, pulled the alloy knife off the tree, and inserted it back into the sheath. He reached out to grab the trident from Lin Shen's hand, stood just as far away from the big tree as a halberd and an arm, holding the end of the trident in one hand, and suddenly shaking his hands and stabbing. The trident was like a machine gun firing, thrusting back and forth like lightning, instantly stabbing countless times, and each time it accurately hit the center point. 10 strokes. 10, Wei Wufu stopped and stepped back and handed the trident in his hand to Lin Shen. It's interesting. Lin Shen took the trident, then walked to where Wei Wufu was standing just now, imitating him, holding the end with one hand, and suddenly pushed the trident up with force, stabbing the circle on the tree. As a result, the stab only hit 7 points, and the halberd blade could not be inserted into it. Lin Shen was able to stab a 7-pointer, not because he had the ability to score 7 points, but because he was unable to control the position of the falling halberd blade, which randomly stabbed the 7-pointer area. For Lin Shen, this trident was too heavy, and the gravity of this planet was too strong. He could still play with his trident while waving his hands, and he could barely play with the middle with one hand. Holding the end like this was a bit beyond his ability to control his strength. This time the stabbing is caused by explosive power and there is no control at all. Lin Shen can't guarantee whether he can stab 10 times, let alone that he is as fast and accurate as Wei Wufu. This is really interesting. Lin Shen tried to stab the prick a few more times, but he couldn't control the position of the halberd blade. Once he used too much force and slid to the side directly. Not to mention scoring, he couldn't even stab the big tree. After Lin Shen's actions, everyone outside laughed. Everyone thinks that people like Lin Shen who cannot endure hardships will give up soon, and I don't know what reason to stop practicing later. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Shen put the trident aside and sat down and stopped practicing. It was just different from what they thought. It was not that he had lost his patience and did not want to practice anymore, but that his wrists and arms were sore that they could not use their strength and could not practice anymore. Although he stopped practicing, Lin Shen did not say that he would not practice as last time. Instead, he thought in his mind how to practice to control the trident. What he lacks most now is definitely strength. If he doesn't have enough power, he cannot control the trident stably. However, when he recalls Wei Wufu's movements and way of exerting force, he does not seem to control the trident with powerful power, but also uses a kind of clever power. Closed his eyes, Lin Shen repeatedly recalled Wei Wufu's actions. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was indeed a bit clever and that the power was not all. While working on the theory of evolution and thinking, the theory of evolution effectively relieved the soreness in his arms, and after healed a little. Lin Shen stood up and tried again, but the result was still unsatisfactory. This time it was even worse, and the chance of stabbing a big tree was lower than before. I stabbed 5 times in total, and 3 times failed to stab the tree. It seems that God is still fair. Although the second-generation ancestor has everything, talent is born with it and cannot be bought with money. You guess, when will he give up this time? I think it's almost done, so I should give up right away. I'm curious, what excuses he will make later. Actually, I think Wei Wufu's move is really not easy. If we were to do this, we would probably be similar to Lin Shen. 3 or 5 friends gathered together to watch the projection of the sky and talked about the performance of those people, which seemed to have become a daily routine for many people. Lin Shen sat down again to rest. The reason why he performed even worse than before was because he wanted to imitate Wei Wufu's skills. Unfortunately, it was not that easy. Before he practiced the skills, his control ability became worse. However, Lin Shen had no intention of giving up at all. He was actually very patient with what he was interested in. Lin Shen rested for a while and was about to try again, but he saw someone coming towards him in the distance. Both of them stood up and looked over and found that the person coming was from Lu Qing and the Lu family. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen both felt a little strange. They had only left for a few hours, so why did they come back so soon? Could it be that something happened? After a while, Lu Qing and others had already run to the vicinity, and many people were out of breath. What happened? Lin Shen looked at their situation and there was no damage on his body, unlike being attacked. We met a crystal-based creature that looked very strong there. We were afraid that it would alarm it, so we came back first. Zhang Yan said first. Very strong? How strong is it? Lin Shen asked with a frown. He felt that the adjective Zhang Yan was a bit strange. It's very huge. Zhang Yan said casually. Zhang Yan was unclear. When Lin Shen wanted to ask again, he suddenly saw a figure flying from the sky in the distance. When everyone saw Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's eyes were wrong, they turned their heads and immediately saw a blurry figure flying towards this side in the distance. Because the distance was a bit far, they couldn't see what the figure looked like, but they could already determine his identity from the pair of angel wings and white robes. Robbery angel. Someone screamed tremblingly, probably remembering the fear of being dominated by the robbery angel. At this time, everyone watching the whole world was already in a mess, and many people with temperament were scolding Zhang Yan for being shameless. He was robbed by an angel, so he couldn't stand others' good things. He actually took the initiative to betray his teammates, and he was simply a scumbag. Yi Yu's heart was so irritated that he saw it, and his palms were filled with sweat. Most people don't know what the origin of Tianqin is, but Yi Yu knows that Tianqin is not an angel at all, but a more famous Tianqi in the universe. The celestial beings are all born crystal bases. Even if the adult celestial beings have not been promoted, their combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary crystal bases. Yi Yuzhen also knew the capsule launcher in Lin Shen's hand. From her perspective, the capsule launcher was indeed good, but it was somewhat lucky to shoot and kill the mutant sirens and took advantage of the sneak attack. It is much more difficult to kill an adult celestial being with that capsule launcher than shooting a mutant sirens. Everyone in the Tianran tribe has a pet capsule launcher, which is much more fun than humans. It is impossible to give Lin Shen a chance to attack, nor will he stand and let him fight like a mutant sirens. What's more, Lin Shen has no restraint from the golden crystal giant horn cow and the red jade lion, but the celestial beings have stolen many human pets, including Zhengyan's red jade lion. How do you deal with it? Concubine Baishan stood in front of the fence on the roof, looking at Lin Shen's picture with interest. Chapter 85, Archangel, please subscribe to the 12 updates. Angels are coming. The heart of heaven slowly fell in front of the big tree. The white wings, blonde curly hair, and white robes all look so holy in the sun, and they really look like an angel without any dust. As his figure landed, his eyes gradually surpassed the dense canopy and he saw the face of the man standing under the tree. This face. Tian Xian's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately recognized Lin Shen, and then saw Wei Wufu again. He suddenly became angry and was furious. You two bastards, you dare to come. If you don't take off all your underwear today, I'm not Tianxin. When he was secretly ruthless, Tian Xian glanced at the corpse of the mutated sea demon general beside him, and his heart suddenly became terrified. He has been here for so long and has seen a mutant squad god general before. He originally wanted to hunt mutant squad god general, but unfortunately, he failed to get a chance in the sea. The combat ability of the mutant siren god in the sea is no less than the giant sea python he killed before, and it can even be said to be even more difficult to deal with. Tianxin didn't know that Lin Shen and the others killed him after the mutated squad god came ashore, and he suddenly became a little confused. Looking at the hole in the head of the mutated squid god general, his heart skipped a beat again. It can be seen that there is no other injury on the mutant siren god general, only a hole in his forehead, which means that the mutant siren god general was killed by one blow. Tianxin is naturally very afraid of the power of being able to kill the mutant sea demon general in one blow. After all, he is still in the crystal base level. Although he is the top level in the crystal base level and is stronger than ordinary mutant crystal base creatures, he is not as strong as possible to crush it, and it is even more impossible to kill the mutant squad god general with one blow. Looking at Lin Shen again, Tianxin remembered Lin Shen's strange ability that made him unable to move with just a finger. His brain was dominated by fear again. Lin Shen's body seemed to have become a little taller, and there seemed to be a vaguely fog. In a trance, he seemed to see a faint smile on the corner of Lin Shen's mouth. This guy is not an ordinary human. He didn't kill me before, but now he is back. He must have been fully prepared. The mutated squad gods were killed by one blow. It shows how vicious the methods he prepared were. Maybe he was waiting for me to come to his door and rob me again. Thinking of this, Tianxin suddenly realized in his heart, I said, why did that damn human betray my companion and report it to me? How could there be such a person? It turns out that this is a conspiracy. Those two bastards still want to come and rob me. Tianxin glanced at Zheng Yan coldly, scolding all his 8 generations of ancestors in his heart, and swore that he would make him live and die if he had the chance. The robbery angel escaped separately. Lu Qing, you go first. I will break the back. Zheng Yan's acting skills were outstanding. He pulled Lu Qing with a look of horror and was about to run away, and he did not forget to shout and remind his companions. Everyone who watched outside couldn't help but like Zheng Yan's acting skills, and they all felt that this person was so fucking insidious. If I hadn't seen Zheng Yan's actions from the perspective of God, I would have been moved by him at this time. This man is so shameless. Even Wang Tian'er couldn't help but sigh. That person is indeed boring, but it may be a good thing if he can kill Lin Shen because of this. It depends on whether Lin Shen will be robbed obediently. Although the pistol in his hand is very powerful, it should not be the opponent of the robbery angel. With the performance of the robbery angel, as long as Lin Shen is so swollen that he dares to refuse to rob, he will be dead. Qi Shuhong said. Wang Tian'er looked at Qi Shuhong and said with a complicated expression, Lin Shen is dead, which may not be beneficial to us. Why is it not good? Didn't you see the power of his gun? If he was allowed to come back alive, just relying on that gun would be a huge threat to our two families. Qi Shuhong said. Do you really think he is our threat? Wang Tian'er said. Why isn't it? Qi Shuhong felt that Wang Tian'er was a little strange when he spoke today. Let me say that, the Qi, Wang and Lin families, why are our two families closer? Before Qi Shuhong could speak, Wang Tian'er sighed and continued, although we are not willing to admit it, we should actually know in our hearts that we can't beat the brothers of the Lin family. When the second master was there, we can't beat them. When the second master was away, we can't beat them. Because we know deep down that the Lin family has the ability to destroy us, we subconsciously want to keep warm. In the past, we couldn't deal with the third master and the fourth master, but now the fifth master is almost a threat. But so what? Can we do the Lin family if a fifth master dies? Have you forgotten the person we met in Giant Mountain? Qi Shuhong was silent after saying something. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also knew that Wang Tian'er was right. Now the secret of Evolution cannot be kept. It is only a matter of time before the people of the big family come here. Speaking of which, the three of us should be comrades in arms standing on the same front. The three of us have joined forces to gain more opportunities to get the most benefits from those big families. After all, after living together for so many years in the same base, you and I know in our hearts what kind of character are the Lin family. They are not the ones who can kill them all, otherwise the situation will be no longer the case. Wang Tian'er continued. Qi Shuhong was silent for a long time before sighing and said, I used to expect that place to turn us over, but now there is nothing. Above the alien star, everyone who had been robbed by the Lu family fled and scattered, and no one wanted to be robbed again. They finally accumulated some property and were robbed away, and they would really lose all their money. You go. Lu Qing gritted her teeth, did not escape, shook Zhengyan's hand, but ran to Lin Shen instead. Zhengyan's face looked a little ugly, but at this time, he couldn't say much. Lin Shen looked at Lu Qing with some surprise, but he didn't expect her to do so. Seeing Lin Shen looking at her, Lu Qing pretended to be relaxed and said, Don't get me wrong. I just feel that I can't escape anyway, so I won't waste that effort. Lin Shen looked at Lu Qing and said in his heart, Love Lu is really good. I can only say that fate is too difficult to understand. Lu Qing left her head and did not dare to look at Lin Shen's gaze. She looked at the angel that had already landed on the opposite ground. She thought in her heart that she would be robbed together, and she didn't want to leave Lin Shen alone. Everyone's eyes were focused on the angel, waiting for his familiar opening remarks, waiting for him to say make a friend. What Lin Shen would choose is also a point that everyone is curious about. Will this second-generation ancestor be robbed obediently? He would still fight with the angel with that magical pistol. Not many people are optimistic about him, after all, Lin Shen's own level is too low. If he really starts, he may not even have a chance to shoot. After all, it takes time to shoot. This time, there is no chance to fire a cold gun, and the angel will not give him a chance to shoot. Today's update ends, see you tomorrow. Chapter 86 Sweetheart. Tianqin, who was highly anticipated, wanted to turn around and leave at this time. He regretted that he ran over arrogantly without seeing who was here. He wanted to leave, but he was afraid that Lin Shen would expose his back and let Lin Shen catch his flaws. He had seen Lin Shen's speed. He was obviously at the level of steel, but he had a speed faster than him. This was really unscientific. Tianqin dressed calmly, but refused to move forward anymore. She showed an elegant smile and looked at Lin Shen and said, It's a great pleasure to have friends coming from afar. My dear friend, it seems that you have a good life recently. Everyone was looking forward to Tianqin saying the iconic quote for robbing and making friends, but when Tianqin opened her mouth, she was different from what they thought. She even said a slogan of classical Chinese, which made everyone confused. An angel, you are already outrageous enough to speak Mandarin, and you are also practicing classical Chinese. What kind of rhythm is this? Xiao Tianqin, it turns out it's you. Come here. Lin Shen waved to Tianqin with a smile. Wei Wufu knew that Lin Shen was calling Tianqin, but others didn't know it. This sentence became, Little sweetheart, it turned out to be you, come here. As soon as this sentence came out, all the people who were already a little confused were fooled. What's the thing? Sweetheart? I'll take a break. What does the second-generation ancestor mean? Does he recognize this angel? It's not just acknowledge, but the little sweetheart shouted. This relationship is extraordinary. There must be an affair. The second-generation ancestor NB, I don't even let go of angels. Are angels men or women? Lin Shen couldn't mess with people all over the world with one sentence. Lu Qing, who was standing beside him, also stared at Lin Shen and Tianqin. She was also thinking in her heart, no matter how you think this angel is, are they all men? What did Lin Shen call him just now? How long has it been separated? Why did Lin Shen have this hobby? Bah! What am I thinking? It must be that's not like that. Seeing Lin Shen's performance, Tianqin felt more convinced that Lin Shen was designing him. He would not dare to go there. He wished he could have a pair of wings and leave here twice the speed of flying. Friend, I still have important things to do today, so I won't reminisce about the past with you. Let's have a good chat next day. Tianqin saw Lin Shen staring at him tightly, but after he finished speaking, he still didn't dare to turn around and leave. With a thought, he took out 2 things and threw them at Lin Shen. I am happy to be able to meet good friends. I just came out in a hurry today. I didn't expect to meet good friends and didn't bring any good things on my body. This is my personal collection, just treat it as a gift for meeting. I hope you and me will last forever. Tianqin said beautifully, but the subtext was saying, today, my buddy came out in a hurry, and I didn't carry anything valuable. It's useless for you to rob me, but this thing is worth a little money on me, so just take it and stop getting involved with me. Tianqin threw it a little high, and there were 2 things, one left and one right. Lin Shen looked up and saw the 2 things, reached out to catch them, and when he went to see Tianqin, he had already flew away. Seeing Tianqin go away, Lin Shen looked down at the things in his hand. It was a red jade-like pet capsule and a key of the same material, which was very similar to the red jade lion of Lu Qing that he had seen. After collecting the things, Lin Shen had no intention of chasing them. He couldn't fly, so he couldn't catch up. The advantage of the heavenly man clan flying is really too great. Zhang Yan, who was watching from a distance and waiting for Lin Shen to be robbed, saw what happened here, and it seemed that someone had a sharp blow to his chest. He felt that his heart hurt so much that it seemed as if he was about to stop suddenly. Why is this development completely different from what he thought? He was just a friend of mine. The angel snatched all his pet capsules, but gave Lin Shen the red jade lion that snatched him. What the hell is this? Lu Qing stared at Lin Shen and the things in his hands like a daze. The rumored robbery angel ran to Lin Shen. Not only did he not rob him, he also gave him a red jade lion as a guest gift. The robbery angel does not rob, but instead gives gifts. This change is unacceptable. Everyone thought Lin Shen's background must be so strong that he was so strong. He originally thought he was just a little background, but he didn't expect that the background was so strong. When the robbery angel saw him, he not only stopped robbing, but also gave Lin Shen what he robbed, just like a mouse meeting a cat. For a moment, everyone was guessing what identity Lin Shen was and which family they came from. Even those big families that had entered the universe were stunned in guessing which family Lin Shen came from. People from a large family have begun to focus on investigating Lin Shen's identity. However, communication between the bases is difficult, and Suanio base is a remote small base, and basically has few contacts with those large bases. Lin Shen has never left Suanio base before, so it will be difficult to find his head for a while. As soon as possible, you must first find the Lu family and the Su family. The second-generation ancestor's reputation became more and more famous. For a time, Lin Shen was already the biggest wealthy young man in the eyes of ordinary people. Now some people say that Lin Shen's family is a wealthy family in the universe, and I'm afraid many people will believe it. Because there are no families in the well-known super bases with the surname Lin, rumors have begun to spread that Lin Shen is the son of a hidden family. Compared with those well-known big families, they are not worth mentioning at all and are not on the same level. Lin Shen himself didn't know that he had such a big background, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He looked carefully at the information on the red capsule. It was nothing wrong with the red jade lion. He had a crystal-based small top-notch, with a 38+ circumference, and was still a third skill. When he summoned it out, he saw that the red jade lion was majestic, without any injuries on his body, and his combat power was full, not comparable to the injured red jade lion on Lu Qing's body. Brother Lin, that red jade lion was robbed by an angel from me. Only the Lu family has the red jade lion, and this is proof of Lu Qing. If Brother Lin is willing to return it, we have some capital to survive here. I can protect Lu Qing. The entire Lu family will be grateful to Brother Lin, and I will thank you very much in the future. Zheng Yan actually ran back and kidnapped Lin Shen and brought Lu Qing back, wanting to get his red jade lion back. Damn it, what a bitch. I've never seen such a disgusting person. This guy is really amazing. How could there be such a person, and his whole body smelled like a fowl? Even the people watching outside couldn't stand it anymore. If they could post barrage, Zheng Yan would probably be pissed to death. Get out. Lin Shen didn't take Zheng Yan's trick at all. After saying coldly, he didn't look at him at all. He put away the red jade lion and walked back to the tree to sit down and rest. He had already noticed something was wrong with Zheng Yan, and was thinking about how to deal with him. It was not good to kill people in person, and he also wanted to confirm his inference from Zheng Yan. Zheng Yan gritted his teeth secretly, but looked at Lu Qing with an aggrieved expression on his face. Lu Qing turned her face aside, pretending that she didn't see it. Chapter 87 Countdown ends. After Tianxin left, the Lu family's basic transformers ran back one after another, and after discussion, they decided to stay here and wait for the countdown to end. They are not Lin Shen. If they meet Tian Xin again, they will only give Tian Xin a gift. They don't want some of the base eggs and materials they just harvested to be taken away, so they decided to stay with Lin Shen. Of course, Zheng Yan's encouragement is indispensable. He is afraid that the angel will come to cause trouble for him after he leaves here. Although the angel not only did not rob Lin Shen, but instead gave him the red jade lion, this was obviously not a good thing and was very unfavorable to him. Lin Shen just watched coldly and said nothing. He had decided to go out to find the mutant creature, but he agreed to help guard the corpse of the mutant squid god general. Su Tiange did not come back, so it was not convenient for him to leave now. Fortunately, it is not many hours before the countdown ends, and Su Tiange should be back soon. Lin Shen is not short of this time. After the countdown is over, he does not plan to go back for the time being. Since the plane is relatively safe, it can be teleported back at will after the countdown is over, there is nothing to worry about. Safe hunting mutations and obtaining the base variability are what Lin Shen needs to do most now. The steel level is still too weak. Now he relies on external forces to solve the battle. If his own strength is not improved, it will be unsafe after all. After resting for a few hours, Su Tiange finally brought the people back. They had a very good harvest and got 2 mutated steel eggs, which was unimaginable before. Some people have lived their entire lives and have never seen mutated creatures, let alone mutated eggs. Lin Shen looked at the time and it was almost time. With less than an hour left, he simply chatted with Su Tiange and the others and asked where they went and what they encountered. In such a place, the more information you know, the better. Lin Shen planned to wait until Lu Qing and Su Tiange left before looking for mutated creatures. Time passed quickly, and as the countdown ended, something unexpected happened. The previous Black Watch teleporter was able to choose whether to go back. However, this White Watch teleporter had no options at all, and without their consent, they were directly teleported back at the end of the countdown. Lin Shen only felt a violent dizzy turn. When he came to his senses, the person was already flooded by water. I don't know how to water. Lin Shen immediately held his breath, and tried his best to move his arms and legs, wanting to float himself up. He hasn't been in the water for so many years and has no idea how to swim. It's okay if he doesn't swing his limbs, but this swing has sunk even further. Old Wei, come and save me. Lin Shen could only think of Old Wei coming to save him, but then he thought, it seemed that Old Wei didn't know much about swimming. Lao Wei's current situation is a little better than Lin Shen, but it is not much better. He knows a little dogpad type and is not very skilled. He tries hard in the water and wants to rush to Lin Shen. The water has pulled up a wave of water that is more than one person high for him, but his body just doesn't move forward. At the critical moment, a figure dived over like a mermaid, arrived at Lin Shen, and pulled him upstream. After a while, the two of them surfaced. Lin Shen breathed heavily, almost suffocating him to death. Don't be anxious. With me here, breathe slowly, don't move around, keep relaxed, just leave the rest to me. A familiar voice came from my ears. Lin Shen knew it was Lu Qing, so he didn't say anything. He kept relaxing as she said and let her take her to swim. There were boats on the lake, and the people from the Lu family and Su family came to rescue them and rescued them all on the boat. After being pulled onto the boat, Lin Shen looked at Lu Qing, who was sitting next to him and was wet, and said thank you. Lu Qing gave him a blank look and said angrily, "What's our relationship? Are you and I still so polite?" After saying that, he felt something was wrong, his cheeks turned slightly red, and he quickly explained, "You kept taking care of me when you were on that planet, and now we are even." Okay. Lin Shen nodded slightly. The people from the Lu and Su families were extremely polite to Lin Shen, which made Lu Qing and others a little confused. Zheng Yan's face was not very good looking, as if he had thought of something but was not sure. From the look of the Lu family looking at him, he had already realized something. I took a look at the direction of the King of the World Development Device and found that the King of the World Development Device was the same as when I first discovered it, without any movement. After they teleported, the sky projection of the King of Realm Cultivation Device had ended, so Lin Shen and others did not see the projection. After getting ashore, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu bid farewell to Lu Qing and Su Tiange and went straight back to the assassin base. Both of them felt strange along the way, and everyone who passed by them seemed to look at them strangely. The big girl and the little wife smiled at them. Lin Shen could understand who made her look white and clean. But the big men smiled at them so much that Lin Shen was speechless. Lin Shen probably guessed what was going on and quickened his pace to go to the Yi family's castle. "Young Master Lin, Xiao Fifth Master, do you still know how to come back?" Before Lin Shen could walk to the entrance of the castle, he saw Yi Yuzhen standing at the door, smiling a little ill-intentioned. "Why don't I know to come back?" Lin Shen asked with his eyes blinking. "Heroes save beauty, beauty protects heroes, they are willing to do so, and the old love is rekindled. I thought you were going home with your old lover." Yi Yuzhen's words seemed a little sour. Lin Shen said in his heart, "Sure enough, the images we were inside should have been seen. It seems that the images produced by the World King's cultivation device should have been played nearby. People in the entire Superbase would not have seen them. How is it possible? A good horse won't eat the grass again? What's more, my grass and relatives are all eaten." Lin Shen smiled and walked forward and hugged Yi Yu's really thin waist. "What kind of grass are you?" Yi Yuzhen twisted her waist and avoided Lin Shen's hand and asked curiously. "I'm not grass, I'm cabbage. The cabbage that belongs to you is exclusively to you. I won't let anyone else besides you," Lin Shen said seriously. "Kai Kai?" Yi Yuzhen was stunned at first, and immediately reacted, and was about to pinch, "Who are you calling a pig? You are the pig." Back in the castle, Lin Shen asked Yi Yuzhen what was going on now. Yi Yuzhen roughly told the current situation, and Lin Shen was stunned when he heard it. "Void projection, will that not our every move is seen by people all over the world?" Lin Shen said with a strange expression. "It should be, the projection is very strange. I heard from Taiwan Telecom that the image covers the entire planet like the atmosphere and can be seen anywhere." Yi Yuzhen smiled and said, "You are now famous figures all over the world." "What name?" Lin Shen asked curiously. "Wei Wufu was respected as the god of war guard, and you are now the strongest respected by everyone, the second-generation ancestor," Yi Yuzhen said with a smile. Chapter 88 Dead Fans Evolved. Lin Shen didn't care about his nickname of the second-generation ancestor. What others think of him has no effect on him. The whole world knew what Zheng Yan did, which made Lin Shen very curious about what the Lu family would do. But this is not very important. Regardless of whether the Lu family will deal with Zheng Yan or not, he will not give Zheng Yan a second chance. Even if the Lu family protects him, he will take his life. What worries Lin Shen now is that there are more and more mushroom beasts in the Blue Tree Sea, and the figures of mushroom beasts can be seen everywhere near the Superbase. The spies sent by the Lu family and the Su family have discovered a huge amethyst mushroom beast, as huge as a hill, and their bodies are emitting purple poisonous gas, which should be crystal-based. At present, the subgod base is trying its best to remove nearby mushroom beasts, but the more you kill, the more you can't kill them at all. Many people have the base of mushroom beasts, and many have hatched them. Now almost everyone has mushroom beast pets. With the emergence of crystal-based mushroom beasts and the huge number of mushroom beasts, the situation at the subgod base is very unoptimistic. According to Yuzhen, all the crystal-based powerhouses in the subgod base can have more than 20, and the conservatively estimated that there are 40 or 50 pets at the crystal base level. If there are not too many mushroom beasts at the crystal base level, they should be able to defend them, but it is difficult to take care of the entire base. At that time, a large number of mushroom beasts may pour into the base, and street fighting is probably inevitable. If there are too many crystal-based mushroom beasts, it will be troublesome at that time. Why don't you take the initiative? Don't give those mushroom beasts a chance to reproduce, and rush into the sea of blue trees to destroy them. Lin Shen asked in confusion. What do you think the Lu family and the Su family don't want to do this? The key is that in the Bishui, some areas on the periphery can enter and exit, and the deeper areas are a base change point, with many crystal-based creatures inside. I'm afraid these people at the subgod base will not be able to be defeated. Yuzhen thought for a while and said. Lin Shen felt that this matter was a bit serious. There was a basic change point in the Blue Tree Sea. If something went wrong, the subgod base might not be able to defend it. You don't have to worry too much. I heard that the Lu family and the Su family have spread the story of the King of Realm training system here through their channels. Yuzhen said again. Lin Shen understood as soon as he heard this, the Lu family and the Su family can really see it. With such a great opportunity, I will give it away as soon as I say it. It's better to get some benefits now than to be snatched away at that time. I believe a large number of basic changers will come soon, including many strong people from big families. Even if there is any accident in the Bishui, there will be no big problems. Yuzhen glanced at Lin Shen and said with a smile, you must be careful. Those guys from big families may be very interested in you. You will protect me, right? Lin Shen asked with a smile at Yuzhen. You are so embarrassed to ask your Lu Qing to protect you. What is my relationship with you? Why should I protect you? Yuzhen said angrily. Then forget it, I'll go to Lu Qing to ask later. When I'm tired, I'll go to have a sleep first. Lin Shen said and walked towards the guest room on the second floor. Yuzhen was so angry. Halfway through the stairs, Lin Shen seemed to remember something, and turned around and said, let me borrow your hatching warehouse. Since the whole world has seen his actions on that planet, there is nothing to hide. First, hatch 2 mutant sirens gods. When the beast tide arrives, this will be his main battle. When he goes to that planet in the future, there will be 2 mutant crystal-based pets, and he will almost be able to walk sideways. Yuzhen also guessed that he was going to hatch the mutant squid god general, but without saying anything, he brought him to his own special hatching warehouse. Lin Shen put the eggs of the 2 mutant sirens and mushroom beasts in, hoping to hatch them as soon as possible. Yiyu's real hatching warehouse is obviously a high-end product, much better than Lin Shen, and the incubation time is probably much shorter. Don't worry, I am the only one who uses this incubation warehouse. No one can enter here except me, so you don't have to worry. Yuzhen also said something specifically. What do I have to worry about? Isn't mine yours? Yours also mine. You just want to take it away. They are all your own family members. It's different from whoever. Lin Shen said with a smile. He has no other choice, so he can't wait until the beast tide has passed before going back to hatch, right? The beast tide is the biggest threat to him, and it must be hatched before the beast tide. Now the best choice is to hatch it in the Yi family. It sounds nice, who knows what I think in my heart. Yuzhen said this, but the corners of her mouth couldn't hold back. Back in the guest room, Lin Shen had just lying on the bed and wanted to rest, and felt something moving in his pocket. Your sister, you won't come out when I need it. Now it's okay, you're done with evolution. Are you having fun? Lin Shen saw a red rope-shaped thing drilling out of his pocket and crawling out along his body, and it was a dead fan. Lin Shen reached out to grab the dead powder and lifted it out. After the evolution of this guy, he looked more and more refined, like a translucent dark red beef tendon rope, 3 or 4 meters long, with a smooth and round head, a thin and pointed tail, and a much more weight than before. Although it is not as heavy as the trident, it is heavy enough for ordinary people. Is this a promotion to the crystal level? Lin Shen was happy and quickly checked its attributes. Mutational Death Smasher, Hyperalloy Creature, Evolutionable. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Hardness, 21. Resilience, 21. Basic Transformation Talents, Superbase Swallowing, Superbase Evolution, Superbase Armor Breaking Spike, Superbase Instantaneous Speed, Superbase Refining, and Superbase Solidification. Hey, I was not promoted to the crystal base and mutated into a superbase? Lin Shen was a little surprised. The surroundings did not change, but all talented skills have become superbase prefixes, and there is also an extra superbase solidification. Lin Shen thought about how to try how much these talents have been enhanced. He shook casually. He was originally as soft as a rope, straight, like a large javelin, with the tip of the gun at the tail. Lin Shen was stunned at first, and then immediately reacted. This should be the super basic refining talent of a dead fan. After waving it twice, it was quite easy, but it was a little heavy, just a little lighter than the trident. It's not bad to use it to practice the stabbing method. Lin Shen shook his spear and stabbed it out, and the tip of the spear instantly turned into a phantom, which was incredibly fast. The super-based instantaneous speed is much stronger than the previous strengthening instantaneous speed. Lin Shen was very surprised. This is not a little stronger. The speed of the alloy can catch up with the speed of the crystal base after using the super-based instantaneous stab. There is still no way to test the ultra-based phagocytosis and ultra-based evolution, and the effect of ultra-based solidification cannot be tested. Lin Shen estimated that this ultra-based solidification is likely to be related to the ability of the mutated stinger tortoise that can make people solidify their bodies. If it really has that ability, then this guy named Dead Fan is really a bit powerful. As long as he is injured by it, it is equivalent to being finished. If I use the super-based solidification of dead powder to stab myself, will it trigger the enhanced mutation of evolution theory? Lin Shen thought to himself. Chapter 89 The Advantages of Hulution. Lin Shen just thought about it this way. He was not so crazy that he had his life to test it. He should try it on the basic creature first and then make plans. Lying on the bed, Lin Shen thought a lot, especially about the mysterious planet. His future promotion path will inevitably be inseparable from that planet. However, the Lu and Su families have already spread the story of the King of Realm training device, and it will not be so convenient to enter the King of Realm training device in the future. Moreover, the World King training device will broadcast the entire process live. Lin Shen himself is not a person who likes to show off, so if it is not necessary in the future, he will not go to the World King training device again. We have to find a way to get the Xuanbi in Wang Tian'er and Shi Shuang's hands. The best choice is to get in from Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen began to think about how to get the Xuanbi back. There are two huge advantages to walking in Hulution. One is that if you enter Hulution, you will not be broadcast live throughout the whole process. Lin Shen has too many secrets and is not suitable for exposure to the public. Second, after entering Hulution, there is no time limit, and after the 3-day time limit is over, it will not be forced to teleport out. This is a huge advantage, that is, Lin Shen can infinitely hunt basic creatures on that planet, and there is no need to follow others to grab the 3-day time limit. More importantly, after the 3-day countdown of the Black Watch transmission device has passed, he can teleport it at any time. What is this concept? This is equivalent to having one more life. When encountering a base-transformed creature that cannot be defeated or a situation where death is inevitable, teleport it back directly. Is there any stronger life-saving artifact than this? So Lin Shen thought about it and had to get the Suanio. It would be better to keep the Qi family and Wang family members shut up and keep the secret of Hulu Mountain, which requires good planning. Lin Shen planned to return to the Suanio base immediately after the beast tide ended and handle this matter first to avoid the long night and dreams. However, before leaving, he had to deal with the rape of Zheng Yin first. If the Lu family did not move, he had already made up his mind to take action during the beast tide. When I am in my hands, I have fat boys and dead powder to protect me, and the crystal-based red jade lion. Where can I go to that planet? Isn't the mutant creature just let me kill it, let alone the promotion of alloy, even if I am just around the corner? Lin Shen slept particularly sweetly today. I slept very well this time. He was woken up by Wei Wufu in the morning. It's not dawn yet. Why did you come here so early to tell me? Did the beast tide attack the base? Lin Shen stretched his waist and yawned, still feeling a little relieved. Practice. Wei Wufu only said 2 words. Practice doesn't have to be done in the morning. The air quality in the morning is not good, and the viscosity of blood in the morning is the highest in the day, so it is not suitable for practice. Lin Shen said, and then he lay on the bed again. Let's go. Wei Wufu ignored it and pulled Lin Shen out. Don't worry, at least let me wash up first. Lin Shen said helplessly. Wei Wufu let him go. After Lin Shen finished washing up, he wanted to have breakfast first, but Wei Wufu rejected it. Helplessly, Lin Shen could only practice with an empty stomach. The Yi family's castle does not even have a garden, but there are several indoor martial arts training grounds. Yi Yuzhen also has a special small indoor martial arts training ground. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu used the small martial arts training ground. When they arrived, Yi Yu had already started practicing. Ha! Lin Shen, who was lazy and unspirited just now, entered the small martial arts training ground and immediately became energetic after seeing Yi Yuzhen. Now Lin Shen knows why Yi Yu really needs to have a separate private martial arts training ground. If she goes to those public martial arts training grounds, it will probably lead to a crime. Sister, you are practicing martial arts, not dancing. What's wrong with you, white lace? Lin Shen swallowed, walked in and said righteously. Today, Yi Yuzhen did not wear her usual sportswear. She wore very sporty shorts and vests, plus a pair of lace-edged stockings. The lace-edged shorts and shorts formed a very pleasing area between the lace-edged shorts, and a pair of round long legs that made people unable to remove their eyes. You said that her outfit is not suitable for martial arts, but she is actually quite sporty. You said she is suitable for martial arts practice, but something seems to be wrong. I wear whatever I like, but I didn't let you see it. Don't look at it if I don't like it. Yi Yuzhen gave Lin Shen a blank look and continued to practice. Lin Shen thought to himself, how can you not like to watch it? Men love to watch it. After watching the side for a while, Lin Shen couldn't help but applaud and said, it's so good to practice. I've never seen such an amazing boxing technique. Can you ask, female hero, what's your boxing technique? Angry hit the pervert fist. Yi Yuzhen said, turning around and swung towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen retreated and avoided, thinking, you should call the gangster excited fist. Practice. Wei Wufu carried a target and pulled Lin Shen over with his collar. Lin Shen was helpless and complained in his heart, where is no match for practicing martial arts? You are a big deal to destroy my family line. Wei Wufu pulled Lin Shen in front of the target and threw the trident in his hand to him. Lin Shen caught it with both hands, but threw the trident back to Wei Wufu, and said with a smile, I use my own. It's too light, it's useless. Wei Wufu wanted to say that ordinary weapons are too light and practice will not have much effect. Not light. Lin Shen said as he took out the death powder capsule and directly turned it into a pet state in his hand. Is it useful? Wei Wufu looked at the soft rope in Lin Shen's hand and couldn't help frowning. Yi Yuzhen also looked at the dead fans in Lin Shen's hand curiously. I wonder what Lin Shen did to take out a pet like this. Aren't they going to practice the stabbing method? How do you use pets like ropes to practice pricking? Of course it's useful, but why should I take it out if it's useless? Lin Shen shook casually, and the originally soft dead pink instantly turned straight. Lin Shen originally wanted to wave a few times, but found that the dead fans seemed much heavier today than yesterday. He originally felt that they were much lighter than the trident, but today it seemed that they were almost as heavy as the trident. What's that thing? It's so soft just now, why did you suddenly become so hard? Yi Yu was very knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a pet. I won't tell you, this is my secret weapon. Lin Shen looked serious, as if he was a state secret. Who cares? Yi Yu turned around disdainfully and continued to practice her boxing skills. It's heavy enough? Wei Wufu asked again. You try it yourself. Lin Shen threw the dead fans to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu caught it and weighed it. He felt that the weight was indeed not light, not much lighter than the trident. He was very satisfied, so he threw the dead powder back to Lin Shen. Practice. Lin Shen caught the dead fans and began to practice the technique Sting taught to him by Wei Wufu. A simple trick is the most essential technique in cold weapon techniques. Chapter 90, The Power of Overcoming Level. Subscribe for the 5 updates. The so-called 1 inch shorter and 1 inch dangerous is the most common technique used by ancient assassins, and even the names are named after them. In melee combat, the effect of using a stab or a stab is much greater than that of a sharp move such as chopping. 1 inch long is 1 inch stronger. Among the ancient troops, spearmen were the most famous and practical. As long as the spearmen are trained a little and learn to stab, they can go to the battlefield. Taking advantage of their length in group battles, enemies such as swords cannot enter at all, and they can directly stab the gun into a hornet's nest. Therefore, in addition to special troops such as archers, swords and shield soldiers and cavalry, the spears of spearmen are the main theme of fighting on cold weapons battlefields. Even in the early stages of thermal weapons, there are bayonets, weapons that combine the advantages of daggers and rifles, that are active on the battlefield. Therefore, the pricking technique is the most practical and fierce technique. This technique is not difficult to get started, but it is difficult to practice it. Lin Shen tried again and again, but the chance of success was not high. Fortunately, the target Wei Wufu also darted a scoreline like a dartboard on it, and Lin Shen regarded the practice as playing games, and did not feel boring at all. As Lin Shen practiced, he felt a little strange. When I was practicing before, I became heavier and heavier as soon as I practiced, my arms became sore that I couldn't lift them up. Today, it was a bit strange. He felt that the more he practiced, the lighter heavier he had. The originally heavy dead fans seemed to gradually reduce the weight in his hands, and became lighter and lighter, making him easier and easier. Are you dead fans doing the trouble? Lin Shen originally thought it was a dead fan problem, but soon he discovered that it was not a dead fan problem. Lin Shen suddenly remembered that the contract signed by his infinite power was a dead fan. As long as he brought the dead fan, as the dead fan gained weight, his strength would also increase. So that's it, no wonder. Lin Shen knew that it was the contract of infinite power that played a role, and the weight of the dead fans increased, so his power also increased, so he felt that the dead fans in his hand were getting lighter and lighter, and it was not the dead fans who were causing trouble. In order to verify the idea in his heart, Lin Shen reached out and took Wei Wufu's trident over. The weight of the trident was about the same as that of the dead powder. It may be a little heavier than the dead powder, but it was not much heavier. Now that Lin Shen held the trident in his hand, he suddenly felt much more relaxed than before, and it was no longer as heavy as it felt. He held the dead powder in one hand and easily raised it. This contract of infinite power is good. How much power has it increased me? This is definitely more than 11 points, right? Lin Shen was surprised. If the dead powder can continue to increase its weight in the future, then its power can be infinitely increased. Maybe at the steel level, it will have power comparable to that of a crystal base. Thinking of a steel-grade creature's head with one punch, Lin Shen felt extremely happy. Of course, this is just Lin Shen's imagination, and I don't know if the dead fans can continue to grow and increase their weight. With such strong strength, Lin Shen became much easier to practice. However, he didn't dare to show it. First of all, he didn't want others to know that he had the ability like a bug and didn't want to be missed. Secondly, I was afraid that Wei Wufu would give him strength. His current strength has far exceeded his own level. There is no need to train his strength anymore, just practice his skills. Seeing that Wei Wufu was practicing basic transformation techniques on the other side, without looking at him, Lin Shen put down his trident and continued to practice stabbing with dead powder. He didn't use his strength to force his head to control his correct head. He still practiced his skills purely, using explosive power and inertia to stab the center of the target again and again. Lu family. Uncle Li, how did I ask you to investigate? Lu Qing was a little anxious. She wanted to know where Lin Shen went. It's been found. Uncle Li was a little hesitant. What happened to Lin Shen? Lu Qing saw Uncle Li's expression and her first reaction was that something happened to Lin Shen, and she was a little anxious. No, nothing happened to Lin Shen, it's in our base. Uncle Li said. Then where is he living now? Lu Qing asked impatiently. He lives in the Yi family now. Uncle Li sighed. Yi family? Which Yi family? Lu Qing didn't react at all for a moment, because she had never thought that Lin Shen would live in Yi Yuzhen's house. It's Ms. Ye's home. Miss Yi? You said Yi Yu is really? Lu Qing was a little unbelievable and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Yes. How is it possible? How could Lin Shen live in Yi Yuzhen's house? Why did he live where he lives? Lu Qing still couldn't believe it. Uncle Li sighed. I have asked someone to inquire and confirm that Lin Shen lives in the Yi family now, and he is not the Yi family we have just gone to now. Before you go to that planet, he already lived in the Yi family. Some people also saw that he and Miss Yi are quite close, and their relationship seems to be unusual. Lin Shen. Yi Yu really? Lu Qing only felt a thunderous sound from her brain, like a bolt from the blue, which made her unable to recover for a while. The scenes of the past flashed through Lu Qing's mind like a movie. What's good about Lin Shen? He is in his 20s and has not even completed the basic transformation. Isn't you going to rely on you to protect him in the future? Look at him like that, eating, drinking, having fun all day, isn't doing his job. Do you really want to live with such a person for the rest of your life? Even if you want, can your family agree? You have been back for so long. Has he ever seen you? Don't be stupid. If he had you in his heart, how could he not come to you for so long? Lu Qing thought about what Yi Yuzhen said before, and her qi and blood rushed straight towards her forehead, making her feel dizzy. Okay, Yi Yuzhen, I treat you as a good friend. You treat me like this. Are you still a personal person? Lu Qing felt that she was about to be furious. She couldn't stand Yi Yu's real betrayal, and she couldn't accept that she was deceived like this. Miss, are you okay? Uncle Li asked worriedly when he saw Lu Qing's face was extremely ugly. I'm fine, Uncle Li, please go back first, I have to go out. Lu Qing gritted her teeth and rushed out directly. She wanted to find Yi Yuzhen and ask her why she treated her so much and what she felt sorry for him. In the small martial arts training ground, after Yi Yuzhen finished practicing boxing, she drank water and rested, but her eyes looked at Lin Shen from time to time. When she went to Superbase with Lu Qing, she met Lin Shen at the same time. At that time, her impression of Lin Shen was very different from now. At that time, Lin Shen was not serious all day long. When he was chasing Lu Qing, he was good at taking them to eat, drink and have fun, but he just didn't like practicing and had never seen him practice so seriously. Suddenly, Lin Shen, who was practicing the acupuncture method, stopped and walked straight towards her. Yi Yu was really panicked, as if he was peeking at something bad. The little girl who was caught was not afraid to look at Lin Shen's eyes, and turned her eyes aside, pretending to be drinking water. Lin Shen walked to Yi Yuzhen, almost facing each other, but he didn't want to stop. What are you doing? Yi Yuzhen asked in panic. Lin Shen put his lips to her ear and said with a smile, you keep looking at me like that will make me mistakenly think that you are so obsessed with me that you can't extricate yourself, and you can't tolerate anything else in your eyes except me. Bah, who is obsessed with you? Don't be too narcissistic. Yi Yu was so embarrassed that he wanted to push Lin Shen away. But I felt my waist tightening, my strong arms wrapped around her waist, forcing her body to lean forward, and the two people's bodies were immediately intimate. When the two of them face to face, they can clearly feel the other person's breath and communicate with each other's eyes at a close distance, and the atmosphere becomes extremely ambiguous for a moment. Yi Yuzhen's heart beats faster, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing becomes rapid and uneasy. Bang! The door of the martial arts training ground was suddenly pushed open by a fierce door. Lu Qing walked in and stared at the two of them angrily, her beautiful eyes were about to spit out of fire. See you tomorrow. Chapter 91 What's wrong with me raising you? Yi Yuzhen, I really didn't expect that you were such a person. Lu Qing gritted her teeth. When she broke up with Lin Shen, she didn't see her so angry. Lu Qing, it's not what you thought. Yi Yuzhen hurriedly pushed Lin Shen away, wanting to explain to Lu Qing. You are all like this, why are you explaining? I am so blind and treat you like a sister. When Lin Shen was with me, I was so greedy, right? I tried every means to destroy our relationship. You said so many bad things about Lin Shen in front of me, and tried your best to persuade us to break up. Now you finally got your wish. Congratulations. Lu Qing said coldly, both of which were scolding Yi Yuzhen and also for Lin Shen to listen. She wanted Lin Shen to know that Yi Yuzhen was not a good person, and the reason why they broke up was because of Yi Yuzhen. Yi Yuzhen, who originally wanted to explain, was angry when he heard Lu Qing say these words. Lu Qing, if you say this, let's talk about it now. I'll say something bad about Lin Shen. Let me explain it clearly. Yi Yuzhen was also upset. Don't you know what bad things you said? You still need me to say? I really don't know, you said. Okay, just say it, saying that Lin Shen is not doing his job and eating, drinking, having fun, is that you said? I said it. He said he is in his 20s and has not changed his basic life yet. What future will he have in the future? Do you admit it? Recognize. I will definitely not recognize him when he is a humble person. You said this, right? I said it. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at the two women facing each other's heads, and the smell of gunpowder was about to explode. They didn't dare to interrupt and could only watch from the side. The war between women is even more terrifying than the battle of men, and even the Wei Wufu is helpless. Lin Shen, you have heard it all. Now you can see her true face clearly. Do you know what kind of woman she is? After asking, Lu Qing turned to Lin Shen and said. Of course Lin Shen knew, in fact, he had known it for a long time, but what's the matter? He just wanted to find a suitable woman to continue the incense for the Lin family. Yi Yuzhen is the most suitable candidate now. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but Yi Yuzhen took the lead and said, yes, I mean Lin Shen only knows how to eat, drink, play, and not do his job. He does not seek to be motivated, he means he is from a humble background. Your family will definitely not agree to you being together. I have said all these, but who told me these words? How many times have I met Lin Shen before? Why do I know what kind of person he is? Who told me this? Lu Qing, you are noble, you are a good person, and you don't want to say anything. Let me say it, let me be this evil person, and now I blame me for breaking you up. Okay, I am a bad person, I am despicable and shameless, I am not worthy of being a sister to you. In the future, you can walk on your Yangwan Road and cross my single-plank bridge. We will have no relationship again. As he said that, Yi Yuzhen walked to the door, opened the door and said, you go, you are not welcome here. I'll go, kill me. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both stunned. The showdown between the two women was even more dazzling than the showdown between two martial arts masters. It was so exciting to go back and forth. Lu Qing couldn't speak for a moment, and it seemed that she had lost completely. Please. Yi Yuzhen made a gesture of asking for help with a cold face. Lin Shen, do you believe me or believe her? Lu Qing didn't give up and looked at Lin Shen and asked. Let it go over what was gone. Lu Qingren is not bad, but Lin Shen is not the one who turned back. From the moment they broke up, he could no longer have anything to do with Lu Qing. Lu Qing's mood suddenly fell to the bottom, and she said nothing more. She left the martial arts training ground in a daze, feeling uncomfortable. After Lu Qing left, Yi Yuzhen turned around and looked at Lin Shen. Now do you know what kind of person I am? Why are you still standing here? Yi Yuzhen, I'm very curious about something. Lin Shen looked at Yi Yuzhen with a complicated expression. What's the matter? You said, it's already like this anyway. There's nothing that can't be said. I'll tell you what you want to know. Yi Yuzhen had already started to lose his can. When I was in the market before, I could hear your secret. It was you who did it on purpose. Lin Shen asked. Yes, it was arranged on purpose. Where is a blind date? It was also arranged by me. I knew you were going on a blind date, so I went to find the fat boss lady. I am such a scheming female green tea bitch. Are you satisfied? Then I don't understand. You know my situation very well. You only know how to eat, drink, play, and don't do your job properly, and have no motivation. For others, I can still be considered a rich second generation. With your family background, my little family background is really nothing. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are a difficult family with you. Why do you spend so much effort on me? Lin Shen was really curious about what Yi Yuzhen thought. Is it just that he just wanted to grab his best friend's boyfriend? Have such a hobby? Yi Yu really hesitated for a moment, but it had reached this point and his emotions reached this point. He simply said without hesitation, you are not doing your job properly, have no motivation, have an average family, and have not been serious all day long, but so what? I am just a cheap person, I just like you, can't I get you? Those problems are problems for others, but not for me. You have nothing, I have everything, you can play as long as you like, do whatever you like, sister is a wealthy family, what's wrong with me supporting you? Lin Shen stared at Yi Yuzhen in a daze, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, so he could only say that these sisters were too tough. But you have to make it clear. When you were with Lu Qing, I had never done anything to sorry for Lu Qing. Did she want it? I can't do it anymore? Now that you are ready, I want it again, why should I give it to? Yi Yuzhen was completely willing to do it today. Before Yi Yu could finish his truth, he was suddenly embraced by Lin Shen's powerful arms. Lin Shen kissed Yi Yuzhen's forehead with his lips. He felt that this woman was not as he had thought before, and she really liked her a little bit. Am I a scumbag myself? Otherwise why would I think the scheming girl seems a little cute? Improper, ignore it. Wei Wufu turned his head silently. Yi Yuzhen was shaking all over, her cheeks flushed, and her brain was blank. It took a long time to push Lin Shen away with her only reason. Do you really don't mind? Yi Yuzhen raised her head and looked up at Lin Shen, her eyebrows and eyes were caressing her. What do you mind? Lin Shen asked knowingly. I really don't mean to belittle you. Those are really not flaws to me. They don't mean to insult you. I used to think that it's okay for you to not be motivated. I can support you, but now I know that you don't need me at all. No, don't think so. My stomach is not very good. The doctor said I can't eat too hard food, I have to eat something soft. Lin Shen quickly interrupted Yi Yuzhen for fear that she would misunderstand. Chapter 92 Ascension. The Lu family's conference hall. Lu Mingchuan looked at Zheng Yan, who had been locked in shackles, but still remained calm and had no regrets at all, and said with a cold face, Zheng Yan, do you know what you did wrong? Zheng Yan doesn't know, so I'll ask the head of the family for advice. Zheng Yan said expressionlessly. I don't care if you plot against Lin Shen, but you shouldn't have involved my daughter Lu Qing. A trace of anger flashed in Lu Mingchuan's eyes, and he was very dissatisfied with Zheng Yan's attitude. I didn't involve Lu Qing. Zheng Yan still had the indifferent attitude. No? You took the angel to Lu Qing. How can you be sure that the angel will not be bad for Lu Qing? When you are not able to control the situation, you do something you cannot control and hand over my daughter's fate to others. It is enough for you to die 10,000 times. Lu Mingchuan said angrily. The head of the family, what's there to say about people like him? A scum like this should be chopped and fed the dog directly to avoid tainting the reputation of our Lu family. Most of the people in the Lu family looked down on Zheng Yan's actions and asked to cut Zheng Yan directly. The head of the family said it is right. I really don't think about this matter. Zheng Yan nodded and said. Just recognize it. This is your way to die. Since you have done it, you should accept your fate. Lu Mingchuan waved his hand and signaled his servants to take Zheng Yan down. Let's go. Zheng Yan suddenly shouted loudly and stopped the person who took him down, and said without changing his face, Master Lu, I did something wrong with this, but you can't make the decision for my life. In the Lu family, I can't make the decision. Who else can make the decision? Lu Mingchuan snorted coldly. Me. A voice came from outside. Many masters of the Lu family changed their faces. Some people silently broke into the core area of the Lu family, but they didn't notice it at all in advance. When I walked out of the conference hall, I saw an old man with silver hair floating above the Lu family compound, with no wings on his back and no equipment on his body. He could actually walk in the air, his white robe swinging with the wind, like an immortal who was walking in the air. The Lu family's guards immediately launched an attack, and the rain-like alloy arrows shot from the ground towards the silver-haired old man walking in the air. The silver-haired old man had no intention of using the power of base change. With a casual finger, small red crystal jade particles flowed out of his fingertips. The particles condensed together and instantly turned into ordinary red jade swords floating in front of the old man. The moment the alloy arrow rain came, the red jade sword started to move by itself, and suddenly turned into a red stream of light and flashed quickly. The alloy arrow rain was shattered and fell into countless particles. No alloy arrow could reach the old man intact. Such a terrifying scene made the people of the Lu family stunned. Looking at the silver-haired old man who was as fairy and demonic, the archer did not dare to make any moves anymore, and was stunned for a moment. If Lin Shen was here, he could recognize at a glance that the old man should be the Assassinator as Tianxin and Wei Wufu mentioned. Ascender and fundamental changer are no longer the same concept, they are real qualitative change. Steel, alloys and crystal substrates all belong to the base change stage, while ascension is the level above the base change, which is a big leap. Basic transformation is just a transformation of human body, while ascension is a true transformation, just like a mortal ascension to achieve the body of an immortal in the sun. Of course, the Assassinator did not really ascend to an immortal in the sun, but just had a stronger body and survival ability. The most important ability of the Assassinator is to fly. In cosmic combat, he cannot fly and does not even have the qualifications to participate in the battle. Even the constraints of the planet cannot be separated from it, and there is only a share of being slaughtered by others. The Assassinator is also more powerful and can survive in a space environment without the need for spacesuits and oxygen supply. There is also the most important fundamental life base of the Assassinator, which some people also call it the spiritual base or the blade of the heart. A life base is condensed by the base variables in the body of the base transformer. When it is promoted and upgraded, the life base will be condensed at the same time. The life base can be freely integrated into one with the body, and can fly away from the body and kill enemies automatically. It can be controlled, it will even be away from the body. Although it is not a hand or a foot, it is better than a hand or a foot, so some people call it the fifth limb. In cosmic warfare, life base is the most important means of combat. During air combat, there are few opportunities to fight in close combat. Long-range attack weapons such as Heartblade is the main weapon of air combat. Different evolutionary techniques practiced, different talents, and even different absorbed base fluids may condense different types of life bases when ascending. Generally speaking, most life bases are more common with similar weapons, so they are called the Heartblade. For basic changers, Ascensioners are super big guys with crushing strength. The Subsheng base is much larger than the Suanio base, but it is still just a small base in the marginal area. Few people in the Lu family have seen Fei Xing's boss. When they see the old man, they think they have seen the legendary immortal. A master of flying upgrades, I'm here to my Lu family. I wonder what advice. Lu Mingchuan obviously recognized the Ascensioner. He thought it was not good, but he still did not lose his temperament. He looked at the silver-haired old man and asked. My surname is Zhang, and I come from the Wanderer base. The old silver-haired man stood in the yard with his hands behind his back, with a red jade sword hanging beside him, with a bit of a demeanor among immortals. The Zhang family of Wanderer base? Lu Mingchuan's eyes changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yan. His surname is also Zhang. If Lu Mingchuan could not guess anything now, he would not be the head of the Lu family. No, Zhang Guyuan nodded slightly. Although he did not show any arrogance, he could not ignore his attitude. As soon as the words came, the sword light flashed, and the red jade sword weapon beside Zhang Guyuan flashed like lightning. When everyone realized it, the shackles on Zhang Yan's body had broken all over the ground, and the red sword weapon had also returned to Zhang Guyuan's side, which was incredibly fast. "Master Lu," I said, "I can't make the decision with my life." Zhang Yan moved his hands and feet, walked to Zhang Guyuan's side, and looked at Lu Mingchuan and said coldly, "Our Lu family and the Zhang family at the Wanderer base have always had no grudges." "What does the Zhang family mean?" Lu Mingchuan is still neither humble nor arrogant. The head of the Lu family doesn't need to worry too much. My nephew is training in your Lu family. I'll just come and see him. Zhang Guyuan said with a smile, "I and Lu Shen from the Cape base have once explored the alien world together. In fact, you are my juniors." When Lu Mingchuan heard Zhang Guyuan say this, he remained vigilant, but he also knew that Zhang Guyuan should not be in a dilemma with their Lu family. Lu Shen is the ascensioner of the Lu family. Although she has long been away from the Lu family, since Zhang Guyuan knows her, he should not attack the people of the Lu family in full view. Moreover, he had already spread the news about the King of Realm development device to the Cape base, and he believed that people would come to the Cape base soon. Since that's the case, let Zhang Yan leave it to you. Lu Mingchuan was helpless. He knew that Zhang Guyuan had arrived here so soon because he knew Zhang Yan and knew what Zhang Yan would encounter after he came out, so he rushed over early and would definitely not let them hurt Zhang Yan. The Wanderer base is much farther from here than the Cape base, and he can get here first is enough to illustrate many problems. I would like to thank the head of the Lu family for this. After Zhang Guyuan said that, his eyes narrowed slightly, and continued, "There is another thing I want to ask the head of the Lu family for help." "You are joking. The Lu family's basic transformation family, what can help you with a big shot like you?" Lu Mingchuan frowned. The head of the Lu family is too worried. With my connection with the Lu family, how could the Lu family make it difficult? I just want to know where Lin Shen is now. Zhang Guyuan stared at Lu Mingchuan and said, "Chapter 93 Run away? I believe you, the old man is so bad. You have no idea about my Lu family, so how could you let Zhang Yan hide his identity and run to my Lu family to be a thug? Chun Chun is just an undercover agent. Now that your identity is exposed, what are you telling me about the origin? The bullshit origin." Lu Mingchuan thought so in his heart, but his face was not revealed at all, and he said with a smile, "What you are talking about is that, based on your relationship with the Lu family, our Lu family should help with such insignificant matters. Unfortunately, Lin Shen is not from our Lu family, and we have no way to know where he went. Otherwise, I will send someone to inquire now and inform you as soon as possible. What do you think of this? This is your Lu family's sub-sacred base. Do you still need to inquire where Lin Shen is?" Zhang Guyuan was obviously a little dissatisfied. Lu Mingchuan sighed and said helplessly, "In addition to my Lu family, there is also a Su family in the Asia God base. Lin Shen has an extraordinary relationship with the Su family, and I can't do anything about it." Zhang Guyuan frowned secretly. Lu Mingchuan was really slippery, like a non-stick pot, making him unable to start. He can't really do anything about the Lu family. If he, as the Ascendant, attacks the juniors of the Lu family without any reason, then Lu Shen will dare to kill all the juniors of the Zhang family. If Lu Mingchuan really asked Lin Shen's news, he was afraid that Lu Mingchuan would inform him. After all, this is a sub-god base, not a homeless base. Without eyeliner and manpower, he had no good idea. If he hadn't been worried about Zhang Yan's safety and there were some other reasons, he wouldn't have come here alone in advance. If he brought more staff, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Lin Shen is indeed not in the Lu family. After he came out of the King of Realm development device, he and Wei Wufu left. However, I guess they should still be at the assassin base. It is not difficult to find them. Leave this matter to me. Zhang Yan said. At that time, he watched Lin Shen and Wei Wufu leave, and he also saw that Zhang Guyuan might not be able to ask anything here in Lu Mingchuan, so he took the initiative to speak to avoid Zhang Guyuan being unable to get out of the stage. Okay, you go and do it. I'm a little thirsty. I'm begging for a cup of tea. The head of the Lu family won't mind, right? Zhang Guyuan didn't want to drink tea. This is a warning to the people of the Lu family not to think about informing him. Zhang Yan turned around and left. He had been in the Ashen base for several years, so naturally he had his own tricks. It was not difficult to find someone at the Ashen base. "Welcome, please come inside." Lu Mingchuan calmly welcomed Zhang Guyuan in. Zhang Yan overestimated himself and underestimated the sub-god base. In fact, when Zhang Guyuan arrived in the Lu family, the Yi family had already received news. Madam, please come over. There is something important." The old housekeeper of the Yi family came to the small martial arts training ground and said to Yi Yuzhen, who was ambiguous with Lin Shen. Yi Yuzhen was slightly stunned. If it weren't for a very important matter, the old housekeeper wouldn't have invited her in such a tone. "I'll go and see what's going on. I'll be back soon. You'll be waiting for me here," Yi Yuzhen said to Lin Shen with a smile. "Waiting for you to come back." Lin Shen nodded. Yi Yuzhen followed the old housekeeper out of the small martial arts training ground, and asked casually as she walked, "What's the matter? I'm so anxious to let me go. Could it be that the mushroom beast has hit the base?" "No, a ascensioner came to the Lu family for Zhang Yan. I heard that it was Zhang Yan's uncle and uncle. Now they are looking for Mr. Lin. The wife asked you to discuss this matter," said the old housekeeper. "Is this kind of thing actually happening? Zhang Yan and Fei's upgraded elder?" Yi Yuzhen was also a little surprised when she heard this, and quickly accelerated her pace to find Mrs. Yi. Lin Shen couldn't listen to the conversation between the two outside the door, but Wei Wufu listened to it. "No, Zhang Yan, elder, ascendant, trouble," Wei Wufu said to Lin Shen in a low voice. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this and asked uncertainly, "You said that bad guy Zhang Yan has an elder who is Feishing in his family. Are you here to cause trouble for us now?" "Yes." Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen walked to the door and looked outside. Yi Yu had already walked away. He pondered for a moment and said to Wei Wufu, "Old Wei, let's go." "Where are you going?" Wei Wufu asked as he walked. "Leave the Yi family first, not lead the Ashen base first," Lin Shen said as he walked. He has never seen how powerful the Assassinator is, but he knows that there are no Assassinators and no existences that can compete with Assassinators in the subgod base. If he continues to stay in the Yi family, Zhang Yan and the Ascensioner will come to him, then it will make Yi Yuzhen and the Yi family embarrassed. If they don't hand over Lin Shen, they will offend an Ascensioner, and they may be killed. They handed over Lin Shen, which was really embarrassing to Yi Yu. Lin Shen didn't want to make Yi Yu really embarrassed, and he didn't want to test his human nature, so he had to leave. Before the Assassinator found him, he left the base of the Ascension and rushed into the vast mountains and fields. There might be a glimmer of hope. "Old Wei, if we work hard together, can we kill an Ascensioner?" After Lin Shen and the others left the Subshin base as fast as possible, Lin Shen looked back at the gate of the base and asked Wei Wufu in a deep voice. "We die." Wei Wufu's answer completely wiped out Lin Shen's delusion. "Then let's go." Lin Shen summoned the Red Jade Lion, rode with Wei Wufu, and rushed towards the forest path. Lin Shen was afraid of the beast tide, but an Ascensioner was much more terrifying than the beast tide. Not long after the two of them ran out of the Asian god base, Zhang Yan had already received the news and rushed back to the Lu family as quickly as possible, bringing back the news that Lin Shen and the others left the Asian god base. Run? Where can they go? There is only one death at the end of the world. Zhang Guyuan snorted coldly, stood up and walked out. "Second uncle, I'll go with you. I'll chop off Lin Shen's head with my own hands." Zhang Yan gritted his teeth. He was seen by people all over the world. All of this was attributed to Lin Shen, and he had to kill Lin Shen. Okay. Zhang Guyuan stretched out his hand and pulled Zhang Yan, and flew directly through the air. In the living room of Ye's family, Mrs. Yi was lying on the sofa, fiddling with the black cat's ears. "Mom, who is the elder Zhang Yan's Ascensioner? Do you know him?" Yi Yuzhen asked anxiously after entering the door. "He is not here to find you, why are you doing so anxious?" Mrs. Yi smiled and didn't seem to care at all. "Mom." Yi Yuzhen came behind Mrs. Yi, massaged her shoulders with her hands while acting coquettishly. "You will help him, right?" "His? Which one?" Mrs. Yi asked with a smile. "Mom, don't fool me, you know. Yi Yuzhen said coquettishly while shaking Mrs. Yi. Okay, stop shaking, you will be shaking my neck. Mrs. Yi said with a smile. Then did you agree to me? Yi Yu was really happy. It's useless for me to promise you. Now that kid may have left the assassin base. Mrs. Yi said. What does it mean? Yi Yu was so smart. As soon as she said that, she had figured it out herself. She looked at Mrs. Yi in disbelief and asked, I said, why did the old butler tell me the reason so readily this time? It turned out that he said it to Lin Shen on purpose. Mom, why did you do this? Is Zhang Yan's elder really that powerful? Even you have to use this method to force Lin Shen away? What's the difference between a flying man? I didn't force Lin Shen to leave. He was going to leave by himself. Could it be that I still want to stop him? Mrs. Yi said with a smile, if you want to blame him, blame him. The Lin family is all of the same virtue. They will only run away when they encounter problems. This is the case with his second brother, and so is he. I'm so angry. Yi Yu was so angry that he didn't know who to blame. It's up to Mrs. Yi. Mrs. Yi really didn't drive Lin Shen away. Who told Lin Shen to hear that an ascensioner was causing trouble for him and ran away without even saying a word? Chapter 94 The Sea of Blue Trees. Lin Shen didn't know that Yi Yu's background was so strong. No normal person would have imagined that there was an existence that could compete with the ascension in a mere subgod base. If he knew that Yi Yuzhen said that she was a wealthy family, she would not have mixed even a trace of moisture. She was a truly super wealthy family. If she could handle the ascension and break his legs, he would not have left the Yi family. If you have such thick thighs to hold, who would want to run out and have a life of life? After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu left the Ashen base, they did not run towards the Suanio base. They knew that they could not run away from the ascension, even if they had crystal-based mounts. Running back to the Suanio base now will only affect the entire Lin family, and maybe the assassinator of the Zheng family will discover the Suanio secret. So from the beginning, the two of them ran towards the Sea of Blue Trees. Old Wei, can that assassinator really catch up with us? He wouldn't think we ran home and went to the Suanio base to find us? Lin Shen looked at the surrounding steel jungle and said with some concern. Don't worry, I can catch up. Wei Wufu's eyes were firm. His understanding of the Ascensioner is naturally far better than Lin Shen. He said that he could catch up with him, Lin Shen would be relieved. Old Wei, let's do it. We will run apart later. I will run towards the Sea of Blue Trees and lead them over. You can return to the Suanio base to notify my elder sister and ask her to find a place to avoid it first. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. It's useless, it's too late. Wei Wufu shook his head. I have to try it if it is useful or not. I can't bet that he won't go to the Suanio base after killing me. Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu stared at Lin Shen for a while before looking at the depths of the steel jungle with a burning gaze and said, let's have a gamble, maybe there is a glimmer of hope. Where is the vitality? Lin Shen felt that Wei Wufu spoke much fluently than before. The Sea of Blue Trees, the base is changed to the point, the original egg, the crystal base. Wei Wufu said as he waved the trident in his hand and swept the mushroom beast that was flying towards him. There are more and more mushroom beasts in front of them. Although they are all red-covered mushroom beasts, the number is amazing. There are more than a dozen or 20 groups of red-covered mushroom beasts wandering together everywhere. If you want to be promoted to Jingji, you should say it earlier. We have a mutated sea demon general. You can use that to be promoted to Jingji. Lin Shen didn't understand what Wei Wufu meant. No, it's too late, the original egg, hurry up. The trident in Wei Wufu's hand opened and closed, and the swept mushroom beast group could not get close to it. The red jade lion kept running and rushed out of one mushroom group after another. They had no time to stay and had to enter the Sea of Blue Trees before the assassinators of the Zheng family found them. The Bishu Sea is so dangerous now, we may not be able to rush in. Even if we can rush in, we may not be able to find the original egg. Even if you find it, or even successfully promote the crystal, do you think you are a newly promoted crystal base and can be better than an ascensioner? Lin Shen sighed, it's better to follow my method. I will lead the person away, and you can return to the Suanio base to notify my elder sister. Try it. Wei Wufu ignored him and still cooperated with the red jade lion to rush towards the blue tree sea. Before you touching the edge of the blue sea tree, there are already so many mushroom beasts. The chances of your method succeeding are too low. Lin Shen was a little helpless. Wei Wufu stopped talking and kept waving his trident to sweep away the mushroom beast that was flying towards him to clear the obstacles. These steel-grade mushroom beasts do not pose a threat to them, so neither Wei Wufu nor Lin Shen used the basic transform power. The red jade lion ignored the biting of the red-covered mushroom beast, and kept jumping while running quickly, and even rushed forward on the red-covered mushroom beast's body. Finally, they saw the sea-like steel forest, the legendary sea of blue trees. The red jade lion rushed into the blue tree sea without stopping. After entering the blue tree sea, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu found that there were not as many mushroom beasts here. Strange, didn't it mean that the source of the mushroom beast is the sea of green trees? Why did there be fewer mushroom beasts here? Lin Shen looked around and saw that there were steel green trees everywhere, so it was difficult to see the shadow of the mushroom beast. Just as Lin Shen was wondering, he suddenly saw a black figure standing at the top of a huge green tree in the distance, staring at them coldly. If it weren't for the Q-version figure, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu would almost regard it as a black-clad knight wearing a hat. As a unique existence among the mushroom beasts, Lin Shen recognized the black-covered mushroom beast at a glance. What's wrong? That guy is a little bit wrong. As the distance approached, Lin Shen discovered that the black-covered mushroom beast standing on the canopy had a somewhat different body than before. It was a metal body that was pitch black before, but now it is crystal clear, like a carved black crystal. It has actually been promoted to the crystal base. Lin Shen only felt a headache. The alloy-grade black-covered mushroom beast is already so difficult to deal with. Now that it has been promoted to the crystal base, the threat is even greater. Lin Shen originally thought that relying on the crystal-based red jade lion should be able to make the black-covered mushroom beast fear 3 points, but now it seems that he is thinking too much. The black-covered mushroom beast was still standing on the tree canopy and staring at them coldly. Lin Shen could even see the sarcasm and mockery at the corner of its mouth. Boom! The two felt like an earthquake, and then they saw huge blue-covered mushroom beasts rising up from the ground and appearing around Lin Shen and the others. I'll go, why are there so many alloy-grade blue-covered mushroom beasts? Lin Shen looked at the huge figures appearing in the green woods around them, and the number was probably hundreds, and he was shocked. Last time he only encountered 2 blue-covered mushroom beasts, and this time hundreds of them appeared, and these guys also reproduced too quickly. Bit change. Wei Wufu had already used the base change power when he spoke, and the purple carapace wrapped around his whole body. Lin Shen also used the base change power without hesitation, and the mirror steel shell also turned into armor to protect his body. Both of them knew that it would be a fierce battle. If they could not rush out as soon as possible, even if they had a crystal mount, they would be trapped by the blue-covered mushroom beast group. The red jade lions can fight forever, but their base change power cannot be used all the time. Once the power is consumed too much, they can no longer maintain the base change state. Without the protection of the metal shell, their flesh and blood bodies will be difficult to survive in the beast group. What's more, the crystal-based black-covered mushroom beast is eyeing it not far away, and that guy is enough for them to bear it. What's more, there are deadly assassinators chasing them. There are really wolves in front and tigers in the back, and they are in a dilemma. While the two were about to rush out of the blue-covered mushroom beast group, they suddenly saw a red lightning flash passing through the sky. For a moment, red lights flashed, crisscrossing in the sea of green trees, leaving behind red phantoms. In just a moment, all the blue-covered mushroom beasts stopped moving, as if they had been lit into a hole. Boom! The next second, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu saw the heads of all the blue-covered mushroom beasts explode at the same time, and they fell down one by one. Hundreds of blue-covered mushroom beasts were all saved, and all fell to the ground with headshots. The earth shook, steel branches trembled, and dust rose. 2 figures broke through the air, like immortals entering the air. One of them was Zhang Yan, who was very familiar to both Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Chapter 95 Desperate Situation. Please subscribe for the 5th update. The red lightning turned into a red jade sword and hanged beside another silver-haired old man, allowing Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to clearly know that he was the assassinator of the Zheng family. Although I had known that the assassinator was very terrible, Lin Shen felt his scalp numb before he could actually see that the assassinator had just arrived, and he instantly killed hundreds of blue-covered mushroom beasts with a sword, which made Lin Shen feel numb. This made Lin Shen not know how to fight this battle for a while. The speed of the red jade sword was faster than the bullets he fired with the angel revolver, but this speed was enough to make people desperate. Boom! The two figures in the sky seemed to have an accelerator turned on the ground in an instant. The terrifying power made the stone ground harder than granite under the silver-haired old man's feet crack like a spider web. The assassinator is so terrifying. Lin Shen frowned slightly. If the opponent is at the crystal base level, even the top crystal base can still fight with his current strength and trump card. But facing the Ascensioner, Lin Shen could not see any possibility of victory. Wei Wufu jumped off the back of the red jade lion, crossed the trident in his hand, and stared at Zhang Guyuan with bright eyes. Your name is Wei Wufu, right? It's from the Wei family in Tiancheng? Zhang Guyuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wei Wufu. If you want to fight, just fight. Speak nonsense, stop talking. Wei Wufu stood in front of Lin Shen with an expressionless face and said. The Wei family in Tiancheng, guarding a city for 100 years, is the hardest backbone of my humanity. I have too little time to admire it, and I will never hurt the Wei family. Zhang Guyuan said, looking at Lin Shen, who was still riding on the back of the red jade lion. This person takes something that should belong to my nephew. I will seek justice for my nephew. This is also a matter of course. It has nothing to do with you, so you should leave. Lin Shen sneered in his heart. He said it nicely, but he was afraid of the reputation of the Wei family in Tiancheng and did not want to kill Wei Wufu to cause trouble. With his eyes turned, Lin Shen looked at Zhang Guyuan and said, Who are you from Zhangyan? This is my second uncle, Zhang Guyuan, the Ascensioner. I'm afraid you haven't even heard of this name. Zhang Yan continued disdainfully, You have the right to take death, and you can't blame others. If you want to blame, you shouldn't be the enemy of me. You chose the wrong opponent. Lin Shen ignored Zhang Yan at all, and still looked at Zhang Guyuan and sneered, You come to find me, probably not as simple as avenging Zhang Yan. Do you want my 2 mutated siren's eggs, or do you want the angel revolver in my hand? Everything is needed. Zhang Guyuan's face did not change at all. The red jade sword floating beside him trembled and suddenly disappeared in the next second. Not on me. Lin Shen saw nothing, but while Zhang Guyuan was speaking, he heard that his tone was wrong. Before the red jade sword could move, he had already turned over and jumped off the back of the red jade lion, and shouted. Buzz! The red jade sword stopped in front of Lin Shen. The tip of the sword was already pressed against Lin Shen's forehead. Just by contact, the tip of the sword pierced the mirror shell, and blood slowly oozed out of the shell. Wei Wufu's face changed. His movements were much slower and he had no time to block the red jade sword. Old Wei, don't move. Lin Shen shouted and raised his trident, trying to sweep the red jade sword away. Lin Shen stared at the red jade sword in front of him. There were strange patterns on the sword body that looked like blood jade. The pattern was not portrayed on the surface of the sword body, but was more like it was growing inside the jade sword, emitting a strange light, like an evil dragon and a poisonous snake, and it was also changing like life. Lin Shen knew that this was the spirit of the life foundation. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the life foundation. If ordinary people saw magical things like the red jade sword, they would have been scared to death. Lin Shen could feel that the fat man in his backpack was motionless, perhaps because he sensed the terribleness of the Ascensioner and did not dare to show up. Those 2 mutated squid god eggs are not on me. If you kill me, you will never get them. Lin Shen slowly untied his backpack and threw them on the ground, then threw everything in his pocket on the ground, so that Zhang Guyuan could see that there was no mutated squid god egg on his body. When Lin Shen left the Yi family, he did not take away the mutant squid god eggs. First, it was not hatched and it was not useful at all. Second, he was also considering that if he died, he would not be able to take advantage of the Zheng family. It is better to leave it to Yi Yuzhen than to be snatched away by the person who killed him. You are a smart person. Tell me, where is the thing? 2 mutated squid gods will replace the lives of you too. Zhang Guyuan said lightly. Why should I believe you? Lin Shen asked back. You have no choice. Zhang Guyuan's eyes froze, the red jade sword trembled again, the tip of the sword stabbed in a little more, and blood immediately oozed out again. Okay, I'll tell you where it is. Lin Shen immediately shouted loudly. Say? Zhang Guyuan's eyes were decisive, as if a word was wrong, the red jade sword would pierce Lin Shen's head. The reason why he came so quickly was to save Zhang Yan, and another important reason was that the 2 mutated squid god eggs were, otherwise he would not have to come to Lin Shen in such a hurry. At his level, it is not difficult to find a mutated crystal base egg, but it is not easy to find a pair of mutated twin eggs, and it also needs to meet his requirements. If it were just for a red jade lion, he would not be so anxious to avenge Zhang Yan. He should have gone to the king of realm development equipment, where the benefits there are not comparable to a red jade lion. It was because Lin Shen saw through this that he shouted out such words, which was just like this that saved his life temporarily. Can you take this thing away? Lin Shen pointed to the red jade sword in front of his forehead and said. It's the same everywhere, and you will be killed in an instant, thousands of miles away. Zhang Guyuan meant to tell Lin Shen not to play tricks. No matter where his sword was, he could still kill him in an instant. I just want to point you at the location where I hide things. You are too concerned. Lin Shen had this thing inserted on his forehead, and he didn't dare to move his head, so he could only turn his body carefully. Seeing him like this, Zhang Guyuan snorted coldly, and the red jade sword suddenly appeared beside him like a teleportation. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, wiped away the blood from his forehead, moved his neck, and before Zhang Guyuan could urge him, he turned his head and looked around, as if he was identifying somewhere. Wei Wufu knew that Lin Shen was delaying time, but he couldn't figure out what the meaning of Lin Shen was delaying time like this. Now no one can come to save them, and Lin Shen can't delay much time, and the final result is still the same. If you don't want to die, Zhang Guyuan may not have killed him in order to mutate the squid god egg. But letting Zhang Guyuan know that Lin Shen is teasing him, it may anger him and make him make a killer. After all, something like the mutated Siren's god's egg is not a necessary product for assassinators. He probably also prepared this thing for his juniors, and it may not be useful to threaten him. Lin Shen was delaying time, but he was not waiting for rescue, but waiting for the black-covered mushroom beast. Zhang Guyuan killed so many brothers of Haigai Mushroom Beast as soon as he arrived. With Lin Shen's understanding of Haigai Mushroom Beast, his revengeful personality should not give up. I haven't seen it since I just now, and I don't know if it dares to come out. Although the chance is slim, it is always better than nothing. Lin Shen is unwilling to let go of any possibility of survival. On there. Lin Shen seemed to see something, his eyes lit up slightly, and he pointed at the other side and said to Zhang Guyuan. Chapter 96, Secret Trick, Additional Update for the Leader of Epicac. Zhang Guyuan and Zhang Yan both looked in the direction Lin Shen pointed, but they didn't see anything. In fact, the other side was the direction they came, and they didn't see anything when they came. Of course they couldn't see it, because there was nothing there, at least when they looked over there, there was nothing there. When Lin Shen looked over there just now, there was something there. He saw the black-covered mushroom beast standing silently behind a big tree, only revealing half of its gloomy face, pointing its claws in one direction. The next second, the black-covered mushroom beast suddenly disappeared without even a sound. Zhang Guyuan and Zhang Yan were both staring at Lin Shen at that time, and they couldn't see anything behind them at all. However, it was impossible for Zhang Guyuan, the Ascendant, to hear a little, and the black-covered mushroom beast's ability was beyond the ordinary crystal base. Lin Shen knew that the black-covered mushroom beast was not a good person. It was afraid of Zhang Guyuan and did not dare to take action on its own, wanting Lin Shen to lead Zhang Guyuan to a certain place. That place should be a trap designed by the black-covered mushroom beast. If Lin Shen goes, he might be even more unlucky than Zhang Guyuan. But Lin Shen has no other choice now. Maybe there may be a glimmer of hope if he goes there. If he doesn't go there, he will be lifeless. Lin Shen, don't think that it's over if you point a direction casually. Lead the way forward. If you can't find it, I will peel your skin alive, so that you can't live or die. Zhang Yan's disgust and hatred for Lin Shen was not concealed at all. He has the final say, or do you have the final say? If he has the final say, it will be a death anyway. You can kill me now. Lin Shen ignored Zhang Yan and looked at Zhang Guyuan and said. Zhang Guyuan looked at Lin Shen and saw that Lin Shen was not moved at all. As if he was determined, he said lightly, "Of course I have the final say in your deal with me." "Okay, you are a big shot, you speak with all your words, I believe you." Lin Shen said as he was about to pick up all his things. "Don't move." Zhang Yan stopped him and took all Lin Shen's things. "Damn, I thought you were so arrogant." It turned out to be a poor man. Zhang Yan flipped through Lin Shen's things, and only an angel revolver and his red jade lion pet were valuable, and the rest were garbage. As a pet like the iron horse, Zhang Yan threw it directly on the ground, and he was too lazy to pick it up. Zhang Yan also threw the fat boy on the ground, kicked him, and cursed, "What a person is playing with. The garbage pets have to be kept by garbage." Lin Shen remained silent and squatted down to pick up the pet capsules that Zhang Yan threw on the ground. Click. Zhang Yan stepped down and directly stepped on the pet capsule that Lin Shen wanted to pick up into pieces. Wei Wufu was about to rush up with a trident, but Lin Shen, who was squatting there, looked up and stopped Wei Wufu, and said lightly, "The person is under the eaves, I have to bow my head. Old Wei, bear it and save my life first. A person who knows the times is a hero. You are really able to bend and stretch. I have begun to appreciate you a little." Zhang Yan mocked. Seeing Lin Shen picking up the things on the ground like picking up garbage on the ground, Zhang Yan was in a very happy mood. "It is impossible to survive. Just bear with it. It will be mine if you endure it until the end of your life." Zhang Yan seemed to have seen the regret, unwillingness, despair, and frustration when Lin Shen was tortured by him. Seeing Lin Shen endure humiliation and live a life of silence, just for a glimmer of hope, and finally he would be trampled upon by him. Only in this way can Zhang Yan feel happy and relieve the hatred in his heart. Lin Shen did not care what Zhang Yan thought. After packing up his things, he led the way ahead and headed towards the way they came. Although Zhang Guyuan and Zhang Yan were suspicious, they also felt it was reasonable. If the things were not on Lin Shen, they could only hide on their way to escape. If Lin Shen walked towards the depths of the Blue Tree Sea, or in other directions, Zhang Guyuan would not hesitate at all, and would just cut off one of his arms first. Lin Shen followed the way he came, but he had no idea what the hell was doing. He didn't know what the hell was doing. Can the trap it sets to work for an assassinator? If it fails, Lin Shen will be dead. If it has an effect and even the Ascendant can't resist it, can he and Wei Wufu withstand it? The result is probably not very good. Lin Shen wanted Wei Wufu to leave first. It was probably because Zhang Guyuan was afraid that the Wei family in Tiancheng would not stop him, but Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu was definitely not the kind of person who could leave first. If Lin Shen forced him away, it would make Zhang Guyuan and the others suspicious. It's all a difficult situation, and Lin Shen can only take one step at a time. How far is it? Don't delay time anymore. Every time you delay for a minute, when you look back and peel you, I will let you live one more day. Zhang Yan urged Lin Shen to leave quickly. Give me the red jade lion, and I will naturally be able to get faster when I ride it. Lin Shen said calmly. Zhang Yan was about to say something, but suddenly felt the ground shaking, and the trees around him were shaking violently. The place where they stepped on was more than 10 meters in diameter. Suddenly it was raised, and a huge amethyst mushroom beast drilled out from the ground. Zhang Guyuan grabbed Zhang Yan and flew into the air in an instant. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were not so lucky. As the giant amethyst mushroom emerged, the two of them fell and fell. Seeing a mountain-like amethyst mushroom beast breaking out of the ground and swallowing Zhang Guyuan and Zhang Yan in the air, a glimmer of hope arose in Lin Shen's heart. Such a huge crystal-based creature must have extremely powerful power. It may be able to compete with the Ascensioners, and at least last for a while. Maybe they will have hope of escaping. Bang! Lin Shen's hope was shattered with a loud bang, and the red jade sword beside Zhang Guyuan flashed and penetrated the head of the amethyst mushroom beast. Seeing the amethyst mushroom beast's head exploded with the mushroom cap, Lin Shen's mood also sank to the bottom of the valley. The Assassinator's strength is already outrageously strong, and it is not comparable to the basic creatures. The design of the black cover mushroom beast is useless. Not to mention an amethyst mushroom beast, even if there are 10 or hundreds of them, Zhang Guiyuan can kill him with just one sword. In the face of absolute strength, it seems that all conspiracies and tricks have become jokes. Is the design of the black-covered mushroom beast just like this? Lin Shen looked at the amethyst mushroom beast falling down with a bang, stirring up dust and steel thorns in the sky, and was a little confused. With the sinister nature of the black cover mushroom beast, if there were a few more amethyst mushroom beasts, Lin Shen would still feel normal. Now there is only one such one, as if she was deliberately delivering vegetables, which makes Lin Shen a little suspicious. Is there a backup plan? Lin Shen's thoughts were shocked. After Zhang Guiyuan confirmed that the amethyst mushroom beast was dead, he took Zhang Yan down. He didn't know that there was such a sinister and cunning existence as the black cover mushroom beast, and he thought it was a sneak attack by the crystal-based creature, so he naturally didn't care. Zhang Yan was even a little excited. This amethyst mushroom beast was obviously a mutant creature. If it was fertile, wouldn't it make a lot of money if it was fertile? Lin Shen looked at Zhang Yan walking towards the corpse of the amethyst mushroom beast, trying to see if there was a base in the broken mushroom cap, but suddenly his heart moved. Is it poison? Not poison, it should be a more advanced thing, otherwise it would be impossible to hide it from Zhang Guiyuan. Lin Shen seemed to have guessed something. But before he could take action, he suddenly felt that the scenery in front of him seemed to have become dreamy, and the real scenery seemed to have become like a comic, with elves spinning in front of him. There is actually a leader who has no manuscripts left and has written a chapter now. Chapter 97: The Terrible Illusion. Lin Shen only felt that the scene in front of him seemed to have become a weird world written by abstract painters, and all kinds of bizarre things are hard to express. The trees seemed to have come alive, turning into monsters and rising up from the ground. Instead of attacking Lin Shen, they swayed their waists and twisted their hips and jumped up. Subject 3, the main focus was outrageous. The white clouds in the sky dripped like milk. When you look closely, there was no milk. It was clearly the bubbles in the bathtub. A beautiful woman was taking a bubble bath in the sky. Those bubbles are really not the place. Lin Shen's brain was extremely excited because he saw a rope that led to the sky and connected to the bathtub. Lin Shen rushed up and pulled the rope and climbed up. Beauty, wait for me, I'll go over and have a baby with you. Wei Wufu on the other side was lying on the ground, his arms and legs kept kicking hard, sometimes breaststroke, sometimes butterfly, sometimes backstroke, and sometimes muttering in his mouth, swimming is simple, and you will be afraid. Seeing the abnormality between Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, his first reaction was to grab Zhang Yan's collar, fly straight up, and instantly reach high altitude. Lin Shen is like this, no one can imagine that it was Lin Shen who brought him into the trap. Of course, Zhang Guiyuan didn't realize that this was a trap at this time, and he thought that the amethyst mushroom beast appeared by chance. After all, he didn't know that there would be such a sinister black-covered mushroom beast to plot against him, so he was unable to kill Lin Shen at the first time. Zhang Guiyuan felt something was wrong with his mind, and he was a little dazed. Just as he was about to do something, he suddenly felt something was wrong with Zhang Yan being grabbed by him. When he looked down, he saw Zhang Yan hugging his legs with both hands, stretching his tongue and licking it wildly, his face full of a perverted smile, and he was still licking it. It smells so good. Zhang Guiyuan gritted his teeth, threw Zhang Yan down, turned his head and looked for Lin Shen in the forest, wanting to kill him first, so as not to have any problems. But when he turned his head, what he saw was no longer a forest, but a huge spiritual sea. Various spiritual foundations are piled up together, like the ocean. Each spiritual foundation is dazzling and shining, and various spiritual patterns seem to flow inside. The spiritual foundation, so many spiritual foundations, hallucinations, no. The spiritual foundations are all mine. Zhang Guiyuan had some willpower at first, and wanted to escape far away, and even cut himself with a sword, trying to keep it clear, but unfortunately it was useless, and he slowly fell into it. At that time, the steel-grade poisonous mushroom beasts were able to make Wei Wufu hallucinate. The hallucination ability of this mutated amethyst mushroom was obviously many times stronger than that of the mutated poisonous mushroom beast, and even the assassinator was unable to escape. The red jade sword beside Zheng Guyuan fell down crookedly because no one controlled it and was inserted into the soil of the forest. Zheng Guyuan had a cracked mouth and drooling, threw away his backpack and things on his body, fell down like a fool, and reached out to pull out the branches on the tree. Are mine, I will become the strongest assassinator. Everyone was in a frenzy, but at this moment there was a black figure, like a killer wearing a straw hat, appearing in the forest in the distance, looking coldly at the few people who were in hallucinations here. Instead of going to Lin Shen, it went to the corpse of the amethyst mushroom beast, and flew up and kicked the damaged mushroom cap of the amethyst mushroom beast. Countless purple dust that was difficult to see with the naked eye burst out and gathered together, covering the nearby large area like smoke and fog. Looking at Lin Shen, the people who were shrouded in purple smoke, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the black-covered mushroom beast. The next second, the black-covered mushroom beast suddenly jumped up and came to Zhang Guyuan. His fists and feet were used together, and a set of silky combos, the front paws and hind paws fell on Zhang Guyuan like a storm. Zhang Guyuan retreated repeatedly, like a big sandbag ravaged by madness. But he still had a satisfied smile on his face, and he was still saying, "It's all mine, it's all mine." Bang! Finally, Zhang Guyuan's body hit a big tree, breaking the steel tree as thick as a bucket. His clothes were torn apart, hanging like strands of rags. The exposed skin and muscles were green and purple, and they looked miserable, but the black-covered mushroom beast looked at him in surprise. Without the protection of the carapace, the crystal-based black-covered mushroom beast, with all its strength, can only make his body green and purple, causing no fatal injuries. Such physical strength is indeed a bit terrifying. The black-covered mushroom's eyes turned, as if he had thought of something, and turned around and ran towards another place. Lin Shen held a small sapling as thick as a fist, crawling there, as if he was going to go to the sky, but he couldn't climb up. Suddenly, Lin Shen shuddered, and the weird scene in front of him became even more bizarre, and the whole world seemed to be about to be distorted. After this, the distortion in front of him was slowly corrected, and Lin Shen gradually felt that the power in his body was flowing with the theory of evolution. Now Lin Shen realized that he had been influenced by hallucinations just now, but evolution saved him and pulled him out of the hallucinations. It's not just about pulling it out, but evolution is strengthening and mutating his body, giving him a certain resistance to the fundamental cause of hallucination. This is a continuous process. The twisted world in front of Lin Shen has not been fully restored, and the theory of evolution has not stopped operating, which means that his reinforcement mutation has not ended. After a while, Lin Shen felt that the distorted world in front of him had almost returned to normal, at least he could see clearly the situation in front of him. I saw that Wei Wufu was swimming in a different position not far away. In another place, Zheng Yan was holding a tree branch and kissing and licking it. His perverted smile, I don't know what he did in his hallucination. Even Zhang Guyuan seemed to be a pervert, crazily pulling out the nearby steel blades and branches, and was muttering something in his mouth. What a powerful hallucination ability, can even a sentence survive? Lin Shen was surprised and happy. What was shocked was the ability of the amethyst mushroom beast, but what was happy was that the theory of evolution could actually make him withstand it, which was an ability that even the assassinator could not withstand. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard some sounds, as if something was dragging in the steel jungle. He felt a move in his heart, and hurriedly hugged the sapling just now and started his performance. During the performance, Lin Shen took a sneak look and saw the black-covered mushroom beast walking over with a red jade sword. The red jade sword is only 3 or 4 feet long and only 3 fingers wide. It is already a relatively large sword for ordinary humans, but for a crystal-based creature, how heavy can such a large sword be? It can be seen that the sword seems to be really heavy, and the crystal-based black-covered mushroom beasts are dragged over. Lin Shen recognized the red jade sword at a glance as Zhang Guyuan's heartblade, and his heart couldn't help but move. Whether it is the foundation of life, the foundation of spirit or the blade of the heart, it is actually a kind of instrument condensed by the assassinator. When the assassinator lives, the life foundation is one with him, but if the assassinator dies, the life foundation can be preserved for others to use, then it will be the spiritual foundation. Because there is a spirit in the blade of heart, it can exist alone and will not die with the ascensioner. In the battle of the assassinator, it is very common to plunder the heartblade of other creatures for their own use. After all, every assassinator can only condense a heart blade, and everything else depends on grabbing. Chapter 98: The Blade of the Heart. I don't know if the basic transformer can use the heart blade. I have forgotten to ask the heart. Lin Shen continued to perform his acting skills and secretly peeked at the black-covered mushroom beast's every move. The black-covered mushroom beast dragged the red jade sword to the front of Zhang Guiyuan. His two claws were clamped with the hilt of the sword, and suddenly lifted the red jade sword with force, stabbing Zhang Guiyuan hard in the heart. Zhang Guiyuan never dreamed that he would be pierced by his heart blade. If Zhang Guiyuan was awake, the black-covered mushroom beast's move would undoubtedly be seeking death. As long as Zhang Guiyuan thought about it, the blade of the heart can be decomposed and integrated into his body, and in turn become his help. But now he was still in hallucination and had no such consciousness at all. The red jade sword directly pierced his chest and penetrated it with the heart inside. Perhaps it was a rebirth that Zhang Guiyuan actually woke up, looked down at the red jade sword that penetrated his chest, and then at the black-covered mushroom beast in front of him. The black-covered mushroom beast was startled and flew back dozens of meters away. Zhang Guiyuan seemed to be extremely angry, and the red jade sword inserted into his chest turned into red particles and merged into his body, and then condensed into a sword from his hands. He threw it directly at the black-covered mushroom beast that was quickly retreating. The red jade sword turned into a red lightning, instantly crossing the distance between one man and one beast. He did not give the black-covered mushroom beast a chance to dodge, so he inserted it into its chest and penetrated it in an instant, as if the crystal-based body was made of paper. The unparalleled power directly brought the body of the black-covered mushroom beast to fly, and broke countless big trees in succession, and was nailed to a giant steel tree that needed several people to hug. Zhang Guiyuan stared at the black-covered mushroom beast, his eyes full of hatred. With a thought, he wanted to control the red jade sword to cut the black-covered mushroom beast into pieces. But when his thoughts moved, the red jade sword that was supposed to move with his thoughts was just trembling and unable to fly. The black-covered mushroom beast had a red jade sword clamped with its claws. The black crystal mushroom cap on its head emitted a crystal white light. The place where the crystal white light seemed to have even become much cleaner. I don't know if it was affected by the white light, but Wei Wufu and Zhang Yan, who were trapped in the hallucination, gradually woke up. Lin Shen originally wanted to continue pretending, but when he saw the situation, he could only pretend to have just woken up. Wei Wufu looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. The black-covered mushroom beast was nailed to the tree, and the white robe on Zhang Guiyuan's chest was stained with blood. Instead, he and Lin Shen looked completely injured. This was a scene he never dared to imagine in his dreams. Zhang Yan, who had recovered from soberness, immediately ran to Zhang Guiyuan when he saw the scene and asked worriedly, "Second uncle, are you okay?" When Lin Shen heard what he said, he wanted to suck him for Zhang Guiyuan. Judging from the injuries on Zhang Guiyuan's body, how could it be fine? His heart was penetrated. For humans, that was not a minor injury. After all, ascensioners are also flesh and blood. Unless they are some people who have practiced special evolution techniques or have special talents and can quickly recover from injuries, the heart is bound to die. The white clothes on Zhang Guiyuan's body were almost dyed red. At first glance, he probably wasn't the kind of ascensioner with rapid recovery ability. Even if this injury could not kill him, he would probably have only half his life left. Zhang Guiyuan ignored Zhang Yan and walked step by step towards the black-covered mushroom beast, with red jade carapace appearing on his body. As Zhang Guiyuan approached, the red jade sword inserted into the black-covered mushroom beast trembled more and more violently, as if it would fly out at any time. The black-covered mushroom beast gritted its teeth and insisted. The white light above its head became stronger and stronger, and the red jade sword was unable to fly back for a long time. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both a little surprised. The black-covered mushroom beast, a crystal base, was able to compete with the Ascensioner. Its ability was indeed terrifying. Of course, this is also because Zhang Guiyuan was hit hard first, otherwise the black-covered mushroom beast would have been killed by him long ago. Zhang Guiyuan's body was protected by a carapace, and others could not see anything, but he himself knew very well that the blood flowing out of the wound of his heart was accumulated in his body. He would not live long. He would take the black-covered mushroom beast and Lin Shen and others to the road before he died. He hated himself for being careless. He had been fighting against alien stars for many years and never thought that he would die on his mother planet. In his opinion, there are only those mysterious base change areas on the parent star that can hurt him. The basic creatures and the rest of the places were not worth worrying about. If he could be more careful and use the carapace guard from the beginning, he would not end like this. The strong winds and waves have survived, but they have capsized in such a small river. Zhang Guyuan's hatred is no longer enough to be described in words. He forced his life base to destroy it, but he used too much force, and the blood in his heart exploded even more violently. If it weren't for the shell wrapped around it, he might have already spewed out, causing Zhang Guyuan, who had not been able to use all his strength, to stagger even more. Lin Shen, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape with Wei Wufu, saw this situation. The two looked at each other and silently took out their weapons. Wei Wufu held the trident tightly, and Lin Shen also pulled out the dead powder wrapped around him. With a trembling hand, the dead powder instantly turned from a rope to a spear. My backpack has a pet launcher. Use the pet inside to kill Lin Shen. Zhang Guyuan saw the backpack that fell in the distance and said to Zhang Yan on the side. He had no chance of survival anymore, and he did not expect Lin Shen to find the mutated Siren's god general. Lin Shen must be killed. Zhang Yan hurriedly ran over to pick up the backpack on the ground, took out a simple pistol-style pet launcher from the backpack, and pointed it directly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not surprised but happy when he saw Zhang Yan pointing him with a pet launcher. He couldn't say that he could use this thing to kill him. Zhang Yan would definitely not be able to do it. This is another pet launcher that is flying to upgrade. You don't have the ability to activate it yet. Take out the pet capsules inside. The first 3 are ascending pets, and you can't use them. The last 5 are mutant crystal-based pets. Take them out and activate them directly, or put them in that angel revolver. Use them to kill Lin Shen. Zhang Guyuan competed with the black-covered mushroom beast while giving advice to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan immediately opened the magazine and took out the pet capsule and key inside. He hesitated for a moment and did not choose to directly activate the mutant crystal-based pet, but put it into the angel revolver and pointed the muzzle at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, when you leaned on this angel revolver and showed off your power on that planet, you didn't expect that one day you would die under its gun, right? Zhang Yan pointed the gun at Lin Shen and said coldly. Don't you want the mutated squad god general? Lin Shen said while rushing forward, trying to deceive Zhang Yan with words. I want it, but I want to kill you more. As he said that, Zhang Yan pulled the trigger without hesitation. The cold light flashed in Wei Wufu's eyes, and he rushed towards Zhang Yan like a tiger. Lin Shen also rushed over, and at the same time, he threw the dead fans in his hand directly at Zhang Yan as a javelin. The dead powder turned into a dark red light and shadow, and flew towards Zhang Yan, who was about to shoot. Zhang Yan showed disdain in his eyes and shot the dead fans in the air. In his opinion, it was just an alloy-level weapon, but a dead object. The mutated crystal-based pet that was shot can directly smash the dead powder. The gunshot. The mutant crystal base capsule exploded at a speed of 44. After exiting the muzzle, it turned into a mutant black armored centipede, hitting the dead powder. Chapter 99, Try to the Death. The moment when the mutated black armor centipede was about to collide with the dead pink, which was originally as straight as a gun, bent into a spring-shaped body. The mutated black armor centipede penetrated through it, and the dead pink became straight again, and pierced at Zhang Yan's forehead at an incredible speed. The speed of the Superbase burst out instantly made Zhang Yan, who was also alloy level, unable to react at all. He could only watch the dead acne coming, and was shocked. On the other hand, the purple shell on Wei Wufu's body suddenly swelled up, and the originally thin shell turned into a thick armor, making Wei Wufu, who was already very majestic, look like a human-shaped mecha warrior. Wei Wufu's trident pierced out wildly and met the mutated black-armored centipede flying over. Sparks splashed everywhere, and the powerful impact force made Wei Wufu's body retreat continuously. His legs plowed out 2 deep grooves on the ground, and the mutated black-armored centipede also landed on the ground. The mutated crystal-based creature failed to take much advantage of Wei Wufu. Almost at the same time, a palm wrapped in a red jade shell grabbed the dead fans that stabbed Zhang Yan in the face. It was Zheng Guyuan who took the dead fans. Zheng Guyuan wanted to crush the dead powder directly, but when he squeezed it hard, the spearhead suddenly became soft and boneless, as if he was pinching a cotton flower. He couldn't use it, but he couldn't crush it all at once. The dead pink went up and wrapped around Zheng Guyuan's arm, as if it was like a soft silk around his fingers. Shoot and kill them! Zheng Guyuan almost yelled. When he was fighting against the black-covered mushroom beast, he also pulled out his hand to block the dead fans for Zhang Yan. When he was distracted, his control over the heartblade became even weaker. There was a roar around, as if the earth was shaking, and a large number of mushroom beasts were rushing towards the side. Zhang Yan then realized and raised his gun and pointed it at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's carapace had turned like a red iron piece, and he was like an Iron Man who had just crawled out of the high-temperature stove, rushing towards Zhang Yan frantically. Go to die! Zhang Yan's face was ferocious and distorted, and he roared and pulled the trigger directly. It's too late. The forest depth, which was less than 5 meters away from Zhang Yan, suddenly increased to an incredible level. Before Zhang Yan's finger could be completely pulled down, Lin Shen, who was emitting a brilliant light all over his body, had already appeared in front of him, snatched the angel revolver with one hand, and pointed the other hand at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't understand why a steel level can explode with such speed. Even at the crystal base level, it was not as fast as that. Zheng Guyuan also discovered this incredible scene, and was extremely shocked. He actually gave up the fight with the black-covered mushroom beast for the heartblade. He pulled Zhang Yan with his other hand and pulled him behind him, causing Lin Shen's finger to fail. You have to die. Zheng Guyuan suddenly realized that if Lin Shen could not be killed today, this young man would probably become the biggest nightmare of the Zheng family. So he would rather give up killing the black-covered mushroom beast that left him dead than kill Lin Shen to prevent future troubles. Zheng Guyuan appeared in front of Lin Shen like a ghost. His other hand, which was not entangled by dead fans, grabbed Lin Shen's chest like blood-red jade claws. It was too fast, it was too fast. Lin Shen didn't even have time to shoot and bless the 7-step war. Zheng Guyuan's hand had already reached his chest. With this grab, he might tear his chest open and his heart would be caught. Wei Wufu was fighting with the mutated black armored centipede and had no time to rescue Lin Shen. Even without the mutated black armor centipede, Wei Wufu's speed could not keep up with Lin Shen. Even if he was seriously injured, he could ascend, which was far from comparable to a single alloy. Seeing Lin Shen about to be dug through his chest, Zhang Yan's eyes were full of fanaticism, looking forward to the scene of Lin Shen's broken belly to appear in front of him. Zheng Guyuan was also full of madness. This was his last blow to fight for the remaining vitality, and he only wanted to kill Lin Shen with one blow, but he no longer cared about the consequences. The blood surged in his chest, but it could not stop Zheng Guyuan from trying to smack Lin Shen's heart. Lin Shen tried desperately to retreat, but compared to Zheng Guyuan's speed, his speed was like a snail climbing. When Shen Jun was on the same shot, a small white figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Shen out of thin air, landing on the back of Zheng Guyuan's hand. Zheng Guyuan grabbed Lin Shen's palm like lightning, and there was a momentary pause. This moment of pause gave Lin Shen a glimmer of hope. As the gunshots, Lin Shen's figure moves left frantically, avoiding the palm that Zheng Guyuan grabbed. The small white figure on Zheng Guyuan's back also flapped his wings and landed on Lin Shen's shoulder like teleportation. Everyone looked at the white dove on Lin Shen's shoulders and showed an incredible expression of shock. Even Zheng Guyuan was stunned for a second, and he could not believe that an ordinary pigeon that looked like flesh and blood could actually pause his attack for a moment, which was completely beyond his cognition. Zhang Yan was even more unacceptable. A pet that looked extremely ordinary, not even a base-transformed creature, could actually block the Ascension's attack. Not long ago, he thought it was a useless garbage pet, which had a double blow to his psychology and his mind was completely lost. The dead fan took advantage of Zheng Guyuan's moment of loss of mind and escaped from his control and returned to Lin Shen. The tide-like mushroom beasts swarmed from all directions, including blue-covered mushroom beasts and amethyst mushroom beasts. Zheng Guyuan felt that the power in his body was passing rapidly, his vitality was getting weaker and weaker, and he knew that his life was not long. But he couldn't accept it if he didn't kill Lin Shen, but the situation in front of him was no longer allowed. Zhang Guiyuan gritted his teeth, grabbed Zhang Yan and broke through the air, trying to escape from the sea of blue trees with Zhang Yan. However, his current speed is far lower than before, and even worse than the top-speed crystal-based creature. It can be seen that he didn't want to kill Lin Shen. Even if he tried his best, he could no longer kill Lin Shen. The attack just now was his last life-threatening blow, exhausting his last effort. Zhang Guiyuan, who was only breathing in one breath, just wanted to take Zhang Yan out of the sea of blue trees before he died, so that Zhang Yan could return to the Wanderer base and tell the Zhang family the existence of Lin Shen, so that they could make plans early. The hatred has been formed, and such a person must be killed before he truly grows up, otherwise it will become a nightmare for the Zhang family. Lin Shen, when you see you next time, I will kill you. Zhang Yan roared wildly, which was to vent his anger and unwillingness in his heart, and to relieve his inner fear. With the second uncle, the Ascendant, who was unable to kill Lin Shen, he himself was almost killed by Lin Shen, which made him feel uncontrollably fearful. You have no chance, and the Ascensioner can't save your life today. Lin Shen shook his hand and shot. Hearing the gunshots, Zhang Guiyuan protected Zhang Yan with his body. His carapace was still hard, and the mutated black armored centipede could not hurt him. Fuck, what are you? You can't kill me. I'll come back. Next time I kill you all. Bang! Before Zhang Yan's crazy roar ended, his head was penetrated by a mutated black armored centipede. His eyes widened to the extreme. He didn't understand until his death how the mutated black armored centipede shot by Lin Shen bypassed Zhang Guiyuan and hit him. Chapter 100, A Big Profit. Zhang Guiyuan originally forced himself to breathe for the last breath and wanted to take Zhang Yan out. Now that Zhang Yan was killed in front of him, a feeling of sadness surged in Zhang Guiyuan's heart, and he could no longer hold on. The base of his body turned into a shell, and blood fell down like raindrops on his body. He opened his mouth and squirted out a large mouthful of blood. He hugged Zhang Yan's body and fell into the forest together. He killed countless times in his life and fought against alien stars for many years. He never thought that today he would be brought to such a level by two basic transformers and a group of basic transform creatures. Amid unwillingness and regret, his body and Zhang Yan's body were submerged in the mushroom beast group. Lin Shen raised the angel revolver in his hand, and the mutated black armored centipede that was fired flew back and landed beside Lin Shen. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at the mushroom beasts around him, and they also complained secretly. They finally solved the Ascensioner, but now they are trapped in the beast tide. Today they are really in trouble. Fortunately, I got 5 mutant crystal-based pets. If I work hard, there may be a glimmer of hope. The two of them were about to fight to the death, but they heard a strange scream. All the mushroom beasts stopped and did not rush towards them again. Under the confusion of the two, the beast tide turned around and gradually retreated, hiding into the depths of the forest, and in a short while it retreated completely. Only then did Lin Shen and Wei Wufu see that the black-covered mushroom beast was standing in the forest in the distance, with Zhang Guiyuan's red jade sword inserted on the ground in front of him. Its eyes were staring at Lin Shen, although it was still very cold and fierce, but it seemed to be less vicious. After looking at Lin Shen for a while, the black-covered mushroom beast slowly retreated into the tree and slowly disappeared. Is it letting us go? Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Yes. After Wei Wufu said that, pointing to the heart blade that was still stuck on the ground, he said, I didn't take it away, give it to us? It should be. Lin Shen was not sure. Wei Wufu walked over and pulled out the heart blade. With his strength, he felt extremely heavy. He couldn't hold up his hands and could only drag it on the ground. Lin Shen actually wanted to find Zhang Yan's body, where there was a flying upgraded pet launcher and 3 Ascension pet capsules. Unfortunately, I took a look at the place where Zhang Guiyuan and Zhang Yan fell. Nothing was left except for blood. I guess they were taken away by the mushroom beast. After a glance, Lin Shen saw Zhang Guiyuan's backpack that had fallen on the ground before. He ran over and flipped over and found that there was only a pet egg and some worthless miscellaneous items left inside. This is... Lin Shen and Wei Wufu screamed at the same time, but the reasons for the two people screamed were different. The reason why Lin Shen screamed was that there was a mosaic on the pet egg, and the reason why Wei Wufu screamed was that it was an ascending egg. Lin Shen put away his backpack and ascension eggs, and this time he really made a lot of money. Wei Wufu held the red jade sword. The black-covered mushroom beast did not want the red jade sword, but took away Zheng Guyuan's pet launcher and 3 ascension pet capsules. Can it be a basic creature, and can it also use pet launchers and pet capsules? Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. If it were other basic creatures, Lin Shen was sure that they would not use pet launchers and pet capsules, but the black-covered mushroom beast was really possible. After discussing with Wei Wufu, the two decided to return to UltraBase first. There was no black-covered mushroom beast blocking the road. It was very easy for them to return to UltraBase, but the Zheng family's problems were not so easy to solve. Zhang Yan is dead, and the Zheng family may still be able to tolerate it, but if an Ascensioner dies outside, the Zheng family may not be willing to give up. Even if Zheng Guyuan was not killed by Lin Shen and the others, everyone in the assassin base knew that Zheng Guyuan came out to chase Lin Shen, and the Zheng family would still find him on his head. I hope the Zheng family won't find out that Zheng Guyuan and Zhang Yan are dead so soon. Lin Shen had no choice but to go back to UltraBase to discuss with his elder sister to see if there is any solution. Old Wei, do you think the reason why the black-covered mushroom beast left Zheng Guyuan's heart blade to us is that it was also afraid that Zheng Guyuan's companions would cause trouble for it? Giving us the heart blade is equivalent to throwing this trouble to us? Lin Shen suddenly thought of this question. It's very smart. Wei Wufu said after thinking for a long time. Hide things first. Lin Shen was helpless. Even if it was really what he thought, there was no reason not to do so. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, not knowing what he was thinking. Old Wei, give me a solid idea. Are you from the Tianchang Wei family? Lin Shen couldn't help asking. Lin Shen talked to him once before he decided to keep Wei Wufu by his side. At that time, Wei Wufu said that the third brother asked him to take care of Lin Shen, and Lin Shen was actually a little suspicious at that time. After so long together, Lin Shen really believed it now, because with Lin Shen's understanding of him over the past few days, Wei Wufu would not lie at all. However, Lin Shen also knew nothing about Wei Wufu's origin. Yes. Wei Wufu admitted happily. That's easy to deal with. If it really doesn't work, how about our Lin family moving to Tianchang and having sex with you? If there were other solutions, Lin Shen naturally didn't want to rely on others. But if there is really no way, it is better to live under someone else's roof than to die. Besides, with Wei Wufu, the Wei family, taking care of them, they shouldn't have been doing too badly in Tianchang. Tianchang, dangerous, too bitter. Wei Wufu said. How hard can it be? Lin Shen said curiously. With Wei Wufu's personality, it is said that it is too bitter, so how bitter it is? There are 13 people in the Wei family. This is the most complete and fluent sentence that Wei Wufu has said since Lin Shen met Wei Wufu. This sentence made Lin Shen silent. More than 200 years ago, there were more than 1,000 people in the Wei family, but now there are only 13 people left. The dangers of Tianchang can be imagined. Even the Tianchang Wei family, which everyone respects and fears, is not very good in Tianchang, and the fewer people die. After returning to the UltraBase, everyone who saw them was very enthusiastic about them. The people from UltraBase also know the names of the god of Warguard and the second-generation ancestor. Now the entire UltraBase is spreading, and the UltraBase may have 3 families connected in the future. Lin Shen shot the mutant siege god general in one shot. In the eyes of the people at UltraBase, he was the strongest person in the world. The Qi and Wang families were tied together, and Lin Shen was not enough to kill him after a few shots. When he returned to the Lin family compound, Lin Miao, who had already received the news, did not come out to greet him. As soon as Lin Shen walked into the living room, he saw Lin Miao standing in front of his parents' tablet with a serious face, holding a bamboo strip in his hand. Kneel down. The first thing Lin Miao said to him when he met Lin Shen knelt down. Lin Shen knelt down with a pounce. For him, Lin Miao was not just as simple as his sister, but in fact she was more like Lin Shen's mother. Sister, what are you doing? Lin Shen didn't dare to get up, so he could only kneel down and speak in a coquettish tone, looking at Lin Miao pitifully. With Lin Miao's degree of spoiling him, he should be helped up with heartache in the next second. Unfortunately, Lin Shen miscalculated this time, and Lin Miao still said with a cold face, "How did the four of us siblings make an appointment in front of our parents' tablets? Have you forgotten them all?" "I haven't forgotten," Lin Shen said seriously. "Don't forget? Why did you go to such a dangerous place to take risks? What if there is a big deal?" Lin Miao said angrily, "We have already made an agreement long ago. There are your elder sister, your third brother and your fourth brother outside. You just need to protect your life, live well for me, get married and have children quickly, and continue the incense for my Lin family. Are these agreements still counted?" "Of course." Lin Shen quickly smiled. "Since you've calculated it, then get married and have children quickly, and don't go out and take risks." Lin Miao's tone became much softer. "Sister, I have always tried very hard to get married and have children. You don't know my situation. With Lu Qing's case, it's difficult to find someone to get married. Well, I really want to get married, but no one will," Lin Shen said with a grievance. "This is not a matter. Sister, I have already found you. When I meet someone later, I will have a good talk and try to get things done this month and give birth to a big fat boy next year." Lin Miao helped Lin Shen up with a smile. Chapter 101, Life-Saving Grace Should Be Promised. Please subscribe for the 5th update. Who? Lin Shen looked confused. He couldn't think of any woman Lin Miao could look for him. Based on Lin Shen's understanding of her, the women Lin Miao knew were basically other people's wives, and there were no girls. Thinking of this, Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. "Can you introduce me to the second marriage?" Lin Shen actually didn't really believe that Lin Miao would introduce him to women who were married to him. However, once he heard Song Yun say something that there were many famous big names in ancient times who liked to find second marriages, and the one who took care of children was the best. What does a woman who has given birth to a child have proved her ability and will marry her and ensure her good fertility? At that time, Song Yun was telling Lin Shen as a musical song. Now Lin Shen suddenly came to him like this, which made Lin Shen very suspicious whether Lin Miao wanted to introduce a rich wife with a dead husband to him. Although Lin Shen doesn't mind being soft-hearted, there is a prerequisite. The premise is that he must be able to look up to that person. The person is already in the garden behind. Let's go, I'll take him to meet him and have a good chat. If you marry this, you won't have to worry about anything in the future. Lin Miao pulled Lin Shen and walked to the backyard. "Sister, I have important things to tell you, why don't we finish chatting before going?" Lin Shen felt even more wrong when he heard Lin Miao's words. The eldest sister was so crazy that she introduced him to a single rich wife. Nothing is so important. Let's talk about it after seeing someone. Lin Miao did not give Lin Shen a chance to speak, and directly pulled him into the garden in the backyard. "How about it, be pretty? I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen such a beautiful woman. If you marry her, it will be your blessing." Lin Miao looked at a place in the garden and said to Lin Shen in a low voice. Lin Shen saw a mosaic figure standing by the fish pond from afar. His face changed slightly. He looked at Lin Miao and said, "Sister, do you know who she is?" "Of course I know, your fourth brother's junior concubine by Shen. Didn't he help you some time ago? If it weren't for someone, how could you have the chance to escape? I should promise you the best of saving my life," Lin Miao said seriously. "Sister, what do you care about?" Lin Shen was speechless. "Why, I dislike him being older than you. I have asked him all. Although he is your fourth brother's junior sister, he is much younger than your fourth brother, and he is only 3 years older than you. A senior girl holds gold bricks, and it is not a problem at all when she is 3 years old." "It's not this problem." Lin Shen didn't know what to say for a moment. "What's the question? Let's talk about this and that. If you can't talk well, you are not allowed to have dinner today." Lin Miao pushed Lin Shen forward and quit the garden himself. "Such a beautiful girl is the most suitable for our Lin family to pass on the family line. Try to take it down for me." "I will take it." "Sister, please take it." Before leaving, Lin Miao did not forget to cheer Lin Shen up and compared love with his fingers. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly and walked towards the fish pond. "Why are you here?" Lin Shen came to the side of concubine by Shen, found a place to sit down, and asked weakly. What? After you become the second-generation ancestor, my senior sister can't stand it? Bai Shenfei said with a thorn in her words. Sister Bai, don't laugh at me. Can the second-generation ancestor be a good word? Lin Shen sighed. How did you practice the basic transformation technique I gave you? Bai Shenfei said with a smile. I didn't practice. Lin Shen said directly. Why didn't you practice? Concubine Bai frowned. I can't practice it. Lin Shen told the truth. He really couldn't practice talent, and he couldn't get into the school no matter what. Maybe it was because his talent was really not enough. Don't try again? Concubine Bai was obviously a little unhappy. I won't try it anymore. I have chosen the basic transformation technique and have started practicing it. Lin Shen has decided to continue practicing the wrong version of theory of evolution. The effect of the malfunctioning theory of evolution is already good enough. At least Lin Shen has never heard of any basic transformation technique that can be more practical than the malfunctioning theory of evolution he practiced. After practicing theory of evolution, even when he used hyperplasmosis, the duration could increase a lot. The ordinary basic change state lasts longer than that of ordinary basic changers. This was discovered when fighting Zhang Guyuan. The higher his physical load, the stronger his physical ability will become. The more he uses hypersynthetics, the longer he can maintain in the hypersynthetics, which is an effect that is difficult for any other fundamental transformation technique to achieve. Using theory of evolution on steel shells is better than using it on his flesh and blood. What basic transformation technique did you practice? Bai Shenfei asked in contemplation. Theory of evolution. Lin Shen answered truthfully. After hearing this, concubine Bai frowned. Why did you choose the theory of evolution? No one has told you that is the most basic transformation technique? The basic things may not be bad. I think evolution theory is good. Lin Shen asked curiously, why are you suddenly interested in what basic transformation technique I practice? Didn't you say you want to be my boyfriend? I thought you have been working hard to practice the theory of talent recently. It seems that others are right. Men's mouths and lying ghosts are unreliable. Concubine Bai sighed. What, you were urged to get married too? Lin Shen felt even more curious when he heard concubine Bai Shen sighing. It would be great if it was just urged to get married. Concubine Bai Shui scattered all the fish food in her hand into the fish pond, leaned against the railing, supported her cheek with one hand, and tilted her head to watch the fish grab food. What's that for? The more Princess Bai Shen didn't say it, the more curious Lin Shen became. The gossip soul in his body was almost unable to hide it. Would you like to spend your life with a man you have never met before? Concubine Bai Shen suddenly said this, which scared Lin Shen. First, I don't like men. Second, what era is it now, and there are still things like arranged marriages. Senior sister, don't be afraid, you must bravely stand up and resist the old ideas and traditions. Concubine Bai Shen interrupted Lin Shen's passionate speech, gave him a blank look and said, what are you talking about? No one forced me, it was the one God chose for me. No, senior sister, what do you mean? What does God mean to choose for you? You won't be fooled by a fortune teller, right? Lin Shen felt stranger more and more. Concubine Bai Shen didn't look like a person who could be fooled by a liar, so why would she say that kind of thing? The basic transformation technique I gave you is called talent theory. Concubine Bai was lazy and talked to him again, and said calmly, it is a basic transformation technique that is purely created by humans. However, since the creation of talent theory has not been able to practice talent theory to the point of flying upgrade. Do you know how to upgrade flying, right? I know. Lin Shen nodded slightly. The person who created the talent theory is called Arakuya, who is an elder in my family. Our family has been studying talent theory. In my generation, we finally found a way to make breakthroughs in talent theory. What method? Lin Shen had already guessed something. Dual cultivation. Concubine Bai Shen slowly spit out two words. Chapter 102. None of them can do it. Dual cultivation? Is it the dual cultivation I want? Some pictures that are not suitable for children suddenly appeared in Lin Shen's mind. Concubine Bai Shen looked at Lin Shen coldly. If you think of such a mess in your mind, I will cut it down. You said it yourself, can you blame me? Lin Shen curled his lips. Concubine Bai Shen obviously only allowed the prefecture officials to set fire and did not allow the people to light the lamp. Dual practice refers to the dual sublimation of the mind and the body, not the messy things you think of. Bai Shenfei said. Are you sure this is not the same? Lin Shen asked back with a strange look. No. Concubine Bai Shen replied firmly. What does that mean? Lin Shen felt that Concubine Bai Shen's explanation was the same as what he thought. For example, physical workers will have stronger bodies and mental workers will have divergent thinking, but the two do not conflict, and they can have both physical and mental strength. Bai Shenfei said, thinking. Lin Shen really understood now. He had indeed misunderstood before. The dual cultivation that Concubine Bai Shen mentioned was not what he thought, but the dual cultivation of spirit and body, and it can also be said to be the dual cultivation of mind and body. Lin Shen remembered that he had read a word called dual cultivation of life and life, which probably means this. If I don't understand the mistake this time, what you mean is that as long as you practice both physically and mentally, you can break through to the talent theory to the level of upgrade, right? Then what does it have to do with your God helping you choose? Lin Shen asked in confusion. It is not difficult to cultivate both body and mind. What is difficult is that the body structure between men and women is different. Some qualities in women are not possessed by men, and some qualities in men are not possessed by women. If you want to be perfect in body and mind, a person cannot complete it. Concubine Bai Shen continued to explain. After talking, I went around for a long time, but it wasn't what I thought at first. Are you kidding me? Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. As if seeing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Concubine Bai Shen continued, this kind of trait requires two people of different genders who can practice the talent theory to exchange the power they gain from practicing the talent theory to each other in order to truly achieve the perfect state of both physical and mental cultivation, and ascend in the sun to create a foundation for life. How to exchange? Lin Shen was more interested in this question. Blood changes. Concubine Bai Shen was very disappointed. It was nothing like what he thought. When the basic transformation technique is running, a large part of the basic transformation particles that you have are transmitted to various parts of the body through blood flow. At that time, you can obtain each other's basic transformation particles, thereby improving your own shortcomings. This process takes day after day, year after year, and is a long process. Even after being promoted to the Ascensioner, it still needs to continue this process. A man and a woman need to be together frequently and exchange each other's blood. If my partner is not him, what kind of men in the world would not be suspicious? What's more, there are only one person who can practice talent theory. There are two people who can practice talent theory at the same time in the same era, which is rare in the world. If it is still a man and a woman, what is this not the fate destined by God? What you said makes sense, it is indeed a fate given by God. Lin Shen also felt that the conditions were a bit too harsh. It's a pity that I don't have the talent to practice talent theory, so I can only disappoint you. Lin Shen thought of the talent theory of Concubine Bai Shen gave him, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud. You are handsome and have such helplessness. Everyone loves you when you see it. Alas, I have such a damn charm that I have nowhere to rest. There is nothing to be disappointed. I have given it to many people, but none of them can succeed. It is no surprise that you can't practice at all. Concubine Bai Shen's mood was not so good in an instant. Is there no other method other than this method that can be perfectly dual cultivation? Can a person really not make the talent theory break through to the Fey upgrade? Lin Shen asked patiently. Yes, there is another way, but only men can use this method, but women can't. What method is so magical? Lin Shen was very curious. If a man castrates himself, he can possess two traits at the same time, and he can practice it without exchange. Concubine Bai Shen felt cold. This method is not very good, let alone you are not a man. Lin Shen quickly changed the topic. Don't worry about practicing. Maybe someone will practice talent theory in a few days, and it will not be too late to practice dual cultivation at that time. No need to wait a few days, it's already there. Concubine by Shen said calmly. Ah. Someone has already practiced theory of talent? Men and women? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Male, Ouyang Yudu from the Ouyang family at the godly love base. Lin Shen was shocked when he heard the 4 words Ouyang Yudu. He had really heard of this name. In this era, if you want to get information from the outside world, most places like Suenio Base can only rely on radios. Lin Shen often listens to the radio, and he especially likes to listen to a program called Quick Mouth Storytelling. The anchor Kwai Mouth Uncle has a funny language and is very funny. Lin Shen also loves listening to the stories he tells. The stories told by Uncle Kwaizui are all stories that happened at various bases. Lin Shen is not sure whether there are any random elements in it. It sounds very exciting anyway. There are many stories in it, all related to this Ouyang Yu. He is born a genius, who can never forget everything, can practice at the age of 3, can learn martial arts at the age of 7, and looks like Pan and reborn at the age of 18. He is proficient in all kinds of weapons, can fight tigers and catch turtles in the sea. Anyway, Ouyang Yu is a perfect person in the mouth of the fast-pitched uncle. The Ouyang family in the Godlove base has a good life, and there are not many wealthy families in the world that are more prosperous than this. He is good-looking. Every time the quick-mouthed uncle talks about Ouyang Yudu's story, there is always a classic scene where the beautiful and ugly girl falls in love with Ouyang Yudu at first sight. If you learn well, whether it is literary knowledge or practical combat, others will learn it and learn from it. He has better character. No one at the God-Love base praised Ouyang Yu. No one has ever said anything bad about Ouyang Yu. Anyway, it's just that good things cannot be better. There is only one good person in the world, and anyone who picks up them will earn them. Now Lin Shen heard that he had actually practiced talent theory, and he didn't think it was strange when he thought about it. It was obvious that the stories told by Uncle Kwaizui were not all made up. Ouyang Yudu was indeed very talented, and he even practiced the talent theory that few people could practice. Lin Shen now has a problem that is difficult to solve. If both Concubine Bai and Ouyang Yu really succeed, how could he convince Concubine Bai to let her sleep with him cleanly for a night before marrying Ouyang Yu? If it was after getting married, Lin Shen would not dare to think about it. He could not afford to offend the Ouyang family in the Godlove base. His high standards of self-ethics also do not allow him to do that. From your expression, I probably know him. Concubine Bai smiled and said, I heard that he is very good, but I have never seen him, but I don't seem to have any other choice except him. I just blame other men for not being able to do anything. Why did Lin Shen feel that Concubine Bai seemed to be scolding him, but he couldn't find any evidence? Chapter 103 Basic Transformation Technique Without Garbage. Ahem. Actually, I don't think everything is absolutely absolute, and it doesn't have to be stubborn. If one road does not work, you can change another road. Lin Shen pointed to himself and said, look at me, although my talent is average, I can't practice talent theory, but now I'm the same with practicing talent theory. Give yourself more space to choose. Life is not just the path in front of me. Dual cultivation is certainly a path, and you don't have to go there. Maybe there are many better roads waiting for you to go. Don't give up the whole forest for a tree. As long as you still have dreams, you still have no Ouyang Yudu, Lu Yudu, and Wang Yudu. What path? Practice the theory of evolution with you? Bai Xinfei curled her lips. Practice the theory of talent is invincible, and she was beaten casually when practicing the theory of evolution. Tell me, why is it the same? You are a bit too absolute. Who says that practicing talent theory will definitely be invincible? Practicing evolution theory will make you beaten? I think it depends on the person. How can you say the old saying, the basic transformation technique of trash is not trash, only trash people? Lin Shen persuaded with great thought. Whether Concubine Bai Shen married or not has nothing to do with him, and it doesn't matter who he married, but how can she let Concubine Bai Shen sleep with him for one night? This is a big problem. If she had become both Ouyang Yu now, Lin Shen would not have expected the fire on her body. I am worthy of being Lin Xiangdong's younger brother, and I am worthy of being the fifth master of the Lin family at the Superbase. This is really beautiful. There is no basic transformation technique for garbage, only garbage people. This is really good. This is how you are practicing evolution. Go and clean up Ouyang Yu. If you can clean up Ouyang Yu, I will practice evolution with you. Concubine Bai Shen curled her lips and said, Ahem, there will be a chance in the future. Lin Shen went over vaguely and immediately changed the topic. By the way, why are you back? You won't come here to talk to me about these things, right? Of course not. Concubine Bai Shen said in contemplation, the news of the King of Realm transmission device of Jinshui Lake has spread to all major bases, and many big families have sent people there. I don't care about that thing, and it's more convenient to enter from Hulu Mountain, so I came and bought Suanio from the Qi family and the Wang family. Lin Shen was extremely depressed. This was what he wanted to do, but he didn't expect that he would be snatched away by Concubine Bai. It took a lot of money to acquire 2 blackbirds, right? Lin Shen sighed. It's okay, the news here is too closed. When I came, they didn't know about the King of Realm development device. They thought you used the Lin family's Xuanbi to bring those people in, so they were very anxious to exchange the Xuanbi in their hands for some benefits. Now they probably regret it to death. The more Lin Shen heard it, the more depressed he felt. He asked Concubine Bai to pick up a ready-made bargain, and he could only say that he was late. Let's talk too. Concubine Bai said with a smile. What are we going to talk about? I don't have a black bird in my hand. Lin Shen spread his hands and said. The Qi and Wang families have taken confidential measures, and the matter between Suanio and Helushan will not be spread from them. Concubine Bai looked into Lin Shen's eyes and said. Give me a mysterious bird, I promise to keep my mouth shut. Lin Shen understood what Concubine Bai Shen meant and immediately became energetic. Just dream. Concubine Bai Shen had the urge to want to kill Lin Shen. Let's do this, I'll give you a quota. You can follow me to enter Hulu Mountain in the future. Concubine Bai Shen gave her conditions. How many places do the Qi family and the Wang family have? Lin Shen knew that if the 2 families had no places, the secret would not be kept unless they were silenced. 3 quotas each time, said Concubine Bai Shen. Okay, then I also want 3 places. Lin Shen said. I only have 3 places to come out after taking the Xuanbi. Do you have the Xuanbi? Concubine Bai said angrily. They didn't just ask for a quota, I didn't want anything else. Lin Shen shrugged. There are only 3 quotas, but that's right. If you are seen by the person who enters the King of Realms and development device, you will bear the consequences yourself. You dare to spread the news about the Suanio in my hands. Don't blame me for being polite at that time. A word is certain. Lin Shen laughed. When are you going to go? Take me and Lao Wei with me. I'll go tomorrow, said Concubine Bai. So urgent? Lin Shen hesitated for a moment. The Zhang family's affairs had not been resolved yet, and he would definitely not be able to go tomorrow. If you want to go, you can go together. If you don't want to go, just wait for next time. After saying that, Concubine Bai got up and left. Lin Shen didn't say anything else. When he sent Concubine Bai away, the eldest sister happened to come out and wanted to keep Concubine Bai and stay in the Lin family, but Concubine Bai politely refused. Did you make something wrong for me again? Why did he leave after saying so for a while? Lin Miao suspected that Lin Shen was deliberately causing trouble and made him go away. Absolutely, no one can stand up. What kind of identity do we have? Lin Shen said perfunctorily. Why can't you afford to climb? Our family is not bad either. Lin Miao said. Ouyang Yudu is among the candidates. Ouyang Yudu, no wonder, compared to Ouyang Yudu, you are indeed a little worse. Lin Miao looked Lin Shen up and down for a while, and suddenly realized. I thank you, you are really my dear sister. Lin Shen was a little amused and crying. Sister, go to the secret room to talk. I really have something important to tell you, Lin Shen said seriously. Lin Miao nodded and took Lin Shen to the secret room. Lin Shen roughly told about Zhang Yan and Zhang Guyuan. You killed an ascensioner. Lin Miao pointed at Lin Shen in surprise after hearing this. Sister, do you know the ascensioner? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Nonsense, of course I know. Do you think your sister has been doing business in vain over the years? Lin Miao said angrily. Okay. Lin Shen felt that Lin Miao didn't tell the truth, but there were some things, and since she didn't want to say them, Lin Shen stopped asking. In fact, we shouldn't say that we killed Zhang Guyuan. The one who really killed Zhang Guyuan was the black-covered mushroom beast, but if you say this, I'm afraid the people of the Zhang family won't believe it. This is the situation. Sister, what should we do? Lin Miao smiled and said, simple, just ignore it. No one sees you kill Zhang Guyuan, and no one will think you have the ability to kill Zhang Guyuan. I'm afraid that the Zhang family will take advantage of the problem. It is not the legal society in the past. Even if the Zhang family does not think that Lin Shen and the others have the ability to kill Zhang Guyuan, it does not mean that they will let Lin Shen and the Lin family go. After all, there is no ascensioner in the Lin family, and no one will care about their thoughts. In this case, we can only ask our parents to come forward. Lin Miao said in a deep thought. Please let our parents come forward? They have been dead for many years. Is this a corpse or a resurrection? Lin Shen was almost scared to death by Lin Miao's words. Chapter 104, The Night Shocking. What do you think? What I mean is that I can only ask someone to mediate in the middle with the face of our parents. Lin Miao said in a deep thought, I remember Instructor Mu of the Cape Base, who was recovering from his injuries at our house when he was killed and lived in a long time. The fourth brother could go to the training camp of the Cape Base, but he would ask him to help. I should be able to find him. Can it work? Lin Shen felt that this might not be that easy. It's definitely okay. Instructor Mu is a good person. He is a person with a temperament. The fourth brother has been in the training camp at the Haijiao base for so many years and has been taken care of by others. He will definitely not watch us bullied by the Zhang family. Lin Miao thought for a while and said, I will prepare a batch of goods tomorrow and take them to the Haijiao base. At that time, Instructor Mu will help us think of a solution. Can people like our small place? If you want to give it some good ones, don't let others say we are stingy. Lin Shen thought this was a good idea. Lin Miao went to Haijiao base. No matter whether things can be accomplished or not, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to make it the best. If you can achieve it, you can't think of it as going out to avoid the limelight. What do you think? I want to sell the goods to Haijiao base to make money. After making money, I will buy some gifts to see Instructor Mu. When I come back, I will bring the whole goods back to sell them. This time, I will make money from the gifts. You are too good at forgetting it, Lin Shen said in a daze. Lin Miao stretched out his finger and pointed it on Lin Shen's forehead, and cursed with a smile, you are so capable of making a fortune. If your sister doesn't make more money, how can you save money for you to marry a wife? If you don't say it, you have to be nice to me, sister. Lin Shen immediately turned into a little fan. After the siblings and brothers decided to go back to bed, Lin Shen finally had time to go back to bed. Now he was looking forward to what kind of surprise the fire on the ascending egg could bring to him. All alloy-grade dead powder can make him an imperfect spark. The fire on the ascension egg cannot be worse than the alloy-grade dead powder, right? Maybe it is a perfect super-based evolutionary fire. With a bright expectation for the future, Lin Shen fell asleep in a short while. After sleeping until midnight, Lin Shen felt a little uncomfortable. He had always been able to sleep until dawn, and woke up in the middle of the night for the first time. I just sat up and was about to put on my shoes to the bathroom, but suddenly I saw a figure sitting on the bay window. Lin Shen was frightened and shivered. In the middle of the night, there was a person sitting silently in his bedroom. It would be the same if anyone had any problems. It would be great if he was not scared. Lin Shen almost conditioned and used the base change power, while grabbing the dead pink entangled around him, staring at the figure and shouting, "Who is it?" The man seemed very calm, sat on the bay window without saying anything, and was still drinking with a teapot and a cup. Only then did Lin Shen see that the man actually made tea with his teapot, and probably he also used the tea leaves. "You are a thief. It's fine if you run to my house to steal things. You also make tea with my teapot and tea leaves, and you also invite the moon to drink in the window. You don't pretend like this." Lin Shen was so angry that he was about to call Wei Wufu over, but he saw the man turn his face and look at him with a smile. The clear edges and angular ones, except handsome, were only handsome faces, which immediately stunned Lin Shen. Fourth brother. Lin Shen was extremely happy. He rushed forward in 2 steps and snatched the teapot and tea in his hand. "You don't know that this tea was made by me after a long time. There are only a few taels in total. Why did you make all of it for me? Do you know how to drink tea? This is not what you make?" "Xiao Wu, I remember I bought this tea with the money I gave you." Lin Xiangdong blocked Lin Shen so much that he couldn't speak in one sentence. "Ahem, it's not about money, tea is not like this." Lin Shen looked around and said to it, "When did you come back? Why didn't you call me? Have you ever seen my elder sister?" "I have to leave later, so I won't go to my elder sister's place, so as not to pull me to say nothing," Lin Xiangdong said while drinking tea. "I'm leaving so soon? Where is the third brother? Is the third brother back?" Lin Shen asked with a frown. "The third brother has not come back." Lin Xiangdong's expression was a little strange. "Third brother, nothing will happen." Lin Shen's heart trembled. "Nothing happened, I was just tripped by some things. There was no result and it was hard to come back." Lin Xiangdong looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, "I know everything about you. The second-generation ancestor's name is good. I think it is quite suitable for you. What is very compatible with me? I have always rely on myself or not. What is the second-generation ancestor?" Lin Shen curled his lips. "I know what Zhang Guyuan is doing. You don't have to worry about the Zhang family. You should do whatever you should do in the future, but there is no need to say anything about my elder sister. Let her go to the Haijiao base to find Instructor Mu." Lin Xiangdong said again. "You also eavesdropped on me and my elder sister. Where have you and my third brother been there during this period? What are you doing?" Lin Shen was a little angry. They were brothers, so they couldn't say anything directly. Lin Xiangdong said with a smile, "Your third brother and I have been collecting debts for the past period of time." "Collection of debt? What kind of debt is needed? Who should I collect debt with?" Lin Shen looked puzzled. "I can't explain it." Seeing that Lin Shen was about to get angry again, Lin Xiangdong spoke first. "There are too many creditors, and it's hard to take this debt. You have to take it slowly. Don't ask, we have agreed before, we will handle the matter outside, you will be responsible at home, and we will solve our affairs." "Okay, I don't care about it, I always have the right to know." Lin Shen still refused to give up. "Xiao Wu, do you remember one year when we went to the ancient city to see pear blossoms together?" Lin Xiangdong suddenly said this. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment, and he really remembered that it seemed like this was the case. In the past, when the ancient city was not flooded with plants, the siblings and sisters went to the ancient city to see the pear blossoms together. At that time, many pear blossoms were planted inside and outside the ancient city. When a few people went there, it was the time when the pear blossoms were blooming. A gust of wind blew, and the white pear blossom petals fell down like snow. Lin Shen was too young at that time, and he didn't remember it very clearly. He only remembered that there was an elder sister, a third brother and a fourth brother. He couldn't remember whether there was a second brother or not. It seemed that the elder sister was still holding him at that time. It seems that I still remember that the petals fell on the candied haws in his hand. When my elder sister went to get the petals on it, she accidentally removed his candied haws, which made him cry. The fourth brother was very bad. Not only did he not come to coax him, but he also deliberately ate candied haws in front of him. He performed very exaggeratedly and looked delicious, but he just didn't give it to him, which made him cry even more. I don't remember the following things very much. It seems that the eldest sister taught the fourth brother a lesson, but Lin Shen can't remember whether this happened or not. After all, it was too young at that time. Why are you asking me the main thing? Don't change the topic. Lin Shen was almost led by the way and quickly pulled the topic back. Do you want to see it again? Lin Shangdong said with a smile. Maybe he was too beautiful and the best among his brothers, so no matter what he did, just smile, and no matter how angry he was, he would be gone. It's only been a few months, and where did the pear blossoms come from? Besides, the ancient city is gone now, and even less pear blossoms are gone. Why are you talking about these for me? Lin Shen felt a little inexplicably irritated. Yes, look over there. Lin Shangdong pointed his finger out the window. Lin Shen followed his finger and saw nothing. It was dark and windy outside. Apart from the steel buildings, you couldn't even see a star. Just a hazy moon, there was no pear blossom. He turned around in anger and wanted to settle the score with Lin Shangdong, but there were still people on the bay window. If it weren't for the person in the teacup, Lin Shen would have doubted that he was dreaming just now. Chapter 105: The Wanderer Forbidden. In recent days, it has been very lively near Jinshui Lake. Many people from large families have come here one after another and started to study the World King's cultivation device. Unfortunately, no one knows how to activate the World King cultivation device so far. Some people who forcibly want to touch the World King cultivation device, no matter what level, were directly swept into ashes by the halo of the World King cultivation device. Some members of the large family who have studied transmission devices have realized that this is not an ordinary transmission device. According to some more authoritative experts, the World King training device is likely to have an automatic program and will automatically turn on every once in a while. All forces are secretly trying to get a share of the pie. Even a family that has already established a foothold in alien stars is still unwilling to give up the resources of Wang Xing in the realm. That planet is temporarily called the King of Realms. The basic transformation resources on the King of Realms are undoubtedly top-notch for the fundamental transformation. All forces have been sending more and more personnel, occupying different areas near Jinshui Lake, and the major forces have a tacit understanding and non-interference. The strong men from more than a dozen super bases such as Shenlove Base, Wanderer Base, and Cape Base have almost monopolized the entire area near Jinshui Lake. Not to mention small bases like the Subgod Base, even some large bases with asinaries are difficult to get involved. At the beginning, there was only one asinator sitting in the formation at the Wanderer Base. Later, it was found that one asinator could not suppress the formation at all, and 4 asinators came to the scene. In addition to the missing Zhang Guyuan, there were already 5 asinators sitting in the Jinshui Lake, and there were hundreds of base-changing people. The same is true for other families. Without 4 or 5 asinaries sitting in the formation, I feel embarrassed to say that I am from a big family. Jinshui Lake at night is particularly quiet. On a night without starlight, only a hairy moon radiates hazy light. Where is the Zhang family at the Wanderer Base? A voice cut through the quiet night sky. The asinators from all the major families stationed on the banks of Jinshui Lake were very surprised. Who was shouting outside in the middle of the night? Who did the Zhang family offend? Ouyang Juemiao, who was talking to Ouyang Yu, couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the voice. Ouyang Yuda laughed and said, "The Wanderer Base has developed rapidly in the past decade. Many small families or soarers from Lone have joined them. In terms of the number of asinators on the mother star, it has exceeded our Ouyang family." Ouyang Juemiao said disapprovingly, "The base founded by the Zhang family named the Wanderer Base. From the beginning, it has been planned to accommodate strong people from all walks of life to embrace all rivers. The idea is good, but unfortunately, most of the lone heroes who were sheltered are people with bad character, otherwise they would not have fallen to the point of going to the Wanderer Base. The Wanderer Base should have been renamed long ago, and it is more suitable to be called the Bandit Base. With that being said, the current strength of the Zhang family is indeed not to be underestimated. I don't know who is so brave to provoke the Zhang family here." Ouyang Yudu stood up and said, "My sister-in-law, let's go and have a look." "Okay." Ouyang Juemiao nodded slightly. The two of them left the temporary wooden house and saw that there were already many people standing outside, all of whom came out to watch the fun. In fact, it is not just them, but most of the big families stationed on the banks of Jinshui Lake ran out to watch the fun. I am an unknown assassinator. Yang Yu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the person floating above the golden light lake. That ascendant is so handsome, no worse than you. Yang Juemyo was also a little surprised, but unfortunately the two were completely different in surprise. Yang Yu couldn't laugh or cry. My sister-in-law, my appearance is just average, and there are no worse people than me. Yang Juemyo looked up and down Yang Yudu and said, are you being humble or in Versailles? If you still have an average appearance, there are not many men in the world who can see you. Yang Yu didn't want to get entangled in this issue anymore. Looking at the handsome man in white and snow in the air, he said curiously, I don't know if he has a deep hatred with the Zheng family, but he came here alone to find the bad luck of the Zheng family. Didn't he know that there were 5 ascensioners in the Zheng family here, and one person came alone, and I'm afraid he would suffer a loss. There are more people who have suffered losses in the Zheng family in the past few years, and he is not the only one. Yang Juemi curled his lips. I'm afraid you'll disappoint you, that person has never been willing to suffer. A fat man came over. Although he is fat, he is evenly fat. He is obviously very fat, but he does not look like he is cumbersome at all. Sun Jian, do you know him? Yang Juemyo was a little surprised. She thought she was an unknown lone hero, but she didn't expect that Sun Jian, the ascendant at the Cape base, would know him. I know, I am my junior brother of the same school. I have received training under Instructor Mu. He is several years younger than me. Sun Jian said. So he is Mr. Mu's disciple, so he must be very strong? Yang Yu asked curiously. I don't know. Sun Jian's answer was somewhat unexpected. I don't know what it means. Yang Juemyo and Sun Jian were very familiar with each other and were not polite at all. He has been practicing under Instructor Mu for 10 years and has challenged almost all the disciples under Instructor Mu, but he has never won. He is nicknamed the King of Defeats, Sun Jian said with a smile. I have never won, so why do you say that he has never suffered a loss? Yang Yu became more and more puzzled. Although I have never won once, no one has ever fought with him for the second time. It's not that he dares not, but that the person who won him dares not. Sun Jian's words made Yang Yudu and Yang Juemyo both interested. A person who has never won before, but makes the person who wins him afraid of him, then this person must be very powerful. Yang Yu couldn't help asking, what's his name? Lin Shen. While several people were talking, 5 assassinators from the Wanderer base came together and confronted Lin Shangdong in the air. Who are you? What's the matter with me and the Zheng family? Zheng Jianwei, the leader, looked at Lin Shangdong. He was also a man, and couldn't help but secretly praise him. This is so handsome in life. Zhang Guyuan is the ascendant of your Wanderer base? Lin Shangdong asked. The 5 people couldn't help but look at each other after hearing this. Zheng Jianwei replied, yes, he is the assassinator from our Wanderer base. What did you ask him for? He wants to kill my brother. Lin Shangdong said. Zheng Jianwei couldn't help but frown secretly when he heard this, and complained to Zhang Guyuan in his heart, if you kill someone, ask about the other party's background. Killing a close relative of an ascensioner, even a lone man without a background, will be a bit troublesome. Zheng Gu is far away from here. Zheng Jianwei said. I know, he is dead. Lin Shangdong's words surprised several people. You killed him? Zheng Jianwei and others were all shocked. Although Zhang Guyuan is not very strong among the Ascensioners, he is also a veteran of all kinds of battles. He is somewhat capable of killing him. Lin Shangdong smiled without saying a word, just staring at Zheng Jianwei quietly. Is your brother dead? Zheng Jianwei frowned and asked again. No. Lin Shangdong replied. Zhang Guyuan wants to kill your brother. He is dead. Your brother is not dead. So why are you here for? Are you here to notify us specifically? Zheng Jianwei was already a little annoyed. He had already seen that this person was here to find fault. No, I'm here to inform you of another thing. What's up? Within 100 miles of Jinshui Lake, the Wanderers are forbidden to walk. All get out of here. As soon as Lin Shen said this, Zhang Jianwei and the 5 Ascensioners were furious. People watching the various families also felt that this person was so angry. Before Zhang Jianwei could say something, a wind suddenly blew on the lake, and a snow-white petals floated slowly towards Zhang Jianwei and others like snowflakes. The prosperity has fallen, the wind and snow have returned to people. This night, this scene is so beautiful. Ouyang Yuda looked up at the night sky, and his beautiful eyes reflected the petals of the sky, like the galaxy flowing across the sky, like snow washing the sky, tyrannically submerging everything in the white torrent. Only one figure stood in the wind and snow, with hair and white clothes being messy in the wind and flowers. That night, flowers fell on Jinshui Lake. Chapter 106 New Fire, subscribe for the 5th update. The Wanderer base withdrew from Jinshui Lake overnight, and the lives of the 5 Ascenators were all broken into pieces, but only one sentence was obtained. The fallen flowers in Cumulus Mountain should be very beautiful, and next time I have the chance, I want to go and see them. Cumulus Mountain is where the Wanderer's base is located, so they naturally know what this sentence means. If the Zhang family dares to touch his relatives again, the next time the prosperity will be the Jiyun Mountain. Poor Zhang Jianwei and the other 2 didn't know who the other party's younger brother was until now, and they felt extremely frustrated. But they dared not look back. Until now, they still cannot remove the terrifying white storm in their minds and the scene where the Life Foundation was washed away. This time it was because the other party's relatives did not die. What if they died? They dare not imagine. Before the man died, the man killed Zhang Guyuan and broke the life foundations of the 5 Ascenators. If they die, they can't imagine what kind of scene it would be when the petals of the Cumulus Mountain fall. I'm afraid it will be bloody. Maybe there are Ascenaries who can fight against the white petal storm, but 90% of the people on the Wanderer base will die. They couldn't figure out why the life base of an Ascensioner looked like that. Shouldn't the life foundation be a sword, a knife, or something? Why is someone's life foundation a storm or a petal storm? It's even more terrifying than the storm of thousands of swords coming out at the same time. Each petal is like a sharp blade. Under the pile of terrifying numbers, everything is broken. Lin Shen could not see the beautiful scenery of the falling flowers. At that time, he was sleeping with his ascension egg in his arms. When he woke up, Lin Shen's face was not very good looking. He had great expectations for this ascending egg hug and found that the mosaic on the ascending egg was gone, but he only got a failed super-based evolutionary fire. Failed super-basic evolutionary fire, ladder climbing, the left and right feet can step on each other and leap up again. What are the conditions for forming the fire? Why do you feel so chaotic? Lin Shen, who was a little disappointed, suddenly lit up after figuring out what the fire ability he had obtained. This is really not very scientific. Lin Shen was filled with joy. For nothing else, is there any difference between having this skill and being able to fly? Your Tianqin has wings to fly, and your brother can also jump with his left foot on his right foot for 2 consecutive steps. Next time he meets Tianqin, he will not be afraid that he can fly into the sky. Of course, the benefits of climbing the ladder end here. Being able to borrow power for the second time in the air means that he doesn't have to be afraid of being plotted against when he jumps into the air because he cannot borrow power. Lin Shen found a place where no one tried. The feeling of flying again with his left foot on his right foot was really wonderful. After a few steps, he was like a ladder climbing to the sky. When he reached a very high place, Lin Shen suddenly discovered something very sad. He didn't know how to land from such a high place. Your sister. Lin Shen could only wait for his body to fall for a distance, and then use the ladder to jump up for a short distance, then jump again, until it was not too high from the ground, and then it fell down directly. I have the ability, and I have to practice my skills. After Lin Shen returned, he collected the ascension egg. He had no intention of hatching this ascension egg now, because even if it hatched, he would not be able to use it. Even if a basic transformer has a key, he cannot activate the Ascension Pet Capsule. He must have corresponding levels in strength to activate it. Lin Miao didn't know that Lin Shangdong drove away from the Wanderer base, so he transported a batch of goods to the Cape base early the next morning. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Lin Shen not to go to those dangerous places. After seeing Lin Miao off, Lin Shen was considering whether he would go to find concubine by Shen and go to Wangxing with her. He was not in a rebellious state, nor was he in a rebellious period, because he felt that the place was no longer a dangerous place for him, so he didn't ignore his elder sister. The fourth brother should be reliable, right? After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen decided to find concubine by Shen and go to Wangxing with her. As a result, when he arrived at the place where concubine by Shen lived, the boss told him that concubine by Shen had left the store an hour ago. Lin Shen hurriedly took Wei Wufu to chase him in the direction of Hulu Mountain. As long as he found Bai Shenfei before he arrived at Hulu Mountain, it would not be too late. The two of them rushed and chased them all the way. After passing through the flower path and the canyon, I still couldn't see the traces of concubine by Shen and others, and my heart suddenly became cold. No! Lin Shen, who was about to turn back, suddenly realized something was wrong and looked up at the mountains in the distance. Among the mountains, there was a big gourd-like mountain standing abruptly among the mountains, but it was much higher than the surrounding peaks. Old Wei, have you seen it? Lin Shen thought he was dazzled. Without the Suanio, how could he see Hulu Mountain? Yes. Wei Wufu nodded. That's right. Let's go quickly. Concubine Bai and the others should be right in front. Lin Shen thought that Concubine Bai and the others had just entered, so he could see Hulu Mountain. The two of them accelerated and rushed towards Hulu Mountain. When I arrived at the foot of Hulu Mountain, I realized that the mountain was indeed a bit high. Old Wei, were you here last time? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu as he climbed up. Yes. That's fine. Let's climb up quickly. The entrance of the cave is on the top of the mountain, right? Lin Shen confirmed again. Yes. Old Wei. Nonsense, climbing the mountain. The two finally climbed to the top of the mountain, but they still didn't see the concubine by Shen and the others. Just like what Wei Wufu said, there was a hole on the top of the mountain. Lin Shen looked inside and it seemed that it was not as dark as Wei Wufu said. Let's go. Wei Wufu couldn't stand Lin Shen, so he raised his legs and walked inside. But when Wei Wufu walked in, he was stunned. Lin Shen, who followed behind, suddenly hit his back and said speechlessly, "What are you doing when you stop?" No. Wei Wufu said in a daze, looking ahead. What's wrong? Lin Shen's words were already reacting. Wei Wufu told him that when they came last time, they entered the dark cave and were immediately teleported to the King of Realms. But now they are in the cave, and they have not reached out to see their 5 fingers, nor have they been teleported to the King of Realms. Are you sure this is the cave you came to before? Lin Shen walked around the tall Wei Wufu and looked into the cave. Lin Shen was also stunned when he saw this. This cave is not very deep, you can see it at the end at a glance. There are obvious signs of people living inside, including tables, chairs, benches, pots and pans, and neatly stacked quilts and clothes on the bed. But there was thick dust everywhere inside, and it must have been a long time since no one lived there. The shape of that thing looks familiar. Lin Shen saw something on the table. It looked like a watch for teleportation, and there was also thick dust on it, and there was no detail. Recommended starting from the daily settlement. If you are aside, you will not die well? If you don't cultivate the golden elixir, you will not be able to live forever? So, can you ask all the true lords, if I transform this boneless bone into a golden elixir and turn it into a nascent soul, how should you deal with it? Left, keeping a corpse. Secret method, alienated dead corpses. Goldfinger, daily settlement panel. Today's settlement. 12 hours of raising corpses in the extreme inland, panel experience +1, purple zombie alienation experience +6. Purple zombie is a companion, dies in his neighbor, and practices with extreme corpse chi for 12 hours, panel experience +1, corpse chi +12, corpse raising experience +6. Chapter 107 Mechanical Watch. The two looked at each other, Lin Shen nodded slightly, and Wei Wufu took out a pet capsule and threw it out. The capsule fell to the ground and turned into a metal dog. Under the command of Wei Wufu, he turned it around inside, and there was no abnormality. The two of them walked over with confidence and looked at the various things inside. The other things looked really nothing special. I picked up a piece of clothing placed on the bed. The material of the clothes had become a little crispy due to the years of attack and it was rotten with a slight pull. Other things are not much better. What made Lin Shen a little confused was that the furniture here is made of wood, and the clothes are made of cotton or chemical fiber. No base metal material was found on these furniture and clothes. This shows that these furniture and clothes are probably things from more than 200 years ago. Since the emergence of basic transformed organisms, basic transformed materials have begun to be added to various human products. Except for some products with special requirements, few people have made furniture purely from wood, and most clothes are also mixed with metal wire, which has a certain protective effect. In this era, safety is the first priority, and clothes made of pure cotton cloth and chemical fiber materials are no longer popular. Clothes doped with metal wire can also have some defensive functions when facing steel creatures. Nothing else worth paying attention to. Lin Shen looked at the dust-covered watch on the table, pulled out the state of death powder and turned into a gun, and used the tip of the gun to pick the watch on the table. The watch was easily picked up, nothing strange happened, and the dust on it was everywhere. After putting the picked watch on the ground again and confirming that there was no abnormal reaction, Lin Shen felt relieved and reached out to pick up the watch. Carefully wipe off the dust on it, and the watch quickly revealed its true colors. It is somewhat different from what Lin Shen expected. This watch is different from the black transmission device. Its shape is a bit similar, and the materials are completely different. Whether it is a black watch or a white watch, their dials are in the style of LCD monitors, and this piece is in the style of a mechanical watch, with the hour, minute hands and seconds all in it. However, the circle of numbers on the dial is divided into 24 grids, which is a bit different from ordinary 12-hour watches. There is also a small grid on the dial, which also has numbers on it, which should be used to display the date. The strap and body are both metal, and the glass on the dial looks no different from ordinary glass. The needle didn't move, it should have been broken. This disappointed Lin Shen. It seemed that this was an ordinary mechanical watch, and it was broken. The time on the hand is frozen at 10:03, and the date is number 1. After all, it's an antique, I don't know if I can leave. Lin Shen's home has this old-fashioned mechanical watch. He has worn it before, but he thought it was too troublesome, so he won't bring it for a few days. This kind of mechanical watch needs to be winded, and it may not be broken, but it has been stored for too long and has not been winded, so it is not leaving. First adjust the time, then twist the clockwork. Buzz. The moment Lin Shen calmed down and let go, the surrounding scenery suddenly turned into a data stream, and nothing could be seen clearly. I'll go. It was only a moment of blur. Lin Shen, who had recovered his vision, was no longer a cave in front of him. In front of me is a continuous rolling grass slope, one grass slope after another, like endless green desert hills. Of course, the grass on the grass slope is not an ordinary plant, and the rhizomes and leaves are all green metal. This thing is really a teleportation device. Lin Shen looked at the watch in his hand, feeling extremely surprised. Because this thing looks too much like an old-fashioned mechanical watch, it is impossible to tell that it is a product with such high technological content. Time is leaving, but there is no countdown, and I don't know when he can teleport him back. Now he doesn't dare to touch his watch anymore, so as not to happen again unpredictable things, so he put away the watch first. I looked around and didn't find Wei Wufu's figure. I don't know if he hadn't teleported over or had been teleported to another place. Fortunately, everything on his body was there, and the dead powder was wrapped around his body, the angel revolver on his waist and the fat guy in his backpack were there. Lin Shen directly used the basic transform force, and the steel shell protected the whole body. In such a place, saving his life is the first priority. Always in a fundamental change state, it can also stimulate the strengthening and mutating effect of evolution. As long as you do not use hypersynthetics and with the blessing of evolution, Lin Shen can almost keep it forever, which is much better than ordinary basic transformers. Generally, the fewer base changers can only maintain the base change state for a few hours, and the more is only a few dozen hours. According to the intensity of the battle, the increase in consumption will also reduce the time. It is impossible to maintain the base change state like Lin Shen. He took out 3 capsules from the Angel revolver and directly activated them into mutated black armored centipedes, allowing them to be scattered around to determine Lin Shen's own safety. I did not directly use the Angel revolver to activate it because I was afraid that the gunshot would cause unnecessary trouble. After doing all this, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the 3 mutated black armored centipedes to circle him like satellites, slowly climbing towards a grass slope in front of him. Standing on the grass slope, wherever you see, it is still a grass slope with endless ups and downs, and occasionally you can see 1 or 2 big trees growing on the grass slope, which is different from the place he has been on the Star of the Realm before. Below the grass slope, Lin Shen saw a group of iron roosters foraging. That was a real iron rooster, with its feathers as black as iron, and its iron claws and steel beaks. It is guaranteed to make people's heads bleed. A group of more than a dozen iron roosters were walking under the grass slope, pecking in the grass from time to time, swallowing something. Lin Shen looked carefully for a while and found that the thing that the iron rooster pecked at was actually a kind of steel creature. The mutated black armored centipede with Lin Shen is still a relative, and it is also a centipede, but the level is much lower, and it is an iron centipede. Lin Shen has no interest in iron roosters and steel centipedes, and the materials on steel creatures are not worth much. I have been chasing and climbing mountains all the way, and I am a little hungry. Kill 2 iron roosters and drink some basic liquid to fill my stomach. Lin Shen was about to go downhill to kill 2 iron roosters, but suddenly heard the iron roosters crowing. A large centipede with colorful patterns on its body and a body of more than 1 meter long drilled out from under the grass, biting an iron rooster in one bite, and biting the iron rooster's neck directly. The remaining iron roosters were in chaos and several more were bitten to death in a moment. Is this thing a mutant creature? Lin Shen looked at the colorful iron centipede and was overjoyed. He came to Wang Xing, because he was just for this thing. No longer hesitated, and let a mutated black armored centipede fly over. That's right, the mutated black armor centipede can actually fly, and its cicada-like wings usually gather under the black carapace. After all, the colorful iron centipede is only steel level. No matter how big it is, no matter how mutated, it is not the opponent of the crystal-based black armored centipede. It was killed instantly with one blow. When the colorful iron centipede was killed, Lin Shen felt the watch in his pocket vibrate. He took it out and saw that some information was displayed on the glass on the surface, like a transparent monitor. Kill the mutant steel creature, the colorful poisonous centipede, and found that the base liquid of the colorful poisonous centipede contains toxins and is not suitable for drinking directly. It's really advanced. Lin Shen was amazed at the technological content of this watch, and said to the watch whimsically, "Look at my own information." The watch actually received his instructions and displayed his information, just like what I saw before. Because the user is too weak, please be cautious. Finally, there was a line of warm reminders on the watch. Chapter 108, The Combination of Root Killing. Sure enough, this thing also comes with artificial intelligence. I just said, how can such a high-tech thing not have an intelligent brain? But why can't this thing speak, and can only send text messages? Lin Shen didn't care about that much, and asked how to use it first. However, before that, Lin Shen first collected the base liquid from the colorful poisonous centipede, and wanted the mutant material, but it was too troublesome to carry it. After that, I don't know how many mutant creatures I would hunt, and I don't know if I can take them all away. While worried, the dead pink swam over and his body swelled up, looking bigger than before when he transformed. After Lin Shen's permission, he swallowed the corpse of the mutated colorful poisonous centipede in one bite, and then quickly returned to the thin rope state and returned to Lin Shen's body. After Lin Shen did this, the iron rooster was scared away, and the steel centipede also penetrated into the ground. Lin Shen was not in the mood to catch them, so he sat on the grass slope and tried to talk to the watch, wanting to figure out the functions of this watch. What functions do you have? The device is malfunctioning and cannot answer the user's questions. Is there any instruction manual? The device is faulty, the internal documents are missing, and the manual cannot be found. How do I set the delivery time? The transmission settings are as follows. 1. Adjust the date. 2. Adjust the exact time, minutes, and seconds. 3. After working on it for a long time, Lin Shen finally figured out how to use this watch-style conveyor device. This watch can actually set the time to transmit by itself. The date is the number of days to enter, and the hour hand can automatically transmit it when it is accurate to what time it is to the minute or second. Lin Shen adjusted the time at 11:23 and the date was 1. That is to say, he would only stay here until 11:23 tomorrow, and the watch would teleport him back. Lin Shen felt that the functions of this watch were much more than that, but because it was a malfunction, he could not find more information, and other functions might not be able to be used. It's right to think about it. If it's a complete watch, how could its owner not take it away? But even so, this watch is already very amazing. With this watch, he can set up time to teleport over at any time, and no longer have to go to evolution and Jiwan cultivation devices. With this point, its value is immeasurable. I don't know who the owner of the cave was, but he actually left such a watch there. Unfortunately, there is no trace of text in the cave, nor is there any information about the owner of the cave. Knowing that he would be able to go back soon, Lin Shen was no longer idle. He first made a little base liquid of the colorful poisonous centipede and applied it to his lips, but he didn't feel any effect. After waiting for a while, I remembered that some toxins may have to come into contact with the blood before they can work. So Lin Shen broke his finger skin a little, smeared the base liquid and applied it, and immediately reacted. Toxins are still very effective, and the wounds quickly turned black. Fortunately, the theory of evolution was also touched. After a while, the blackened wounds flowed out of black water, which seemed to be even worse. However, after a while, the black water gradually disappeared, and the wounds gradually changed from black to flesh color, and what flowed out gradually turned into fresh blood. The theory of evolution is effective, and Lin Shen then felt relieved and boldly poured the base liquid into his stomach. Absorb the base change liquid of mutant colorful poison centipede, base change rate +0, absorb the base change liquid of mutant colorful poison centipede, base change rate +0, absorb the base change liquid of mutant colorful poison centipede, base change rate +1. I swallowed all the mutated base fluid, and after a while, after the evolutionary reaction, I finally obtained a little base variation. My basic variability rate, I'm here. Lin Shen started his hunting journey with 3 mutated black-armored centipedes. This grass slope should be very far away from the beach where Lin Shen went before. It should not be in the same area, and it may not even be on the same continent. The basic creatures here are completely different from the types there. The most are iron roosters, and there are also basic creatures of various poisonous insect systems. Before Lin Shen went far, he encountered groups of poisonous toads and found a mutant product. In the end, the mutant poisonous toad became his basic variability. When killing the mutant poisonous toad, the watch also prompts that the mutant poisonous toad has a base egg changing in its body. Later, a mutated poisonous snake, a mutated scorpion and a mutated dragonfly were hunted one after another, and the basic variability rate reached 11 points. Lin Shen saw the basic creatures on the grass, and he hadn't even encountered any alloy creatures, and there were a lot of species. This place is 2 extremes in the beach. There are any advanced mutations on the beach. I rarely see the steel level. There are low-level goods here. Lin Shen thought this was not bad. He was safe and secure to hunt steel creatures. In addition, he had the protection of the theory of evolution and could not be soaked in all poisons. This place was paradise for him. If it were someone else, they might want to find advanced basic creatures, but Lin Shen has been looking for mutated steel creatures here with peace of mind. There were many kinds of poisonous insects along the way. The basic creatures of those poisonous insects were so strange. Some of them looked similar to those on the parent star, and some were completely different. They were not called by the watch. Lin Shen could not even name them. Except for the iron rooster, the basic creatures here are poisonous. If there is no evolution theory in it, if people from the alloy or even the crystal base level come, they may not be able to live so easily. It is probably difficult for a high-level base changer to encounter a poisonous bee colony that covers the sky and the sun, unless he can kill all the poisonous bees before his base change power is exhausted. That was a bit too difficult. There were thousands of poisonous bees, and there were more large bees. It was impossible for ordinary people with basic transformation to kill light. Lin Shen relied on his ability to remain in a fundamental state and was not afraid of poison. He fought against the dense swarm of bees and forced to kill the mutant bees, and then ignored the poisonous bees and sting them at will. Of course, he can actually be a little simpler and let the 3 mutated black-armored centipedes take action. Lin Shen didn't do that because he wanted to practice the stinging method by the way, and stab the poisonous bees one by one with dead powder. The super solidification of dead powder is similar to Lin Shening. As long as he is injured by dead acne, the base fluid in the organism will begin to solidify, causing the base creature to gradually become unable to move and become an iron statue. The mutant creatures killed were eaten by dead powder. This guy has become picky now. If he is not mutated, he will not eat them. Lin Shen seized the time to find the mutant creatures and transformed into Tsop, a little overlord, a poisonous insect nemesis, and a little insect killer. He didn't know how many steel poisonous insects he killed, and got a few mutant eggs, but they were all eaten by the fat boy. Once, Lin Shen dug up a nest of poisonous ants and dug out a lot of poisonous ant eggs from it, and directly used them as snacks for fatty boys. Dead flower and fat boy, one eats corpses and the other eats the base to turn eggs. This combination is simply a combination of cutting weeds and roots, and nothing can be left. Fortunately, Lin Shen doesn't need those things now, so they just eat them, and it doesn't matter. The set time limit is about to arrive. Should I record the current coordinate? You can choose to transmit to this coordinate next time. When the time is approaching, the watch vibrated again, and such a message appears. It turns out that you can choose the teleportation location. Lin Shen was very surprised and would no longer be randomly teleported in the future. Chapter 109, The Taurus. Time flowed in front of me, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Shen returned to the previous cave, and the location was still the same as if he had never moved. But in a blink of an eye, I didn't see Wei Wufu. Has Wei Wufu been teleported in or returned? Lin Shen frowned slightly. With Wei Wufu's character, if he was not teleported in, he would definitely wait for himself to come out here. However, the watch can only be teleported to users, and it should not be teleported to Wei Wufu in. Now there is no figure of Wei Wufu here, and I don't know what's going on. Lin Shen left the cave and searched on Hulu Mountain again, but still couldn't find Wei Wufu's figure, and he was very puzzled. Has it really been teleported in? Lin Shen calculated the time. If Wei Wufu was teleported in by other methods, there should be a 3-day deadline and it would take 3 days to come out. Apart from his day at Wanxing, it would take 2 more days before Wei Wufu could come out. Thinking of this, Lin Shen went down to Hulu Mountain to see if he could take the watch away. The result was the same as he thought. The watch was still here after leaving Hulu Mountain and did not disappear like a black watch. I came to the canyon, found a hidden place, adjusted the time of the watch, and activated the teleportation again. This time Lin Shen adjusted the time for 47 hours. If Wei Wufu had a 3-day deadline, Lin Shen would have come out earlier than him, and the canyon was the only way back to Superbase, so he should not miss Wei Wufu. The transmission started and the transmission coordinates were selected. Lin Shen then found that there were actually 2 coordinates inside. One was the coordinates on the grass slope he recorded, and the other was not known who recorded the coordinates, and maybe the original owner of the watch. Lin Shen didn't dare to try it casually, so he went to Tsapa to be his little expert in insect removal. Sure enough, he appeared on the grass slope he had left before and looked at his information. When he left last time, the base variation rate had reached 23%, which was still a lot short of the promotion alloy. Mutual poisonous insects, start trembling. Your grandfather is back. Lin Shen summoned his mount and ran quickly on the grass slope, looking for new targets. During the period when Lin Shen was crazy about the antivirus insects, the Jinwang cultivation device on the Jinshui Lake finally started again. The asinators from various families who were originally very excited were no longer happy. The World King teleportation device can only teleport the base transformer into the World King star. Seeing the base transformer disappearing, the Ascension still stood there, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Originally, they wanted to enter the King of Realm as soon as possible, and then kill the special kill, first clearing the crystal base resources inside, especially the mutant crystal base. Who knew that they couldn't get in at all? So many Asinaries have been waiting for so long, and in the end they have to rely on those basic changers to work hard. The Zheng family is so unfair. For this thing, one of them died and 5 others were killed, but they couldn't get into it at all. Ouyang Zhuemiao looked at the camp where there were no more people and murmured to himself. From this perspective, the teleportation range of the King of Realm cultivation device is only so large. I will send more crystal bases in next time. I was not prepared this time. We only entered 6 crystal bases here. How are you doing there? Ouyang Yu has all gone in, right? Sun Jian walked over and said. I've entered. Including the Yudu, we have only entered 5 crystal bases, which are fewer than you. Who knows that this thing can only teleport the base transformer? Ouyang Zhuemiao was a little helpless. This is not bad. The resources of King Star in the realm will not be robbed by the Ascensioners in a short time, and young people can also be allowed to go in and experience. It can be considered a killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sun Jian said as he looked into the sky. The King of Realms reopened the sky projection system and projected all the images of those people. Ouyang Zhuemiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Ouyang Yu was with several other Ouyang family Jingji and was not separated. Although Ouyang Yu is indeed very strong, he is almost an invincible existence among the basic transformers. But Wang Xing is so weird. Who knows what kind of base transformed creatures we'll have? If you accidentally get caught, the crystal foundation will not be without the possibility of death. If several crystal bases are together and there is a response between them, it will be difficult to get into trouble. As for the robbery angel, Ouyang Yudu had said before that he wanted to meet the robbery angel. Lin Shen suddenly had a message of offering +1 in his mind, and he couldn't help but frown in secret. Is anyone dead on concubine by Shun? Lin Shen didn't know that thousands of people from various major families had entered the King of Realms, and he thought that someone from concubine by was dead. But soon he knew that it was not the one from concubine by Shen who died. It was probably the King of Realm cultivation device that was activated again. Because there was a prompt of +1 in his mind, a red light appeared on his body. In just a moment, more than a dozen people had died, and there were not a few people on the side of concubine by Shen, so it was impossible for so many to die. Maybe some of the people teleported from the King of Realms or teleported to dangerous places and they were killed as soon as they came in. Lin Shen felt the continuous increase in his body's power and hurriedly hid the halo of sacrifice to the sky. His guess was not wrong. The dozen or so basic transformers who died were indeed teleported to a more dangerous place. However, they encountered only a group of alloy creatures, but unfortunately they were just ordinary steel-based transformers, responsible for providing supplies and food to the camp. Who knew that they were also teleported in? When they encountered this group of alloy creatures, they were immediately wiped out. Those ascenders of those big families should come in. I have to be careful and don't be targeted by them. Lin Shen did not want to give anyone a chance to kill him, so he did not dare to continue riding his horse and ran wildly. Instead, he put away his mount and carefully looked for poisonous insects on the Tsaupa. It has been more than 20 hours since he came in again, and the base variability rate has also increased to 31. Because even if the poisonous insects of the same kind are mutated, the base variability rate cannot be increased, so the increase rate of the base variability has also slowed down. What is that? Lin Shen just walked up from under the grass slope when he saw a figure appearing out of thin air on another grass slope in the distance. Lin Shen immediately lay down on the spot and put away the shell on his body. The mirror shell was so eye-catching. Originally, Lin Shen thought it was the person teleported in by the big family, but after a closer look, he found something was wrong. There was a pair of cow horns growing on the top of the man's head. I'll go, is that a Tauren? Lin Shen's eyes widened in surprise. The magnate is about 2 meters 4 or 5 meters tall, much taller than most humans. The face is long and the characteristics of a human face, and the characteristics of a cow's face. In addition, the horns on the top of the head look very strange. He was wearing strange clothes, like a tight-fitting suit, and the smooth black fabric was tightly attached to his body, highlighting his muscles like a cow's tendon. In addition to Tianqin, there are aliens from other races who know how to enter the world of Wenxing? Lin Shen looked at the Taoran, shocked and puzzled. Chapter 110 Super Burning. The Taoran also wore a watch on his wrist, and it was still black, just like the black teleportation device Lin Shen wore at first. The Taurus looked at the situation around him and did not find the human and the bizarre creatures, so he took off the backpack on his back and took out a few things from it. What's that? Lin Shen saw that the Taoran actually put a motorcycle helmet on his head, which looked like a three-quarter helmet, and then glanced around. Lin Shen suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, when the Taoran glanced at him, he immediately paused. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of the Tauran's mouth, assembled several tubes taken out of the backpack together, forming a double-edged long battle axe. The double-edged battle axe is very unique. Most of it is alloyed, and the axe blade is red crystals, and there are crystal patterns on the pole. The next second, the Taurus suddenly used the base change power, black alloy armor, which quickly wrapped his whole body, its tall body in heavy armor, making him look like a heavy mecha warrior. When Lin Shen used the power of the base change, he found that the tights were not broken. The base change matter actually penetrated through the tights and formed a shell. This is a bit magical. In Lin Shen's homestar, those who transform the base usually wear whiter robes to avoid being damaged when using the base power. This is the first time that such a high-tech product has been seen. The Taurus also uses pet capsules, and suddenly made a big alloy black cow, and rushed towards the side while riding the big alloy black cow. How did he find me? It must be the helmet. Lin Shen stared at the equipment on the Taoran, and his eyes began to shine. It's nothing great about an alloy-level alien. Tianqin is still a crystal base. He also snatched the angel revolver away by him. This Taurus is just an alloy, far inferior to Tianqin, so Lin Shen is naturally not afraid of him. However, Lin Shen immediately changed his mind. The mirrored shell wrapped around his whole body, and his right hand was behind him, holding the angel revolver tightly, his finger was on the trigger, and he could shoot at any time. The three mutated black armored centipedes that were originally hiding nearby were ambushed at 3 points around the forest depth, and they could launch attacks at any time. Even when facing the alloy-level Taoran, Lin Shen had to fight with all his strength. It would be fine if he didn't take action. If he took action, he had to be a thunder attack and could not give him any chance. When the Taoran saw that Lin Shen was a human or a steel-level human, he stopped and did not continue to charge. Human? I didn't expect to see humans here. The Taurus was fluent in Mandarin. He rode a big black cow with an elephant's eyes, grabbed the double-edged giant axe with one arm, pointed at Lin Shenji and said arrogantly, "Tell me, how did you come here? Maybe you can give you a way out." I said I am an indigenous here, do you believe it? Lin Shen thought to himself, it would be nice to chat with this Taoran, maybe he could get some useful information. Originally, Lin Shen thought that only Tianqin, an alien on this planet, knew how to come in, but he didn't expect that other aliens had also come in. Lin Shen wanted to know now that in addition to this Taoran, how many aliens had come in, and whether there were more advanced strong people among them. Indigenous? There are still indigenous people on this planet? The Taurus's copper bell-like eyes suddenly widened. Can this planet be the human mother planet that has never been found? The birthplace of the human race? Lin Shen knew from Tianqin that there has not been a channel for teleportation to the human mother planet yet, so now there are only humans who have gone out, and no aliens can reach the mother planet. The Taoran said this, obviously under Lin Shen's wrong guidance. He regarded the Star of Realm as the mother star of human beings. It can be seen that the Taoran did not know where he was teleported, which made Lin Shen feel a little relieved. Ah, it's so good. I didn't expect that the teleportation device would lead to the human mother planet. It's so good, it's so good. The eyes under the Taoran helmet lit up and stared at Lin Shen and said, as the first human to meet me, I allow you to be the first slave of Augustin, the great super-burning warrior. You can kneel down to your master now. The arrogant look of the Taoran Augustin seemed to be able to become his slave, which was a blessing Lin Shen had not received for his lifetime. Dear super-rich warriors, I don't know how many warriors have come from the nobles. We humans are very yearning for powerful races like super-rich. There are many humans who want to become slaves of super-rich. I wonder if there is such an honor. Lin Shen said a fool, but it is not illegal to make a fool of himself. When August Man heard Lin Shen say this, he became even more proud, and the bull's nose was almost about to rise. If you want to be a slave to my super burning warriors, not everyone is qualified. It depends on their qualifications, at least it must be steel grade. This is the bottom line. If it is a mother human, she looks good, she can relax a little bit of restrictions. How many people do you humans have? August Man stared at Lin Shen with a greedy face and said. There are many good-looking people, and the population is about less than 1 billion. Lin Shen said casually. 1 billion, the population is not too small, the destruction army this time is 30,000 soldiers. In addition to the benefits of the corps commander and the deputy corps commander. Each soldier can also get a lot of human slaves. Augustin murmured to himself, as if he was calculating how many human slaves he could get, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. Humans, take me to your city. I can reluctantly accept the loyalty of some human beings first. Augustin said. Thank you for your kindness and tolerance. A great warrior like you must be a very great existence in the Super Burning Legion, right? Seeing that Augustin's brain was not very good, Lin Shen continued to compliment. Of course. Augustin seemed a little impatient and shouted to Lin Shen, you shouldn't lead the way. This is the way, but before I go, I still need to confirm whether you are really a great super burning warrior. Human beings only want to serve the real super burning warrior. Lin Shen said. Of course I am, can't you see it? Augustin said coldly. Please forgive human beings for their shallowness of their knowledge. Lin Shen said with a smile. How do you want to confirm? August Man interrupted Lin Shen impatiently. As long as you can defeat me, I will admit that you are a true super burning warrior. Lin Shen said as he raised his dead fans like a javelin in his hand. What's the problem? Augustin laughed to the sky, raised his other empty hand, hooked his fingers at Lin Shen, and said arrogantly, come on, I can take my move and never die. You will be my #1 slave from now on. Then I'll come. Lin Shen showed a strange smile on his lips. It was rare to meet an alien of a low level, and he just happened to try out his current strength. After summoning the iron horse, he turned over the horse, Lin Shen rode his gun and rushed down from the grass slope, heading straight to Augustin with his nostrils facing the sky. Chapter 111 The Iron Boss. Augustin saw Lin Shen riding an iron horse, and the arrogant look on his face became stronger and stronger. He rode on the back of the big black bull and looked at Lin Shen from a high place, waiting for Lin Shen to come over and give him an axe to finish the matter. The steel grade is a small garbage in the Super Burning clan. Most of the Super Burning clans were born as steel grade, and some of the Super Burning clans were born as alloy grade. If the Super Burning clans are still steel grade, it is basically the lowest class in society, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are garbage. For August Man, a mere steel-level human being is not garbage. Looking at Lin Shen rushing towards him, August Man slowly raised the double-edged giant axe in his hand. At this time, several Super Burning tribes walked out on the grass slope on the other side, and the leaders were wearing red tights, while the other were wearing black tights like Augustin. Deputy Commander, August Man is there. He seems to have fought with a human. Is there a human here? One of the black tight-fitting Super Burning warriors said in surprise as they looked at the two of them in the duel. The Super Burns, who was known as the deputy commander in a red tights, smiled and said, a garbage steel-level human being will know when you arrest it and question it later. Several Super Burning warriors talked and laughed, not taking Lin Shen seriously at all. But when Lin Shen rode the iron horse and rushed to Augustin's side and stabbed it out with a shot, everyone changed their colors. The spear that looked a little strangely stunned like a phantom. Fast, so fast that everyone can't believe it, it was the speed of steel level piercing out. Augustin only felt a red light flash in front of him, and the double-bladed giant axe in his hand had no time to lift it up. The dead powder had already pierced into his throat and pierced it directly. Impossible. The Super Burning warriors on the grass slope on the other side widened their eyes, unable to believe that Augustin was stabbed to death by a steel-level human. It turns out that aliens are just like this, they are very weak. Lin Shen didn't expect that he could stab Augustin to death with one shot, and he didn't even react. Originally, he thought Augustin could fight him for several rounds, and then he took out the angel revolver and shot him away with one shot. Actually, this is not surprising. The power brought to him by the contract of infinite power, the blessing brought by the aura of sacrifice, and the super-based instantaneous speed of the dead pink and the super-based armor-breaking spike, it is not that difficult to kill an alloy level, and Augustman is still so arrogant. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to plunder Augustin's spoils, but he heard the angrily scolding and roaring from the other side. Turning his head, he saw 8 Taurens roaring and rushing towards him. Most of them were crystal-based, and the other 3 were also alloy grades like Augustin. They were all wearing tights, most of them were black, and only one was red. When they rushed over, the base material had already flowed out of their bodies, turning into a carapace to protect the whole body. Lin Shen turned around and ran, but the speed of the iron horse was much slower than that of Jingji. Several Jingji Taurus were about to catch up. Ah! The 2 crystal-based Taurens chasing in front suddenly screamed, and each of them had a mutated black armor centipede curled up on their legs, biting through their crystal-based shells. The red-clothed Tauren reacted quickly and actually discovered the mutated black-armored centipede that rushed out of the grass beside him. He jumped up and avoided the biting of the mutated black-armored centipede. Lin Shen saw the red-clothed stubborn man jumping into the air, and raised his gun without hesitation and shot it. With a bang, a pet capsule shot out and turned into a white jade tiger in the air. With the blessing of 44 speed, he instantly arrived in front of the red-clothed stubborn man. The red-clothed Tauren was obviously much stronger than the ordinary crystal base. He grabbed the red crystal double-edged axe on his back and slashed at the white jade tiger that was flying towards him. The tiger claws and the red crystal double-edged axe were fighting, and sparks flew everywhere. The white jade tiger was chopped down, and several tiger claws were cut off. The situation of the Taurens on the other side was not optimistic. 2 crystal-based Taurens whose shells were bitten by the mutated black armor centipede, hugged their legs and howled on the ground. The toxins of the mutated black-armored centipede are very strong. Although they are not a type that can cause death in a short period of time, they will make people feel in pain. Most people can't bear that kind of pain, and once it occurs, they basically have no combat power. The mutated black-armored centipede who sneaked into the red-clothed Tauren that failed to succeed, turned his head and flapped his wings and slapped at another crystal-based Tauren. The 2 mutated black-armored centipedes that bit the Tauren also rushed towards the other Taurens, one of which was a crystal-based Tauren could also fight with a mutated black-armored centipede. The remaining 3 alloy-level Taurens were in a miserable state. Under the attack of another mutated black-armored centipede, they all fell to the ground and started to scream in a short while. They did not have the vitality of the crystal-based Tauren and died in a short while. Bang! Lin Shen fired another shot, and a black crystal stone man with a height of more than 3 meters rushed towards the red-clothed Tauren and besieged the red-clothed Tauren with the white jade tiger. All 5 mutant crystal-based pets seized from Zhang Guyuan were sent out, while Lin Shen stood aside to watch the battle. The people of the Tartar were shocked and angry. How could they have imagined that a steel-level human would actually have so many mutated crystal-based pets, which were more mutated pets than those of Legion-level bosses? The only 2 remaining crystal-based Taurens hurriedly took out their pet launchers and took the opportunity to launch a few pets, which was considered to be barely stabilizing the situation. The 2 people launched a total of 6 pets, all of which were crystal-based, but there were no mutated varieties. The red-clothed Taurus also pulled out the pet launcher. While resisting the attacks of the white jade tiger and the black crystal stone man, he fired continuously and created 2 pets, both of which were crystal-based, one of which was mutated Big Red Bull and the other one with an ordinary jade-armored warrior. With so many pets in support, the battle situation finally stabilized. The red-clothed Taurus showed his might and made the black crystal stone man retreat repeatedly. The black crystal body was splattered by the red crystal giant axe, leaving deep marks. I heard Augustin say just now that their legion has 30,000 people, and I don't know how many crystal bases there are. Lin Shen frowned secretly, worried that Wei Wufu would meet them. In terms of combat ability, Lin Shen does not believe that the Tartar of the same level can fight Wei Wufu. Even if he faces ordinary Jingji, Wei Wufu has a certain chance of winning by challenging him to surpass the level. But if there are too many Tartars, Wei Wufu has no choice. After all, he is just one person, and his fists are hard to beat four hands. Human, I want you to pay the price of bleeding. The man in red dressed axe and sat on the ground with an axe, roaring and roaring excitedly. The white jade tiger fought against the mutated red bull, and it was difficult to decide the winner for a while, but the white jade tiger's claws were previously injured by the red-clothed Tartar, which was obviously affected and seemed to be at a disadvantage. The three mutated black-armored centipedes were entangled by the other two crystal-based taurans and crystal-based pets, and it was difficult for a while to make a difference, and the situation was quite unfavorable to Lin Shen. After the red-clothed Tauren man sat on the ground, he turned around and rushed towards Lin Shen. As long as he killed Lin Shen and got his pet launcher, the pets would be destroyed. The Tauren in red had already salivated Lin Shen's 5 mutant crystal-based pets and wanted to take them all for themselves, otherwise he would continue to attack the Black Crystal Stone Man, and the Black Crystal Stone Man would be dead after a few more shots. Lin Shen had no intention of escaping, and directly urged the horse to rush towards the red-robed Tauren. You are seeking death. Seeing that Lin Shen dared to come up, the Taurus in red became even more angry, as if he was insulted. Lin Shen's gun was very fast, but that was only for the alloy grade. The red-clothed Taurus had not taken it seriously yet. But when Lin Shen charged forward, the steel shell on his body became redder and redder, and soon looked like a piece of burning iron, emitting a very hot and brilliant brilliance. Go to die. The red-clothed stubborn man ignored it at all. His majestic body burst out with an unimaginable terrifying speed. With a sound boom, he flew up in the air with a double-blade giant axe. While rushing towards Lin Shen, the red crystal giant axe slashed down, trying to slash the spear in Lin Shen's hand, including people and horses. Lin Shen did not stab the spear, and pulled the trigger of the angel revolver with his back, and jumped up from the back of the iron horse, facing the red-clothed Tauren who was slashing angrily at a faster speed. Chapter 112 There is a monster. The Tauren in red was shocked when he saw Lin Shen shooting him. Previously, Lin Shen Connect launched 5 mutant crystal-based pets, which was really scary. Now another one was launched, which made him subconsciously think that it was another mutant crystal-based pet. He slightly adjusted the direction of the double-edged giant axe and met the pet that flew over quickly. What he didn't expect was that the pet actually opened with an axe and was split in half like a paper branched, just to steal pet. But the Tauren in red had no time to annoy that he was being fooled because he saw Lin Shen jumping to his side at the same speed. This scared the red-clothed Taurus again. How could a steel grade be so fast? It would be impossible to take stimulants so fast. Before he could think too much, the red-clothed Taurus burst out with the power of the prehistoric world, and roared and changed direction to change the direction of the two-blade giant axe that was slashing down, sweeping across the waist towards Lin Shen. The red-clothed Tauren thought to himself, you can't leverage your strength in the air, and you can't avoid my axe anymore. Even if I try to get you shot, I will cut you off in half. I am Jingji, and you can't even break the defense if you stab me. You rubbish steel, I will kill you with one axe. But the next second, the red-clothed stubborn man's eyes widened to his limit. Lin Shen, who was in the air for some reason, actually rushed out of thin air in the air, avoiding the giant axe he swept across and flipped over his head at a faster speed. Lin Shen turned his head, and the moment he turned head-to-head with the red-clothed Tauren, he reached out and tapped his neck hard. The fingers that burned red and transparent iron rods hit the neck of the red-clothed Tauren, and sparks suddenly splashed, like iron flowers bursting out from an iron thunder. The red-clothed Tauren was shocked and angry. He was not an ascensioner, but could actually use force to change direction in the air. This was too strange. But then I thought about it, so what if he could hit him? A steel-grade garbage would not even break his defense. But when he was in the middle of Lin Shen, he suddenly felt as if his body was imprisoned by some magical power. He suddenly lost his ability to move, maintained his axe-waving posture, and fell straight down. After tying the red-clothed Taurus, Lin Shen fired a shot at another crystal-based Taurus who was fighting, and stepped on his left foot and rushed out like a bullet in the air. Another crystal-based Tauren was already panicked when he saw that the deputy commander of the steel-level human being was knocked down face-to-face with one finger. In a panic, he dodged the pet that was coming from the rapid shooting, but he was unable to deal with Lin Shen, who rushed to his head quickly. Lin Shen stopped him easily and shot him out again. The remaining Jingji Taurus was already silly. Lin Shen didn't touch the ground and even settled the deputy commander and a Jingji warrior with one finger, making him wonder if Lin Shen was an ascensioner. No basic creature can play like this, it's like flying. In the end, Lin Shen also pointed the acupoints there and stood there and could no longer move. Lin Shen quickly snatched all of them from their pet launchers, and all the pets stopped and looked at Lin Shen together. Now their owner has been replaced by Lin Shen. Thank you for the gift you gave me. Lin Shen had the urge to bow to the people of the taunt, 5 crystal-based taunts and 5 pet launchers. This is the rhythm of development. In addition to these pet launchers and the pets inside, Lin Shen is more interested in the helmets and clothes on them. It is very convenient to be able to penetrate basic substances and not be damaged. The function of the helmet also seemed to be very wonderful. August Man could have discovered that he was lying on the grass slope and was relying on the helmet. I ask, you answer well, let you live, if you answer badly, let me keep your life. Lin Shen walked to the red-clothed Tauren and pointed at him with a dead pink. If you want to kill, kill. The red-clothed stubborn man is still very strong, and he has the kind of tough attitude of killing me now. Very good, I just like tough guys. Lin Shen tugged directly at the waist of the red-clothed Tauren. He instantly added armor-breaking spikes and directly pierced the red-clothed Tauren's shell and pierced it into his waist. The hardness of the red-clothed Tauren man's carapace is comparable to the mutant crystal base, and the carapace is thicker than that of ordinary people. This piercing was only a few inches, and he failed to pierce his waist directly. But it doesn't matter. Lin Shen pulled out the dead pink and looked at the red-clothed Tauren and asked again, what about now? Garbage humans, stop dreaming. The great super burning warrior will not bow to a garbage race like humans. The man in red roared and cursed with his neck. I really admire you more and more. Lin Shen was not angry either and looked at the red-robed Tauren with a smile. The red-clothed Tauren was still cursing, but Lin Shen was still not angry, just looking at him silently. But gradually, the red-clothed Tauren cursed lowered, and a look of horror gradually appeared on his face. You, what did you do to me? The red-clothed Taurus felt something was wrong with his body. After being tapped, although he could not move, he could still feel the power flowing in his body. But now he felt that the power in his body seemed to have solidified, and his mind was a little bad, and he was almost rigid. Lin Shen just looked at the red-clothed Tauren. The base liquid in his body condensed into solid body, and the human body completely lost its vitality and turned into a lifeless crystal-based statue. The remaining 2 Taurens looked at Lin Shen, as if they were looking at monsters. You choose one, do you want to be as painful as them, or do you want to turn into an immortal statue like him? I suggest you choose the latter, and the world will remember your majestic figure. Lin Shen glanced at the 2 crystal-based Taurens who were about to suffer from pain not far away and said, I, super burning warrior, will never be a slave. Jingji Taurus shouted, gritted his teeth. Lin Shen did not say a word and directly ordered the mutated black-armored centipede to bite it, and the severe pain gradually came. The Taurus gritted his teeth at first, but after not long, he finally couldn't help but howling heart-wrenchingly. Where are you? Should you choose it yourself, or should I help you choose it? Lin Shen looked at the last Tauren. What do you want to know? Asked the Tauren tremblingly. My question is very simple. Lin Shen smiled at the corner of his mouth. What he asked was not a secret, but just asked how many people came to the Super Burning Clan this time, what level were they all, and how did they come? Also, what are the uses of these equipment on them and how to use them? This Tauren is very cooperative and explains all the questions Lin Shen asked. Lin Shen was surprised and happy after hearing this. He knew from Augustin that 30,000 warriors came to the Super Burning Clan. What's terrible is that 3,000 of the 30,000 warriors are all crystal bases, and the rest are alloys. In the words of the Tauren, the steel grade is not worthy of becoming a super burning warrior. Fortunately, the Tauren said that the teleportation device cannot transmit ascensioners, only the basic transformer can enter here. In other words, although there are many warriors in the Super Burning Clan, the strongest Legion commander is just a crystal base, which is very beneficial to Lin Shen. As long as there are no ascensioners, Lin Shen is not afraid. Even if he can't beat him, he has the ability to escape. What surprised Lin Shen the most were the devices on them. Chapter 113 Full of Harvest. The tights on their bodies are called Super Rising Battle Clothes. I don't know how this Tauron was made. Super Rising Battle Clothes itself has certain defensive functions. The most important thing is that they can penetrate the base-changing substance and will not block the form of the base-changing shell. That helmet is called Super Burning Battle Helmet, which is similar to a thermal imaging device. However, it is not able to see the heat source, but the energy in the body of the base transformer. Based on the energy in the body of the base changer, the level of the base changer can also be roughly judged. Lin Shen took off a super burning helmet from a dead Tauron and put it on his head. The helmet is too big for Lin Shen, and there are 2 holes with cow horns on it. I originally thought it would be unsuitable to wear it. But after putting on and starting it, the Super Rising Battle Helmet actually contracted to fit Lin Shen's head, without any discomfort at all. Looking outside through the guardrail in front, the clarity is quite good and there is almost no obstacle to the line of sight. Looking at the corpse of the Taurus on the ground, the Super Burning War Helmet did not respond, and then looked at the living Taurus warrior. The protective glasses immediately showed a red blood bar next to it. The blood bars were divided into grids and grids. The more grids there were, the stronger the base energy of the other party. The crystal-based Taurus has 3 grids. According to him, generally speaking, there is only 1 grid of steel, 2 grids of alloys, and 3 grids of crystal-based Taurus. If it exceeds 3 grids, it is the assassinator. This thing is quite useful. When the opponent does not use the base change power, you can roughly see the opponent's level. Lin Shen was quite satisfied with the Super Burning Battle Helmet. The Super Burning Battle Helmet and Super Burning Suit are equipped by every Super Burning Warrior, but not every Super Burning Warrior can be equipped with a pet launcher. Among these Super Burning Warriors, there are 5 pet launchers in total, but there are not 3 alloy warriors. According to this Tauron, not everyone has crystal-based Super Burning Warriors, and most of them are not. The reason they all have is that they are guards of the deputy commander, so they are equipped with pet launchers. Lin Shen tried it and the speed of their pet launcher was much worse than that of the Angel revolver. The pet launcher of these guards had a rate of fire between 20 and 30, and the deputy commander's fire rate was 38 or 90, but he could not reach 40. However, even the firing rate of 20 or 30 is much faster than activation with your hands. It is still a good thing, and for humans, it is even more valuable. There are also many pets inside, with only 16 light crystal bases, and only 1 mutated Red Bull on the deputy commander's body, and there are also many alloy pets. Lin Shen suddenly changed his bird gun and the Angel revolver was filled with crystal-based capsules, 6 of which were mutated. Go along the way. After asking, Lin Shen took off his Super Burning Battle Helmet and let the Black Crystal Stone Man smash his head with 1 punch, so that he could set off without pain. Augustus Man said directly that he wanted to enslave humans, which shows that there must be human slaves in their clan, otherwise Augustus Man would not blurt out. Lin Shen would not have any mercy for such a race. They stripped off their super burning suits and super burning helmets, and the battle axes were all good things, and they were all packed and hung on the back of the big Red Bull. What surprised Lin Shen the most was not these, but when he killed these turtles, G-Tion actually responded. Every time he killed a turtle, G-Tion's halo was strengthening. It seems that as long as you come in with a teleportation watch, no matter what race or style of teleportation watch it is, you will be considered my teammate. This is why I can accumulate the halo of sacrifice to the sky. Lin Shen was very satisfied. However, Lin Shen did not use the power of the halo of sacrifice to the sky. He had done the operation just now with his own strength. After killing these 8 Taurons, the total blessing that the sacrifice halo can give him has reached 47. In other words, if the power of the sacrifice halo is used, all attributes around him must be added 47. This power is already unimaginable, not much worse than when I killed the Giant King before. Unfortunately, the power of sacrifice to heaven can only be used once, and it will be accumulated again after use. Lin Shen has no intention of using it yet. Such power is Lin Shen's biggest trump card. If he encounters insurmountable difficulties, he can use this attack to open a bloody road. It is estimated that no one on Wangxing in the world can block this power. Lin Shen himself guessed that since the ascendants from the Super Burning clan could not enter, it was probably impossible to enter the World King's cultivation device. As long as there were no ascendants, the blessing given to him by the aura of sacrifice to the sky would be invincible. Of course, Lin Shen has no way to confirm that Wang Xing has no ascension, so when you can keep a low profile, you should be more low-key. Life is more important than anything else. Lin Shen put on the deputy commander's red super burning battlesuit, and the battlesuit was automatically tightened, which fitted his figure. The place on the waist was almost impossible to see when the dead powder was pierced, and the tightness of this battlesuit was very good. Wearing a battlesuit and a battle helmet, Lin Shen's heart moved and put his things away. Even the heaven backpack was put into the deputy commander's backpack. He wore a pet launcher for the deputy commander's pet, plus the red crystal battle axe, riding the big Red Bull. No one could tell that he was Lin Shen. Even if he was discovered by humans and broadcasted live, no one knew that he was Lin Shen, the second-generation ancestor before. There are other secrets that can enter the world of Wang Xing, and no one will find them. I will not be misunderstood by humans to become a super burner warrior, right? Lin Shen looked at himself. This red tights felt a little ashamed. After thinking about it, Lin Shen took out a big white robe from his backpack and put it on the outside, and finally felt better. It's time to start a killing. Lin Shen felt that he could hunt down some of the single super burning warriors, get more battlesuits, battle helmets and battle axes, and he would definitely be sold at a good price. Of course, what Lin Shen wants most is a pet launcher, which can be sold at a high price. After everything was ready, Lin Shen rode the big Red Bull and set off again. After Mo Xingqi from the Cape base teleported in, he found that most of the more than 20 basic transformers around him were steel grades in charge of logistics in the camp, and there were not many alloy grades. He, a crystal, and he led more than 20 logistics personnel to surf the world's star, and had to be careful. Fortunately, they were teleported to Tsapa. Except for noticing the poisonous insects hidden in the grass at first, and several steel-level poisonous insects were bitten by the poisonous insects, they did not encounter any danger later. With their strength, as long as they were careful not to be bitten by the poisonous insects, there was no danger on Tsapa. Originally, when Mo Xingqi thought that he could be a nanny safely and not seek to make contributions but only seek to bring everyone back alive, he met a team of super burning warriors. Seeing hundreds of alloy super burning warriors riding the alloy Black Bull, under the leadership of 7 or 8 crystal-based super burning warriors, everyone was shocked, and even Mo Xingqi's face became ugly. Chapter 114 The Big Red Bull Knight. Others don't know what these guys dressed in weird clothes and had cow horns on their heads. As the key training target of the younger generation of the family, Mo Xingqi has visited many alien stars and has heard of the Super Burning Clan, but he has never seen it before. The main reason is that there are too many races in the universe. He has never encountered the Super Burning Clan on the alien star he has been to. Escape separately, I'll stop them for a while. Mo Xingqi issued an order directly. The other party had a large number of people and his level was not comparable to the logistics personnel he led. Now we can only escape one or one, otherwise we will not survive. The logistics personnel behind him fled and scattered all over the place. Mo Xingqi pulled out an ice crystal-like sword weapon, and held a pet launcher in his other hand, and his body was wrapped in a blue carapace. Under my sword, the blood of super burning has not been stained yet. Let's start a meaty day. Mo Xingqi urged the six-hoofed Tyrannosaurus who sat down at the crystal base level and rushed forward to the super burning legion that was like a wolf and a tiger. Bang bang bang. With continuous gunfire, crystal-based pets rushed out and faced the Super Burning Legion. The Super Burning Legion also threw out pet capsules, one of which was a crystal-based Super Burning Warrior with a pet launcher in his hand, and also successively launched crystal-based pets. The battle situation here immediately attracted many humans from the home star to watch. They had seen Super Burning Warriors in other perspectives before, but they were all scattered and had not had large-scale conflicts with humans. This is the first time I have seen so many super burning warriors. Seeing Mo Xingqi face so many super burning warriors alone, my heart was hanging, and I knew that Mo Xingqi's trip was probably a little bit of a bad luck. When you know you can't do it, Mo Xingqi is worthy of being a base transformer from the Cape base, and a strong man among me. Damn it, let me go in. I want to fight with Mo Xingqi and kill all the bastards of the Super Burning Clan. 1,000 sails are all tourists along the way, but only one rider walks against the current. It is sadness and prosperity. People gave the greatest respect to Mo Xingqi, who wanted to fight against the Super Burning Legion alone. There has never been a shortage of heroes among human beings, but heroes often shed blood and tears. The beast is biting the beast, and the sword and the axe are fighting. Mo Xingqi's pets were intercepted by the pets opposite and were in a dilemma of being outnumbered. Even so, Mo Xingqi still had no hesitation, and the six-hoofed Tyrannosaurus rushed into the Super Burning Legion. With a wave of the ice crystal-like long sword in his hand, he swung his throat without any obvious incident with an alloy Super Burning Warrior. When a person passes by, the sword leaves, but the blood is still not seen. After the six-hoven Tyrannosaurus rushed out for several meters, blood was sprayed out from the Super Burning Warrior's throat like a spring. Mo Xingqi's sword technique is as bizarre as clouds, changing and unpredictable as the sword is without traces. If it is in a one-on-one duel, this sword technique is enough to compete with everyone in any sword technique. However, in the battle formation, there was no room for illusion. Countless battle axes were slashed together. Mo Xingqi could not avoid it, so he could only wave his sword to greet him. No matter how many changes his sword skills were, they could not use them. The sword and the axe collided continuously, and the sound of the collision was endless. The sword is always a light weapon, and it is already a disadvantage to fight against the heavy weapon. Under the siege of 4 crystal-based Super Burning Warriors, Mo Xingqi's sword blade was broken into gaps one after another. The other Super Burning Warriors separated like wolves and chased after the escaped logistics personnel, obviously trying to kill them all. Seeing that he was powerless to stop the Super Burning Legion, Mo Xingqi's murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, and suddenly jumped up from the back of the six-hooped Tyrannosaurus. He looked like a glimpse of the human and swords, turning into a phantom, flashing by the side of a crystal-based Super Burning Warrior. The sword passed and the head fell. Mo Xingqi also fell into more Super Burning Warriors. Although his sword was sharp, it was like the last sunset at dusk. Although the rays of light are still the last afterglow, and it is about to be submerged in the crowd. The people watching the game are silent like death. Perhaps most people are not considered heroes and cannot become heroes, but this does not mean that they do not have heroic spirit in their hearts. In Mo Xingqi, they saw the way they had longed for when they were childhood, and they were so eager for a miracle that would happen. The figure could rise into the sky again, just like their childhood dreams, becoming heroes who saved the world. But if a miracle can happen casually, it is not a miracle. The Super Burning Warriors like wolves are about to catch up with the logistics personnel. The six-legged Tyrannosaurus roared in anger and powerless manner during the siege, and his body was covered with scars. The blue color in the group of Super Burning Warriors was about to become the last remaining light before the arrival of darkness. Suddenly, the sound of roaring hooves came, and the sound of thunder beating a drum was still so unique in the noisy battlefield. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound of hooves came, and saw a giant red bull as huge as a mammoth elephant running wildly from the grass slope on the left. The size of the big red bull was significantly taller and more majestic than the big black bulls of these Super Burning Warriors. The body as crystal clear as jade has a kind of sturdy force that can knock a hole into the mountain. On the back of the big red bull, a knight in white robe and red clothes and a battle helmet was wearing a war helmet, holding a revolver in one hand and a blood crystal double-bladed giant axe in the other. There were many giant axes and battle helmets inserted on the package behind him, which looked extremely strange. Is that human or Super Burning race? What a weird guy. It's over. It seems that this person is stronger. He is the helper of the Super Burning Clan, right? My Mo Xingqi, I just met you today, so you must not die. People were looking at the weird Red Bull Knight, and the Super Burning Warriors were also looking at him. They naturally knew in their hearts that they were definitely not the Super Burning Warriors. There are no adults of the Super Burning Clan who are less than 2 meters, and it is impossible to have no corners. They knew that they were not their own, but they were shocked when they saw the mutated Red Bull sitting down, the red suit and helmet on his body, and the blood crystal battle axe in his hand. They naturally recognized that it was the object of a deputy commander of the Legion of the Desert Legion, so how could it fall on others? Looking at the giant axes, helmets and other objects inserted in the bag behind him, I felt even more shocked. Among those giant axes, there were actually several pure crystal-based axes, which were weapons that only Guardian crystal-based warriors were qualified to use. They were different from the crystal-based battle axes used by ordinary super-burning warriors. Did that guy kill all the deputy commander and his guards alone? Several super-burning warriors at the crystal base level couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Before they could think about it, the Red Bull Knights had already connected and fired, and the pet capsules turned into crystal-based pet postures in the air and rushed into the battlefield. The addition of 8 crystal-based pets made Mo Xingqi, who was already almost unable to resist the surrounding Europe, suddenly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Mo Xingqi desperately waved the sword full of gaps and like a jagged tooth. Yu Guangzhong saw a knight like a fire rushing towards him and rushing into the battle formation. Chapter 115 One Rider Chasing 100 Riders. Lin Shen wandered around looking for mutated creatures and super-burning warriors that could be hunted. Who knew that after leaving for a while, he saw Mo Xingqi and others besieged by a team of super-burning warriors. Originally, Lin Shen took a look from afar and didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Who knows if it could be an ungrateful wolf like Zheng Yan. Lin Shen was bitten by a snake once and was afraid of the ropes for 10 years. If he saved someone, he would cause an ascensioner to chase him. I wonder if he would have such good luck to encounter the black-covered mushroom beast surrounding him. So he looked at it from a distance. While he was hesitating, he was still a little touched when Mo Xingqi's feat of blocking the super-burning legion alone. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen still rode the big Red Bull out. He did not use the Angel Revolver, but used the pet launcher of the deputy commander to knock out several crystal-based pets he had put in. He rushed over with the blood crystal double-bladed giant axe in his hand, which was pretending, and he didn't plan to fight with those crystal-based super-burning warriors. When he got close, he planned to throw the blood crystal double-blade battle axe out as a flying blade, then pull out the other 2 pet launchers at his waist and shoot, catching them off guard. Lin Shen didn't want to do this either, but he wouldn't use this kind of battle axe. He could stab a spear twice, but he really couldn't use the battle axe. The abacus was pretty good, but before Lin Shen could find an opportunity to throw out the flying axe, the super-burning warriors who besieged Mo Xingqi suddenly turned around and ran away, riding the big black bulls one by one, running faster than the other. Even the super-burning soldiers who went to pursue the logistics personnel turned their mounts and ran away desperately. This confused Lin Shen. Why are these super-burning warriors so much more cowards than Augustin and others, and they all ran away before they could fight? Lin Shen really wanted to tell them not to run away. My buddy is not strong enough and the axe is bad. Don't play anymore. Come and chop me up. They all ran away. Who should Lin Shen asks for battle suits, battle helmets, and battle axes? He saw it clearly just now. One of the crystal-based super-burning warriors and pet launchers also have a pet launcher. Although the firing rate seems to be very low, only more than 20, it can be sold for money. Lin Shen didn't know that the so-called land-breaking legion is just to say it nicely, but in fact it is the cannon fodder legion, which is used as a suicide squad. In addition to the chief and deputy commander of the army and some of their confidants, they are basically miscellaneous troops, and there are even many prisoners who have committed crimes. Being cannon fodder can be considered a meritorious service. These guys are indeed very fierce in normal times, but seeing Lin Shen's equipment was obviously snatched from the deputy commander of the army, and they also brought so many battle axes and battle helmets, they could not guess what was going on. The deputy commander and his guard were killed by this man. How dare they fight against Lin Shen with such strength? They were scared away directly. One of them ran away soon, and they didn't give Lin Shen the chance to realize his plan. Lin Shen finally met a super-burning warrior with a pet launcher. He was reluctant to let him go. He directly beat the Red Bull and rushed towards the crystal-based super-burning warrior. It's okay if you don't have the suit and helmet, you must get the pet launcher. Mo Xingqi and the logistics staff were also stunned. They were already in trouble, and they all decided to fight to the death. Who knew that those super-burning legions, which looked even more terrifying than tigers and wolves, turned around and ran faster than the other? What's the situation? Emo Shinchi and the others stared blankly at a big Red Bull Knight, wielding the blood crystal double-blade axe, and running alone to chase the super-burning legion of hundreds of cavalry. The huge crowded Chaoran legion didn't even dare to look back and didn't have the courage to fight. Lin Shen's big Red Bull was much faster than their mounts. He caught up with a slower one and directly raised his axe and slashed at the head of the super-burning warrior. The alloy-level super-burning warrior was already scared and turned around and raised an axe to block it, without even the courage to cut. How could his alloy battle axe compete with Lin Shen's blood crystal battle axe? The axe rod was cut off by the blood crystal battle axe, and then he slashed it down with half pulling his body. The super-burning warrior who was running for life in front turned around and was even more frightened when he saw this scene. He fled in all directions, one more than the other. Damn it, who is the commander of that big Red Bull Knight? It's so fierce. Strange, why didn't I see his exclusive image? Isn't this a human, right? It must be humans. How can aliens help humans? I thought Lubu was invincible in the world, but I didn't expect there would be a fierce man like the big Red Bull Knight. Look at the battle axes and battle helmets inserted in the big package behind him. How many advanced super-burning warriors have they killed? That's great, Emo Shinchi is saved. One person chases a team of super-burning warriors. My big Red Bull Knight is so powerful. What kind of super-burning warriors are trash? There is not even a warrior who dares to turn back and fight my big Red Bull Knight. Seeing Lin Shen chasing hundreds of horses alone, everyone felt ignited, and they wished they could go on stage and kill the enemy with Lin Shen for thousands of miles. Many people are also puzzled why there is no exclusive image of this person on the sky projection system, and they suspect that he is not a human. Emo Shinchi reacted and wanted to call Lin Shen, but he only saw Lin Shen Yang the pet launcher in his hand. The pet he had just launched followed and soon disappeared behind the grass slope in the distance. Ah, no. Why are there no camera anymore? I also want to watch the big Red Bull Knight kill the Minotaur. Many people are very depressed, but there is no way. Only those who are transmitted from the King of Realms will have images. Lin Shen is far away from them, so naturally he will not be able to see them. Who is that person? He is so brave. Could it be Ouyang Yudu? Emo Shinchi looked at the direction of the Red Bull Knight's departure with a complicated expression, and secretly guessed in his heart. Those who watched the game naturally knew that the great Red Bull Knight was not Ouyang Yudu, because at this time, Ouyang Yudu and his group met a group of crystal-based creatures and were also caught in a hard battle. Lin Shen chased the Tauran with a pet launcher and kept chasing. The other Taurans soon noticed that they were away from the Tauran and fled in all directions. The magnate saw Lin Shen chasing him closer and closer, and he was shocked and angry. He didn't know why Lin Shen kept chasing him. Warrior, you and I have no grudges in the past, but now I have no grudges. Why are you chasing me? The Taurus shouted loudly while desperately urging his mount to speed up. If you don't kill the gun, you will let go of your body, and you will have your life. Lin Shen responded. I can keep things, but how can you guarantee that you won't kill me? There are obviously smart characters in the Tauran, not all stupid guys like Augustin. You're just talking nonsense. Lin Shen was impatient. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out the angel revolver and shaking his hand at the Tauran. The Taurus was startled and hurriedly blocked the giant axe behind, but he did not hear the sound of the pet hitting the axe surface. A mutated black-armored centipede drew a strange arc, bypassing the giant axe, hitting his head, and countless claws hugged his head, hugging it and biting it. Ah! The Tauran screamed and fell off the back of the big black bull. Chapter 116 Wild Mutation recognizes the Lord. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck, Ouyang Yudu and several others were teleported to the mountainous area. Before I walked far, I met a group of four-winged gray crystal dragons. The four-winged gray crystal dragon has 2 pairs of dragon wings, and its body is like gray quartz stone. It is more than 10 meters in size. It usually lives on cliffs. They lie on the stone wall, looking like part of the stone wall, and you can't see it without looking carefully. As soon as Ouyang Yudu and others entered the area of the four-winged gray crystal dragon, they saw a huge monster pounce down from the mountain wall. When they saw that it was Jinji Bio, these guys were quite happy. They thought they would have such a reward when they came. It was really a feed for God. But the next second, they saw four-winged gray crystal dragons flying over the entire mountain wall, and there were more than a dozen. What's even more terrifying is that there is a four-winged gray crystal dragon that looks like a green ghost gem, which is obviously a mutant creature. Several people quickly activated their pets and formed a ball with the four-winged gray crystal dragon. However, Yang Yu didn't take out his pet and looked at the mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon with interest. A white armor that looked like a crystal and jade gradually appeared on his body, protecting his whole body. His shell style is very special. Generally, the shells of basic transformers are relatively simple, while his shells are more like a complete set of armor. Even above the armor, there were mysterious patterns, like clouds and fog. Unfortunately, Lin Shen couldn't see the armor of Concubine by Shun. Otherwise, when he saw Ouyang Yudu's armor again, he would find that the two were really similar. One was masculine and the other was feminine. The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon seemed to sense something, staring at Ouyang Yudu with his eyes tightly, making a dragon sound, vibrating his four wings and rushing towards Ouyang Yudu. Boom! The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon's high-speed flight triggered a sonic boom, and the airwaves outside the body formed a circle of air explosion rings. The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon was like a super fighter flying at high speed, diving towards Ouyang Yu. The moment he was about to reach the ground, the mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon swept past the ground, leaving behind a series of afterimages. When he was about to hit Ouyang Yudu just jumped lightly, as if it was very relaxed, but he happened to ride on the neck of the mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon, and his hands just held the dragon horn above its head, one left and one right. The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon rushed straight to Yunxiao in anger, rolling and flew in the air, trying to throw Ouyang Yu riding on its neck off. The wind is so comfortable. Xiao hui hui, faster. Ouyang Yu seemed to enjoy it very much. No matter how the mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon rolled or shook his head, he couldn't throw him off. During the flight, it even stood on its side and flew against the mountain wall, hoping to use the mountain wall to knock Ouyang Yu down. There was a crackling sound, and a deep mark of hundreds of meters long was drawn on the mountain wall, but Ouyang Yu still grabbed it. Boom 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 boom. The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon accelerated continuously, forming a circle of air bursts in the air, but it still didn't help. The people watching the game were stunned. Many people from ordinary bases had never seen anyone play like this before, and they all felt that it was too crazy. Ouyang Yu in the air smiled very freely. Even when the mutated gray crystal dragon rushed into the sky quickly, he let go of his hands and sat upright, as if he was enjoying the oncoming wind pressure, and clamping the mutated gray crystal dragon's neck with the power of his legs. Thump! The mutated gray crystal dragon failed to throw him down, and suddenly rushed down like a sharp arrow, instantly plunging into a lake from a height of 1,000 meters, causing waves of more than a dozen highs. This is too slutty. Ouyang Yu won't even play herself to death, right? It probably won't be possible. He is Ouyang Yudu. So what Ouyang Yudu is like? He is also a human being and will die. It's not good to die like this. Just as people were talking, they suddenly heard another rumbling sound of water, and the mutated gray crystal dragon climbed up the shore from the lake. Ouyang Yu was still riding on its neck, and every person and dragon were covered with water, flowing everywhere. The mutated gray crystal dragon lowered its head, Ouyang Yudu's body slid down, and he lay directly on the ground, watching the sky remain motionless. What did I say? Let's take it off. If you don't do it, you won't die. Can't you be fine? The Ouyang family must not cry to death. The successor whom I finally trained was just dead. People watched the mutated gray crystal dragon open their mouths and stretched over to Ouyang Yu, who was lying motionless on the ground, thinking that they would swallow Ouyang Yu now. The next second, everyone's eyes widened. The mutated gray crystal dragon did not bite Ouyang Yudu, but instead spit out a small gray-green key from his mouth. What did I see? Wild Crystal recognizes the master. Is this really something that humans can do? I just said that Ouyang Yudu is Ouyang Yudu, not an existence that ordinary people can imagine. Fuck, the wild crystal base is recognized. How low is this probability? Or the mutant crystal base. Thanks to the sky projection system for giving me some insight, can this work? With countless people looking at them, whether envious, jealous, or admiring, Ouyang reached out to catch the key, but did not take it back. He sat up and hugged the mutated gray crystal dragon's head, and stroked the gray-green scales on its cheek with his fingers. The mutated gray crystal dragon is very obedient and has no sense of resistance. After letting go of the mutated gray crystal dragon, Ouyang did an action that no one expected and actually threw the pet key back to the mutated gray crystal dragon. The mutated gray crystal dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the key, but leaned over and bowed in front of Ouyang again. Ouyang turned over and rode on, and the mutated gray crystal dragon let out a dragon roar, and its 4 wings surged into the sky, leading Ouyang to the clouds. From now on, you will be my little Hui. Ouyang armor retreated, revealing his true face, and spreading his hands, enjoying the impact of the wind. The dragon roared in the sky, and the 4-winged gray crystal dragons that were originally fighting against other basic transformers stopped, and looked up one by one at the mutated gray crystal dragon and Ouyang in the sky. This time, Ouyang was completely popular all over the world, and everyone knew that a pride of heaven had appeared at the Godlove base. Young man, it's not a good thing to be too ostentatious. You want to be proud of yourself, and you have to have the ability. When there was no sky projection system before, I felt that the alloy-based transformer in our base was already a super strong man. Now I realize that alloy is nothing. Ouyang, when I grow up and marry you, I must keep your first time. You guys say, who is stronger, the big Red Bull Knight or Ouyang? I think Ouyang is a little stronger. The wild mutant crystal base recognizes the master. I'll ask you if you have heard of it? I still think the big Red Bull Knight is stronger, but he is a fierce man who runs away when he sees it. For a time, major bases were discussing this topic: which one is stronger, Red Bull Knight or Ouyang? There are obviously more people supporting Ouyang, because the Red Bull Knight has not really shown his power, and no one knows whether he is a human being. Not only the big Red Bull Knight and Ouyang, more and more young strong men have shown amazing talents and combat power on the World Star. In fact, the humans transmitted from the World King training device are all from super bases, and there are many successors that are focused on cultivating by big families. They can be said to be the most elite young people among humans. Chapter 117 Mutant Iron Rooster. Lin Shen didn't know that others compared him with Ouyang, and even if he knew, he was lazy to pay attention, especially at this time. Little bastard, don't let me catch you, otherwise you will be miserable. Lin Shen threw the water bag to the ground hatefully. After killing the super burning warrior, Lin Shen continued to search for mutated creatures and other Taurens. Just under a grassy slope not far from killing the super burning warrior, Lin Shen found a colorful iron rooster. An ordinary iron rooster is the color of cast iron, but the feathers on this iron rooster are colorful and look very gorgeous. Lin Shen killed so many mutant poisonous insects on Salpa, but this was the first time he saw the mutant iron rooster. Originally, he thought that this kind of small steel-grade mutation could be knocked down with just one shot, but Lin Shen didn't care much and fired a shot far away on the grass slope. Who knew that the mutant iron rooster fell head-on and disappeared? When Lin Shen ran over, he saw that there was a grass hole the size of a football fell in the place where the mutant iron rooster fell. He opened the grass next to the hole and looked inside. He thought the mutant iron rooster's body had fallen inside, but who knew there was nothing inside? The hole was not deep, but it turned into a corner, and I don't know where the bend went. I didn't hit the shot just now? Lin Shen was a little confused. Although the pet launcher he used was the one with a speed of more than 20, it was not something that steel creatures could dodge. Just as I was about to get a pet into the hole, I heard a giggle coming from behind. When I turned around, I saw that the mutated iron rooster was sticking out his neck from a grass hole on the other side of the grass slope, and was still shouting at Lin Shen, as if he was provoking. If you have a way in heaven, you won't go, and if you have no way in hell, you will come and throw it. Lin Shen quickly drew his gun and shot, thinking that this time it would be foolproof. As a result, the iron rooster suddenly shrank back, and the pet hit the grass slope, killing the blades of grass, but did not hit the iron rooster. Lin Shen ran over and looked again. The hole was the same as before, and it turned around inside. Before Lin Shen could study it carefully, the rooster crowed from the other side, and the iron rooster actually stretched out his neck from the grass hole in another place. Lin Shen was so angry, it was clearly provoking him. Lin Shen was silent at the moment, deliberately not looking at the place where the mutant iron rooster was, and quietly took out the angel revolver, thinking to himself, I want to see if your neck shrinks quickly, or my bullets are fast. While pretending to walk in another direction, he suddenly turned around and shot it, and the mutated black armored centipede flew out like lightning. You are not dead this time. Lin Shen was secretly ruthless in his heart, but his eyes widened. The shot was still lost, and the mutated iron rooster shrank back. Impossible? Can the steel creature avoid the shooting of the angel revolver? Lin Shen was surprised, and the mutated iron rooster appeared at another hole. For the next nearly half an hour, Lin Shen kept shooting the mutant iron rooster that had been waving and waving. The result surprised him very much. He didn't hit it once. The mutant iron rooster didn't run away and just fought with him. Lin Shen's mentality was a little exploding. You play with me, right? Okay, I'll give you my help. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and pulled out all 3 mutated black armored centipedes, letting them each drill through a hole. At the speed of a mutated black armored centipede, as long as you encounter the mutated iron rooster in the hole, you will definitely be able to catch up with it and take its life. Who knew that after the 3 mutant black armored centipedes drilled in, they didn't react for a while. Instead, the mutant iron rooster crawled out of another hole, stretched out his neck and clattered at Lin Shen, as if mocking him. Is this chicken really a sperm? Lin Shen was depressed. He also had a glimmer of hope, waiting for the mutated black armor centipede to catch it in the hole, which disappointed him very much. He didn't know whether the 3 mutated black armor centipede had poor IQ or whether the situation inside the hole was too complicated. Anyway, after waiting for a long time, they couldn't climb to the entrance of the hole where the mutant iron rooster was. Lin Shen estimated that there must be many branches in the cave, and the 3 mutated black armored centipedes did not recognize the way, so they might be lost inside. After thinking about it, Lin Shen simply summoned all his pets, blocking the hole of one pet, and insisting on catching the mutated iron rooster. Lin Shen kept firing, forcing the mutant iron rooster to switch to different holes. There were more than 20 holes on this grass slope. Fortunately, Lin Shen had enough pets and kept all the holes. I think where are you going this time? Lin Shen saw that the mutant iron rooster had not appeared for a while, and knew that all the holes should have been guarded. He just waited for 3 mutant black armored centipedes to catch the turtle in the jar. It would only take a while for catching the mutant iron rooster. Play with me. I've grown up so old. I haven't lost the game. I'll play the gopher game. I'll get the best score. Lin Shen brags about his shameless self. After whispering for a few words, Lin Shen felt a little bored. No matter how hard he blew, he was still played with by the mutant iron rooster. He could only use cheating methods to kill it. Just as I was depressed, I suddenly saw a mutant iron rooster rushing out from a hole not far away, flapping its wings and rushing forward desperately. Soon, a mutated black armored centipede rushed out from the same hole. The mutant iron rooster was actually not that fast. It was able to avoid the shooting of the angel revolver before, mainly because it only stretched out its head. When Lin Shen fired, it shrank back. In terms of pure speed, this mutated iron rooster is indeed much faster than ordinary steel creatures, and can almost compete with mutated alloys at a speed. This surprised Lin Shen. He had never seen a basic creature that could break through his own level limit in speed. Seeing that the mutant iron rooster rushed out was not far from him, Lin Shen quickly rode down and rushed over, wanting to capture the mutant iron rooster alive and see what's special about it. The mutant iron rooster flapped its wings and landed on a place below the grass slope. The mutant black armored centipede behind it had also chased after it. However, Lin Shen did not let the mutant black armored centipede bit it, and rode the big Red Bull to chase after it. Thump! Seeing that he was about to chase after him, the mutated iron rooster was right in front of him. Lin Shen suddenly felt his body falling violently. There was actually a big hole here, with grass leaves intertwined and covered tightly, and nothing could be seen from the outside. The big Red Bull ran up and fell down directly. I'll go, there's a trap. Lin Shen was shocked. He didn't care much at this time. He stepped on the back of the Red Bull, and flew up and landed outside the cave. The big Red Bull and the mutant Iron Rooster fell down. Lin Shen hurriedly lay on the edge of the hole and looked down. He saw that the hole was not deep inside. It was pitch black below and there was nothing to see. However, he heard a plop. It should be water. Fortunately, Lin Shen was well prepared and quickly took out a strong flashlight from his backpack and shone it into the hole. Chapter 118-3 Treasure Box. When the strong light shone in, I immediately saw the big Red Bull below, and the mutated Iron Rooster disappeared. The cave is estimated to be more than 10 meters deep. Except for a layer of grass slope and soil above, there are black rocks with metallic luster below. The big Red Bull stood in the water, and the water just exceeded its calves and was not very deep. The light from the flashlight shone directly on the water surface, and the water here was clear and visible to the bottom. But this is not the main problem. The problem is that Lin Shen actually saw a brick like gold in the water. Yes, it is the bricks. The bottom of the water is covered with golden bricks. The size of the gold bricks is about the same as that of ordinary red bricks. You can vaguely see strange patterns on it. Hey, why are there artificial things here? Are there really natives on the King of Realms? Lin Shen came here several times and has been to some places. Apart from basic transformation creatures, he did not see alien creatures similar to humans. Although there are also those with high IQs and even smarter than humans, few basic creatures will make anything. On the contrary, humanoid creatures, such as the celestial beings and the Super Burning Clan, all have their own technology and manufacturing industries. The big Red Bull did not find any danger below, and Lin Shen asked the mutated black armored centipede to go down to check it out, but also found nothing dangerous. Is the story of the ancient king and the 3 treasures box that Tianqing told us true? Could it be that this is the place where the ancient king is buried, right? Lin Shen felt that it should not be that coincidental, but he was still a little curious. Fortunately, there was no danger below, so Lin Shen took protective measures and carefully went down into the cave. Below the cave is an arched waterway, which is obviously built by hand. The entire waterway is made of gold-like bricks, with a large space, similar to a subway tunnel. The water is not deep, but it is living water. It flows from one end of the tunnel to the other end. When it is more than 100 meters in front, the water flow turns. The King of Realms will not teleport people to this planet for no reason, and the title of the King of Realms is that it is facing the king of the ancient King of Realms again. Could it be that there is nothing here, right? Lin Shen kept shining around with a flashlight. The place where he fell was a gap in the arched waterway. For some reason, a big hole collapsed here, and many gold bricks fell in the water. Lin Shen picked up a gold brick and tried it. It was not real gold, but the color and texture were somewhat similar. However, this thing is much harder than gold, and it may be some kind of alloy material. It's not a small trick to build such a large project with so many alloy materials. Lin Shen became more and more curious. After thinking about it, he decided to take a look at what was inside first. Of course, he would not take the risk by himself and summoned the white jade tiger to let it explore the way forward. I didn't go far from going upstream, and I had reached the end. There was only one sluice at the end. There was an underground undercurrent outside the sluice, and nothing else. Lin Shen had no choice but to turn around and walk down the waterway, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. What is that? Lin Shen looked at everything in front of him, and was extremely shocked. Outside the end of this waterway is a huge underground cavity. The entrance of the waterway is half-wasted in the underground cavity. The water inside the waterway flows into the underground cavity like a small waterfall. There are many waterways like this on the walls of the underground space, all of which are flowing. At the top of the entire underground cavity, like the starry sky, there are stars twinkling. Looking closely, it is a kind of luminous crystal that can illuminate the entire underground cavity. On the left side of the waterway, there was a stone statue standing tall and high. The stone statue was as dark as ink, but there were countless fluorescent lights on its body, just like the fluorescence reflected by quartz stone after being illuminated by light. The shape of the stone statue was very strange. It is a half-squatted person, holding the stone roof like a starry sky with both hands and back. This movement seemed to be exerting force, trying to lift the dome up, but the moment it was not able to lift it up. There was water under my feet, but it didn't look deep. The water flowed from the other side of the underground cavity to the deeper underground cave. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that at the foot of the stone statue, there was actually a stone platform, and there were 3 gold-like treasure chests on it. My God, is it really that luck has come that I accidentally found the 3 treasure box of the king of the ancient realm that the heart of heaven cannot find? Lin Shen was both surprised and happy. It seems that my luck is not that good, right? Lin Shen didn't dare to take a chance, so he let the mutated black armored centipede fly down to see if there is any situation. The mutated black armored centipede flew around the holes underground, and no other creatures or mechanisms were found, and no base creatures were found in the water. Lin Shen issued an order again to let it fly to the stone platform. The mutated black armored centipede fell on the stone platform and slowly crawled towards one of the golden treasure chests, and soon touched the treasure chest. Nothing unusual happened. Lin Shen was delighted and quickly ordered the mutated black armored centipede to move the golden treasure chest. The treasure chest is not very big, it is just a little bigger than the shoebox. The mutated black armored centipede rolled the treasure chest, flapping its wings, trying to pull it up. But no matter how hard it is, the golden treasure chest will not move at all. I don't know if it is because the treasure chest is too heavy or because it has a special design. Lin Shen didn't want to go down and took risks by himself, so he ordered the mutated black armored centipede to bite the keyhole on the treasure chest. If you want to open the treasure chest, you should first see what is inside. The result surprised him a little. The mutated black armored centipede was already a top pet at the crystal base level and could not leave any traces on the treasure chest. This made Lin Shen even more convinced that perhaps this was really the treasure chest of the king of the ancient realm, and the general materials would definitely not be so hard. Lin Shen asked the mutated black armored centipede to try the other 2 treasure chests, but the result was the same. He couldn't pull it or chew it. Lin Shen took out the 2 golden crystal-like keys from his close-fitting pocket, and carefully looked at the keyhole on the treasure chest. Looking at this size, it seems to be really like the key to open a treasure chest. Lin Shen thought to himself. One of these 2 keys was snatched from Tianqi and the other was found from Lao Yi. In fact, Lin Shen didn't really believe these 2 keys were the keys to open the treasure chest of the king of the ancient realm. Try it, what if it is true? Lin Shen of course would not try it himself. He summoned the mutated black armored centipede back, let it grab a key with its claws and fly towards the stone platform again. The mutated black armored centipede fell on the stone platform. According to Lin Shen's command, he inserted the key into the keyhole of the treasure chest on the far left. As a result, I inserted it several times, but I couldn't insert it. I just said, how could it be so lucky? Lin Shen had to let the mutated black armored centipede try another treasure chest. This time it went surprisingly smoothly. The key was inserted in at once. With a click, the lock on the treasure chest was opened, and the lid of the treasure chest bounced slightly. Open the treasure chest. Lin Shen was happy and issued an order to the mutated black armored centipede again. Chapter 119 Opening a Blind Box. With a roll of the mutated black armored centipede's tail, the lid of the treasure chest was immediately lifted, which was easier than Lin Shen imagined. There is no mechanism design, and there is a white egg and a crystal panel inside the treasure chest. A beam of light was shot out from the crystal plate, and several lines of words were projected in the air. People with destiny, please patiently read the following content. If you are willing to be enemies of the whole world, please take away the things in the treasure chest. Otherwise, please lock the treasure chest again and transfer the key to wait for the next person with destiny to arrive. What does it mean? I'll take an egg. Do you let me be enemies of the whole world? Don't talk about it here. Lin Shen naturally didn't believe such nonsense, so he let the mutated black armor centipede take out the egg inside directly. After the egg left the treasure chest, a few lines of words were projected out of the crystal plate. I am very satisfied with your courage and determination, but courage and determination are not enough. Since you have decided to be enemies of the whole world, then accept this evolutionary technique. It will be the greatest capital for you to be enemies of the whole world. I hope you can survive successfully. After this passage lasted for a while, new words were projected from the crystal plate. The first thing that appeared was the 7 big characters, the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death and Agelessness, and the following is the main content. Why is the name of this evolutionary technique so inappropriate? Are you sure it's serious? Can this evolutionary technique be enemies of the whole world? Lin Shen felt more and more that most of the people who left the treasure chest were spoofing. Originally, he thought that this treasure chest might be a treasure chest left by the king of the ancient realm, and he was looking forward to what treasure would be inside. If it is really the most precious treasure of the king of the ancient realm, then he will be really developed. Who knew that there was only one egg inside, and it was not clear what level of base-turned eggs it was, but these words made him feel like something left by the king of the ancient realm. No matter what, the king of the ancient realm was also the former master of the universe. How could he be the most precious thing he is just a base to turn into an egg? And the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death is not serious when you hear the name, and it is not like the evolutionary technique left by a cosmic master. No matter what Lin Shen thought, the crystal panel began to project the main content of the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death. Lin Shen thought for a while, quickly took out the paper and pen from his backpack, and wrote down the content projected by the crystal panel before talking about it. What if the king of the ancient realm is an illiterate and abolished name? The name is not good, but the evolution itself is really a good thing. The content of the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death is quite long. If you didn't bring paper and pen, you wouldn't be able to memorize it in a short time. After Lin Shen wrote down all the contents and went to read the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death and Age, he saw new words appearing behind them. If you have already written down the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death and Age, it proves that your qualifications are okay. If you haven't remembered them, you don't need to remember them anymore. With your qualifications, it's useless to practice. Why not just put down your things and leave? Maybe you can save your life and live longer. When these lines appeared, the content of the previous Sutra of Greedy Life and Fear of Death and Death had disappeared. Lin Shen thought to himself, this person is brainsick. Don't you know there is something called paper and pen? Even if you don't have paper and pen, you can take photos and record photos if you have equipment. What's the use of this thing? After waiting for a while, it seemed that because the egg was not sensed that it was put back, the crystal plate projected new text. Since you have decided, go, life and death or fate, wealth and honor are in heaven. Good luck, my child. The end of this passage of text, the beam on the crystal panel converges and disappears, returning to its original appearance. What do you mean by this? Are you teasing me? Lin Shen thought again, this person is quite fun. Since that's the case, I can't be worse than him. Lin Shen thought about flipping through his backpack, took out an ordinary steel poisonous bee egg he had picked up before, and let the mutated black armored centipede put it in. If someone comes in the future, they can't let them return empty-handed, right? The mutated black armor centipede pressed the cover with force and the treasure chest was locked again. There is another key, which should be the corresponding last treasure chest, right? Lin Shen retrieved the previous key, took out another key, and handed it to the mutated black armor centipede to open the last treasure chest. This key is the one on Lao Ye's body. Lin Shen was not sure whether he could open the treasure chest. The result surprised Lin Shen a little, and the key easily opened the last treasure chest. Like the treasure chest in the middle, there is also a white egg inside, and a crystal panel, which also projected text. People with destiny, please patiently read the following content. If you choose to be enemies with the whole world, please take away the things in the treasure chest. Otherwise, please lock the treasure chest again and transfer the key to wait for the next person with destiny to arrive. This is the other way? Lin Shen was speechless. Sure enough, after taking the egg, the crystal plate projected the same text again, saying that there was an evolutionary technique, whether it was his future enemy of the whole world, or an old routine. Lin Shen originally thought it was still the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death, but the content projected was different from the one just now. This did not directly project the name of evolution, but a few words appeared first. I was a guest on Earth, but I had no intention of walking at night. Heaven wanted to wait for me and walked onto the fairy court. After those 4 sentences disappeared, the name of Treading the Immortal Court was projected. This tone is quite good, which is a bit more courageous than the previous, the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death and Age, but it's still a little petty. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. I took out the paper and pen and wanted to record the content of Treading to the Immortal Court, but what was projected later was not the words, but some human figures. Fortunately, I learned everything from piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting when I was a child. Although I was not proficient, I still had a few tricks, otherwise I would have been punished by you. Lin Shen looked at the projected picture and immediately started drawing. Lin Shen is indeed not self-confident, he is not ordinary. The pictures projected by others are lifelike. Although they are just light and shadows of a human figure and no details such as facial features, their artistic conception is not bad. As a result, Lin Shen drew a stickman. Fortunately, he didn't draw very well, but he showed the movements of light and shadow. The light and shadow are constantly changing, and the pictures are projected, all human-shaped light and shadow with different actions. Lin Shen also drew stickman one by one. I don't know how long it took, but the projection of the picture finally disappeared. Another persuasion was inevitable later. Lin Shen refused to listen to the persuasion, and the crystal panel returned to its original appearance. Lin Shen looked at the stickman he drew. There were more than 100 stickmans in total, and each of them had different movements. Fortunately, I'm smart. Lin Shen was quite satisfied with his paintings. As expected, Lin Shen took another ordinary base egg and put it in, then locked the treasure chest again, and took back the key. When I have the chance in the future, I will pass these 2 keys out. Lin Shen was thinking about what if someone came here again with the key in the future, so that they could gain some benefits. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard something that seemed to be coming from a deeper place underground. Chapter 120 The World's #1 Beauty. Lin Shen quickly put away the mutated black-armored centipede, and he also shrank backwards, hid in the waterway, quietly looking at the situation below. After a while, Lin Shen saw a mosaic rushing out of the deepest cave. Hey, this should be Concubine by Shun? Why is she here too? Lin Shen could only see that it was a woman's mosaic figure, and he couldn't see clearly what she looked like. However, except for Concubine by Shun, he had never seen a second person with a mosaic on him. Just as I was thinking, several more figures rushed out one after another in the deep hole. Lin Shen was shocked when he saw it. The figures were all made of golden crystal bodies, with 3 or 6 arms, and all 3 faces were like evil ghosts. He also held swords, circles, seals, shields, rings and other golden crystal weapons in his 6 hands. Just looking at their speed, they are not as weak as mutated black-armored centipedes, and they are likely to be mutated crystal-based creatures. In this moment, more than a dozen 3-headed and 6-armed monsters rushed out and chased by Shenfei. Concubine by Shen did not find the waterway above for a moment. She thought she was dead, so she had to stop and was surrounded by the monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms. A fierce battle started. Before, Concubine by Shen and the Giant King fought back and forth, Lin Shen thought that Concubine by Shen was just like this. When he practiced again, he could compete with Concubine by Shen without using those cheating-like fire abilities. But at this time, seeing that Concubine by Shen fought against more than a dozen, those monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms could not do anything to her for a moment, and she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The theory of talent is really not that strong. Lin Shen hid in watching the game, not daring to emerge, for fear of being discovered by those monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms. Just as he was thinking about whether to escape from the waterway quietly, he heard a scream from below. A monster with 3 heads and 6 arms was instantly slapped 3 palms in a row by Concubine by Shen, slapped his 3 heads and smashed them. Concubine by suddenly seemed to have been given stimulant. Not only did she become extremely fast, but she was as erratic as a ghost. The monsters that had fought with her back and forth seemed to have become lambs to be slaughtered, and several were killed by Concubine by in a moment. Lin Shen knew that Concubine by must have used some special abilities, otherwise the combat power would not have been increased to such a terrifying level. It's a pity that she has mosaics on her body, and Lin Shen couldn't see any changes in her body. The 3-headed and 6-armed monster has extremely strong vitality. It will not die even if it kills the arms and penetrates the body. It can also regenerate the broken arms and heal the wounds. The only way to kill them is to break 3 heads in a short period of time to truly kill them. Concubine Bai was like a female war god. In a short while, she actually killed 9 monsters. But her own situation didn't look very good, and Lin Shen found that her speed and strength had obviously begun to decline. Those monsters had so many companions who died, but they still rushed up fearlessly. Concubine Bai made a ruthless move and killed 3 monsters. Her situation was getting worse and worse, and the remaining monsters kept rushing up, as if she didn't know what she was afraid of. Concubine Bai opened her mouth and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The next second, the speed and strength exploded again. As her body moved at a high speed, phantoms appeared. Almost at the same time, the remaining monsters' heads were all blown up by her. The monster's corpse fell to the ground. Concubine Bai stood in the water and spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Finally, she couldn't hold on to sit in the water. Sap. I'm almost fainting. Lin Shen prayed in his heart. If Concubine Bai fainted here, wouldn't he have the chance to sleep next to her? Unfortunately, God did not obey others' wishes, and Concubine Bai did not faint. She stood up staggeringly and staggered towards the stone platform in the water. Did she come for the stone platform? Did she break into this place by accident, or did she know that there was this place long ago? Lin Shen thought to herself. The situation of Concubine Bai Shen looked very bad. She was very reluctant to jump on the stone platform, which was only more than 3 meters high, and almost fell down. Lin Shen watched Concubine Bai walk to the treasure chest, take out a golden crystal key, and insert it into a treasure chest. The treasure chest was opened by Lin Shen before. Concubine Bai Shen tried it, but the key could not be inserted, so she changed another one. Her luck was not very good, and when she was in the 3rd treasure chest, the key was finally inserted. Lin Shen stretched his head and wanted to see if there was an egg and crystal plate inside the treasure chest that he had not opened. Lin Shen was surprised when he saw it clearly. There was no egg or crystal board in the treasure chest, and there seemed to be a note inside. Concubine Bai seemed very surprised, and stood in front of the treasure chest for a while before reaching out to take out the note inside. The distance was too far, and Lin Shen couldn't see what was written on the note. After looking at it for a while, Concubine Bai stood there in a daze. Lin Shen was curious about what was written on the note. When he was stunned, he suddenly saw Concubine Bai spit out a mouthful of blood mist and fell on the stone platform. What's the situation? Lin Shen saw that Concubine Bai Shen fell on the stone platform and there was no movement, and he was a little afraid that Concubine Bai Shen would die like this. He was not sure whether there would be mosaics on the dead person. Even if there is, Lin Shen doesn't want to sleep with a dead person for one night. With a thought, Lin Shen flew out and used his skills to climb the ladder to come to the stone platform. Concubine Bai really had no reaction at all, and she didn't know if she was dead or unconscious. Lin Shen hurried forward to explore her breath and pulse. Fortunately, they were still there, and they were not dead, so they should have just fallen into a coma. But her condition was not very good, and her breathing and pulse were weak. What did you write? It made her angry like this. Lin Shen picked up the note that fell on the side. After looking at the words written on the note, Lin Shen almost laughed out loud. A line of words was written crookedly on the note. Lin Shen's words were considered ugly. This person's words were even uglier than him, but the content he wrote was very confident. The world's most beautiful man is here to visit. Lin Shen murmured to himself, no wonder Concubine Bai was so angry that she vomited blood. She came to this place for a lifetime and opened the treasure chest with hope. As a result, she saw such a thing, it would be strange if she was not angry to death. Lin Shen was glad in his heart. Fortunately his 2 keys did not correspond to this treasure chest, otherwise he would have been very angry. Put the note back into the treasure chest and lock the treasure chest again. Who made you unlucky? Lin Shen looked at Concubine Bai Shen who was still unconscious, and then looked at his watch. There were more than 20 hours left. Time should be enough. Lin Shen thought for a while, picked up Concubine Bai, and then used the ladder to return to the waterway. Concubine Bai must have not come in from the waterway. There is also an entrance here, but there must be a very dangerous place there, and Lin Shen does not plan to go there. Putting concubine Bai Shin on the back of the cow, Lin Shen also rode on, letting the Red Bull return on the same road, back to the gap in the waterway, hesitating and not going out. There is a platform at every distance in the waterway. Lin Shen puts the white god concubine on the platform, and then releases pets such as mutated black armored centipedes to keep watch around. He took out a potion, forced himself to pry the mouth of concubine Bai Shin and poured it on her. Concubine Bai Shin, I am a life-saving person to you. It wouldn't be too much to sleep together? Lin Shen lay down next to concubine Bai Shin. Chapter 121 The egg is cracked. After thinking about it, I feel that this is not very elegant. If someone falls into the grass hole and sees it, he will not be able to explain it clearly at that time, and his reputation as a concubine of Bai Shin is not good. But he didn't bring anything like tents, so he didn't come out for camping, so who would bring that kind of thing? Lin Shen had no choice but to take off his white robe and cover him with his body, covering her face together. Even if others saw it, they would not know who the person sleeping next to him was. The opportunity is not lost, and no more will come. In order to obtain the fire seed on concubine Bai Shin, Lin Shen didn't care much about it and fell asleep next to him. It was still inappropriate to think about it. He was wearing a red tights and a helmet, sleeping next to a woman. If concubine Bai woke up first and treated him as a pervert, it would be bad. Lin Shen quickly took off his battlesuit and helmet and changed his clothes back. The rest were put in the package on the back of the Red Bull, and let the dead pink crawl into his clothes and wrap it around him. Then he lay down next to concubine Bai Shin again. In this way, even if concubine Bai woke up first, she wouldn't do anything random when she saw it was me. Lin Shen wanted to fall asleep quickly, but he couldn't sleep. It's not that he had any thoughts about concubine Bai, but in fact he couldn't see what concubine Bai looked like. Men are all visual animals and could not see at all. That's because they really had no idea. The problem is that he is really not sleepy now and has no sleepiness at all. In desperation, Lin Shen took out the 2 eggs he got from the treasure chest and put them in his hand to play with them. These 2 eggs are very strange. They are the size of an ostrich egg. The shell is neither metal nor crystal, but egg shells similar to eggs. There is a red mark on both eggs. The difference is that there is a red mark on each of these 2 eggs, which seems to be infected by blood. The 2 marks are different, one mark looks like a red heart, and the other mark is a red dot. Apart from this, Lin Shen couldn't see anything special about these 2 eggs. Is this thing really a treasure left by the king of the ancient realm? Lin Shen was not sure, but he still didn't believe it if these 2 eggs were the most precious things the king of the ancient realm had. What was inside the last treasure chest and who took it away is also Lin Shen's question. Some people came earlier than him and concubine Bai Shin. If it weren't for the person who didn't have the key, the things in the other 2 treasure chests would definitely not be able to be kept. Who could it be? Is Tianxin? With his stinky personality, it is possible that such a note would be left. Lin Shen thought for a while, feeling a little sleepy. He put away 2 eggs, turned around and looked at concubine Bai Shin again. Seeing that she was breathing evenly, she should have been better, but she was still in a coma. Lin Shen closed his eyes and tried his best to relax. He fell asleep in a short while. I don't know how long it took, but concubine Bai slowly opened her eyes. There was a white spot in front of her. Realizing something, concubine Bai reached out and slowly pulled open the white robe covering her, and looked at the situation outside with a cold look. Turning around, he saw Lin Shen lying beside him, and concubine Bai's eyes suddenly condensed. The lonely man and widow were lying in a hole, and they were covered with a white robe. The white robe was obviously Lin Shen's clothes. Concubine Bai Shin immediately imagined many scenes in her mind, and her eyes suddenly turned red, and she stared at Lin Shen who had not yet woken up. Lin Shen is a normal person, and his thinking is naturally the same as the normal person's thinking. The robes and shoes on concubine Bai were still neat, and normal people would think that nothing happened. Besides, women should generally be able to feel whether something happened. However, concubine Bai is not a completely normal person. She devoted herself to practicing and participated in the research of talent theory since she was a child. Her lifelong wish was to practice talent theory. I have almost never been involved in things between men and women, nor have I thought about it. At most, I just want to find a dual cultivation partner in the future, but no one has taught her about things between men and women. Concubine by Shen was simple and terrifying in this regard. Although she had heard of it occasionally, she only had a few understandings. The only thing I can blame is that the education in this era is really incomplete and there are no physiological and hygiene classes. Concubine Bai's understanding of physiological knowledge is better than those women who think that kissing can give birth to children. She knows that she has to do something indescribable, but that's all. In the opinion of Concubine by Shen, Lin Shen must have taken advantage of her to take advantage of the danger and what happened to her. She has no experience, and doesn't know what it feels like after that. In fact, it cannot be entirely blamed for Concubine Bai. When she was desperately killing the three-headed and six-armed monsters, the explosive power tore up the close-fitting clothes inside. The wide robe and shoes outside were intact, but it was not like this inside. No wonder she thought too much. Of course, Lin Shen didn't pay attention to what was going on inside her, nor did he know that there would be such an incident. He thought that he was fully prepared and Concubine by Shen would definitely not misunderstand him. Concubine Bai gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Shen, who was sleeping, and slowly raised her hand, but she did not fall down. Her eyes were unstable and her expression was extremely complicated. After a long time, Concubine Bai didn't know what she thought of, so she put down her hand and glared at Lin Shen fiercely, and turned around and left with a staggering look. Lin Shen was awakened at this time, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. He was thinking about how to tell Concubine by Shen, but he heard the footsteps of Concubine by Shen leaving. It's good. Lin Shen thought it was good, so he could avoid saying anything else. Besides, he really doesn't know what to say. Although he didn't do anything, it's really hard to explain why you sleep next to someone else. Since Concubine by Shen didn't mind, that would be better. He didn't know that Concubine Bai didn't mind, but was a big misunderstanding. Strange, why is there no new fire seed information? After Lin Shen was awakened, he was thinking about how to explain to Concubine by Shen. Only then did he realize that he didn't seem to have obtained a new fire seed. He quickly opened his eyes and stood up to look in the direction of the departure of Concubine by Shen, but he saw that Concubine Bai had already walked to the gap in the waterway. Under the sunlight from the entrance of the cave, he could see that the mosaic on her body was still there. Is it because I didn't hold her to sleep? Lin Shen was a little depressed. Such a rare opportunity could not bring the fire. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity in the future. Do you have to hold it to sleep? I just kept those bases and eggs by my side, and I didn't hold them all the time. Lin Shen couldn't think of what was wrong. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of something cracking from the backpack. Lin Shen was slightly stunned and reacted in a flash. He quickly took the backpack over and opened the zipper to take a look. As he thought, cracks appeared on both eggs, and it was probably the base creature inside that was about to come out. Lin Shen was thinking about how to hatch them before, but he didn't expect them to come out by themselves. I wonder what it will be. Lin Shen was still looking forward to the basic creature inside. Take the 2 eggs out of the backpack and put them on the ground, watching the cracks on the 2 eggs increase. Finally, one of the eggshells split into 2, and a small figure rolled out from inside. Then another eggshell also split into 2, and another small figure rolled out. After Lin Shen saw the appearance of the 2 little things, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 122 The White Garnish Girl. What is this? Is the thumb girl? Lin Shen looked at the things rolling out of the 2 eggs, and everyone was a little stunned. Lin Shen has seen the human-shaped basic creature. The speeding gunman he won before is also a human-shaped basic creature. But the basic creature should look like a basic creature. These 2 things rolled out of the eggs have white and tender faces, like peeled eggs. The hair is black and beautiful, smoother than using it, and there is no coldness or hardness that is like a biological body. The things that rolled out from the 2 eggs were 2 little men who were not as big as a palm, with pink makeup and jade-like dresses, wearing white wedding dresses, headdresses and veils, one holding a thin-neck porcelain bottle in his hand, and the other holding a gourd-shaped porcelain bottle in his hand. It was like two small figures, but they were clearly flesh and blood bodies. The flowing eye waves were extremely agile. They didn't look like basic creatures without temperature, but flesh and blood humans. Lin Shen was still in surprise, and something even more surprised happened. The two little men waved their palms in white gloves, and the broken eggshells on the ground flew towards them, and they broke into extremely small pieces in the air and flew directly to their little mouths. Lin Shen immediately reacted and reached out to grab the flying eggshells, but they were still one step late. The eggshells seemed to have spirituality, bypassing Lin Shen's palms and flew into the mouths of the two little people. As the eggshell was swallowed, something even more incredible happened. Two little people who were only the size of a palm had their bodies magnified quickly after eating the eggshell. Yes, it means enlarging, not growing up, or magnifying in proportion. Even the clothes on their hands and the porcelain bottles they hold are enlarged in proportion. In just a blink of an eye, the two little people who were originally the size of a palm became two big girls wearing white gauze skirts similar to wedding dresses, and they looked exactly the same. Of course, there is no need to say much about beauty. The key is that the skin is really white and tender. Lin Shen's brain collapsed into a word milk girl that he had never heard of before. Lin Shen felt that the two of them were indeed worth creating a new word. Beauties each have their own beauty, but their skin should be really whiter than them. The white skirts on the two of them are actually a little different. They can be distinguished by the style of the white skirt, but there is another more obvious feature. There is a red mark like a red cinnabar mole on the forehead of the girl on the left, and a red heart mark on the forehead of the girl on the right, exactly the same as the mark on the egg. Looking at the two beautiful girls in front of him holding porcelain bottles, Lin Shen thought that it was something called DVD that the fourth brother took him to see before. Lin Shen remembers that the TV series released on the DVD is called Journey to the West, and the story of Sun Wukong and his 4 disciples going to the West to obtain scriptures and fighting monsters all the way. In one episode, they encountered 2 monsters, one called King Golden Horn and the other called King Silver Horn. They each have the same magic weapon, which is very similar to the porcelain bottles held by the 2 girls. One is the mutton fat jade bottle and the other is the purple gold red gourd. Of course, the styles are similar. The 2 girls are holding porcelain in their hands, and the materials are different. But when they saw them holding 2 of these things, they thought of a dead fan like a rope on them. How could they feel like they were in the same number as the episode in that mythological drama? Lin Shen looked at the 2 girls, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He didn't even know what to call these 2 girls. If he wanted to say that they were genin creatures, who would believe that they were genin creatures with white and tender appearance? If they weren't basic creatures, they had the lessons of fat boys. Lin Shen knew that people should not behave like appearance, let alone Lin Shen still watch them come out of the egg. But, the eggshell has been eaten by them, and it seems impossible to tame them with the eggshell. Moreover, with the experience of fat boys, Lin Shen felt that even if he got the eggshell, it would be difficult to tame them. Besides, I don't know if they have pet keys. Lin Shen took Fizai for so long and used all the tricks, such as cheating, coercion and inducement, but he didn't see Fizai give him the key. Maybe there was no key at all. After all, it was a flesh and blood body, so where could he hide the key? Looking at the 2 girls with red lips and white teeth, wearing white gauze skirts, tender skin like water after pinching, and their beautiful eyes with clear black and white eyes were looking at themselves. Lin Shen coughed lightly and said, "Can you hand over the key first? You also know that life is not easy and how difficult it is to make money. Now you give me the key, and I will be responsible for raising you in the future. No matter how hard it is guaranteed that you will eat and drink whatever you want. Follow me, it is no problem to eat and drink." Lin Shen said while observing the expressions of the 2 girls, trying to tell from their expressions what they meant. After hearing Lin Shen's words, the 2 girls looked at each other, held the porcelain bottle with expressionless faces, and stroked the other hand to their foreheads. Under Lin Shen's gaze, the 2 of them pulled out a small red key from the red mark on their foreheads. Yes, that's it. You will follow me from now on. I promise you to enjoy the princess-level treatment. Lin Shen was ecstatic when he saw this, but his face was hypocritical. He walked over and slowly took the key from the hands of the 2 of them. I wonder if the beautiful girl's pet can have a baby. Lin Shen was relieved in his heart, but immediately glared at his backpack again. Isn't this a key? That fat bastard has been reluctant to hand it over. It's useless to take my hard work and raise it as a son. He pulls it into a piss, and you can wait for me. The fat boy who was sleeping in his backpack suddenly shivered, turned over, and continued to fall asleep. Two beautiful ladies, let's take a break first. Lin Shen said as he used the key to turn them back into the pet capsule state. Lin Shen looked at them without blinking, wanting to see how the two living beautiful girls turned into pet capsules. Under Lin Shen's gaze, the two girls' white skirts, like wedding dresses, moved, wrapped around their bodies and rotated at the same time. The white gauze skirt wrapped them like cocoons, and became smaller and smaller while rotating, and eventually turned into two small gauze cocoon-shaped pet capsules and fell into Lin Shen's hands. It is obviously different from ordinary pet capsules. These two pet capsules are gentle and elastic, and they feel a little warm when held in their hands. You can even smell a faint fragrance. I don't know if it's a girl's body fragrance. Lin Shen got the pet capsule and immediately went to see their attributes. After seeing this, he was immediately filled with questions. Chapter 123, The Ageless Sutra. Little Princess Number 1, Superbase Steel Creature, Evolving. Power, 11. Speed, 11. Hardness, 11. Resilience, 11. Basic Variability, 100%. The upper limit of the activity of life form? Talent skills? Little Princess Number 2, Superbase Steel Creature, Evolving. Power, 11. Speed, 11. Hardness, 11. Resilience, 11. Basic Variability, 100%. The upper limit of the activity of life form? Talent skills? Super basic steel, all around. Why is their basic change rate 100%, which is quite good? The question is that their lifespan and talent skills are question marks? As your masters, are there anything else you can't see or know about? Lin Shen frowned slightly. When he saw these two beautiful girl pets, he felt that the treasure chest might be related to the king of the ancient realm. Now seeing their names makes Lin Shen even more suspicious. These two beautiful girl pets may have something to do with the two princesses in the story, Tianxin said. After all, their names are the little princesses. But when I think about it, I think it should be impossible. How could the princess, a descendant of the king of the ancient realm, become a basic creature? This is obviously unscientific. Having said that, Lin Shen has seen many unscientific things during this period. What if? Lin Shen thought about it and turned them into beautiful girls' pet state. The little princess number 1 with red hearts on the forehead is the little princess number 2 with red dots on the forehead. They can only start with their clothes and marks. Are you descendants of the king of the ancient realm? Lin Shen asked as he looked at the two little princesses. The expressions of the two little princesses did not change much. They looked at him clearly, as if they didn't understand what he was saying. Lin Shen asked a few more questions, and he found that although these two little princesses looked almost no different from humans, they seemed to be unable to understand human words. Is it so difficult for super basic pets to communicate? Lin Shen felt a little depressed. It is difficult for fat boys to communicate with each other. They don't seem to understand anything they say, so they know how to rub against them and act cute. Unexpectedly, these two beautiful girl pets are the same. Forget it, let's train it slowly in the future. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that this matter seemed not very simple. The two eggs in the treasure chest turned into two little princess pets with flesh and blood, which looked very much like humans. Thinking about the words in the treasure chest, Lin Shen felt more and more terrifying when he thought about it. Before, he didn't believe that the whole world would be enemies of him just because he took away two. At worst, he would not practice the sutra of greeting in life and fear of death and treading in the immortal court, so that even if the other party has an enemy, it would be impossible to find him through those two evolutionary techniques. As for two pets, if you have any problems, you can just use them in front of others. You can destroy them directly if you are more ruthless. Thinking about it now, it seems that it is not the case. Maybe the root cause is not in the sutra of greeting for life and fear of death and treading to the immortal court. Instead, these two beautiful girl pets are the key to everything. He thought it apart before. Lin Shen has made up his mind that if it is absolutely necessary, outsiders must not see these two beautiful girls' pets. To facilitate communication between us, I will give you a name. From now on, you will be called Xiaoye. Lin Shen pointed to the little princess number 1 and said, then pointed to the little princess number 2 and said, you will be called Xiaona from now on. The two little princesses still looked at Lin Shen with curiosity, as if they didn't understand Lin Shen's meaning. You can't be two fools, are you? Lin Shen was speechless. No matter what, Lin Shen made a reservation for them, first put Xiaoye and Xiaona away and quickly left the place. He doesn't want others to see him here. If something goes wrong here in the future, it has nothing to do with him. The only person who knew that he had been here was Concubine Bai. Concubine Bai Shen is also very good looking. At least I saved her and even fed her medicine. This is also a kindness. She will never spread the news about me. Lin Shen said in his heart. How could he know that this is not as simple as kindness? After coming out, I didn't see the mutated iron rooster, and I don't know where it went. While the time has not yet arrived, Lin Shen plans to find some mutated creatures to improve his basic variability as soon as possible. Now his basic variability rate has reached 45%, which is not far from 100%. Of course, it is not necessary to have 100%. In fact, even if the base variable rate is only 1%, you can use a base to turn it into an egg and try your luck. Maybe it will be done. With a base variation rate of more than 80%, the chance of promoting alloys is already very high. There are also many people who have been promoted before they wait 100%, but Lin Shen doesn't plan to do that. He has to wait 100% base variability before he can be promoted to alloy. This is what the fourth and third brothers said before. Although the low basis change rate is promoted, there will be no difference in a short period of time, but it will still be a little different in the future. As for what is different, they did not explain in detail, because Lin Shen didn't even have a fundamental change at that time, so it was too early to talk about it. Lin Shen thought about it now that the third brother and the fourth brother were actually planning for him in the future at that time, but for some reason, he had never found a suitable base-transformed egg for him. Lin Shen didn't know whether his current situation was good or bad. He used the original egg-base transformation given by Wei Wufu and practiced the wrong version of theory of evolution, but he felt that he was pretty good. Put on his battle suit and helmet, and rode the Red Bull to continue his hunting journey. However, usually he encounters several super burning tribes or mutant creatures, and he doesn't need to do anything at all, and all the pets under his hands will be settled. Lin Shen, who had nothing to do, took out the Treading to the Immortal Court and the Sutra of Greeting in Life and Fear of Death and started studying it. Before, Lin Shen wanted to find the evolutionary techniques of aliens to see if he could practice them. Now he has two evolutionary techniques of alien races in hand, and it may be very top-notch. Of course he has to give it a try. There is a certain possibility that these two evolutionary techniques were left by the king of the ancient realm, and may be even more powerful than the evolutionary techniques practiced by Wei Wufu. After thinking for a while, Lin Shen first put away Treading to the Immortal Court and read the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death word by word. This name is a little bit obscene and not very likable, but Lin Shen thought about it again. Maybe this evolutionary technique is unique in saving lives? Otherwise, how could such a name be used? Lin Shen felt that there was no problem with being responsible for his life. If he really practiced it, it would have miraculous effects on saving his life. That would be great. After looking at it for a while, Lin Shen frowned and tightened, and he flipped backwards. His expression became even more strange. I'm sure I'm not kidding? How could this be achieved? Lin Shen became more and more speechless as he looked at it, feeling that this thing could not be achieved by humans. The first step in practicing this thing actually requires holding your breath and you can't breathe. Can you say that the alien race that created the Sutra of Greedy Life and Fear of Death and Age can survive without breathing? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that something was wrong. If the person who created this thing did not need to breathe, he would not require holding your breath. Chapter 124, Stepping on the Immortal Court. The Sutra of Greedy Life and Fear of Death requires holding your breath not for a while, but for keeping your breathing. During the entire practice, you must hold your breath from beginning to end, and once you breathe, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Lin Shen roughly looked at the basic change part. It takes at least 12 hours to practice the complete exercise at one time. Who can hold your breath for 12 hours at one time? Besides, this is still a basic change, and the air holding time is required to be longer in the future. It takes only a few minutes for an ordinary person to hold his breath at most. He has only been told about a talented person for dozens of minutes. He has only heard of it and has never heard of it. No matter how many he has never heard of it. After the base change, the time of holding the air will increase. Generally, people with base change hold their air for 10 or 20 minutes will not be difficult. Some base changers with special talents can also hold their breath for several hours, or even longer. Such a fundamental change may barely meet the requirements of the Sutra of Greedy in Life and Fear of Death and Agelessness, but even if it meets the requirements, people may not choose to practice the Sutra of Greedy in Life and Fear of Death and Agelessness. Because the Ageless Sutra says that by completing the first stage of cultivation, one can gain a talented ability, fake death. Practice for at least 12 hours a day, and practice hard until you reach the level of flying. I will give you a talented skill to fake death. Only if you have brain problems will you practice this evolutionary technique. As far as Lin Shen knows, among the 5 basic evolutionary techniques, the Tianqin art can be cultivated to the flying upgrade, and at least one talented skill called Mind-Eye, which can strengthen one's perception ability, enhance perception, reaction ability, etc. The other 4 basic evolutionary techniques are similar. Although they do not have particularly strong talent skills after practicing, they are all practical skills. If you pretend to die, it will be useless except for being able to pretend to be dead. Do ordinary basic transformers need to pretend to be dead? It definitely doesn't need it. You pretend to be dead in front of the basic creature, and the basic creature just happens to pick up the corpse and eat it. Most people really don't use talented skills like fake death. Only some more special characters can be used. This is still the case where he can practice. Lin Shen does not have the talent to hold back his breath, so he can't hold it in for 12 hours at one time. I can try it. Although I can't hold my breath for 12 hours, I have an evolution theory. Maybe I can get used to it if I get through it? Lin Shen became more interested. Most people will definitely stay away from this evolutionary technique. Some people may say that this evolutionary technique is very special and may be of great use in the future, but when he really chooses one of them, he will never choose it. Lin Shen didn't think so much, just thought this evolutionary technique was quite interesting. Besides, if he could really practice holding his breath, he would no longer have to be afraid of falling into the water. If you fall into the water again, you just need to close your air and walk out from the bottom of the water. While searching for mutant creatures, Lin Shen memorized the Sutra of Greedy Life and Fear of Death. After he finished memorizing it, he directly burned the paper that recorded the Sutra of Inanimate. If the person who created this evolutionary technique really had enemies all over the universe, Lin Shen didn't want people to know that he had this thing. This planet is indeed very big. After thousands of humans and 30,000 super burning clans are randomly teleported in, there are not many opportunities for real coincidence to collide. Lin Shen moved for a long time and only encountered a few ally-grade super burning tribes, and human-based transformers never encountered them again. After killing several mutant poisonous insects, the basic variability rate has been increased a little, and it is almost 50%. The old man has been memorized and burned to ashes. No one in the world can know that he has this thing again. Lin Shen did not dare to neglect, so he took out treading to the immortal court and started watching it. This stepping on the immortal court is even more strange. There are only human figures, no words, and no meridian diagrams. It is just a simple movement. Lin Shen studied it carefully for a while and found that these movements were either walking or running, jumping, or longitudinal. Anyway, they were all movements in the movement. There is no text and no internal force operation process. How do you practice this? Practice according to the movements on the picture. What is the difference between this and dancing on the radio gymnastics? In this way, you can practice evolutionary techniques? Stop making trouble. If you can succeed in this way, everyone in the students have danced on the radio gymnastics before, and they have never seen an evolutionary one. Lin Shen felt that these two evolutionary techniques were more and more irrelevant. He couldn't even practice ordinary evolutionary techniques, and such a trash evolutionary technique would probably be even more impossible. Forget it, try it first. Lin Shen jumped off the back of the big Red Bull, and started with the movement of the first picture, and tried it first. The result was not very smooth. These movements looked simple, but they were just running, jumping, but in fact they were not as easy as they imagined. Some movements were very difficult to do with Lin Shen's body flexibility. Although a single movement is a bit difficult and can be done at least, connecting the movement with the next movement, Lin Shen felt that his waist was about to be twisted and his feet were wrapped into a trick. After practicing a few movements, he had fallen several times. This is also interesting. Lin Shen became interested instead, and he liked these fun things. After practicing for a while, Lin Shen found that these movements were not ordinary difficult, and some movements were even more difficult than yoga. What's even more difficult is that these movements must be completed in fast running, jumping, and spinning, which is simply perverted. Is this really an evolutionary technique? What effect will it be if you practice it? Lin Shen felt more and more interesting. Anyway, he can't practice other evolutionary techniques, and evolution theory does not need to be practiced. It must be stimulated from the outside world before it can run automatically. Therefore, Lin Shen has nothing to practice, so he simply practices treading to the immortal court, which is better than being idle and can exercise his body. I have tried it too, but I can't keep my chi for so long, so there is no effect yet. Unless Lin Shen can try his best, suffocate and breathe, let the theory of evolution automatically operate, help his body strengthen and mutate, and gain the ability to hold his breath for a long time, it is impossible to get started without aging. Lin Shen was having fun here, and Mo Xingqi and others were also wandering in the Tsapa area for a long time, and they accidentally discovered a building. They were all very surprised. Why did there be man-made buildings in this place and didn't dare to get close to them? So they stood in the distance and looked at them. The building looked like it was cast in metal. There was no gap in the entire building. From a distance, it looked like a dark iron tower. The entire tower is probably several hundred meters high, with no window on it, only a tightly closed door at the bottom. There is a plaque at the entrance of the gate, with 3 words, Jiwang Tower, engraved inside. Mo Xingqi and others observed for a long time and found that there were many words engraved on the wall next to the gate. After a closer look, the content of those words was about Jijiwang Tower. Chapter 125 The King of Realm. The content is also very simple. That is to say, if you place a prize on the highest level of the King of Realms, you can get the prize by placing a fundamental changer who can reach the highest level. What is the prize? What is the danger in the King of Realms Tower? No word is mentioned. Although Mo Xingqi was very curious and had the urge to go in and take a look, he finally held it back. It doesn't matter if he dies, but he still needs to bring the logistics personnel back alive. He is the only main combatant here. If something happens to him, the survival ability of these logistics personnel will be too poor. In the end, Mo Xingqi gave up his plan to enter the King of Realms and took these people to continue hunting nearby basic creatures. If Mo Xingqi gives up, it doesn't mean that everyone will give up. The King of Realms is not just the one they encountered, but other teams have also encountered the King of Realms. The crystal-based Wang Zhiyou also found a King's Tower of Realm. Unlike Mo Xingqi's choice, King's Tower chose to accept the challenge and entered the King's Tower of Realm. Wang Zhiyou is not a reckless man either, and he has his own reasons for choosing to go in. From his own perspective, he believes that those who enter the King of Realms through the King of Realms are all fundamental changers, and assassinators should not be able to enter. This can be seen from the other human-based transformers and super burning tribes he encountered during this period. After coming in for so long, he didn't even encounter a single assassinator, so he made such a judgment. If the World King cultivation device can only transmit the base changers, and there are no ascending creatures on the star of World King, Wang Zhiyou can boldly speculate that everything on this planet is designed for the base changers, and naturally also includes the World King Tower in front of you. Since it is designed for the basic changer, what is there to be afraid of when Wang Zhiyou? He has already stood at the top of the base transformer and has the power of the crystal-based level. If he doesn't challenge now, will he wait for others to challenge the King of Realm and take away the prizes inside? He also wanted to know what kind of prizes would be left behind by those who could turn a planet into a trial ground. If someone with such a trick is impossible to use garbage as a prize, right? The moment Wang Zi pushed the door open, the number of people watching him increased rapidly. Currently, there are 5 Realm King Towers encountered by humans, but the King's Reunion is the first to choose to enter the Realm King Tower to accept the challenge. Following the King's appointment, everyone also looked at the inside of the King's Tower. However, the King of Realms was pitch black and there was nothing to see. Instead, the gate closed automatically with a rumbling sound, and the tower was sinking into absolute darkness and silence. Welcome to the first floor of the King of Realms Tower. The challenge is about to begin. If you feel that you can't continue during the challenge, you just need to press the button on the King of Realms to end the challenge. Turn on the countdown. 10 seconds later the challenge begins. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, challenge begins. In the darkness, a cold electronic sound sounded, which made the audience know that the live broadcast was not black, but it was too dark and nothing could be seen. Everyone stared at the darkness in the sky, as if they could see something in the darkness as long as they stared for long enough. Unfortunately, they were disappointed, and until the challenge began, they could only see a cloud of darkness. Ah! At the moment when the challenge began, they heard a scream, and their hearts suddenly became in their throats. Many people only regretted that they did not have the ability to night vision and could not see what was happening in the darkness. The challenge failed, the challenger failed to pass the first level, and the results are not included in the rankings. Please keep working hard next time. The electronic sound rang again, and everyone opened their mouths wide. What's going on? What the hell is going on? What is the challenge? Why is it over with a sound? From his previous performance, the King's Reunion of Crystal is definitely not a weak person. It can even be said that among the basic transformers who entered the King of Realms this time, he can be ranked among the top 5. Even he only persisted for a while and failed directly. The difficulty of the King of Realms can be imagined. People were talking a lot, and soon the images of Wang Zhiyou returned to normal. Wang Zhiyou stood in front of the gate of the King Tower of the Realm, with a very strange expression. However, looking at his body, it seemed that there was no injury. I didn't know what happened, so Wang Zhiyou chose to give up. Wang Zhiyou seemed to want to challenge again, but he could not push the door to the King's Tower to push the world. People were very curious about what kind of challenges Wang Zhiyou had experienced, but unfortunately no one could see it. Lin Shen was practicing staring on the immortal court while hunting mutant creatures. When the time limit was reached, the immortal court had not practiced, but the basic change rate had soared to 51. It's getting faster. Come again next time, I'll go to a farther place to take a look. With my current strength, I don't have to worry about meeting crystal-based creatures. Lin Shen wanted to kill some advanced mutations and kill these low-level mutations. The basic variability rate increased too slowly. The teleportation device teleported Lin Shen back, and Lin Shen was guarding in the canyon to see if he could wait for Wei Wufu. He also saw the projection of the sky in the sky, and it felt very novel. After looking at it for a while, he remembered several people. I have to sigh that there are many geniuses in the big family. Maybe the talents are the same, but the environment is different, and it may also create different people. Mo Xingqi, Ouyang Yudu, Wang Zhiyou, Tu Xiaodao. These people are all very powerful. If you have the opportunity, you can get to know each other. There are many friends and multiple ways. Lin Shen thought to himself. Just as I was thinking, I saw a figure appearing at the foot of Hulu Mountain, which was filled with mosaics of concubine by Shun. Strange, why didn't I see her coming down from the cave on the top of the mountain and appeared directly at the foot of the mountain? Lin Shen was a little confused. Soon, someone appeared at the foot of Hulu Mountain, and there were a lot of them. If you look closely, it was Wang Tianer and Qi Shuang and his group. It seems that their harvest is quite good, and the mounts are filled with things, and there are materials and base liquids. Lin Shen hid and watched the people from Qi and Wang families leave surrounded by concubine Bai. Strange. Concubine Bai Shen has already taken the Suanio away. There are no Suanio here anymore. Why can I still see Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen stared at the tall Hulu Mountain, full of doubts. When he was in the cave of Hulu Mountain before, he had some doubts, and now he is even more certain that the reason why he was able to see Hulu Mountain was not because of the Suanio of Qi and Wang families. Can't this guy be Suanio? Lin Shen looked at the fat guy in his backpack. Apart from this guy, he couldn't think of a second reason. Chapter 126 73 Steps. If Fatty is a blackbird, Lin Shen doesn't look like him from left to right. This guy is as fat as a snowball, and he doesn't look like Wang Tianer's black and handsome blackbird. The word Xiang bird is generally interpreted as black, which is deeper, and also has the meaning of black and red. The fat boy is obviously a white bird, but it seems that he has nothing to do with the blackbird. Is it because of the mutation? Lin Shen was thinking in his heart when he saw another figure appearing out of thin air at the foot of Hulu Mountain. Old Wei, here. Lin Shen saw the man clearly, and was overjoyed and hurried over. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen and dragged a black rock python that was more than 10 meters long. The backpack on his back was also bulging, and it seemed that he had gained a lot. The two of them probably communicated about each other's situation, and Lin Shen did not talk about the underground cave. It's not that I don't believe Lao Wei, but because one person knows this kind of thing, it's less dangerous, so there is no need to talk too much. Lin Shen listened for a long time and finally understood what Wei Wufu had experienced after he teleported in. After Lin Shen teleported in the cave suddenly turned black. Wei Wufu was randomly teleported to the King of Realms as before, with a black watch on his wrist. Just like Lin Shen thought, as soon as the 3-day deadline arrived, Wei Wufu came out directly, but he did not return to the cave, but walked through a pitch-black cave and came to the foot of the mountain. He did not see Hulu Mountain again when he turned around. Speaking of this, Wei Wufu looked back and was stunned when he saw Hulu Mountain again. Old Wei, take Fatty to the canyon and walk away. Lin Shen handed Wei Wufu the backpack that was wearing Fatty. Wei Wufu understood Lin Shen's meaning and turned around and left without saying a word. Wei Wufu was not far from Lin Shen, and Hulu Mountain, which was so close to him, suddenly disappeared in front of Lin Shen. It's really a fat boy. Lin Shen had no doubts anymore and was sure that Fat Boy was a mutated blackbird. Can it be that the Suanio from Lin, Qi and Wang families was brought from Giant Mountain? Lin Shen guessed secretly. He called Wei Wufu back. Wei Wufu was far away from the canyon and could see Hulu Mountain, but he did not see Hulu Mountain disappear. After experimenting several times, both of them understood that they could only see and touch Hulu Mountain when they were close to Fatty. Otherwise, Hulu Mountain would be like it was in another dimension to them, and it would not be visible or touched at all. With this discovery, both of them were very happy, so that they would no longer have to rub off the mysterious bird of concubine Bai Shen. Lin Shen even thought that if concubine Bai Shen's mysterious bird is exposed in the future, it can cover his fat boy. In Lin Shen's opinion, it is only a matter of time before Bai Shen concubine Xian bird is exposed. She always takes the Qi family and Wang family people in. This time they are lucky. They are not discovered. Sooner or later, it is just a matter of time. The two of them chatted while walking. Wei Wufu was not very lucky and did not encounter the Super Rift Legion. However, he also knew the existence of the Super Rift clan. He didn't feel that it was so magical when he saw the Super Rift battle helmet and battle suit. Lin Shen took a set to Wei Wufu and gave him a pet launcher, and Wei Wufu accepted them all. I'll buy it all. Wei Wufu said, pointing to the remaining super burning battle helmets and suits, as well as tomahawks and pet launchers. What do you want so much? Lin Shen was a little confused. Tan Chang, need it. Wei Wufu said. Okay, but brothers settle the score clearly. Even if these things are worth the original egg you gave me, I want to keep a pet launcher, and I can give you the rest, but you have to exchange these pet launchers for something. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. I want, what? Wei Wufu asked. Is there any original egg? Get one for me. Lin Shen wondered whether he should use the original egg when he was promoting alloy. The original eggs will become more and more difficult to handle in the future. After all, there are only so many in total, one less one is used. And those base change points that have not been knocked down yet will probably be more difficult to beat in the future. The base change creatures inside will become stronger and more. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, but just moved everything to his mount. I'll give this to you. Lin Shen took out another big black cow capsule for Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's mount was so shabby that he was riding an iron horse. Wei Wufu still accepted it without hesitation and moved all the things to the back of the big black cow. Goodbye in Tiancheng. What else Lin Shen wanted to say? Wei Wufu said something and actually rode the big black cow and left. Why did you leave? Lin Shen looked speechless and looked at Wei Wufu going another way. He could only return to Superbase alone. Back at the Superbase, Lin Shen counted all his gains over the past few days. There are 6 mutant crystal-based pets, mutant white jade tiger, mutant black crystal stone man, mutant black armor centipede, and mutant big red bull. There are 17 Jingji pets. For Lin Shen, these pets can be used to fight in groups, which is also quite powerful. There are more alloy pets, with more than 40, most of them are big black cows, and there are only 3 of them mutated, which is less than the mutated crystal base. They are a mutated big black cow, a mutated lion, tiger beast, and a mutated red scale snake. In addition to the mutated pets, Lin Shen planned to deal with all other ally pets, but this batch of pets is more likely to attract attention. He has not yet figured out how to deal with them. Among the mutated pets, Lin Shen is most satisfied with the big red bull. Red crystal divine bull, mutant crystal-based creature, evolutionable. Strength, 41. Speed, 39. Hardness, 40. Toughness, 37. Talent skills, mutant barbaric charge, mutant mad attack, mutant overlord. The value is already very strong, and the power attribute is still super limit. All 3 skills are mutated skills, and they are all very practical. They are already the strongest mount at this stage. Not all mutated creatures are as strong as Dead Pink, just like mutated black armored centipedes. Only one of the 3 has a speed attribute of 41, and no one else can break the limit. Moreover, their skills are not all mutated skills. Most of them have only one mutated skill, and the others are reinforced or ordinary skills. There is a mutated black armor centipede that only has 2 skills, but one skill is missing, which is not perfect enough. But compared with ordinary crystal bases, the mutated black armor centipede is already very strong, and now it is Lin Shen's main combat power. For the pet launcher, Lin Shen left behind the deputy commander of the Super Burning Legion, and gave the rest to Wei Wufu. Of course, in addition to these, Lin Shen's biggest gain is actually Xiaoyi, Xiaona, and the 2 evolutionary techniques. Taking advantage of the night to return to the Superbase, Lin Shen fell asleep and found that his strength had actually increased again. I was still 17 when I watched it before, but today it has improved a little more and has become 18. He is obviously just a steel-based transformer, but his power is so great. It seems that the dead fans are still growing, and their weight is still increasing. I don't know how much it can grow. Lin Shen was happy in his heart, wanting to feed the dead fans directly with his mutated pet to make it grow faster. Then I thought about it again, it was really too luxurious. I would rather wait until I went to the King of Realm next time and kill more advanced mutant creatures to let it eat. This guy now only eats mutations, and it doesn't even smell the corpses of ordinary basic creatures. As for the enhancement of the body by evolution, it cannot be reflected in all corners of the body. Most of them are resistance, which is very practical, but does not affect the value. Not long after Lin Shen came back, the projection of the sky ended. From the other people's mouths, Lin Shen also knew a lot about what happened on the King of Realms in the past few days. Lin Shen was quite interested in the King of Realms, but he had no plans to go for the moment. In the next few days, Lin Shen practiced treading to the immortal court at home. Although he had not yet achieved any effect, Lin Shen found that his control over his body and his own reaction ability were much stronger, which could not be reflected by numbers. He did not miss the acupuncture method of Wei Wufu's teachings, and he had to practice it with dead fans for a while every day. When practicing stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen suddenly had a whim. If he cooperated with the latter, would it be more interesting to step on the immortal court? Unfortunately, he couldn't even complete the movement of stepping on the immortal court, and it is even more impossible to use it with the latter. During the practice of stepping on the immortal court, I don't know if the stickman drawn was too abstract, the movements were somewhat different from the original version, or the difficulty was too high. Some movements were not connected at all. It was okay to do it alone, but they couldn't move, and they couldn't connect with other movements. So Lin Shen skipped the movements that could not be connected for the time being, and only practiced those that could be connected. A few days later, the World King cultivation device was turned on again. Lin Shen had no plans to enter for the time being. He became addicted to practicing these days. He felt that he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't practice for a day. He planned to practice all the movements he could practice first and walk them all in a complete way to see if there would be any special effects. There are 134 stickmans in Lin Shen's paintings, and there are only 61 movements that he can connect. Later, he adjusted the order again, regardless of what the order was before, and how he went smoothly, and finally he connected 73 movements. When Lin Shen finished the 73 movements in full for the first time, he suddenly felt that the basic transformation power in his body was moving. This is okay. Lin Shen himself was a little surprised. He himself had no hope and completely regarded treading to the immortal court as a way to exercise his body's control and reaction ability. Unexpectedly, it actually triggered the power of the basic transformation. As Lin Shen stepped out step by step, the basic transformation power in his body flowed faster and faster, as if from a small stream to a small river, from a small river to a big river, and finally like a roaring torrent, it flowed wildly in his body, driving his body to go faster and faster, almost bringing out the afterimage. Click. Click. He felt that Lin Shen didn't exert much force when he stepped on the place where he walked, but deep footprints were left on the hard stone slab. The footprints seemed to be printed, with the edges as clean as a knife, and the stone slabs next to them were not broken. The power flowing in Lin Shen gave the illusion that he could step out of the sky and go straight to the 9th level of heaven in one step. Lin Shen held back and did not jump up and rushed into the sky. After all, this was in the Lin family compound. If he really jumped into the sky, he would not be very good if he looked at him for many pairs of eyes. After Lin Shen stopped controlling the power flowing in his body, he looked at the deep footprints in the yard, which made Lin Shen stunned. This step on the immortal court seems to be something. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that although there were many footprints on the ground, the number was exactly 73. Chapter 127 Sister-in-law is a little unhappy. The World King cultivation device started again, and this time there were more basic transformers entering. Not only the dozen families before, but also some of the larger families sent some basic transformers to the World King star. The reason for such a change is mainly because of the emergence of the Super Burning Legion. If only humans enjoy the resources of Wangxing, those big families would not let anyone intervene. But now in addition to humans, there are also resources from the Super Burning Legion on the plundering world of Wangxing, so the big families have to change their strategies. Introducing basic transformers from other families can charge a part of the entry fee and fight against the Super Burning Legion, which can be considered a killing of two birds with one stone. There are also many lonely base transformers who have joined, partly for the mutated resources of the King of Realms, partly for the Super Burning Legion, and the rest is for the reward of the King of Realms. Lin Shen was also planning to enter Wangxing again, and he was considering how to enter Wangxing. Although Tsapa is relatively safe, the base transformed biological level is too low, which causes the base transformed variability of Lin Shen to grow very slowly. If you go in again, Lin Shen wants to go randomly again, but he is afraid that the random places will be too dangerous. While hesitating, someone from home said that a man who called himself Su Tiange came to him, and that he was his good brother. What are he doing? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Tiange to come to find him. Lin Shen came to the living room and saw Su Tiange waiting for him. "Brother Shen, I found you. I really miss you." Su Tiange came up and held Lin Shen's hand tightly, as if he had seen his relatives, his eyes full of emotion. "Have the beast tied at the Superbase solved? Why did you come?" Lin Shen finally pulled his hand back and asked in confusion. After those big families came, they cleaned up the mushroom beast several times. There are many fewer mushroom beasts now, and it is difficult to see mushroom beasts outside the Bishu Ocean. Su Tiange then said, "This is not the point. Brother Shen, there is another important thing for me to come to you." "What's the matter?" Lin Shen thought Su Tiange wanted to take him to Wangxing. "Brother Shen, do you know concubine by Shen?" Su Tiange's words were somewhat beyond Lin Shen's expectations. "I have seen her several times, what's wrong with her?" Lin Shen was even more confused. Why did Su Tiange get involved with concubine by Shen? Su Tiange said hesitantly, "She is nothing, but her sister-in-law may be a little unhappy." "What sister-in-law? What are you talking about?" Lin Shen asked questions all over, and he didn't react for a while. He didn't know when concubine by Shen became his sister-in-law. "It's Yi Yuzhen from the Yi family, my sister-in-law." Su Tiange explained, "Brother Shen, you were so careless this time. If you can speak, just say it. If you can't speak, then go back quickly." Lin Shen felt that he was going to be confused by him. Although concubine by Shen is very beautiful and a rare beauty in the world, but her sister-in-law is not bad either. "Brother Shen, if you steal food, you should hide something. It would be strange if your sister-in-law is not angry." Su Tiange said more and more outrageously. "How did you know about concubine by Shen?" Lin Shen looked at Su Tiange with confusion and asked. Knowing that Lin Shen and concubine by Shen knew not many people, how could Su Tiange know? Lin Shen suddenly felt a little worried if concubine by Shen said something outside. "It's not just me, no one doesn't know about the entire Asian God base now, and even the big families stationed in Asian God base know about it." Su Tiange's eyes shining and he said excitedly, "Although this is really bad for his sister-in-law. But as your good brother, I have to say, Brother Shen, you are really awesome. You have taken down women like concubine by, and your brother has face." After listening for a while, Lin Shen finally understood what was going on. Concubine by Shen didn't say anything outside, but the situation might be worse. Concubine by Shen went to Jinshui Lake and met with the people from the Cape base. At that time, she met Ouyang Juemiu who took Ouyang Yu to visit. While several people were talking, Ouyang Yu invited concubine Bai to Wanxing with him, but was rejected by concubine Bai. This rejection was beyond the expectations of the Ouyang family of the Godlove base and the Hake base, because they had already had a tacit understanding, allowing the two people who have practiced the talent theory to have more contact. If there was no big difference, the two people would probably be together in the future. Before this, concubine Bai Shen also agreed to this matter, and only met Ouyang Yu and got to know each other. Going to the realm Wangxing to fight side by side is naturally the best way to understand the other party. Including Ouyang Yu, no one expected that concubine Bai would refuse. In the eyes of all insiders, concubine Bai Shen and Ouyang Yu are born with each other, and no one can do without each other. Otherwise, they would be unlikely to go further in their lives and could only stop at the basic change. Ouyang Yu was very graceful and did not make things difficult for concubine Bai Shen. Ouyang Juemiu was not happy and insisted that Sun Jian, the head of the Cape base, give an explanation. Why did he suddenly change his mind after having a tacit understanding? Sun Jian didn't know why. He wanted to delay it first and then privately ask concubine Bai Shen's story. Who knew that concubine Bai Shen said directly, in addition to Ouyang Yudu, she has another candidate, so she needs time to consider it. Ouyang Yu was very curious and asked who the other candidate was for concubine Bai Shen. Concubine Bai Shen directly said Lin Shen's name. At first, the few people had not yet reacted to who Lin Shen was. It was not until someone called out the name of the second-generation ancestor that they reacted. Now it was a big fuss. Now the entire subsacred base and the families stationed in Jinshui Lake all knew about the second-generation ancestor, and Ouyang Yu both competed for the white concubine. After hearing about this, Su Tiange hurried to Suanio base to report the news. Lin Shen was confused now. How could this happen? I didn't tell concubine Bai Shen that I can't practice the talent theory. Why would she say that? How could I be her last choice? I can't practice the talent theory at all. Brother Shen, although you think your face is bright, you have to be careful. I heard that many young people from big families know that concubine Bai Shen listed you as a candidate, and they were very unacceptable. Especially Ouyang Yudu, they might come to cause trouble for you. Of course, I am not saying that Brother Shen, you are not as good as Ouyang Yudu, but that Ouyang Yudu is really evil and has some skills, so it's better to be careful. Su Tiange said carefully. I understand. Thank you for coming here to tell me about this. Lin Shen felt that people were sitting at home, and disaster came from heaven. It's all my brothers, why do you say these polite words? Su Tiange waved his hand quickly. The two were chatting, and a guard from the Lin family came over and said that someone was looking for Lin Shen again. Lin Shen and Su Tiange looked at each other, thinking in their hearts, it's not that Ouyang Yu is here, right? Chapter 128, Men's Public Enemy. When Lin Shen and Su Tiange met the person, they both knew that they had guessed wrong. The person who came was not the peerless Ouyang Yudu, but the little knife who looked ordinary and had a scar on his face. Su Tiange lowered his voice and leaned into Lin Shen's ear and said, Brother Shen, this Tu Xiaodao is not simple either. I heard from my old man that Tu Xiaodao came from a base on the sea. You also know the situation at sea. The base-transformed creatures over there are even more powerful than those on land. Those who can build bases on the sea are not ordinary families. Are you Lin Shen? Tu Xiaodao saw Lin Shen and looked him up and down, his voice a little abnormally hoarse. I am Lin Shen. I wonder what you are asking me for. Lin Shen was also looking at Tu Xiaodao. This man looked not astonishing, but he seemed to have a ruthless spirit that ordinary people could not meet. I heard that you have mastered the talent theory, so I'll ask for advice. Tu Xiaodao pulled out the matching knife at his waist. His knife was very short, only as long as a dagger, but very wide, with a palm width, and the whole body seemed to be polished with black spines. I think you misunderstood. I have not practiced the talent theory, but Lin Shen explained. Tu Xiaodao raised his eyebrows and said, now everyone knows that you have mastered the talent theory. Do you think you look down on me, Tu Xiaodao? If everyone says you are a woman, then are you a woman? Lin Shen asked lightly. Tu Xiaodao was slightly stunned, but concubine Bai Shen said you. Did concubine Bai Shen say that I have mastered the talent theory? Lin Shen directly interrupted Tu Xiaodao's words. Tu Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, and then frowned for a while and said, concubine Bai Shen really didn't say that you have mastered the talent theory, but everyone knows that only by practicing the talent theory can you be qualified to be a candidate for concubine Bai Shen. Since concubine Bai Shen recognized you, you must have mastered the talent theory. Don't say that I haven't practiced the talent theory. Even if I practice the talent theory, I don't want to teach you if I can. You want to fight with people who have practiced the talent theory so much, why don't you go to Ouyang Yudu? Do you don't know that Ouyang Yudu has practiced the talent theory, or are you bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, and dare not challenge Ouyang Yudu? Lin Shen said with a sneer. Tu Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he said, I will naturally go to find him Ouyang Yudu. I also want to ask for advice. It's no different to say so much nonsense. You should draw your sword and let me see what the difference is between those who have practiced talent theory. If you ask, please ask. If you say you want to compare the knife, then why don't you be shorter than who you are? I'm definitely not shorter than you. You can admit defeat now, and there is no need to compete as troublesome. Lin Shen said sarcastically as if he was still moving. Tu Xiaodao never expected that he would come to Lin Shen to compete. Before he could do it, the other party kept saying the problem. He is not good at speaking and is no match for Lin Shen in terms of words. What did you say? Tu Xiaodao said with a frown. I'll say it again. I haven't practiced the talent theory, and it's only steel level now. If you want to fight, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, I'll definitely call someone right away. Lin Shen said. I cannot use basic transform power, and control the power and speed within the range of the steel level. Tu Xiaodao blurted out immediately, as if he had already thought about it before he came. Lin Shen saw that Tu Xiaodao was determined to fight him, and it was not a solution to continue such a stalemate. Let's do this. I don't know how to be talented, and I'm not good at fighting. Let's compare something else. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. What? I can only fight and not anything else. Tu Xiaodao was worried about who Lin Shen was taller than him. If I do an action, if you can do it, you will win. I do have a copy of Talent Theory given by Concubine by Shun. I haven't mastered it, so I can give it to you. Lin Shen took out the Talent Theory given to him by Concubine by Shin and said. I have Theory of Talents, and I won. You don't need to give me anything, you just need to let me see the real Theory of Talents, but... Tu Xiaodao said stubbornly. Why are you so slandered? Lin Shen was speechless. Tu Xiaodao took out some things from his backpack and continued to Lin Shen, if you win, I have nothing else. This is the base liquid of all the mutant crystal-based creatures I have collected on Wangxing recently. Although it is useless to me, it should still be very valuable to you. If you win, it is yours, and if you lose, you can pick a bag. Lin Shen looked at the large bags of base liquid, and originally planned to lose to Tu Xiaodao, and immediately lost the idea of throwing out the hot potato Theory of Talent in his hand. The main reason is that after hearing Tu Xiaodao's words, he knew that Theory of Talent is indeed not a secret method. The Bai family should have given it to many people, and it was useless for him to send Theory of Talent out. The base liquid of so many mutant crystal-based organisms should be almost enough to make my base rate reach 100%, right? Lin Shen thought to himself. How is it? Tu Xiaodao smiled at the corner of his mouth. He saw that Lin Shen was moved. But Tu Xiaodao doesn't think he will lose. The hardness and flexibility of the crystal base level are far from comparable to that of the steel level. He really couldn't think of any moves that Lin Shen could do, but he couldn't do. In Tu Xiaodao's view, Lin Shen proposed such a competition to lose to him and send him away. He took out so much base liquid to make Lin Shen moved. After winning him, he would have a good idea of talent theory. I don't want to talk with you for those base liquids. Lin Shen said with a smile. Okay, you can do it first. Tu Xiaodao doesn't matter, as long as Lin Shen is willing to compete. Then I'll be ugly. Lin Shen had already made up his mind that someone would bring the mutant base liquid he needed to the door, and there was no reason not to accept it. Brother Shen, don't be fooled. He is at the crystal level and has much better body flexibility. He can definitely do ordinary postures. Su Tiange reminded from the side. Although he knew that Lin Shen was not ordinary, he was only steel level after all. He could do whatever he could do, but Jingji could not do it. Su Tiange thought about it all over the place, and there was only one possibility, and he went down 3 ways. For example, if you eat rice fields and make Tu Xiaodao disgusting and unable to eat, you can win. Or if you break it, you will cut it off and castrate yourself by swinging your sword directly. No matter how cruel the knife is, you will definitely not be able to do it. That way you can win. But although those base liquids are precious, there is no need to work so hard. Apart from this, Su Tiange really couldn't think of how Lin Shen would win the Tu Xiaodao. I understand. Lin Shen said lightly, then took Tu Xiaodao to a yard, pointed to the stone table in the yard and said, "Put the lottery ticket there. If you win, just take it away. If you lose, go buy yourself." Tu Xiaodao didn't say a word and put several large bags of base liquid on the stone table. He was not afraid that Lin Shen would be greedy for his base liquid. If Lin Shen dares to steal it if he loses, he will make Lin Shen regret cheating. After watching Tu Xiaodao put down the base liquid, Lin Shen walked to the open space in the yard, then turned to Tu Xiaodao and said, "You think about it. I will only do it once. One hand determines the winner and lose. If you lose, don't talk nonsense like a sissy, just leave." Okay. Tu Xiaodao stood beside him with his arms confidently. He wanted to see what kind of flowers Lin Shen could play with. Chapter 129 Actions that Cannot Be Learned. Lin Shen stood in the open space, took a sudden breath, and then jumped up. Tu Xiaodao and Su Tiange watched Lin Shen jump 3 meters high. This jumping power was simply superhuman for ordinary people. If you play basketball, you can jump and dunk directly at the three-point line. However, for basic transformers, especially those with crystal base level, it is nothing if you can only jump 3 meters high. What is Brother Shen doing? Who jumps higher than the basic transformer of the crystal level? It shouldn't be that with Brother Shen's wisdom, how could he do such a stupid thing? Su Tiange's eyes lit up suddenly. By the way, so that's it. Brother Shen said that he wanted Tu Xiaodao to do exactly the same movement as him, that is, whether it's the jumping movement, or the various postures and angles in the air, even the direction of the hair swing, they must be exactly the same. High, really high. If there are no two identical eggs in the world, how can Tu Xiaodao have exactly the same movement? At that time, as long as you find a little fault, what can Tu Xiaodao do? Su Tiange thought he had already understood Lin Shen's spirit, and said in his heart, when it comes to treacherous, my brother Shen believes that he is second, and I am afraid no one dares to recognize that he is first. Tu Xiaodao also frowned and looked at Lin Shen, who jumped 3 meters high and fell down. He didn't understand what he meant and looked down on Tu Xiaodao. Do you think he can't even jump 3 meters high? Just as Tu Xiaodao was puzzled, Lin Shen's body had already begun to fall. When he was still 1 meter away from the ground, he suddenly saw Lin Shen step on his right foot and kicked hard. Tu Xiaodao was still thinking what Lin Shen was doing, and he thought Tu Xiaodao could not remember it if he did something randomly. But the next moment, Tu Xiaodao suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Lin Shen with his mouth slightly open, his eyes almost glaring out. Su Tiange opened his mouth even wider, as if something was stuck in his throat, forcing him to open his mouth as big as possible, but he couldn't make any sound. Lin Shen, who was about to land, had a strange operation, and his falling body rose sharply again, and rose to a height of about 3 meters. Damn, Brother Shen is indeed unfathomable. I thought I had already understood the essence of Brother Shen's spirit, but I didn't expect that all I learned was appearance. My Brother Shen is simply unfathomable. Fake. This is something that humans can do. How can I learn it? Su Tiange couldn't help but swear in his heart. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shen Luo down in a daze, without saying a word. Did you see clearly? You follow this and I will admit defeat if I can do it. Lin Shen walked to Tu Xiaodao and said. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen with a strange look, but did not respond. I lost. After a while, Tu Xiaodao said a word and turned around and left, not even looking at the base liquid on the table. This person has a very good character. Lin Shen saw that Tu Xiaodao was willing to accept the loss, so he looked up to him a little. He had known before that Tu Xiaodao was lucky and had obtained a lot of mutant crystal base liquid on the Star of the Realm, and it was probably all here. If you lose as soon as you say, you lose and don't look at it again, it's considered open-minded, and you're all fighting hard. It was said that it was good luck, but it was not a risk to fight back. Brother Shen, you are so awesome. The move that just now stepped on your left foot and rose again was so amazing. If possible, I am willing to pay the tuition fee if I can teach you. Su Tiange hurried over and said. Do you want to learn? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Tiange and asked. I want to learn, I want to learn. Su Tiange pointed his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Then you have to first abandon your level, start practicing again, and then use a specific base change to complete the base change, and then you can learn it. Lin Shen said. So there is such talented skills. I wonder if it's easy to find a kind of base-turned egg. Su Tiange asked. It shouldn't be difficult, I just found it casually anyway. Lin Shen said with a smile. Ah, it's so easy. Where to find it? I'll get a few collections first. Su Tiange didn't plan to destroy his level, but he wanted to get a few of his basic pets with this ability. I don't know, I've never seen the second one. Lin Shen spread his hands and said. Su Tiange was speechless and thought to himself, then what did you say he is doing? Are you teasing me? Old Su, you are here, don't you just want to inform me about concubine by, right? Lin Shen said while counting the base liquid. There are 7 bags in total, all of which are labeled on them. After clicking, these 7 bags of base liquid come from 5 mutant creatures. Lin Shen calculated in his heart that if the basis change liquid of each mutant creature can increase the basis change rate by 5 points, then these basis change liquids can provide him with a total of 25 points of basis change. Adding his current basis change rate is still not enough. It's still a little worse, but it's better than not. Lin Shen said in his heart. You really can't hide anything from Brother Shen. Our Su family and various families have an agreement that they will give us some places to enter the world of Wangxing. If you are interested, you can go in with us. Su Tiange said. Lin Shen knew in his heart that Su Tiange was saying it well, but in fact, it should be that the major families had already relaxed restrictions and gave the Su family more quotas. It was probably because the Su family had no suitable candidates, so they thought about coming to win over him. But even so, it at least means that the Su family is still kind to him and wants to make friends with him, so Lin Shen did not point it out. I don't plan to go in the past few days. If you can wait, you can go and see it in a few days. Lin Shen thought for a while. He didn't want to go to Tsapa anymore. Instead of going in alone, it would be better to go in with the Su family. If you go to a dangerous place, your teammates can share the risks. You can wait or wait. This time the World King cultivation device has been turned on. We were going to wait for the next time. Su Tiange was overjoyed. Although Lin Shen's level is not high, he has a high-level pet launcher and his combat power is not weak. He heard from those big families that Lin Shen's pet launcher is the top pet launcher that can be used by basic transformers, and he should not find a faster fire rate than it. The pet launcher with the fly upgraded fire speed is faster than it, but that thing needs to be fly upgraded to activate and use, and the basic transformer cannot use it. Of course, there is another important reason why Su Tiange wanted to bring Lin Shen together so much. He was afraid of being robbed by angels. With Lin Shen here, you don't have to worry about being robbed by that angel. You go back first. Just inform me when you go in a few days. After Lin Shen sent Su Tiange away, he took the base liquid into the house, intending to swallow them all as soon as possible and convert them into his own base rate. There are so many base liquids that I can't finish in a day, and I'll be able to hold on to death, so it will take several days to digest them. Chapter 132 Xiaodao's Request. After Tu Xiaodao left the Lin family, he left the Suanio base directly. When he arrived at the place where no one was, he stopped and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he took a deep breath and then jumped up. His jump jumped 5 or 6 meters, much higher than Lin's jump, and this was when he controlled his power. When his body began to fall, Tu Xiaodao burst out the power he controlled again, stretched out his left foot and stepped on the instep of his right foot, and kicked hard. Bang! Tu Xiaodao fell down and hit the ground, and his right instep became red and swollen. No, how could this be jumped up again with the force? Could it be that I remembered it wrongly, not stepping on the right foot, but on the left foot? Tu Xiaodao tried again unwillingly, but the left foot was swollen. This is unscientific. Could it be a certain talent skill? Is there such a talent skill? Could it be the ability after the talent theory is cultivated? Tu Xiaodao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If he had known that there was such a thing, he would not have agreed to Lin Shen for such a competition. The second thing is to lose. The key is that he has no face to compete with Lin Shen. What should I do? Tu Xiaodao really wanted to know what is special about the talent theory. The reason why Tu Xiaodao is so persistent is that he has also practiced theory of talent, but has not practiced it. He practiced the talent theory because of concubine by Shen, but simply believed that his talent was good enough and better than anyone else. He would be able to practice what others could not practice. He would also be able to make it. So at the beginning, he chose talent theory, intending to break through to the Fei upgrade with talent theory. As a result, I didn't practice it at all, let alone breaking through to the flying upgrade. But Tu Xiaodao was still dissatisfied. He did not think it was his own talent problem. Since he could not practice the talent theory, it proved that he was stronger than those who practiced the talent theory. This time I came to the Asian god base from overseas and heard that Ouyang Yudu had mastered the talent theory. He originally planned to fight Ouyang Yudu. However, later he saw some video materials recorded by someone, which were some of the manifestations of Ouyang Yudu and Wangxing. After reading it, Tu Xiaodao's expression became much more serious. Yang Yu was indeed very strong. In a place like Wangxing, facing various basic creatures, even mutated crystal-based creatures, Yang Yu seemed to be able to deal with it very calmly. Every battle seemed to be easy, without any skills or strength. I couldn't tell how strong he was, nor could I tell what kind of abilities he had. Tu Xiaodao felt that if he was not sure what special abilities he had after practicing talent theory, he would not be sure to defeat Yang Yu. So after knowing that Lin Shen seemed to have also mastered the talent theory, he came to Lin Shen and wanted to learn about the abilities of the talent theory. As a result, Tu Xiaodao was a little depressed, but he also wanted to know more about the abilities of theory of talent. He was very suspicious that Lin Shen could start again with such unscientific reasons, which may be due to the magic of theory of talent. The more Tu Xiaodao thought about it, the more he felt that he could not just go back. After thinking for a while, he turned around and headed towards the Lin family at Superbase. Why are you back? Lin Shen, who had just drunk a wave of basic liquid, had his belly rounded. Seeing Tu Xiaodao coming back, he said with a headache. Lin Shen, you need me. Tu Xiaodao said this suddenly. What do I need you for? Lin Shen was a little amused and crying. Yang Yu will definitely come to you, not only Yang Yu, but many big family geniuses who have practiced the theory of talent before but have not been trained may come to you. What are they looking for me? The talent theory that they have not practiced. It would be fine if Yang Yu's pride is able to practice it. You, a person from a small base, has also practiced it. Some people will think that this is an insult to them. They cannot tolerate such people, so they will come to trouble you. You have to let me say it a few times before I believe that I have not practiced the talent theory. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. What's important is whether they believe it or not. Do you think they will believe it? Why can Yang Yu achieve success when he practices, but can't I achieve success? Because you have no background, because you are just a steel-based transformer, because you are easy to bully. They can't beat Yang Yu and can't afford to provoke the Yang family, but there is no problem with bullying you. Tu Xiaodao continued seriously, so you need me. With me here, no one can touch a piece of your hair. What do you want? Let me tell you, it is impossible for me to return those base liquids to you. Lin Shen looked at Tu Xiaodao vigilantly and said. Don't worry, I don't want anything. As long as you accompany me to practice martial arts, Tu Xiaodao said hurriedly. I am just a steel company, how can I practice martial arts with you? You don't want to take the opportunity to kill me, right? Lin Shen has always been the first in safety. How could he take in such an unknown person by his side for no reason? You misunderstood. That would never happen. I just think that your jump just now was so amazing. I want to learn and learn. Tu Xiaodao heard Lin Shen's concerns and quickly explained. That jump is a talented skill. If you can't learn it, you'd better leave. Lin Shen was not willing to keep Tu Xiaodao and refused again. Seeing that no matter how you said it, Tu Xiaodao gritted his teeth and said, I will pay for your time, please be my coach. How much can you pay? Lin Shen asked with his eyes blinking. I didn't bring any money, can I use this to pay? Tu Xiaodao took out something and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took it and took a look. He couldn't help but be surprised and said in a lost voice, Is this the original egg? Lin Shen had swallowed the original eggs before and had a deep memory of the original eggs. Although they are all eggs and are of quality, the original eggs give people a different feeling from ordinary base egg transformation. It is not clear where it is different, but when you see it, you can tell at a glance which is the original egg and which is an ordinary base transformed egg. Just like two oranges with the same varieties, one of which is from origin and the other is from non-original, they all look similar, but if they are carefully distinguished, they will still be a little different. This difference is not just a simple appearance, but also a texture difference that is difficult to describe in words. Of course, it tastes even more different. Looking at the original egg in Tu Xiaodao's hand, to be honest, Lin Shen really wanted it. How difficult it is to lay a base change point now. Those super bases with asinaries cannot handle it, and Lin Shen will have no hope in a short period of time. Wei Wufu said that people who use the original egg base change are only the first time they use the original egg. They will use the high-quality base change egg in the future, and there is almost no difference. But people like Lin Shen have better choices. Will he use the second-rate one? Obviously not. If possible, of course he would have to use the original egg. Why do you have to let me be your coach? Lin Shen scratched his head. He really wanted things, but he really didn't want to take the risks. Chapter 131 Games also require talent. Tell me the truth. Seeing Lin Shen's appearance, Tu Xiaodao had no good idea, so he could only tell the truth, hoping to impress Lin Shen with sincerity. You want to find a way to defeat Ouyang Yudu from me? Lin Shen looked at him like he was looking at a fool. Lin Shen has told Tu Xiaodao many times. He has not practiced talent theory, so why does this fool just believe it? Lin Shen thought again, if Tu Xiaodao doesn't believe it, will others believe it? Unless Concubine Bai comes forward to clarify, no one will believe what he said. It is very likely that as Tu Xiaodao said, subsequent troubles will follow one after another. You can stay, I can be your coach, but I will say it in front of you. Lin Shen said seriously, I will say it again. I, Lin Shen, have not practiced the talent theory. Do you, Tu Xiaodao, still want to use this original egg as a reward and ask me to be your coach? Yes. Tu Xiaodao was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded quickly. Someone comes to cause trouble for me. Lin Shen continued. Leave it to me. As long as I am here, no one can touch a single hair of your hair. Ouyang Yu is not easy to use even if he comes. Tu Xiaodao immediately patted his chest to assure. Train for 2 hours a day, and take leave after you have something to do, and it will take a month. Do you have any opinions? No. Tu Xiaodao felt that it was enough, and he had confidence in his talent and ability. The deal was completed. Lin Shen took Tu Xiaodao's original egg, and then wrote another contract for him to sign. It is stated that he knows how to talent theory, and can only spend 2 hours a day as a training student for Tu Xiaodao, with a time limit of 1 month. Can we start now? Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen with anticipation. Yes, it's just right to digest food. Lin Shen just drank the caisson liquid, and his stomach was full and he was just right to move. When he arrived at the martial arts training ground, Tu Xiaodao couldn't wait to pull out his strange knife. I'm just a steel grade, do you understand? Lin Shen said, but a finger was already placed on the trigger of the angel revolver. I understand, I don't use basic change power, and my strength and speed will be controlled within the range of the steel level. Tu Xiaodao said excitedly, you attack and I defend. That's good. Lin Shen said as he took out the dead fans, his hand trembled, and the dead fans immediately straightened up. He did not intend to get in close contact with Tu Xiaodao, and used the length of the dead powder to keep a certain distance from Tu Xiaodao. If Tu Xiaodao dares to get close, he will shoot immediately. Although some believe that Tu Xiaodao is telling the truth, there must be preventive measures and be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. Looking at Tu Xiaodao who was waiting for battle, Lin Shen raised his hand and stabbed him. He held the end of the spear in one hand, and the spear was strange and unpredictable, like a dragon coming out of the cave or a poisonous snake spitting out a letter. Fast, really fast. Tu Xiaodao's eyes lit up when he saw this thorn. The level of this thorn is indeed very high and very skillful. He swung his sword to fight, but Tu Xiaodao used the back of the knife, which directly shocked the dead powder. Lin Shen quickly pulled and pushed, and the dead fans stabbed him again. Good come! Tu Xiaodao shouted, and swung his sword again to bounce the dead pink's stabbing. At first, Tu Xiaodao thought Lin Shen was very good at stabbing, but after Lin Shen stabbed dozens of times, Tu Xiaodao couldn't hold it anymore. Don't keep stabbing like this, change to some other tricks. Tu Xiaodao said anxiously. But I know this move. Lin Shen said innocently, why would I hit you with a pistol? You know this move? Tu Xiaodao didn't believe it at all. How could someone have one move? So far, I have really practiced this move in fighting skills. If I lie, I will let my sky fight against the 5 thunders. Lin Shen swears to the sky. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen who had sworn, and his expression felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Looking at Lin Shen's expression, he was definitely not telling lies, but he couldn't understand. How could anyone in the world learn only one trick? I know what you are thinking. I have told you many times that I have never practiced talent theory. I know, you don't believe it after I told you. But today, don't let me practice with you again. Apart from this thorn, I really don't know other techniques. I'm going to chop randomly, and I guess you don't have the patience to read it, and I'm not in the mood to waste that effort. Let's take a break. Let's do this. I have a bad little game. Will I take you to play? Lin Shen said. Okay. Tu Xiaodao felt that this would not be a solution, so he simply saw what Lin Shen wanted to do. Lin Shen took Tu Xiaodao to his egg-catching shop and stopped in front of a machine. Have you ever played this? Lin Shen asked Tu Xiaodao. It's something that children play with. Tu Xiaodao looked disdainful. That's just that I haven't played it. Lin Shen waved to the clerk. Jelly, give me 10 coins. Fifth brother, I'll give it to you. Jolly quickly walked over with a small basket, with a row of 10 egg-catching coins inside. What do you think you are relying on to catch a doll? Lin Shen took the basket and put it next to him, took 2 coins and threw them in. Of course it's a probability. Although I haven't played it before, I also know that there are probability of this kind of machine. After grabbing it for a certain number of times, the claws will become tighter before I can catch the eggs inside. Tu Xiaodao said. Smart, for ordinary people, this is indeed the case. Whether the claws are loose or tight is not that important. It depends on the probability set by the owner. For example, I usually win every 10 times. When the probability is not reached, no matter how chance you seem, you will never succeed. Lin Shen said and pressed the button. The claws fell down, steadily stuck a base into eggs, and slowly grabbed them. It seems like there is a chance, but after it rises, when the claws move towards the hole, the base egg falls down and fails to move to the hole. This kind of game is not interesting, so let's go back and practice. Tu Xiaodao said. Don't worry, you see if I catch it again. For ordinary people, you have to wait for the probability, but some people don't need to wait for the probability. Lin Shen said as he shook the control lever left and right, causing the claws inside to sway. It was still his good claw swing, and he easily grabbed a base-turned egg. Tu Xiaodao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a child would have these tricks and techniques when playing games. Come on, give it a try. Lin Shen gave up his position. Tu Xiaodao stood in front of the machine, selected which base to grab to turn eggs, and then learned from Lin Shen's appearance and began to shake the control lever. Of course, it is impossible for people who have not practiced it all at once, so Tu Xiaodao fell into nothing, and even his claws could not hold the base and turn it into eggs. No one can play games, they also depend on talent. Play slowly, I'll go back in advance and arrange a place for you to live in my yard tonight. Lin Shen patted Tu Xiaodao on the shoulder, then turned around and left. Does it depend on talent to play games? Tu Xiaodao thoughtfully took the coins and threw them in and played a few more games. He thought while playing, this game is interesting. The owner sets the probability. Under normal circumstances, it must reach a certain number of times before he can catch the base and egg transformation. However, through the technique of claw swinging, the original set probability can be broken, but this requires talent and practice. As he thought about it, Tu Xiaodao seemed to realize something, staring at the base of the machine and emitting light, muttering to himself, does Lin Shen not want to cause trouble to admit that he has practiced the talent theory, and can only use this game to hint to me? He deliberately said the word talent, which must be correct. What exactly does he want to hint to me? What does the talent theory have to do with this game? Tu Xiaodao thought about it and reached out to get the game coins, wanting to continue practicing shaking claws, but this grab was empty, and Lin Shenrang had used up the 10 coins he brought. Give me some coins. Tu Xiaodao shouted to Zhao behind the counter. How many coins do you want to buy? Zhao said with a smile. Chapter 132, Strength Growth. Lin Shen was thinking about whether to find concubine by Shen to explain the words clearly, otherwise the trouble would continue. The Lin family is just a family in a small place like Superbase, and cannot withstand the toss and troubles. He cannot make the Lin family difficult because of himself. He also heard about Lin Shangdong driving the Zhang family away and was very surprised. He never expected that the fourth brother was already an ascensioner. He also knew in his heart that if Lin Shangdong hadn't had the flowers falling, he would have been afraid that the Suanio base would have been out of peace. The Lin family can still be so calm because of the deterrence of that blow. But Lin Shen knew Lin Shangdong's character very well. If the fourth brother had the ability, it would not be just a deterrence, but would be uprooted. Lin Shangdong didn't do that, which only means that he doesn't have the ability to do that, or why he can't do that. So Lin Shen does not think that he is qualified to be arrogant now. The fourth brother is very strong, but there are many ascendants from various major families. It is no longer an era where stronger ascendants can do whatever they want. Lin Shen heard Wei Wufu say that the ascendants on the mother planet are actually only a small part of the human ascendants. Most of the human ascendants have been fighting against alien stars for many years, and some have even broken through to a higher level and established their own power in some alien stars. The mother star is too barren and cannot support so many ascendants. Most of the ascendants have hope only if they leave the alien star. As for the existence above the ascension, there is no need to worry about it for the time being, because if humans in the mother planet want to leave the mother planet to go to the alien planet, they can only use the teleportation device. However, the currently discovered transmission devices can only transmit ascendants at most because of the limited transmission energy. After the human being goes out, if it becomes an existence above the ascension outside, it will be difficult for the teleportation device to teleport him back. If he is on the rise and fall of the mother planet, he may be trapped on the mother planet for the rest of his life. At present, there is no flight device on the human side that can send him to other living planets before his life ends. Therefore, the strongest human on the parent star is just as the ascendants, and the same is true for those big families in superbases. The problem is that there are people outside. If dozens of ascendants come back from the alien star, no one can withstand such pressure. The Zhang family of the Wanderer base also has power in the alien star. It does not mean that it is over if the Zhang family of the mother star is destroyed. It is not that simple. Lin Shen re-examined the matter and felt that he and Concubine Bai might have had some misunderstanding before, and the cause of the misunderstanding was probably the time when he saved Concubine Bai. Did Concubine Bai misunderstand what I did to her? Lin Shen thought of this possibility. But how to explain this? Lin Shen had a headache for a moment. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to go to the assassin base first. Yi Yuzhen still has his pets hatching. I don't know if the mutant sirens will hatch it. But even if he wants to go, he will have to wait until he converts the base liquid into the base rate. With a mechanical watch on it, Lin Shen feels so convenient. Every time the growth of the basic variability rate can be directly seen, unlike before, which can only be felt. After digesting all the mutated base fluid in the past few days, Lin Shen's base variation rate successfully reached 76, which is already a very high value. If you do not pursue perfection, you can now be promoted to the alloy and will hardly fail. Lin Shen does not have a particularly serious perfectionist mentality. This can be seen from his practice of evolution. He does not deliberately pursue perfection. If he can practice, and if he cannot practice, he can skip. The reason why I am so obsessed with 100% basic variability is because of the brainwashing of the third brother and the fourth brother. Lin Shen's power attribute has increased a little more these days. Now it is 19 o'clock. It seems that there is still room for improvement. The weight of the dead fans should be able to increase. In the past, I had no choice but to sign a contract with DA Fan. Lin Shen felt that he was at a disadvantage at that time, but now it seems that he is not bad. The weight of dead fans has increased, but their usual body shape will not increase. They are wrapped around them and wear a robe outside. Usually walking is equivalent to walking and walking, which is much better than running with a cow every day. I just don't know how much the growth limit of the dead fans is, and whether they can keep increasing their power. After digesting all the base liquid, Lin Shen felt that it was time to go to the suction base, so he went to find Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen was actually very puzzled. In the past few days, Tu Xiaodao didn't come to pester him as a coach. He was in the egg-catching shop every day and turned into eggs. Zhao said that he really spent a lot of money, which made Lin Shen make a fortune. Of course, the egg-grabbing machine that Tu Xiaodao played with was specially tuned by Lin Shen for Zhao, otherwise even if he could shake his claws, it would be difficult to catch it. The reason why Lin Shen's claws are loose in the store is to prevent those skilled experts, which has no big impact on ordinary players. The probability of relying on ordinary people is similar to spending money to make eggs. It's just a different form, which feels more exciting and more fulfilling. Lin Shen came to his shop and saw Tu Xiaodao controlling the machine to catch eggs. What surprised Lin Shen was that Tu Xiaodao was placed next to him, and more than a dozen bases had become eggs in the cart. "What's going on?" Lin Shen asked Zhao next to him. When he practiced claw swing, he practiced for more than half a month before he fully mastered this technique. In just a few days, Tu Xiaodao is so powerful. Fifth brother, your friend is so powerful. Now he has a high hit rate in the claw swing. I have already grabbed a lot of people today. Do you want to adjust the tightness of that machine back? Zhao said in a low voice. Forget it, keep that machine. Lin Shen thought for a while, it didn't matter anyway. Now he sees ordinary steel eggs on the star of the world. Sometimes he is too lazy to pick them up. He leaves a machine for those who are skilled in playing with it. It is their ability to catch them. Xiaodao, you're having a good time. Lin Shen walked over and said. Thank you for bringing me to play with this. Tu Xiaodao gave Lin Shen a meaningful smile. It's fine to like playing, but I have to go to the assassin base. Should you stay here to play, or go with me? Lin Shen failed to understand the true meaning behind Tu Xiaodao's smile. Of course I'm going with you. If you go to the assassin base, trouble will inevitably be indispensable. I promised you that I must protect you well, so of course I must do it. Tu Xiaodao put down the control rod, packed up his things and was about to go with Lin Shen. Your egg. Lin Shen saw that Tu Xiaodao did not take the base in the cart to turn it into eggs, so he quickly called him. I'll give it to you. Tu Xiaodao said indifferently. He really looked down on these eggs and was too lazy to pick them up. Switch it to him for money. Lin Shen also knew that it was normal for people like Tu Xiaodao to look down on these pedals, so he didn't say anything else, so he asked Zhao to put all pedals back into the machine, and went to the Superbase with Tu Xiaodao. Chapter 133 The Whip. Along the way, Lin Shen felt a little strange. Why did Tu Xiaodao seem to have become much more friendly? Along the way, he really had the smell of a bodyguard. Lin Shen thought to himself, no matter how good you are to me, it's useless. I really haven't practiced the talent theory, and I can't help you even if I want to. When he arrived at the Ashen God base, Lin Shen went to Yi family castle immediately. The matter of concubine Baishan still needs to be explained to Yi Yuzhen. Trust is trust, and what should be explained should be explained. Unreasonable demand for the other party is unreasonable. After finally having such a suitable partner for getting married and having children, Lin Shen didn't want to make any mistakes. He cooked the rice as soon as possible. It's important to marry him home and have children. The old butler came to open the door for Lin Shen, and said with a smile on his face, Master Lin, Miss is waiting for you in the little martial arts hall. Why are you waiting for me there? Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he still followed the old housekeeper to the small martial arts training hall. When Tu Xiaodao was about to follow him, he was stopped by the old housekeeper and said, the little martial arts hall is the private place for the young lady, and it is not convenient to entertain guests. The guests should go to the reception room for a while, where there is tea and snacks. Lin Shen signaled Tu Xiaodao to go first, and then he followed the old housekeeper to the small martial arts hall. Sure enough, he saw Yi Yuzhen standing inside, wearing a set of practice clothes, and a pair of slightly sharp eyes staring at him. Go and change the practice uniforms. Seeing Lin Shen walk in, Yi Yuzhen pointed to the neatly stacked practice uniforms on the stool and said expressionlessly. Why do you need to change your practice uniform? I don't want to practice now. Lin Shen felt that something was wrong with Yi Yu. If you want to change, you can change. Yi Yuzhen said with her eyes wide open. I came here to explain to you about concubine by Shen. Lin Shen said hurriedly. Who cares about you and concubine by Shen? I'll let you change your clothes. Yi Yuzhen interrupted him. Lin Shen moved his mouth and wanted to say something, but then he thought, don't reason with the woman when she is angry, and it's better to wait until she gets angry before saying it. I asked me to change my clothes. Do you want to beat me up and vent my anger? Since that's the case, I can only do it first. Lin Shen picked up the practice clothes on the stool and went to the locker room to change. This practice suit is quite suitable. Lin Shen came to Yi Yuzhen. Poof. Yi Yu really didn't respond to his words and said coldly, don't you like to run? I'll let you run enough today. As he said that, Yi Yuzhen pulled out a golden python pattern whip from the shelf next to him, and swung it around in the air, then pulled it violently, and suddenly heard a snap sound. This sound was not a thrust on Lin Shen, but a sonic boom caused by the whip slightly breaking through the sound barrier. It is actually very easy for ordinary people to ignore weapons like whips and subconsciously believe that this kind of thing can only drive horses or something. But the whip is actually a very terrifying weapon, and its lethality is sometimes even more terrifying than a sword. However, its applicable scenarios are relatively limited, and its difficulty and threshold are high, so it is so easy to be ignored. The old man who plays with whips in the park can easily pull out the sonic boom after one set of movements. What kind of weapon can reach this level? People who can use leather whips are either greedy chickens or ruthless people. Most people will not choose this weapon. Yi Yu is obviously not a genius. Her technique is proficient and she has obviously put in hard work. Lin Shen was startled by the sound of the whip, but he also knew why Yi Yu was angry. It turned out that it was not because of the white concubine, but because he escaped without saying goodbye last time. Lin Shen was about to explain, but Yi Yuzhen didn't give him a chance to explain, so he whipped it up with a whip. A dead object seemed to have turned into a dragon in Yi Yuzhen's hand, and he outputted a series of output to Lin Shen. Seeing the force Yi Yu was using in the direction of the whip, Lin Shen knew that she didn't really want to slap herself. She turned around and used a little force to the toes, and rushed out like a phantom. Before the whip could come, she rushed to Yi Yuzhen, with a short arm pressing against her waist, holding her waist with force and rotating, and the whole person was behind her, and at the same time, her other arm also hugged her. Yi Yuzhen was slightly stunned. Although she didn't expect to really thrust Lin Shen, she was just angry and scared him, but with Yi Yu's real skills, she was not easily accessible to a steel level. Lin Shen's speed was a bit unusual and her body movement was also very strange. How could she know that this was the result of Lin Shen's practice of treading to the immortal court in recent times? Originally, Lin Shen should have hit the back. Of course, Lin Shen couldn't throw Yi Yuzhen on his back. Instead, he picked her up. Let me go. Yi Yu was really angry and lost most of his anger. The angry expression on his face was mostly pretending. The body he was being held twisted in Lin Shen's arms a few times, as if he had no strength. I ran away because I was afraid of implicating your Yi family. Lin Shen said, hugging her. Are you afraid of implicating our Yi family, or are you afraid that our Yi family will betray you? Yi Yuzhen said with a lip. Lin Shen coughed dryly, of course I'm afraid of implicating your Yi family. Yi Yuzhen didn't hold on to the question, and gave him a blank look and said, you can leave, at least you should tell me. You ran away without a sound. What's the matter? Who do you think of me, Yi Yuzhen? It was my fault. I didn't think carefully at the time, so there would be no next time. Lin Shen saw that Yi Yuzhen's tone had softened and the time was ripe, so he quickly sent the steps up. I won't let me go. Yi Yuzhen said coquettishly. Lin Shen then put Yi Yuzhen down. Who knew that after Yi Yuzhen came down, he stared at him and said, forget it this time, let's talk about you and concubine by Shen? Don't you mind? Lin Shen muttered. Of course I don't mind. I just want to know why concubine by Shen wants to leave Ouyang Yu and can she fall in love with you? Yi Yu really became stubborn. Of course, it's because I'm more handsome, stronger and more manly than Ouyang Yu. Any woman who doesn't look jealous of you? You have to be better off and don't take advantage of the loopholes. Lin Shen said seriously. Bah, I don't care whoever wants you. Yi Yu was really angry and funny. Okay, then I'll go find concubine by Shen and ask her if she doesn't care. Lin Shen said. You go. Yi Yu said angrily. Go now. Lin Shen turned around and left after he said that, and left without looking back. Seeing that Lin Shen said he was leaving, Yi Yuzhen suddenly felt panicked. Isn't it really annoying him, right? What if he really went to concubine by Shen? Thinking to his heart, Yi Yuzhen hurriedly chased him out and shouted, "Come back!" But when Yi Yu didn't hear anyone responding to her, he felt even more panicked. He didn't even bother to change his shoes and rushed out of the door. As soon as she rushed out of the door, a powerful arm stretched out from the door, held her waist and pulled her over. Yi Yuzhen was shocked, and then he saw that it was Lin Shen, and his tense body relaxed. Lin Shen pressed his plump body against the wall next to the door. Didn't you go to find concubine by Shen? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen's face, with a little joy and anger in her eyes. This guy actually fooled her again. But feeling the powerful heartbeat and temperature coming from the tightly pressed body, Yi Yu couldn't get angry, and his body was still a little weak. Seeing Lin Shen not saying a word, his face getting closer and closer, his heart was in a mess for a moment. Chapter 134 Chat Alone. Cough cough. The cough interrupted the ambiguous game between the two. When the two saw Mrs. Yi and Yi Tianjin coming over, Yi Yuzhen quickly pushed Lin Shen away and subconsciously sorted out her hair, which was not messy. Lin Shen was also a little panicked. Although he seemed to have done nothing, he felt like he was caught and raped in the bed. Xiao Tian, take Lin Shen to change his clothes and then come to the living room. Yuzhen, come with me. Mrs. Yi was obviously much colder to Lin Shen this time, and after that, she took Yi Yuzhen away. Lin Shen can understand it too. The story between him and concubine Bai was full of controversy, and it would be strange if Mrs. Yi was happy. Brother Lin, what's going on with you and concubine Bai Shen? I think you are a good person. You shouldn't be a person on both boats. There must be some misunderstandings here. Yi Tianjin seemed to have a good impression of Lin Shen. Concubine Bai Shen and I really have nothing, and I don't know why she said that. Lin Shen said helplessly. Yi Tianjin pondered, maybe it might be that she didn't want to choose Ouyang Yudu so easily, so she would pull you out as a shield. You can change your clothes first, and then speak well in front of Sister Yi later and explain the misunderstanding clearly. Sister Yi is an elder after all, and if you have something to say seriously, you will regard it as respecting the elders. Brother Tian, don't worry, I know. Lin Shen nodded. If such a thing happens, it is appropriate for the elders to say a few words, and it can be understood by human nature. After changing his clothes, Lin Shen followed Yi Tianjin to the living room and saw Mrs. Yi sitting alone on the sofa, but he didn't see Yi Yuzhen. Naughty, you go out first. I have something to talk to Lin Shen alone. Mrs. Yi stroked the black cat in her arms and said without raising her head. Sister Yi, then I'll go out first. Yi Tianjin did not dare to disobey Mrs. Yi, so he quietly winked at Lin Shen and went out, and closed the door outside. Lin Shen looked at Mrs. Yi and thought about how to explain. Lin Shen, how do you think your talent is better than your second brother? Before Lin Shen could speak, Mrs. Yi spoke first. What she said surprised Lin Shen. Of course, it's far inferior. Lin Shen told the truth that his talent is indeed not outstanding among the Lin siblings. Mrs. Yi nodded slightly. You have a clear understanding of yourself. Your talent is indeed far inferior to your second brother. Madam Yi knows my second brother? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Hearing Mrs. Ye's tone, she seemed to be very familiar with her second brother. Mrs. Yi did not answer him and said to herself, your second brother was amazing back then. You can even beat your own skills by just a glance. It is easy to challenge beyond the top level. Even if you are such a genius, you will inevitably feel wronged. Your ability to learn things is not as good as your second brother, but your ability to cause trouble is better. Madam Yi, I haven't provoked anything, right? Lin Shen was a little surprised. This Madam Yi and her second brother seemed to be more familiar than just being familiar with each other. No? Mrs. Yi said coldly, even if your second brother is arrogant, he will not provoke the Ascensioner like you at the steel level. Are you not better than him? Lin Shen was speechless. Although it was not Zhang Guiyuan who he took the initiative to provoke, this was the fact. You are lucky. The Mushroom King helped you through the disaster, but this is your luck. People cannot rely on luck forever, and Yuzhen cannot marry someone who uses his life to fight for his luck. Mrs. Ye's tone gradually became harsh. Lin Shen was shocked. Mrs. Ye actually knew about this. It seemed that someone secretly peeked at the battle between them and Zhang Guiyuan in the Sea of Blue Trees, but he didn't know whether the person who was peeping was Mrs. Yi or his subordinates. Whether it is the former or the latter, it means that Mrs. Yi is not simple, at least it is different from the Yi family he imagined. Mrs. Yi stared at Lin Shen and continued, I know a little about your Lin family. If you just want to find a woman to get married and have children, then don't have the idea of making a real thing about you. I only have such a daughter, and I won't let her marry someone who just wants to use her. Lin Shen remained silent. He had indeed planned this at first, but after gradually getting to know Yi Yuzhen, he really developed a good impression of Yi Yuzhen. So you have to think clearly about why you should be with Yuzhen. If you really want to be with her, then no one can break you up. On the contrary, you should explain it clearly to Yuzhen earlier. Mrs. Yi stared at Lin Shen and said slowly. Mrs. Yi, you are right. If I just want to use her as a tool, it is indeed unfair to her. Lin Shen looked at Mrs. Yi and said calmly, but please believe that I have feelings for Yuzhen, but I can't help myself in some things. If I marry Yuzhen, one day my brothers and sisters will wait for me to help my life and need my life to fight. How do you think I should deal with it? It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. You can tolerate it or wait. When you have the strength to solve the problem without taking risks, then solve the problem. If you can't put Yuzhen first, then you shouldn't provoke her. Mrs. Yi said. Although Lin Shen wanted to refute Mrs. Yi, he knew in his heart that Mrs. Yi was not wrong. Yi Yu was not what he had imagined before. He was not a real bad girl. It could even be said that Lin Shen was a little moved, which made him feel scruples. Mrs. Yi, can you give me some time? I need to think carefully about it. Lin Shen said in contemplation. Time is not given by others. Mrs. Yi said lightly. Thank you for your protection, then I will say goodbye first. Lin Shen stood up and saluted. The reason why Mrs. Yi knew that he and the black guy mushroom beast had joined forces to kill Zhang Guiyuan should be because she wanted to protect him in secret, at least she was not hostile. If you have the ability to have something that even Zhang Guiyuan cannot discover, your strength will definitely not be inferior to Zhang Guiyuan. If Mrs. Yi wants to be unfavorable to him, there will be too many opportunities at that time. Go, wait until you think it through. I really want to be with Yuzhen. No one in the Yi family will stop you. Until then, don't meet Yuzhen again. Mrs. Yi said calmly. Lin Shen didn't say anything and turned around and left. After leaving the Yi family's gate, Lin Shen smiled bitterly and said, I want to take advantage but don't want to be responsible. I am indeed a scumbag. He understood what Mrs. Yi meant. Mrs. Yi meant the same as his brothers and sisters, and let him be a rich man at home with peace of mind, and he didn't need to worry about the outside. If it were the past, Lin Shen would have responded readily. He had lived like that for 20 years, and he didn't feel anything wrong. He was willing to continue. It would be great to live like that for the rest of his life. But what the fourth brother came back in the middle of the night that day made Lin Shen realize that his brothers might have been in big trouble. Although he didn't know what kind of trouble it was or how big it was, he couldn't think of it as nothing, and he just continued to do it with peace of mind. It's still not strong enough. I have to become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Shen murmured to himself. Chapter 135 I'm waiting for you. After leaving the Yi family with Tu Xiaodao, Lin Shen first found a place to live, and then asked someone to notify Su Tiange. Not long after, Su Tiange ran over and smiled when he saw Lin Shen. When Su Tiange saw Tu Xiaodao sitting next to him, he was slightly stunned. Tu Xiaodao is now responsible for protecting my safety. There is no problem taking him to Wangxing with him, right? Lin Shen said. Of course there is no problem. I'm not happy that I'm too happy to have a master like Brother Tu, so why would there be a problem? Su Tiange said with a smile, Brother Shen, please wait for 2 more days. The World King cultivation device should be about to be turned on. Lin Shen talked to Su Tiange about some details again, and finally Su Tiange invited them to live directly at Su's house and go to Jinshui Lake together. Lin Shen thought about it and agreed and followed Su Tiange to the Su family. When Su Tiange saw Tu Xiaodao following Lin Shen, he seemed to be a bodyguard, and couldn't help but feel curious. Tu Xiaodao's strength is already top among basic transformers, not much worse than Ouyang Yu. He had been asking for trouble with Lin Shen before. In just a few days, why did he become like this? I really can't understand it anymore. Lin Shen insists on 3 things every day at the Su family: running, practicing guns and sleeping. Running is to practice treading to the immortal court. Practicing a gun only has one trick to stab, while sleeping is to practice the Sutra of Greeting for life and fear of death and age. When sleeping every day, Lin Shen tried to hold his breath as much as possible and then run his meridians without aging. Although he couldn't practice it all the time for holding his breath was gradually increasing. From the beginning, I only held my breath for about half an hour, and now I am almost able to hold my breath for an hour, but there is still a big gap between the minimum requirements for practicing the ageless meridian. Finally, it is the day when the World King cultivation device is turned on again. After these studies, experts have found that the closer the basic transformer is, the easier it is to transmit to the same area. Although it is difficult to teleport to the same location, as long as you stand together, the distances will not be too far apart after teleporting in. Under the leadership of Su Tiange, the Su family's fundamental changers, Lin Shen and Tu Xiaodao, came to the area of the Sword Alliance base on the Jinshui lakeside. The Su family and the Sword Alliance base are closely related, and the first one to inform them of the news of the World King's development device is the Sword Alliance. The people from the Su family want to go to the World Wanxing, and they also want to go to the Sword Alliance. It is safer to go with the people from the Sword Alliance. As soon as I arrived at the Sword Alliance base, someone recognized Lin Shen. A girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old ran to Lin Shen, looked at him curiously and said in surprise, "Are you the second-generation ancestor Lin Shen?" "I am Lin Shen, but not the second-generation ancestor," Lin Shen said. The girl realized that she had said the wrong thing and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lin Shen, my name is Zhuo Qingmeng. I admire you very much. Can you sign a name for me? Signature?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that someone would admire him. He asked in confusion, "What do you admire me?" "Of course I admire you for practicing talent theory. I heard that only people with super talent can practice talent theory. They are all geniuses in thousands. In the past 20 years, only Concubine by Xin and Ouyang Yu have practiced talent theory. You are the third one." Zhuo Qingmeng looked sincere. "I think you misunderstood. I haven't practiced the talent theory, but..." Lin Shen had to explain patiently. "How is that possible?" Zhuo Qingmeng widened her eyes and looked in disbelief. "You have not practiced talent theory, how could Concubine by listed you as her candidate?" "Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Maybe there is another person named Lin Shen who has mastered the talent theory. I haven't mastered it anyway." Lin Shen deliberately raised the volume so that everyone nearby could hear his words. He didn't want to take the blame. "Is that true?" Zhuo Qingming's face full of confusion. "Yes, that's it. If you want to find someone who has mastered the talent theory, it is recommended to find Concubine by Xin and Ouyang Yu," Lin Shen said seriously. "Okay." Zhuo Qingmeng looked disappointed. Everyone in the Sword Alliance showed a sudden enlightenment, as if they had untied their knots in an instant, and Lin Shen was in a much better mood. Although their eyes still make people uncomfortable, they seem to be saying, "I just know how could a person who has never heard of a name in a small place practice talent theory, I just know that this is the case." But compared to taking the blame, Lin Shen felt that this kind of look was acceptable. This is a good start. When I have the opportunity, I will go to other bases to let everyone know that what Concubine by Shen said is not me, so that the problem will be solved. Lin Shen thought to himself. But man's calculations are not as good as God's calculations. Lin Shen just took off the black pot a little when he saw people from other bases coming to the Sword Alliance, and it caused a lot of commotion. Ah! Alive Ouyang Yudu! Zhou Qingming's eyes were almost heart-shaped. Others from the Sword Alliance also looked at each other, and several young leaders of the Sword Alliance went to welcome Ouyang Yudu. Why did Ouyang Yu come here? Did you come for me? Lin Shen was a little depressed. He just wanted to fight monsters and upgrade, and did not want to waste time and energy on these people. Ouyang Yu just politely exchanged a few words with the people from the Sword Alliance, and then walked towards Lin Shen with a clear purpose. Ouyang Yu is all here to look for Lin Shen. So, this Lin Shen is indeed the Lin Shen mentioned by concubine Bai Shen. He was almost deceived by him just now. Zhou Qingming felt very hurt. The others also had gossipy expressions, and they just wanted to move a chair to prepare some melon seeds. Hello, I am Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu stretched out his palm towards Lin Shen very friendly. Lin Shen. Lin Shen also stretched out his hand and shook Ouyang Yu. I originally thought that Ouyang Yu would fight him hard when holding his hand like the legendary villain, trying to teach him a lesson. As a result, Ouyang Yudu just held it lightly and let it go, and said to him with a smile, I heard that you have also practiced talent theory. I am looking forward to having the opportunity to study talent theory with you in the future. As he said that, Ouyang Yudu also took out a small notebook and handed it to Lin Shen. This is my experience in practicing the talent theory. There are records from steel to crystal foundation bit by bit. Take it and take it. If you take it, keep it if it is useful, and return it to me again if it is useless. If you have any help in your cultivation in the future, you can also go directly to the camp of the Shen's love base to find me. I will never refuse if I can do it. I hope you can be promoted to Crystal Foundation as soon as possible. Lin Shen thought that I couldn't use this thing, and I hadn't practiced talent theory at all. But Ouyang Yudu had already turned around and left, and had no chance to speak at all. When he walked to the gate of Jianming camp, Ouyang Yu seemed to have thought of something again, turned his head and said to Lin Shen from a distance, Lin Shen, I'm waiting for you. Chapter 136 Frost Cave. What does this mean? Zhou Qingming widened her big eyes full of curiosity, and the gossip soul was burning wildly. Not only Zhou Qingming, but also other basic transformers of the Sword Alliance and the Su family, were also looking at Lin Shen, who was staying there with a weird look on his face. Ouyang Yudu's words Lin Shen, I'm waiting for you, are really too easy for people to think a lot. Just like there are 1,000 Hamlets in the minds of 1,000 people, this sentence comes with different interpretations when it comes to different people's ears. Some people think that Ouyang Yudu means that he is waiting for Lin Shen at the Crystal Base level, and then fight with Lin Shen after he is promoted to Crystal Base. This is a fight at the top of the Forbidden City. Some people think that Ouyang Yudu and the second-generation ancestor have an indescribable relationship. It can be seen that the second-generation ancestor's background is really amazing, not as simple as the surface, and even Ouyang Yu has to bow down and show his goodwill. There are also some people, such as Zhou Qingming, and there is another interpretation, which makes them look strange when they see Lin Shen. No wonder others have various interpretations. Even Lin Shen himself doesn't understand what Ouyang Yu means. If Ouyang Yu comes up and slapped him in the face, Lin Shen thinks this is normal and there is no problem. It seems that film and television works are all performed in this way. The love rivals are particularly jealous when they meet, and it is inevitable to fight. Of course, Lin Shen did not think he was Ouyang Yudu's rival, but he just felt that Ouyang Yu thought so. Now that Ouyang Yu has done this, Lin Shen is confused. He also gave him some experience in cultivation and said that if you need help, he would go to him. When he left a sentence, which completely ruined Lin Shen. What does this Ouyang Yudu mean? Lin Shen didn't know what his last sentence meant. Lin Shen just took a little bit of the blame, and Ouyang Yu was firmly carried on it again. Even Su Tiange ran over and asked Lin Shen in a low voice, Brother Shen, do you have relatives at home and have dates with the Ouyang family? No. Lin Shen couldn't laugh or cry. Ouyang Yu is even more terrifying than I had previously estimated. Tu Xiaodao, who was standing beside him, said with a serious expression. What does it mean? Su Tiange asked curiously. He gave his cultivation experience and even helped Lin Shen practice talent theory with all his strength. That's because he has fearsome confidence. Even if he practices talent theory as well, even if Lin Shen has his experience, no matter how hard Lin Shen works, he doesn't care, but he is happier. He wants an opponent, someone who can be his opponent. In other words, he doesn't take anyone seriously now. No one in this world is qualified to be his opponent. He feels lonely and longs for an opponent to appear. The more Tu Xiaodao said, his eyes sharper. He feels that he has been ignored, and is ignored by someone he thinks is an opponent, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Tiange was stunned. Is that true? Are there really such people in the world? If there is, that person must be Ouyang Yudu. Tu Xiaodao said in a deep voice. Brother Shen, your opponent, is a bit perverted. Su Tiange sighed. Lin Shen was too lazy to pay attention to them. It has nothing to do with Ouyang Yu's change or not, and he has not practiced the talent theory. Judging from Ouyang Yudu's reaction, he will not come to cause trouble for the time being, which is a good thing for Lin Shen. When the misunderstanding is clarified in the future, no matter how perverted Ouyang Yu is, it has nothing to do with him. If Ouyang Yu insists on getting entangled with him, he doesn't mind letting Ouyang Yu taste the halo of sacrifice that he had accumulated for a long time but had not used. The time for the King of Realms to be opened is coming. The people from the Sword Alliance invite them to come to the lake. All the fundamental transformers who are preparing to go to the King of Realms are crowded together, just waiting for the teleportation to be opened. At the scheduled time, the King of Realm was indeed turned on again. As the crystal circle rotated, it turned into a light cave and sucked everyone on the lakeside. Lin Shen had already become familiar with it and landed steadily on the ground. Most of the Su family and the people from the Sword Alliance were nearby, and only a small part were separated, but the distance should not be too far, just in the nearby area. Everyone was looking around, but they were all dumbfounded. What is this place? Su Tiange looked around in surprise and found that it was a huge frost cave. The cave is filled with thick ice crystals, emitting a bone-permeable cold air. There are some starry lights in the ice crystals, and the dark blue light maps the ice crystals even more cold. Soon everyone discovered that this strange frost cave had no exit, just an oval enclosed space. No, although the space here is not small, the air is not circulating. With so many of us here, oxygen will be consumed soon. Zhuo Qinglong, the leader of the younger generation of the Sword League, said in a deep voice. Lin Shen and others also realized this problem and were looking around, hoping to find some glacier cracks. As long as there are cracks and air can circulate, they can survive and go back once the 3-day time limit is up. But soon everyone was disappointed. There was no gap in this frost cave, and there were thick ice crystals everywhere. I don't know how thick it was, covering the entire cave. There seems to be cracks here. Someone screamed in surprise. Everyone hurried over and saw a place where there were many cracks on the ice crystals, radiating towards the surroundings like petals of chrysanthemums. At this time, everyone felt very bored and knew that this place should be a closed space. If they didn't find a way to go out or open it, they would be suffocated to death here. But they did not dare to break the ice crystals casually, fearing that if this place was under a glacier and the frost cave collapsed, they would be buried alive. Let me try it. Zhuo Qinglong pondered for a moment and took out a pet launcher, but did not launch it directly. Instead, he took out one of the pet capsules and a key, and then activated it. Lin Shen and the others saw a large metal earthworm appearing in front of Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong explained, this is an alloy-grade alloy drilling dragon. It is good at drilling mountains in ground. Because of its special body structure, it is not easy to cause collapse when drilling into rocks and soil. But I have never seen it drilling into ice. I don't know if it will cause a glacier to collapse. Whether to give it a try, let's vote together. No one objected, because no one had a better way. Everyone used the basic transform power and the carapace to protect themselves in case of accidents. Then he watched Zhuo Qinglong control the alloy drilling dragon and drill towards the cracked place, which was the most likely place to connect with the outside world. The front end of the alloy drill dragon shrinks, and it looks like a drill bit, and then slowly drills towards the center of the crack. The alloy drilling dragon just touched the cracks on the ice crystals, and everyone suddenly felt the feet vibrate violently. Not only under his feet, but also the ice walls around him vibrated. No, it should not be said to be vibration, but squirming. The ice crystals actually contracted and undulated like soft. The crack suddenly opened, forming a huge hole. Everyone was shocked and wanted to rush towards the hole. But the next second, a strange cry sounded in everyone's ears, and then they saw something like a wave pounce from the hole, causing everyone to rush around. Oh my god, we won't be in the belly of a basic creature, right? Lin Shen secretly cried in his heart. The others probably had the same idea as Lin Shen at this time, but no one had the chance to say it. The liquid-like waves kept rushing in, almost filling the space. Ah! Someone screamed, not because he hit the ice wall, but because the carapace on his body was rotten, and the liquid actually had a strong corrosion effect. Chapter 137 Dilemma. The few people who screamed were all those who had a relatively low degree of base change and had failed to completely wrap their bodies. The robes outside the people's bodies were quickly corroded in the liquid. Some carapaces have no protection, and the liquid corrodes in, and the skin and flesh suddenly feel like they are touching strong sulfuric acid. The degree of base change is higher and the whole body is wrapped in a shell is better, but it is limited to the crystal base level. The alloy-grade carapace is bubbled in the liquid, and bubbles appear on the surface, showing signs of corrosion. Lin Shen's carapace is only steel grade, and it is almost the same as an alloy carapace in the liquid. It has only a slight sign of corrosion and will not be corroded for a while. Fortunately, Lin Shen is the only one who came here this time, who was at the steel level. Zhuo Qinglong and other crystal base level lifted those who had a low degree of base change and had not been able to protect the whole body, so that their bodies could be better off. Tu Xiaodao wanted to lift Lin Shen up, but Lin Shen shook his head and stopped him. The theory of evolution in his body has begun to operate, penetrated into the carapace, strengthening and mutating his carapace. Theory of evolution is really a magical skill. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Even if he can practice the theory of talent, he is unwilling to change it. The liquid did not fill the entire space. When it reached more than halfway point, no liquid poured in, and the hole was closed. Everyone was in a complicated mood when they were soaked in the liquid. After spending 3 days like this, I guess most of the people here will die here. Even at the crystal base level, it is difficult to maintain the basic change state for 3 days at one time. Besides, they can't hold on for 3 days, and the oxygen supply cannot be supplied, and they will be suffocated to death soon. It's really a bad luck. We can't be in the stomach of some giant base-transformed creature, right? After the space stopped shaking, Su Tiange emerged from the liquid and said depressedly. It seems that this possibility is very high now. Lin Shen pondered. Everyone said something, but for a moment there was nothing they could do. No one expected that they would be teleported to such a place. If it is really in the stomach of a giant creature, then there should be a digestive tract that can go out. Everyone can look for it separately. Zhuo Qinglong said it was already very elegant, but everyone understood where he was talking about. Although I feel that it is disgusting to go out from that place, I can't take much care of it now. If I can go out alive, who cares whether it's disgusting or not? Some of them looked up, and several crystal bases penetrated directly into the liquid, looking for possible outlets below. But after searching for a long time, except for the place where liquid flowed in, I didn't find anything else that might be the exit. Is this giant creature a Pichio that only eats it but doesn't help it? Su Tiange said this, which made everyone in a bad mood feel even more uncomfortable. As far as I know, the human stomach has 2 mouths in and out, but some animals are not like this. For example, cows have 4 stomachs, and some stomachs only have 1 mouth. Someone answered. If this is really the stomach of a giant creature, we can only get out of that hole now. Another said. Why do you have to go out? Just open its stomach. Tu Xiaodao said with a cold face. His words immediately made everyone react. Yes, they didn't dare to force themselves before, because they thought they were trapped in a glacier cave, afraid that the glacier would collapse and bury them alive. Now that I know that this is not a glacier cave, it is probably in the body of a giant creature, so what else can I worry about? Just break out of my stomach and kill this giant creature. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. I was too nervous just now, and because of inertial thinking, I didn't react for a while. Now that Tu Xiaodao reminded him, everyone immediately realized that someone immediately took the knife and slashed the ice crystal-like wall. When they first came in, the ice crystal wall was still hard. At this time, they cut it up, but it seemed to be chopped on rubber. The blade was stuck in, but it could not be cut, and then it was bounced up again. I'll do it. A Jingji raised his mountain-opening axe like topaz, and his whole body was concentrated on the axe, slashing hard towards the ice wall. The power of the crystal base is combined with the weapon of the crystal base material. This chopping force can directly cut a big hole even if it is a thick steel wall. But the mountain-opening axe slashed on the ice crystal wall, and the entire axe sank in, and then bounced out again. The rebound power was too great, and Jingji couldn't hold the axe and took off his hand. Everyone was shocked when they saw this situation. There was no trace left in the place where the axe was chopped. The toughness of this thing is unusual, it is not something that can be broken. Try it with sharp things. Zhuo Qinglong said as he summoned his alloy drilling dragon again, trying to use the drilling ability of the drilling dragon to open the gap. The drilling dragon used a pointed cone-like head toward the tough ice crystal wall. The next second, Lin Shen saw that the head of the drilling dragon was spinning wildly like a real drill bit. Soon, the head of the burrowing dragon fell into it and his body was slowly moving forward. Everyone was happy and thought there was hope, but the speed of the drilling dragon slowed down and finally stopped moving at all. The next second, the body of the drilling dragon suddenly rotated counterclockwise, and the whole body was also bounced out during the rotation, and the body had been twisted into a twist. The ice crystal wall returned to its original state again, with no trace at all. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Unwilling to wait, everyone showed their magical powers. Some took out particularly sharp crystal-based weapons, and some summoned powerful crystal-based pets, all trying to break the crystal wall. Tu Xiaodao also tried with his short knife, but they all returned in vain and no one could leave any scars on the ice crystal wall. On the contrary, their troubles caused many vibrations. The liquid inside was shaken and turbulent. Several people who were lifted fell in again, screaming in succession. It's not a solution to continue like this. It seems that we can only go out from that opening. Zhuo Qinglong stopped everyone and said. Everyone knows that there is only one way to go, but this way is very dangerous. Not to mention whether they can get out of this hole, even if they can get out, it should lead to the mouth of the giant creature. Who can stand it if they get bitten a few times? Take a step back and have good luck rushing out of the giant creature's mouth. Can the giant creature let them go? The power of the crystal base level cannot hurt it at all. Can these people be opponents of giant creatures? Although I was nervous, there seemed to be no second way other than that, so I could only try taking risks. Chapter 138, Breaking the Wall with One Shot. This time, Zhuo Qinglong summoned a crystal-based pet sword and shield soldier, and came to the crack. The rock crystal sword in his hand stabbed towards the center point. Everyone was ready, and once the hole opened, they immediately rushed out against the flow of liquid. The rock crystal sword was inserted hard at the center of the crack. Surprisingly, this time the crack did not open and turned into a hole. Everyone was shocked, and Zhuo Qinglong even urged the swordsman to continuously draw his swords, but the result was the same, and there was no sign of opening the crack at all. It's over. At this time, everyone felt extremely desperate. If the cracks don't open, they don't even have the last glimmer of hope. If they can't rush out, everyone will die here. No one spoke, only the sword, shield, armor and soldiers stabbed down with one sword and one sword. The depressing atmosphere was a little suffocating for a moment. Not only the trapped fundamentalists, but also the people watching the images outside seemed to have forgotten their breathing at this time, looking at the images in the cave. Yi Yuzhen's face was pale, afraid that Lin Shen would die inside. The people at the Sword Alliance base were all solemn, and the faces of several assassinators who were in charge were extremely difficult to see. Among this group of basic change, in addition to Zhuo Qinglong and Zhuo Qingmeng, there are several young people who are focusing on training. If they all died in it, it might not have much impact on the Sword Alliance now, but in a few years, when the new generation of young people grow up, it will be difficult for the Sword Alliance to compete with other forces. The old man of the Su family turned pale. He planned to train Su Tiange as his successor. If he died in it, it would be a big blow to the Su family. Lin Shen, you little bastard, you promised me not to take risks anymore. Lin Miao pointed at the sky with one hand and cursed, while the other hand pressed her heart. She felt a burst of pain in her heart, which was a heart-wrenching pain. In the space, Lin Shen frowned and looked at the sword, shield and soldier stings again and again, knowing that if this continues, they are probably all going to die here. Brothers Wa, please let the sword-armored shield retreat first, I'll try it. Lin Shen came to Zhuo Qinglong and said. Zhuo Qinglong looked at Lin Shen. Although he didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do, he had to give it a try even if there was a glimmer of hope. Everyone also looked at Lin Shen. Although he was just a steal, the name of the second-generation ancestor was still useful. They all know that Lin Shen has a very advanced pet launcher in his hand. Although they do not think that a pet launcher can have a great effect in this situation, they also hope that Lin Shen can succeed. Lin Shen did not take out the angel revolver. Although there were several mutant crystal-based pets loaded inside, Lin Shen knew very well that even with the angel revolver's firing rate, the mutant crystal-based pet inside would not be able to crash into this strange ice crystal wall. Friend, can you lend me your gun? Lin Shen moved his body in the liquid and came to a strong crystal base in the Sword Alliance, pointing to the red crystal spear on his back and asked. Okay. The strong man from the crystal did not hesitate. Although he didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do, he still took the red crystal spear from his back and handed it to Lin Shen. The weight of this red crystal spear is no less than that of a trident, and the tip is extremely sharp. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, wondering what he was going to do. Lin Shen lifted the spear out of the water, waved it twice, adapted to the weight of the spear, then took the gun to the crack, took a deep breath, and the whole person dived into the liquid. Because most of the cracks are submerged in the liquid, if Lin Shen wants to stab the center point, he can only shoot out the liquid. When everyone saw Lin Shen wanted to use his gun to stab the ice crystal wall in the liquid, they couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. They don't think Lin Shen is weak, and they even think Lin Shen is strong, but that comes from his angel revolver, not his own strength. In terms of its own strength, anyone here is confident that it is above the deep forest. The ice crystal wall, that crystal can't be opened even if it has the full force of attack. What role can he play with a steel-level spear even with a crystal-based spear? What is the second ancestor doing? He doesn't really think that his power can penetrate the ice crystal wall, right? He should try it with his pet launcher plus a mutant crystal-based pet, and maybe there is a little possibility. When people are threatened by their lives, they always do some irrational behavior, which is normal. Many people think that Lin Shen's move is really irrational. Instead of wasting time, it is better to let other crystal base levels give it a try. But they never thought that if Jing Jixing had succeeded, Zhuo Qinglong and the others would not have watched Lin Shen take action. Lin Shen sank into the liquid, and fine bubbles were constantly generated on the shell of his body. He put on the stance that Wei Wufu taught him, then held the red crystal spear in one hand and gestured twice at the cracked ice crystal wall. Damn, he is holding a gun in one hand. It's time for this. Can you stop being handsome? Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but mutter. Death is only a matter of a moment, but handsomeness is a matter of a lifetime. The second-generation ancestor is really a role model for us. Elegant, it's so elegant. No matter whether you can do it or not, at least you are full of grace. Even the basic transformers trapped in the trap felt that Lin Shen was so pretending. When was it time to pose here? You know nothing. Brother Shen's move must have a deep meaning. Su Tiange immediately opened his mouth and cursed when he heard someone under his command. It is not just to maintain Lin Shen, mainly because if Lin Shen fails, they will have no hope. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shen and said in his heart, do you need to use the talent theory? What kind of wonderful uses will the talent theory be? Can he break through the ice crystal wall that cannot even be opened by the crystal base power? Lin Shen didn't want to hold the gun in one hand. The problem was that he had practiced this move. Only in this posture could he burst out with the strongest power. He didn't know how to exert force when holding the gun in both hands. After making a gesture, Lin Shen held the red crystal spear tightly, suddenly exerted force, and stabbed the cracks on the ice crystal wall with a shot. In this attack, he used all the aura of sacrifice he had accumulated before. He had accumulated nearly 60 attributes of the aura of sacrifice. With his own 19 points of strength, the power of this attack reached an astonishing 79. The moment the spear was stabbed out, a slightly red halo emitted from the spear, which was the halo of the sacrifice to the sky. Boom! Because the power is too strong, the moment the spear pierced, the liquid nearby was forcibly discharged, and it rushed around like an explosion, causing chaos in the entire space. The liquid surging, and Zhuo Qinglong and others stumbled around with the liquid and hit the ice crystal wall. The cracked ice crystal wall was directly exploded by Lin Shen's prick and exploded directly. With a loud bang, the entire space suddenly fell down. Chapter 139 Giant Tree. Everyone watching the game outside stared wide. They only saw the liquid explode, and then the ice crystal wall was blown up and split. What's this? The second Genesis bombed the ice crystal wall with one shot. The second generation ancestor has cheated. How much benefit does this give GM? Once again, it proves that Wang Xing of the world does not exist in real life at all, it is just a virtual game. The second generation ancestor is using his ability to make money? Is there anyone here to take care of it? He is so blatant. The steel-grade crystal base is completely explosive. If you have money, you can really play like this. Now, people still think that Ouyang Yu and the big Red Bull Knight are strong? My second generation ancestor is the first person in jibing. Everyone who saw this scene was blown up, and even many assassinators were stunned when they saw the power of this attack. Not to mention the steel level, even the crystal base level cannot have such explosive power. But they were just visually judging that they couldn't tell how strong this power was. Did that second generation ancestor have the secret medicine of a major clan in the universe? Many people from large families began to doubt Lin Shen's background. The trapped basic transformers were surprised and happy. They wanted to stabilize their bodies and rushed out of the hole that Lin Shen blasted out. But the air waves inside stirred the liquid, making them feel so terrible that they couldn't even stand firmly, so they could not rush out. At the same time, the feeling of falling quickly also made them even more shocked. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the falling space seemed to hit something, causing the liquid inside to hit the fundamental transformer to hit the body randomly, unable to control his body at all. After a while, it finally stabilized. Everyone saw that there was light coming out of the cracked hole. They were all shocked and did not care about the injuries on their bodies and crawled towards the hole one by one. Tu Xiaodao pulled Lin Shen and crawled out. After dozens of people crawled out, except for some people corroded by liquid, who fell to the ground and screamed, everyone else was staring at the scene in front of them. Unlike what they had previously imagined, this is not what a basic creature's belly is inside. There was only a giant white jade tree that was not tall and could not be seen in front of them. The tree body was like white marble and the leaves were like frost. Between the extremely huge tree canopy, huge ice crystal fruits grew, each of which was so huge that it was unimaginable. The space they were trapped just now turned out to be inside an ice crystal fruit, and the fallen fruit was still next to it. The opening of the fruit is the place where it connects to the branches. Lin Shen's blow just now directly broke the connection between the fruit and the branches, and the giant fruit fell off from it. They had never seen such a big tree like a miracle, and they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Sorry, I've broken this gun. I'll compensate you for a new one. Lin Shen came to the Jingji of the Sword Alliance and said. Because the power was too strong, the spearhead of the spear was shattered under the impact, and cracks appeared on the body of the spear. Although it was not broken, it could no longer bear the heavy blow, which was no different from being useless. However, Jingji quickly shook his head, reached out to pick up the cracked gun, and said with a smile, No, it's fine, this one, I will collect this gun well, I can blow this thing for the rest of my life. Brother Shen, it's so explosive. Su Tiange came over and gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen in a daze, feeling shocked and puzzled, is the talent theory so strong? I had underestimated the talent theory too much before. Even some assassinators who have just been promoted, I am afraid that this kind of power cannot be achieved. It seems that I need to work harder, but how can I work hard to have such power? It seems that the crystal base level cannot have such power. Everyone in the Sword Alliance also looked at Lin Shen with complicated expressions. The power of this gun made them both startled and afraid. Brother Lin, it's really thanks to you this time, otherwise we might be doomed. We all owe you a life. If we can use our place in the future, just speak up. Zhuo Qinglong came over and said solemnly. Yes, Brother Lin, if you have anything to do in the future, our Sword Alliance will definitely help you. Zhuo Qingmeng also came over and said excitedly, looking at Lin Shen's eyes full of little stars, thinking to himself, the people who have practiced talent theory are different. Not only Zhuo Qingmeng, but now more people believe that Lin Shen has mastered talent theory, so there will be no mistakes, otherwise how could such a terrifying blow be erupted? Then I'm not polite, I'll trouble you in the future. Lin Shen was not polite either. He had many friends and had many roads. He was a pacifist. It would be better not to fight or kill. What's more, the power of the aura of sacrifice has been used up. He has no such trump card now. It is better to have people from the Sword Alliance on the road to take care of him than to be alone. Seeing that Lin Shen was so easy to get along with, the people from the Sword Alliance became more close. Do you know what kind of tree this is? Lin Shen looked at the sky-high tree, and liquid was still dripping at the fracture. I have never heard of such a giant tree. Everyone shook their heads, and even Zhuo Qinglong, who was well informed, had never heard of the origin of this giant tree. Fortunately, there were no basic creatures around, and the people from the Sword Alliance and the Su family began to treat the injured people in their families. 20 or 30 people were corroded and injured. A few were particularly serious. Many places throughout the body were seriously corroded. It was difficult for ordinary medicines to play a role, so they could only use medicines to clean the wounds over and over again. Lin Shen looked around and saw that the giant tree exuding cold air actually grew in a colorful desert. The sand in this desert contains colorful grains of sand, which looks very beautiful. It seems that we have been teleported to a strange area. I think we should set up camp here first, send someone to investigate the situation nearby, and then make plans. What do Brother Lin think? Zhuo Qinglong, Lin Shen and others discussed. Okay. Lin Shen naturally had no objection. When he came to such a strange environment, he didn't want to risk going out and go around. It seems safe near this big tree for the time being. After several people discussed, they all set up camp near the big tree, but most of them had their backpacks corroded in the liquid, and only a few small treasures were brought up. Zhuo Qinglong also specially left a tent for Lin Shen, and no one else had any objections. Zhuo Qinglong sent a few people around to investigate, and he himself took people to study the fallen fruit. The material of the fruit itself is very special, and it can't even hurt the crystal-based weapon at all. As long as you can bring these materials back, even if there is no other gain this time, this trip will not be a loss. What's more, there are many huge fruits on the tree. If you can get it down and take it away, its value will be immeasurable. The reason why Zhuo Qinglong proposed to camp here was mainly because of this consideration. But the fruit itself is too tough, and it is probably not easy to get the fruit off the tree. Some people also wanted to make the idea of a giant tree, but found that the tree body was harder than the fruit. The fruit is still tough, but the tree body is extremely hard, and the power of the crystal base level is difficult to hurt it, let alone cutting down the giant tree and taking it away. Chapter 140 Man in the Tree. The people from Jianmeng and Su family have been studying for a long time, but they have not figured out how to remove the parts on the giant tree. Zhuo Qinglong also looked for Lin Shen, hoping to use Lin Shen's power to get some more fruits. The Sword Alliance can provide crystal-based weapons, and Lin Shen is responsible for the efforts. The fruits he has made are nominally Lin Shen, but Lin Shen needs to sell most of them to the Sword Alliance. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's answer disappointed them. Lin Shen could only explode once and his body was damaged. Not only was he unable to use it, he was also very weak. The people from the Sword Alliance also guessed some, but they were still a little disappointed when they heard Lin Shen confirm it personally. Many people who watched the battle in the Sword Alliance heard Lin Shen say this secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Shen, a steel-level Lin Shen, could really use that power all the time, I'm afraid many people would be unable to sleep or eat. Unable to think of a better way, everyone could only rest on the spot and wait for the spy to come back to report. After the spies came back, the news they brought back was very bad. They searched dozens of miles nearby and found no trace of the basic creature. Apart from this big tree, there was not even a plant nearby. What is even more unsettling is that there is not even a wind in this desert, and the whole desert is so quiet that it is scary. Fortunately, although it is very hot in the desert, this giant tree exudes cold air. As long as it is not too close to the giant tree, the temperature is still relatively comfortable. Lin Shen specially tied the tent next to the giant tree. The cold air of the giant tree could actually make the theory of evolution automatically operate, giving his body a certain ability to resist cold. This is okay. Should I make a Hanyu bed or something and sleep on it every day in the future? Lin Shen thought this was a good idea. It is difficult to get some materials from the giant tree to make a bed, but he considered whether he would set up a cold storage after he went back and sleep directly in the cold storage. Unfortunately, electricity resources are still relatively luxurious in this era. UltraBase only has a small thermal power station, and it is not enough electricity for normal use. I am afraid that the electricity cannot be supplied even if it is built in a cold storage. The Sword Alliance and the Su family decided to wait here for the end of 3 days. Lin Shen was unwilling to take the risk, so he stayed with them. Zhuo Qinglong asked several people to climb the giant tree, wanting to try their luck, maybe they could get a few more fruits. The plants on the parent star often fall off easily after their fruits mature, and they want to see if there will be such good things. Su Tiange was very honest and took the people from the Su family to wait below. He himself has been following Lin Shen, intending to tie Lin Shen to death. He will go wherever Lin Shen goes, and he will do whatever Lin Shen does. In Su Tiange's own words, following Brother Shen will not suffer any losses. The giant tree was too tall, and the tree was very slippery and was blazing cold. After several hours, the Sword Alliance personnel climbed to the canopy. I originally thought they would crawl towards the fruit place, but who knew that one of them would come down after tying the rope? Brother Long. There is something on it. The man slid down the rope and said, panting. Is there something? Lin Shen and Su Tiange, not far away, both raised their ears when they heard the man's words. What? Zhuo Qinglong asked directly without avoiding Lin Shen and the others. It's a person who seems to be a human but not a human. The man said with a strange expression. What does it mean to be a human being, or not? Is it the Super Burning Clan? Zhuo Qinglong's heart was shocked. No, it's not the Super Burning Clan, nor the angel. How to say it is just a person, but half of his face is not a human, but a metal. The man tried his best to describe it, but his cultural level was limited and he didn't know how to describe it in full. Living and dead? Zhuo Qinglong asked with a frown. It seems like I'm dead, my body seems to be growing in a tree. Brother Lin, Brother Su, do you want to go and have a look together? Zhuo Qinglong pondered for a moment, looked at Lin Shen and Su Tiange and said. Okay. Lin Shen was also very curious. There was a person growing on the tree, which was a strange thing. Under Zhuo Qinglong's leadership, several people climbed up the rope, and it was much easier to climb if the rope was pulled. But because it was too tall, it took more than 40 minutes for several people to climb to the bottom branch. The man just now climbed here and tied the rope down. A few people stood on the thick branches, which was comparable to the width of a road, and a few people stood on it very wide. It's there. The man pointed his finger into the canopy above. Lin Shen and his friends looked in the direction of his fingers and saw a person sitting cross-legged inside the tree body next to a branch. The part behind his body merged into the trunk, like a human-shaped relief growing from the trunk. The color of his clothes was no longer visible. They were covered with white frost and the hair was also covered with white frost. The face is pretty clean, only some white cream on the eyebrows. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that as the man from the Sword Alliance said, the left half of this person's face was flesh and flesh, and the other half was cast from steel with mirror effect, which looked very strange. It seems that he is really alone. Why do half of his face look like he is wearing a stainless steel mask? Su Tiange said while looking. It's not a mask, at least it's not an ordinary mask. Look at the neck inside his collar. Zhuo Qinglong said. Lin Shen looked at the strange man's collar opening. Although only part of his neck was exposed, it could be seen that his neck was half flesh and half steel. Half human and half mechanical. This is not the artificial robot of the past, right? Su Tiange said with a blink of an eye. Even an artificial robot should be an alien artificial robot. Tu Xiaodao added. Let's take a closer look. The distance was too far and it was not very real. Zhuo Qinglong climbed up first after saying that. Several people from the Sword Alliance followed, and Lin Shen and others also crawled over there. There is no rope here, so I can only climb up through the gaps in the bark. The cold air comes from the tree, and the trunk is slippery, so it is really not easy to get up. Fortunately, the person's location was not too far away, and the few people didn't take much time to climb to the branch and stood on the branch close to the strange man. After a close look, I felt that this person was very strange. His face was half flesh and half metal, but where the flesh and metal were connected, the metal and flesh seemed to grow together. The flesh penetrated into the metal, and the metal also penetrated into the flesh, and the boundary between them was blurred. None of the few people have seen this kind of thing. Metal implants into the human body have been implanted before, but they have never seen metal and flesh grow together. Even if it is a base-changing shell, it is a shell formed independently after the base-changing substance emerges from the body and does not grow together. Look, it seems that there is something on him. Su Tiange pointed at the man and suddenly screamed. Chapter 141 Lingji Bead. Lin Shen, Zhuo Qinglong and others also noticed the things in the weird man's hands, but they didn't say anything. The weird man sat cross-legged, like a Taoist meditating, with his hands in front of his lower abdomen. Between his hands, there was a billiard-sized bead, but no one mistakenly thought it was a base-turned egg. Because the beads are crystal clear, like flawless crystal, but there is a red cloud flowing inside, like red clouds flowing. The most important thing is that there is a strange spiritual pattern in the bead, which is golden yellow, but in the shape of a lobster. Lin Shen recognized what it was when he saw it. The life base of the Ascensioner is also called the spiritual base after being taken away, and more people also call it the blade of the heart. Zhang Guyuan's spiritual red jade sword is still hidden in the Lin family. This is the second time Lin Shen has seen the Lingji, but unlike Zhang Guyuan's red jade sword, this Lingji is not a weapon, but a bead. Su Tiange didn't know that the bead was Lingji, but Zhuo Qinglong and Tu Xiaodao recognized it at first sight, and their eyes couldn't help but lit up. Although they are still fundamental changers now, before they become ascenaries, they cannot truly activate the spiritual foundation, nor can they exert their true power. But they are only half a step away from ascending, and they will ascend sooner or later. If they can have a spiritual foundation in advance, no one will refuse such a good thing. But there is only one Lingji, but there are 7 or 8 people here. It is difficult to assign it, so no one spoke. Only Su Tiange, the second guy, thought he had a good look and was the first to discover the bead. After Su Tiange finished speaking, he saw that everyone was still silent and no one answered, and knew that something was wrong. He quickly closed his mouth and stopped talking, looking at Lin Shen. Is this a spiritual foundation? Lin Shen knew that it was impossible to swallow this spiritual foundation alone, so he simply spoke. It should be a spiritual foundation, but the ascendant cannot enter the king star of the realm. There should be no ascendant here. If this weirdo is an ascendant, how did he come in? Zhuo Qinglong pondered. Maybe this is not his spiritual foundation, but he may be brought into the King of Realm, said another Crystal Foundation interface of the Sword Alliance. This is possible, but since he is not an Ascensioner and cannot be used with the Spirit Base, what's the use of him bringing him here? Tu Xiaodao looked at the monster and continued, and according to his situation, it should not be the King of Realm that has just arrived recently. So when did he come? Is it a human or an alien race? It doesn't look like a human, right? Said Jingji, who had previously. It's not human, nor does it look like an alien race. After all, the alien race just looks weird. In fact, like humans, they are standard carbon-based creatures, and they won't be half metal and half flesh like him. Tu Xiaodao shook his head and said. Everyone thought this person was really too weird, like a human and a genital creature, and had never seen such a life before. No matter what, take down the spiritual foundation first. Zhuo Qinglong looked at Lin Shen and said, we discovered the things together, so how about the three of us? But there is only one spiritual foundation, and it cannot be divided. Let's dig out the corpse first to see if there are any other gains, and then divide them. If there are no other gains, our Sword Alliance is willing to pay the equivalent in exchange for your share. What do you think? Zhuo Qinglong's proposal is actually very fair. According to the number of people, there are 4 members of the Sword Alliance present, 2 on Lin Shen's side, and Su Tiange is the only one in the Su family. Zhuo Qinglong was able to distribute this way because Lin Shen had saved them. Yes. Lin Shen nodded. He couldn't use it now, so it would be good to exchange for something he could use, not to mention that this weird guy was discovered by the Sword Alliance. Su Tiange had no objection. In terms of strength and power, he could only be considered a young man here. It would be good if he could get things, not to mention that he even gave it to him 1/3. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Zhuo Qinglong asked someone to take the spiritual foundation in the weird man's hand. A base changer in the Sword League directly used the base change shell protection, walked to the strange man, and carefully reached for the spirit base bead. The weird guy has no breath at all, he is just a dead person, so naturally he doesn't have to worry about it. The bead was in the hands of the weird man. After the changer grabbed the ball, he pulled it out twice, but he couldn't pull it out. Seeing the beads firmly sandwiched between the weirdo's hands, the genitalist had to reach out and grab his hands, trying to pull his hands away first. As a result, the strange man's skin was torn apart, and it turned out that he was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Because the color is close to the color of the skin and the white cream is covered with whiteness, I didn't notice it at the beginning. Now that the gloves were torn apart, his real palm was immediately revealed. The 2 hands are put together, one hand is a normal skin and flesh palm, while the other hand is made of steel. The flesh palm is underneath and the iron palm is on it, and the spirit-based bead is stuck in the iron palm. No wonder it can't be pulled out no matter how hard it is. It seems that I can only cut off its hand, otherwise the beads will be stuck inside and cannot be taken out. The base-transformed man looked at Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong frowned slightly. He didn't want to destroy the dead body, but after looking at it, the steel hand seemed to be made into one, and there was no way to move it. The spirit bead was stuck inside and couldn't be taken out. Unless he broke his steel fingers apart, he couldn't be taken out. Don't ruin his body, just bend his fingers. Zhuo Qinglong said after thinking about it. The base transformer nodded, reached out and grabbed the weirdo's steel thumb and beat it up. As long as you move your fingers a little, the bead should be able to be taken out. After using 2 force, the face of the transformer of the Sword Alliance changed. He had already used all his strength and could not even beat the thumb. With his power, even the special alloy used in the space station should be able to bend it, but the finger didn't react at all. What a hard metal! The people from the Sword Alliance were not surprised but happy. Metals that cannot be broken even in the crystal base are also good things. If they can be brought back, it will be a considerable asset. There was no choice but to allow the base changer to use the weapon. He took out a green jade-like dagger and slashed at the finger. When? After a crisp sound, the palm of the base changer was trembling, but his fingers were still intact. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Such hard metal was really rare. But the spiritual foundation was in front of him, but he couldn't take it out, which made everyone feel unwilling. It seems there is only one way. The base transformer holding the dagger looked at Zhuo Qinglong and said, cut off its flesh and blood hand and take out the beads from the other side. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhuo Qinglong, waiting for Zhuo Qinglong's decision. But he found that Zhuo Qinglong and others had a look of something wrong. There was a clear look of shock in their eyes, and they looked straight behind him. What happened? The heart of the mutant suddenly stumbled in his heart. What else could be left behind him besides the corpse of that weird person? Chapter 142 The Weird Guy, additional update for the leader of the Alliance. The base-transformed man suddenly turned around, protecting his emerald-like dagger in his hand against his chest, and looked vigilantly at the location of the monster on the tree. The weird guy who had just disappeared and his eyes closed actually opened his eyes. One of his eyes is clearly black and white, which is a human eye, while the other eye is made of steel, but it makes people feel that the steel eye also has life, which looks extremely strange. The weirdo's eyes were a little indifferent, and he stared straight at the transformed person in front of him, as if he was looking at a lifeless dead object. Lin Shen was retreating. Before he could figure out what the guy came from, staying away from him was the best choice. After all, they have a spiritual foundation in their hands. Although it seems impossible for an Ascensioner to be on the King of Realm, they are afraid of 10,000, but they are afraid of one if they are not afraid of 10,000. In fact, it's not just Lin Shen, but everyone else is also retreating, and no one is a fool. The Sword Alliance Transformer, who was closest to the monster, wanted to retreat after reacting, but he had just taken a step back. The weird guy growing inside the tree suddenly stood up. His body was already connected to the trunk. As he stood, the white jade-like wood around him broke and debris splashed. As the jade flakes flew, the weirdo stepped forward to the transformer of the Sword Alliance. His step seemed unhappy, but it left the crystal-based Sword Alliance transformer who had no time to react, as if he could not move, and watched the tall monster walk in front of him. It's not that he really can't move, but because the weirdo's speed was so fast that his body couldn't keep up with the reaction of his brain, and it seemed that he couldn't move anymore. The others were like this base changer. They obviously seemed unhappy when they saw the monster's movements, but their physical reactions could not keep up. They watched the monster stretch out the iron hand, and their 5 fingers were like hooks, grabbing the base changer's head. The next moment, everyone's pupils contracted and their eyes widened. The strange man used his 5 fingers to force the helmet-like shell of the base transformer in his head. Lin Shen complained in his heart that he was a dead person, but why did he live again? If he had known this was the case, he would not have come. The aura of sacrifice has just been used, and although I have accumulated a few more points now, it is far from enough to fight this weird person. After the weird guy squeezed the head of the base changer, he stopped. He stopped, and Lin Shen and others seemed to have returned to normal. They quickly retreated at the same time, and kept the distance between them as far as possible. There is only one crystal base transformer, and the one killed by the monster is his brother. At this time, his eyes were blood red. Not only did he not retreat, he quickly took out the pet capsule and key, activated the 2 crystal base pets and pounced on the monster. It's coming again. The moment Lin Shen saw the weirdo moving, the feeling of being unable to move came again. As long as the weird guys move, they feel like they can't move anymore. They are not that they can't move, but that they are moving too slowly, like snails. The weirdo was so fast, but it didn't look fast, and he could see every move clearly. He walked step by step, avoiding the attacks of the 2 crystal pets, and when he passed by them, he reached out and pinched their heads. Then he walked to the Sword Alliance transformer who used his pet to attack him, and even reached out and squeezed his head. Everything seems so slow and calm, as if it's just doing it casually. After doing this, the weirdo stopped again, and then the corpse of the base and pet fell down and fell from the tree branch. Only then did everyone recover from the speed that was like a snail, and took 2 steps back in horror, but they had already retreated to the trunk of the tree and could no longer retreat. Although you can still leap towards other branches, no one does that. Because the speed of the monster is not comparable to that of them. If the monster wants to kill them, it is useless to run, or it cannot run at all. Everyone was cold all over, and their eyes were staring at the weirdo in horror. The weirdo's eyes did not look at them, and looked up at the huge fruits in the canopy. The next second, everyone saw the weirdo jumping up and stomping towards one of the huge fruits. The extremely tough fruit immediately burst out under the weirdo's kick, and a large amount of liquid and something flowed out of it. The weirdo didn't stop, his body leaped between the fruits, and the fruit he stepped on immediately burst. Some fruits are empty, some have corrosive liquids inside, and some fruits have something to fall out in addition to the corrosive liquids. Lin Shen and the others watched the monster exploding one fruit after another, and it felt like it had been a while, but in fact a little time had passed. After the weird man blew the last fruit, he jumped down from the canopy and landed on the sand under the tree. After taking a look at the things falling on the ground, the weirdo turned around and walked towards the distance of the desert without any nostalgia. It was not until the monster disappeared that everyone started to breathe unconsciously, as if they even stopped breathing when the monster was there. Thump! Lin Shen sat on the ground with his but, feeling that his clothes were already wet. For a moment just now, Lin Shen thought he was dead. Not only Lin Shen, but everyone else also felt the same way. The weird guy's oppression was too strong. I saved my life. Su Tiange reached out to wipe off the cold sweat from his forehead and said with gratitude. Tu Xiaodao's face was not good looking. In front of the weird guy, he felt like a snail without a shell, without any sense of security. Zhuo Qinglong and others had a strange expression. They were glad that they survived, but they were sad about the death of their companions. That weird person should be the Ascensioner, right? If there is an existence like him on the King of Realm, it will be unsafe in the future. A base-transformed person said with a bitter face. Although Lin Shen also thought that weirdo was very terrifying, after thinking about it, he seemed to have only killed the person who attacked him. If that weirdo really wants to kill them, no one here can survive. Everyone went down the rope and found that the person below was surrounding the liquid falling from the tree and was looking at something. Lin Shen, Zhuo Qinglong and the others walked over together and found that there was something strange among the corrosive liquid that fell on the ground. When they were on it just now, they saw that there were other things in the exploded fruit besides corrosive liquid. However, not every fruit has it, only a small number of fruits have things in it. But I didn't see clearly what was inside just now. At this time, I saw clearly what was falling to the ground, and my expression was a little strange. The things that fell to the ground turned out to be black iron lumps. The shape of the iron lump is not regular, not like the base of the egg, but why does there be such an iron lump in the fruits of the giant tree? Will these iron lumps be the seeds of giant trees? Chapter 143 Insight. The people from the Jianmeng and the Su family were observing the iron lump, but when there was something strange about them, they did not dare to move the iron lump at will, and planned to get the iron lump back first and return to their mother star to study. If there is an ascension in the mother planet, you are not afraid of any more trouble. Lin Shen didn't have the heart to think about what those iron lumps were. He kept recalling the weird people's every move. Recently, he has been practicing on the immortal court. Although he has made progress, he always feels that something is missing. Today, when I saw the weirdo's every move, he suddenly knew why he always felt like he was missing something. Although the strange man didn't use the immortal court, Lin Shen saw something called momentum from him. It has nothing to do with the speed, but with the powerful aura. Lin Shen's 73 steps to step on the immortal court is now proficient, but he lacks a kind of aura. Without that aura, stepping on the immortal court is also stepping on the immortal court, but with that aura, stepping on the immortal court is Lin Shen stepping on the immortal court. Lin Shen recalled the momentum of the strange man, but what he was thinking about was how to make the immortal court walk out of his momentum. The strange man's aura is not suitable for stepping on the immortal court, nor is it suitable for me. So what kind of aura should I have when stepping on the immortal court? Lin Shen thought about this question. The momentum is illusory, invisible or touchable, but it can also make people feel it. The same dance movements, some people jump out and make people feel inexplicably touched when they see them, while some people jump out and the movements are exactly the same, but they only make people feel that their skills are good without any touch. If you say that you are not proficient in the simple movements, it is probably not the problem. Some people sing, maybe their skills may not be very good, but they can move people. Some people sing with great skills, but they will only make people feel greasy. The difference may be just that people understand differently, so what is my understanding? Lin Shen thought. Lin Shen thought that the 4 sentences of the opening of the immortal court were just used by those who entered the immortal court to show their own style. Now that I think about it, it should not be just to show my style, but to tell the people who practice stepping on the immortal garden what kind of momentum it should have. Lin Shen didn't expect it before, but now he thinks about it, and he cannot fully agree with the momentum expressed in those 4 sentences. I was a guest on Earth, but I had no intention of walking at night. Heaven wanted to wait for me and walked in the fairy garden. From the literal meaning, it should be that if you look down on me, I will break your door lintel. What can you do to me? But Lin Shen feels that whether you can look down on me or not has anything to do with me. I don't need to care about your thoughts at all. So after thinking about it, if you practice stepping on the immortal court according to the artistic conception of those 4 sentences, it will ultimately be inconsistent with his personality and will not reach the level of the original author. What's more, Lin Shen has already made the practice of stepping on the immortal court unrecognizable. If he really needs to practice according to the original artistic conception, it is probably wrong. If the fly camp is not what I want, the small profits of the fly head are not what I want. I ask for joy in my heart, freshness and excitement, and I will never be able to go back to the path of my predecessors. In the end, I can only walk my own path. Lin Shen seemed to have realized something when he thought about it. An ant was shouting. If it was on the side, it would ignore it. No one would bow his head and listen to the ant's voice. If you block the way, you will step to death, and you don't even need to step on it deliberately. Even if it cannot be discovered, the ant will be trampled to death, and the ant under your feet will never be the target. Lin Shen got up and took a step. Although this step still contains the skills of stepping on the immortal courtyard, it is not exactly the same. Lin Shen simply gave up his deliberate pursuit of perfect consistency in those movements, and instead followed his body and mind. It seems no different from ordinary walking, but the power in the body surges with it, and it is indescribable. That's it. Lin Shen was happy. He always felt a little awkward when practicing on the immortal court, but today it was particularly smooth. Every move could trigger the flow of power in his body without any deliberate guidance. When others looked at Lin Shen, they only felt that he was walking around casually and moving his body. He couldn't tell at all. He was practicing evolutionary techniques. Doing your own will does not mean there are no skills or rules. It's just that Lin Shen has decomposed and integrated those skills and rules into his every move, and no longer sticks to a specific complete action. Hey, why does Brother Shen seem to be a little different? Su Tiange looked at Lin Shen who was walking there. He seemed to feel something, but he couldn't say what it was. He just felt that Lin Shen today seemed to be a little different from the past. Lin Shen walked back twice and was very satisfied. He used to be practicing stepping on the immortal court, but now he is stepping on the immortal court. Just as I was about to sit down and rest for a while, I was thinking about the reasoning. I suddenly heard someone shouting, "That iron lump seems to be moving." Lin Shen turned his head and saw the person in charge of guarding the iron lumps pointing at one of the iron lumps and shouting. Lin Shen felt a stern, and without saying a word, he called Tu Xiaodao and stepped back, reminding Su Tiange at the same time. Su Tiange's reaction was not slow either, so he immediately called the people from the Su family and ran away with Lin Shen. The people from the Sword Alliance have long become frightened birds. Zhuo Qinglong directly ordered the retreat. Not even the things in the camp were needed. Not long after everyone ran out, they saw the shaking iron lump cracking and a base-transformed creature rolling out from it. After a closer look, it was a warrior who was wrapped in frost armor and was filled with cold air. That iron lump turned out to be a base-transformed egg, which was a base-transformed creature that just hatched. Everyone saw the clues and was ecstatic. Zhuo Qinglong immediately shouted, "Don't move, let's tame this basic creature first, and then distribute it." The ready-to-go base transformers then suppressed their impulses and Zhuo Qinglong sent a crystal base to tame the base-transformed creature. The Frost Warrior wanted to eat iron lumps, but was stopped by Jingji and immediately punched him out. His fist was covered with cold air, which looked very strange. The man dared not take it with his hands, so he took out a shield of crystal-based material to block the fist of the Frost Warrior. Although the Frost Warrior's fist did not leave scars on the shield, a layer of frost appeared on the shield. Naki's creature actually has the ability to frost. Everyone's eyes as they looked at the Frost Warrior became even hotter. This kind of base mutated creature with special attributes is very rare. Even if it is just an ordinary crystal base rather than a mutation, its value is not inferior to that of ordinary mutations. The man became more careful, not facing the Frost Warrior head-on, but used his shields to block him from rushing towards the broken iron lumps again and again. More than an hour passed, and the Frost Warrior seemed to be very strong. Zhuo Qinglong asked another crystal base to replace the man and continued to deal with the Frost Warrior. The next time they were rotated every half an hour. After several rotations, the Frost Knight finally lost his energy. In order to be able to eat the iron lumps, he gave his pet key. Zhuo Qinglong took the pet key, and then asked the Frost Warrior to eat iron lumps. After he finished eating, he used the key to turn him into an ice crystal-like pet capsule. It is a mutant crystal base, and its name is Frost Warrior. Zhuo Qinglong said happily. Chapter 144 Frost Swordsman. When everyone heard this news, they were overjoyed. It turned out to be a mutant crystal base. There were more than a dozen iron lumps here. Isn't it mean that there were more than a dozen mutant crystal base pets? Everyone looked at the remaining iron lumps. Lin Shen and Su Tiange were no exception. The mutated crystal base has special attributes. Such pets are too rare and their value is immeasurable. Next, we discussed how to allocate these iron lumps. There were a total of 14 iron lumps, and the Jianmeng, the Su family and Lin Shen were allocated together. If it is evenly distributed, the Sword Alliance is really at a disadvantage. They have a large number of people and are strong. The Su family itself is not strong enough, and they come with the Sword Alliance. If they share 1/3 of the Sword Alliance, even if Zhuo Qinglong agrees, the rest of the Sword Alliance will have their opinions. After discussion between Zhuo Qinglong, Lin Shen and Su Tiange, it was finally decided to get 8 of the Sword Alliance, Lin Shen and 4 of them, and the Su family also divided 2 of them. Su Tiange was still very satisfied with this result. He knew in his heart that if Lin Shen had not saved everyone before, he would have benefited from it, and he was afraid that the Sword Alliance would not even give him one. Lin Shen took 4, and thought it was okay. If he distributed them according to the number of people, he could not get so much. This thing was not something he beat, and the contented one will be happy forever. You choose first, leave the rest for us. Zhuo Qinglong said generously. There is nothing to choose from, it's the same anyway. Su Tiange was not polite and directly brought back 2 iron lumps. Lin Shen didn't want to waste his time, so he walked over with 2 Xiaodao. He originally planned to just carry 4 iron lumps. Who knew that as soon as he walked to the close of the iron lump, the fat man in the backpack jumped out, flapped his wings and landed on an iron lump. He pecked on it a few times, but he could not leave any traces on it. Lin Shen's heart moved. After carrying the fat boy back, he asked 2 Xiaodao to carry the iron lump back, and then picked 3 of them casually. After Lin Shen and Su Tiange picked it up, Zhuo Qinglong moved away all the remaining iron lumps. Each family is waiting for their iron lumps to hatch, and no one is in the mood to care about anything else. Brother 2, you 2 are one. Lin Shen said to 2 Xiaodao. The Sword Alliance has only divided 4 of them in terms of your face. My strength is worth 1, only 1 is enough. 2 Xiaodao said. It's okay. Lin Shen asked 2 Xiaodao to take 1. In the following time, occasionally mutated frost warriors came out of the iron lump and each family tamed them one by one. At the end of the 3-day countdown, most of the frost warriors came out, and only a few had not yet moved. 2 of Lin Shen's 3, only the one that Fatty had fallen by, had not been moved for a long time. Lin Shen had no choice but to take it back to Jinshui Lake with him and then transport it back to Suanio Base. The Frost Knight who slaughtered Xiaodao had hatched and turned into a capsule and put it away. Brother Lin, I won't go back to the base with you. 2 Xiaodao unexpectedly chose to leave. Okay. Lin Shen nodded, feeling a little regretful that such a good bodyguard was missing. This time I was able to meet you was my greatest gain, and it also made me understand the truth that there are people outside of people and there are heavens outside of heaven. My strength is far from enough. I have been experiencing outside for so many years and being extremely arrogant, but I was able to escape unstoppably. This time I will definitely practice hard when I go back, and when my strength is far superior to others, I will come out to walk. 2 Xiaodao paused and said, if you come overseas one day, you can go to the base of Xiandao to find me and serve you well. If your strength is far from enough, then few people dare to say that they have the strength. Lin Shen couldn't figure out how 2 Xiaodao had such an idea. Brother Lin doesn't need to comfort me. I know that I have a shallow strength. After I go back, I immediately practice hard. When I succeed in my cultivation and can compete with the heroes of the world, I will come to visit Brother Lin again. After 2 Xiaodao said that, he turned around and left. Lin Shen stared at him leaving in a daze, thinking to himself, does he have any misunderstanding of the 4 words shallow strength? After saying goodbye to Su Tiange, Lin Shen returned to the Suwanio base alone with the iron lump. Fortunately, he had many pets, so the black crystal stone man carried the iron lump on his back, so he didn't need to do it himself. While still halfway, cracks appeared on the iron lump, and Lin Shen quickly asked the black crystal stone man to put it down. Lin Shen looked at the iron lumps that kept cracking, and he was still looking forward to it. I wonder if this iron lump is different from the others? Is the fat boy simply interested in the iron lumps, or is this iron lump unique and attracting its attention? In Lin Shen's expectant eyes, the iron lump finally completely cracked, revealing the basic creature inside. It seems to be a bit different. Lin Shen saw that the basic creature inside was still a frost warrior, but there was an ice crystal-like big sword in the hands of this frost warrior. This guy actually has weapons. Lin Shen saw so many frost warriors, and this was the first time he saw someone with weapons. Lin Shen quickly asked the stone man to stop the frost warrior from eating iron lump fragments. The frost warrior held the big sword in both hands and slashed at the black crystal stone man with one sword. The black crystal stone man directly used the black crystal arm as thick as a pillar to meet him. With a sound of deception, the sword actually left a deep mark on the black crystal stone man's arm. You should know that the black crystal stone man is 40 points hard. The frost warrior, who was just born and in a weak state, was able to leave deep marks on its arm with one sword. This power is very terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that frost actually appeared on the sword marks, freezing the base liquid in the arm, making the black crystal stone man's arm stiff. Seeing this, Lin Shen quickly summoned the white jade tiger and 3 mutated black armored centipedes and asked them to siege the frost warriors together. This frost warrior is obviously much stronger than an ordinary frost warrior. His sword is swept across, and wherever the sword blade is cut, the cold air condenses into ice, which is very domineering. This cold air is obviously stronger than ordinary frost warriors. It can freeze the base liquid immediately, and its strength and speed are also top-notch. Seeing that Lin Shen couldn't stop him, he had to let the mutated black armored centipede go down and bit the frost warrior, hoping to use the pain toxin of the mutated black armored centipede to prevent the frost warrior from resisting. As a result, after biting this bite, the mouth parts of the mutated black armored centipede were frozen, and the bitten frost warrior didn't have much problem. Lin Shen understood at a glance that the toxins of the mutated black armored centipede could not penetrate the body and were frozen. Fortunately, the frost warrior just hatched and was still in a weak state. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether his 5 mutant pets could stop him. Of course, this is also because Lin Shen only wants to tame him, not to kill him. If it is for the purpose of killing him, the frost warrior will definitely not be able to withstand the siege of 5 mutant pets. Lin Shen could only change his strategy and let the 5 mutant pets continue to harass him, making it impossible for him to eat iron lump fragments. After 5 or 6 hours of hard work, the frost warrior finally lost his energy and gave his pet key to eat in one bite. Lin Shen was happy in his heart. After he ate the fragments, he turned into capsule state and looked at his attributes. Frost Swordsman, Mutant Crystal-based creature, evolutionable. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 40.4. Toughness, 41. Talent skills, mutated frost cold air, mutated sword fighting technique, mutated sword body. Chapter 145 The Hidden Welfare of Original Egg. Although the Frost Swordsman and the Frost Warrior were only one word different, this attribute was much stronger than the other 2 Frost Warriors who were deep in the forest. This thing is actually stronger than the attributes of the Big Red Bull, and it is full of all 3 skills, and they are all mutated. Lin Shen was happy. The other 2 Frost Warriors have only the hardness of 41 around them, and their other attributes are much worse. Although they are all 3 skills, each has only one skill that is mutation, and the others are strengthened, which is much worse than the Frost Swordsman. After finally there is a relatively versatile pet. Lin Shen put away the Frost Swordsman and continued to rush back to the Suwanio base. When Lin Shen and the others were on the side of the Frost Giant Tree, other families found many King Towers of the Realm King Tower. Some people kept challenging the King Tower, and some had successfully rushed to the 9th floor. As long as every changer who challenges the Realm King Tower can pass the first level, their names will appear on all Realm King Tower towers. The first place is Ouyang Yudu, who is also the only one who rushed to the top of the King of Realms and took away the reward. The remaining challengers only rushed to the 6th floor. This was the result after Ouyang Yudu rushed to the 9th floor. They studied Ouyang Yudu's tower rushing image and prepared for it. Now many people are studying the King Tower in the world, because Ouyang Yu has received the reward of a top pet launcher with a rate of fire of 41 and can fill 10 capsules at one time. What is even more unexpected is that the reward at the top of the World King Tower is just a small reward, and the challenger who ranked first will receive a bigger reward. But no one knows when the challenge of the King Tower in the realm will end. With the experience of the giant frost tree, Lin Shen did not dare to teleport to the King of Realm at will. After returning to the Suanio base, he chose to use a mechanical watch to teleport to the King of Realm to hunt down poisonous insects on the grass slope of the King of Realm. It's a little slower, but it's safe. During this period, humans encountered fewer and fewer super burning races on the world's Wangxing, which made Lin Shen a little worried. He knew that 30,000 super burning warriors had entered the King of Realms. At present, those killed by humans may not even be less than 3,000. Wherever the remaining super burning warriors went, it is always a hidden danger. Lin Shen can't remember how many times he came here on the grass slope of King of Realm. Lin Shen is at home every day, sleeping and eating during the day, and setting a time to enter the King of Realms at night to look for mutant poisonous insects, and going back when the time comes in the morning. I repeatedly swept the grass slopes every day, looking for various steel poisonous insects, and finally increased my basic change rate to 99%. The last one. Lin Shen caught a mutated iron-winged red silkworm and directly released its base liquid and drank it all. Under the operation of evolution theory, the basic variability rate finally reached 100%. Theoretically, Lin Shen will definitely succeed in promoting the alloy grade now, provided that there is an alloy grade base egg. It can only be alloy grade, neither steel nor crystal foundation can work. There is no error in this process. But there is one type of egg that is the original egg. Lin Shen had asked Wei Wufu's original egg in detail before. The original eggs are not divided into steel, alloy and crystal base. As long as they are base changed, they can use the original egg to advance. However, except for the first time when the original egg base is used to transform, the body can be transformed very thoroughly, then the alloy and crystal base are promoted, and then the original egg is not so powerful. When using the original egg base transformer for the first time, the obtained base transformer carapace must be 100% wrapped, without any gaps or missing. There are also talent skills. The talent skills given by the original eggs are very special and difficult to find in other basic creatures. The most important thing is that after using the original egg base transformation, the body will be stronger than the average base transformation, and there will be some hidden benefits. For example, the recovery ability after injury, such as tolerance to temperature, hearing, vision, smell, physical strength, etc., may all be enhanced to a certain extent. The benefits obtained are not exactly the same as the original eggs used. These benefits are limited to the first time using the original egg and the steel promotion alloy. It is just the promotion of the basic material in the body, and its influence on the body is not as great as the first time. In other words, the steel promotion alloy mainly increases the strength of the base-changing shell and acquires a new talent skill. It is also beneficial to use the original egg at this time. You can obtain a new talent skill 100% without failure. Moreover, this talent skill is likely to be quite special, it depends on luck. But if you can find the base egg change of mutant alloy and you know what kind of talent this base egg change has, you can selectively use the base egg change of a certain creature to obtain the talent skills you want, instead of using the original egg to randomly use it. This can avoid the conflict of talent skills. Wei Wufu once said an example. A person who used the original egg base transformer obtained a talented skill that blesses sword weapons. The talented skill is very strong, allowing him to burst out with power similar to sword energy when using the sword at the steel level. When he was promoted to the alloy, he chose another original egg to try his luck, and as a result, he obtained a talented skill that could maintain gun weapons. It is obviously inappropriate to use a sword in a gun, and it does not play the role of superposition of talent skills, which is equivalent to a waste. Therefore, most basic changers only choose the original eggs when the first basic change, and then use different types of basic change eggs to promote according to their needs. Lin Shen now has an original egg in his hand. If he uses it to advance to the alloy level, he can only bet on luck and see if he can bet on talent skills that suit him. The reason why Lin Shen wanted to use the original egg was not just to bet on talented skills. Another important reason was also what Wei Wufu told him, and there were very few people who knew about this secret from the entire mother star. Because only one person in the entire parent star successfully used 4 original eggs to ascend, and that person was from the Wei family. Only the Wei family knew this secret. Wei Wufu's previous evolution was used by the original egg. The original egg he gave Lin Shen was also used by him to promote himself to the crystal base. The 4 original eggs ascend to the sky and have 2 life bases. This is why Wei Wufu really chose the original egg to evolve. An ordinary ascendor can seize many spiritual foundations, but there can only be one life foundation. The ascender of the Wei family who ascended 4 original eggs has a dual life base, which is very rare among the powerful families in the universe. However, it is too difficult for 4 original eggs to ascend. The general original egg is relatively easy to find. The original egg when ascends is different from the ordinary original egg and is even more rare. With the support of the Wei family, Wei Wufu will inevitably ascend 4 original eggs in the future. It would not be so easy for Lin Shen to ascend 4 original eggs. Chapter 146 The Devil Killer. Although I had an original egg on my hand, there was a problem that bothering Lin Shen. The original egg also has a quality gap. For example, the original egg used by Wei Wufu is after the base change is mutated steel, while the original egg he uses is after the base change is ultra-basic steel. Now Lin Shen doesn't know what quality the original egg in his hand is. If it is just a mutation, will it have any impact on him after use? Lin Shen also tried to use a mechanical watch to read the information of the original egg, but it was unable to scan it, which made him a little depressed. In the end, he decided to wait until Wei Wufu came back before making plans. Wei Wufu should also bring him an original egg, and then compare it. We have left for a while, why haven't we come back yet? He was really not used to it because we didn't have Wei Wufu by his side these days. As time came, Lin Shen was teleported back to his bedroom, lying directly on the bed and then slept. Others thought he slept in all day, but never expected that he would go to the world to fight until dawn every night, just like those students who slept in class and went home to study secretly. In the square of Superbase, a tall man wearing work pants, sweatshirts and sneakers was sitting on a bench, wearing a sweatshirt hat, and his head was slightly lowered, making people unable to see his face. He was quiet, sitting there motionless, just watching the people coming and going in the square. A young parents came to the square with a 7 or 8-year-old child. The child was very naughty and kept shouting. He also deliberately ran past a girl reading a book and knocked over the milk in the girl's hand. The girl was a little angry and stood up and said to the child's parents, "Can you take care of your children? He is still a child, what are you scruples with him? Isn't it just a glass of milk? Is it necessary to make a fuss?" The child's mother said casually, not taking this matter to heart at all. The girl wanted to say something, but unfortunately she was a little introverted and shy, and she didn't know how to refute the child's mother. The child's mother ignored her and continued to walk around the square while talking and laughing. Because of the arrival of this child, the square was in chaos. Suddenly, the child saw the strange man sitting quietly on the bench. He didn't know if there was anything wrong with his mind. He actually ran to the man, reached out to pull the man's clothes, then ran away quickly, grimacing at the man from afar. Seeing that the man ignored him and did not even raise his head, the boy ran over again and kicked the man in the leg with his toes. His mother and father glanced at him, and saw that the man had no reaction at all, and he didn't care. He turned around and continued to talk and laugh. "Ah!" The girl not far away suddenly screamed, her eyes widened and she looked in the direction of the bench in horror. She was angry, so she looked at the boy from time to time and saw that the boy actually kicked the man, laughing while kicking, and wanted to go over and stop him and then argue with the child's parents. Who knew that when the boy kicked the man again, the man raised one hand, grabbed the boy's head, and pressed it to the ground. Breaking out. Blood and bones splashed on the ground, and the steel floor on the ground was smashed into a depression. The girl screamed in horror, everyone looked in the direction she was looking, and their eyes widened the next second. The child's parents saw the scene and stood there stupidly, as if they had not reacted. Finally, the child's mother let out a heart-wrenching scream, rushing towards the man like an angry lioness, and an alloy carapace appeared on her body. The child's father rushed up as he shouted and scolded, and there was also an alloy carapace on his body. The two of them howled and punched the man in the head. Bang! Both of them were wrapped in alloy and hit the man's face, one left and one right, and both hit the man's face hard. If it were an ordinary person, his head would probably be blown out directly. But the man's head was still moving, and he still lowered his head. The next second, the man raised his hands at the same time, pressed the woman and the man's heads respectively, and pressed them directly to the ground. Two more splashing patterns appeared on the ground, intertwined with the previous patterns, making them indescribably weird and terrifying, and the whole family was neatly arranged. Everyone screamed and fled from the square. The girl, who had been knocked over milk by the boy, had weak legs. She wanted to run but couldn't move. Instead, she collapsed on the ground, and the book in her hand fell to the ground. The man stood up and walked towards the girl step by step. The girl's face was full of horror, without a trace of blood. She was so scared that she didn't know what to do, so she sat blankly on the ground. The man walked to the girl, and the girl closed her eyes in fear, thinking that she would be killed, and her heart was filled with fear. But after waiting for a while, I didn't feel my head being held down by the blood-stained hand. The girl was trembling all over, but she couldn't help but open her eyes. The scene in front of her made her a little stunned. The man held the book she had dropped in his hand and handed it to her, looking at her quietly. The girl finally saw the face under the man's hat, half of the human face and half steel, indescribable strangeness, but also had an unusual charm. The girl subconsciously reached out to catch the book handed over by the man, and said thank you in a reflexive manner. The man nodded slightly at her and turned away. The girl stared blankly at the man's back and left. Everything that happened just now made her feel as if she was dreaming. Lin Shen, who had been busy all night, just fell asleep for a while and was called out by Uncle Lei. "Mr. Xiao Wu, it's not good." Uncle Lei hurriedly slammed the door outside. "Uncle Lei, it's so early in the morning, why are you so anxious?" Lin Shen yawned and opened the door. "A murderous devil comes to the Superbase," Uncle Lei said, gasping. "Murdering Demon King?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned. This word was really unfamiliar to him. In such an era, can killing someone be a big deal? How come someone is still named the Devil of Murder? A strange man from somewhere came from. He killed the Qi family members in the square. He didn't run away. He just walked around our base. After the Qi family members were searched, he killed several more. He had no power to fight back at all. He was afraid of killing the Qi family and did not dare to send anyone there. Uncle Lei's face turned even more ugly when he said this. That's also the Qi family's business. Why are you panic? Lin Shen said while drinking water. Xiao Wu master, I can't help but panic. The murderous devil was walking on Suwanio Street and entered your store. Uncle Lei said with a bitter face. Puff. Lin Shen just drank it into his mouth, and a sip of water that had not swallowed was sprayed out. He widened his eyes and said, My store? Which store is mine? Which other store is your egg-grabbing shop? Said Uncle Lei. Lin Shen threw down the water cup and ran out. There was only one Zhaoli in the store. Her family and the Lin family were also old neighbors. If Zhaoli were killed in her store, Lin Shen would not know how to explain to her parents. Even if there is no such relationship, Zhaoli has been with him for several years, so she can't watch her die. Chapter 147 There is a pervert in my store. Zhaoli opened the store early in the morning. Since Lin Shen exposed his claws in the next store, their store's business has been pretty good. Later, Lin Shen became the second-generation ancestor in the world, and there were more customers coming to the store to play. So recently, Zhaoli opened the door half an hour in advance, and some early customers were already waiting outside the door. As soon as the door was opened, the guests walked in and lined up in front of the counter to buy egg-catching coins. While Jolly was busy exchanging coins for them, a tall man walked in and stood at the end and lined up. After 2 minutes, another young man walked in. The young man glanced at the guests lined up and walked straight to the front, pushing the guests who were originally in front aside. "Beauty, exchange me for 100 yuan in coins," the young man said, staring at Zhao chest with a lust. "Others come first, you can go and queue up first." Zhao frowned slightly. She was very disgusted with the gangsters on the street, but she naturally couldn't drive people out when she opened the door to do business. "Come in line, right?" The young man smiled wickedly, turned to look at the people behind and mocked, "I'm queuing here, do you have any objections?" Seeing that no one spoke, the young man turned around and said to Zhao with a smile, "Beauty, you have seen it too, they have no objection." He had just finished speaking, and he felt something caught in his head. He wanted to get rid of the constraints on his head, and turned to see who was so bold that he dared to grab his head. He hated someone touching his head the most. But that power was too strong, and his head couldn't move at all. He saw the mirror hanging on the wall opposite, and then he saw a scene that would never be forgotten in his next life. He watched his head be squeezed by a big hand, and blood and bones splattered out. The guests screamed and scattered. Zhao Li's face at the counter was gone, and she looked at the man in front of her in horror. She also wanted to run away, but from the counter to the door, she had to pass by the man. Isn't it more dangerous than now? At least there is a counter between the two of them now. The man let go of his hand, let the body fall to the ground, reached out and put a stack of money on the counter, and said 2 words in a low voice, "Exchange coins." Zhao Li stayed for a few seconds before she reacted and subconsciously picked up the money and counted it first, then took the basket and coins to the man. If Lin Shen saw her like this, he would have to give her the Best Employee award. The man picked up the basket, walked to an egg grab machine, pulled a stool and sat down, and started to play with coins. Zhao Li stood there blankly, watching the man put coins again and again, but failed to catch the base into eggs. "Ali, I'll save you." An obese figure rushed in with a stool and shouted, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. "Fatty, don't do anything randomly." Zhao Li quickly called Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu looked vigilantly at the back of the man who was playing the game, carefully retreated to the counter, and asked worriedly, "Ali, are you okay?" "It's okay, he seems to be just here to play games." Zhao Li said. "It's fine. Let's go quickly. He is a murderous devil. He has killed many people on the street." Qi Tianfu lowered his voice. After hearing the voice, he took Zhao Li's hand and walked out carefully. Both of them walked very slowly, for fear of disturbing the man. "What's going on with you two?" Lin Shen walked into the store and saw Qi Tianfu holding Zhao Li's hand with one hand, putting the other hand around her shoulder, protecting her and slowly moving out. When Qi Tianfu saw Lin Shen, his old face turned red and subconsciously took his hand back, as if he had been caught and raped. "Fifth brother, that person." Zhao Li looked at the man who was catching eggs. "Needless to say, I know everything. You guys go out first." Lin Shen glanced at the corpse on the ground, frowned slightly, and stopped Zhao Li from continuing and asked the two of them to leave the store first. "Fifth brother, I think that person doesn't seem to be bad. He just started the attack when this person went to the lineup just now." Zhao Li felt that this reason seemed a bit far-fetched, and she would not die even if she went to the lineup. But for some reason, Zhao Li still felt that she should say something for the man. In Zhao Li's opinion, as long as Lin Shen comes, the man will be in trouble. "Well, I understand." Lin Shen was a little surprised and signaled them to go out, then walked towards the man himself. "Friend, I can understand your mood, but killing is always bad." Lin Shen walked to the side of the man, wanting to see who this man was. This is his place and the Lin family's business. If it cannot be resolved, the Lin family's business will probably be difficult to do in the future. But when Lin Shen walked to the side and saw his face, the words behind him seemed to be stuck and could not continue to say anything. "Fuck, why is he here?" Lin Shen only felt his scalp numb and his hair was standing up all over his body. Lin Shen only glanced at him and recognized that this man was the man in the frost tree. He felt that God seemed to be joking with him. He could hardly imagine how this man left Wang Xing and came here. Lin Shen was a little embarrassed now. He was not right to leave, nor did he not leave. He stood there and was stunned for a long time but didn't move. The man ignored him and was still investing coins on his own and crawling the base into eggs. As a result, he threw in a lot of coins, but he didn't even catch one. He doesn't know any skills at all, just pure novice plays. Unless he catches a certain number of times, he will definitely not be able to catch anything. Lin Shen now regretted that he had adjusted the probability of the machine too low, and thought to himself, he will not be able to catch the base and turn it into an egg in a while. Will he slaughter me here? Now he and the man are the only ones in the store. If a man really wants to slaughter, he will be the first person to be slaughtered. Lin Shen was thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of him. Try to the death? It's impossible, there is no chance to fight desperately. He has seen the opponent's strength, which is an existence that he is currently out of reach. The opponent wants to kill him, even if the angel revolver is in his hand and his finger is pressed on the trigger, he has no chance to shoot. What's more, even if you shoot, it's useless. This man can easily pinch the crystal base. Lin Shen had no intention of taking action, and he vaguely felt that he would definitely die if he did it, and it might be fine if he didn't. When he was in the frost tree, Lin Shen felt that this man was not the kind of person who killed people casually. Jolly said that just now, and Lin Shen felt that his previous judgment of a man should be correct. Lin Shen thought, and began to slowly retreat, wanting to leave the store directly. At worst, I don't want the store anymore, so he can take whatever it is inside, it doesn't matter. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The man kept catching eggs and ignored him. When Lin Shen was about to walk to the door of the store, he suddenly heard the man say, "Where are you going? Let me find someone to clean it up." Lin Shen had no choice but to stop and point to the corpse on the ground. "The coins are gone, exchange them for coins." The man stood up and walked to the counter, put a stack of banknotes on it, and said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to walk behind the counter, count the money habitually, and then took out the coins. The man took the coins, turned around and returned to the egg-grabbing machine, and continued to invest coins to play games. He is really a person who cares about it. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. At least now he was sure that the other party did not kill people casually. After coming out of the counter, Lin Shen wanted to go out again. Although the other party seemed to be a person of particularity, who knew if he was the moody pervert? Lin Shen did not dare to use his life to bet on the other party's character. Stop. The finger just touched the handle of the glass door, and before he could open the door, the man called him again. Chapter 148 Death. What else? Lin Shen had no choice but to stop and look at the man and asked. The man was still operating the lever, and did not look back and said calmly, "We have seen it on the Star of the Realm." I've seen it. The other party had already recognized it. Lin Shen didn't want to admit it. Now he was very suspicious whether it was a coincidence or intentional way for the man to come to his store. If it is a coincidence, a guy growing in a tree, he had just arrived at the human mother planet. Where did he get the information from? He knew that this was the shop he opened? If it is not a coincidence, this is too coincidental. With his mother star so big, why did he come to the Superbase and his own store? Is this your store? The man asked again. Yes. Lin Shen had to admit it even though he had reached this point. I spent 500 yuan before, but now I spent another 500 yuan. Can I catch the base inside and turn into eggs? The man continued to ask without looking back. Yes. Lin Shen answered with certainty. Because the base-transformed eggs placed inside are the best in the store, the probability of this machine is the lowest in the entire store, and it can only be caught every 20 times. Each time you play the game, you need to invest 2 coins, each coin is 10 yuan. In conversion, you can catch a base and turn it into an egg in about 400 yuan. Of course, it's just that there is a probability, but if your lower claw angle is too bad and you don't have the base of the egg inside, no matter how tight your claws are, you can't catch them. Lin Shen was not worried about this. With the weird man's ability, his judgment was not that bad. He could catch the middle base and turn into eggs every time, but because his claws were too loose, he couldn't catch them. As long as you reach a certain number of times, your claws will naturally become tight. As long as you get the grasp, you will definitely be able to make the base turn into eggs. The weirdo bought a total of 1,000 yuan in coins twice. If you are lucky, you can catch 3 bases and turn them into eggs. If you are not lucky, you should be able to catch 2. Lin Shen is still sure about this. Then wait. The weirdo continued to grab the base and turn it into eggs as he said. Your Excellency means that if you can't catch the doll, you will kill me, right? Lin Shen guessed. The weirdo didn't answer, just played with it on his own. Lin Shen had some speculations about the weird guy. He would not kill people casually, but his threshold for killing was very low, so low that normal people might not understand. It seems that you are a rule-pursuant person, so let's talk about the rules. Lin Shen said in a deep thought, if you can't catch the base and turn into eggs, you will kill me. Although I don't agree that I deserve to die, that is your standard. According to your standard, I deserve to die, and I agree too. But if I follow your standard, I shouldn't die, but you don't have to give anything. Isn't this a bit unfair? Zhao Li and Shi Tianfu hid outside the store and eavesdropped on the movement inside. When they heard Lin Shen say that if the monster couldn't catch the doll, they would kill him, Shi Tianfu curled his lips and said, that guy adjusted the claws in the store so loosely. It's time to retribution. If he couldn't catch them, he would be dead. Shut up your crow's mouth and you will definitely catch it. You will definitely win once 20 times. Zhao Li glared at him and said. It hits every 20 times, but the tightness of the claws can capture the base into eggs. What if the weirdo gets it wrong that time? Shi Tianfu said. Nothing is wrong. Zhao Li reached out and twisted Shi Tianfu, and Shi Tianfu grinned his teeth in pain. There were many people watching from afar outside, including Qi family and Wang family. There were such a big deal in the Superbase, Qi Shuhuang and Wang Tian'er both came, but they didn't dare to get close to the egg-catching shop to get rich. Are that murderous devil coming for your Qi family or for the Lin family? Wang Tian'er asked in contemplation. It should be for the Lin family. Our Qi family just suffered an unrestrained disaster. Qi Shuhuang said the results of his investigation. After hearing this, Wang Tian'er smiled bitterly and said, I actually killed so many people because of a child's rude behavior. That person's intention to kill is really strong. This is the way of the world. Qi Shuhuang was very depressed. If he had investigated it early, the alloys of the Qi family would not have to die. If I had known that the weirdo was so fierce, the Qi family would not have sent anyone to cause trouble for him again. That man is so murderous. This time, Lin Shen may be in great trouble. Wang Tian'er sighed. Although Lin Shen's death was a good thing for the Wang family, being crushed like this made Wang Tian'er feel a bit sad. Today someone can crush Lin Shen from the Lin family to death. Maybe one day it will be his turn to Wang Tian'er. Who can guarantee that he will never offend others in his life? Even if he doesn't offend people, there are so many people in the Wang family, and one person who can't afford to offend someone, it will be a disaster for the Wang family. At the entrance of the egg-grabbing shop, Uncle Lei and several officials from the Lin family came with the mutant. At the Superbase, if the Lin family was bullied like this, they would not allow it. Unfortunately, among these people, they can't even find a crystal base, all of them are alloy grades, and no matter how many people there are, it's useless. Everyone returns to their respective positions, and they are not allowed to leave their posts without permission. Lin Shen stood inside the door and shouted at them. He knew that these people came in and died, and they were useless, and they gave their heads for nothing. Didn't you hear me? I, the fifth brother of the Lin family, have you no longer heard of my words? Seeing that those people did not retreat, Lin Shen said coldly. Xiaowu Master, we don't listen to you, but the Master's family is not here, we cannot let you suffer grievances, let alone let others harm your life. Uncle Lei said. No one killed me, I will solve my own problem. Uncle Lei, am I still from the Lin family? Do I still count on my words? Lin Shen said with a cold face. Uncle Lei gritted his teeth and said to the 4 officials, "You can bring people back first." "Isn't this good?" "The master's family is not here, what happens to Xiao Wu's master?" said a chief. "Listen to me, Xiao Wu master has his own sense of responsibility," Uncle Lei said. "It's right for the 4 leaders to think about it. With Lin Shen's performance and Wang Xing in the realm, if even he can't handle it, it's useless if they get on." The 4 main officials looked at each other and retreated with their subordinates. Uncle Lei did not leave, and still stood outside and watched the situation inside, without saying anything else. Seeing that Uncle Lei didn't leave, Lin Shen didn't say anything, and knew that he would be useless to get there. "What you said makes sense." The weirdo stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Shen head-on for the first time. "If you can't catch it, I will take your life." "If you catch it, what do you want?" "Is my life?" Chapter 149 Returning me something. "I have no interest in your life. If you catch it, don't kill people casually in the future." Lin Shen thought for a while and said. If the weirdo agrees, at least he cannot kill the Lin family in the Suanio base. Lin Shen also wants to protect the Lin family. Otherwise, even if Lin Shen wins, he will not kill Lin Shen this time, but God knows what will happen if such a murderous devil is at the Suanio base. "You'd better take my life." Who knew that the weirdo just said coldly, then turned around and continued to catch the eggs. Lin Shen didn't know whether what the weird guy said was true or false, and who knew whether he would really keep his promise after losing. If he really kills the monster, and the monster fails to keep his promise and kills it, wouldn't Lin Shen suffer a huge loss? Seeing the weird guy catch eggs again and again, but he was unable to catch them, Lin Shen was slightly shocked. Before Lin Shen came, the monster had already exchanged 500 yuan of game coins. It was said that one should have been captured, but it was not captured. Lin Shen exchanged him for 500 yuan in game coins and caught him more than a dozen times. With so many times before, he should have caught him, but he still didn't. Zhao Li won't adjust the probability again, right? Lin Shen looked at Zhao Li, who was sneaking out of the door. After all, Zhao Li has been with Lin Shen for several years, and she understands this look and keeps shaking her head outside. If there is no adjustment, there should be no problem, or the last time my claws were tight enough, the weirdo just started playing and failed to seize the opportunity. Lin Shen thought to himself. Seeing the game coins in the monster basket gradually decreased, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel nervous. Is there something wrong with the machine? Why haven't it been caught yet? Seeing that there were not many game coins in the basket, Lin Shen couldn't help but secretly accumulate strength, intending to rush out with the immortal court if he really lost. Although the steps to the fairy court are not as fast as the weird ones, it is also the last glimmer of hope. Now Lin Shen wondered if the weird guy had tampered with the machine, otherwise how could he not be caught? While Lin Shen was thinking about it, he suddenly heard the sound of joyful music coming from the egg-grabbing machine, and the colorful light bulbs on the machine also flashed. Catch it out. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. At least the level in front of him had passed. I wonder if the weirdo would make things difficult for him. After the monster caught it, he did not take away the falling base egg. There were still a few coins in the basket. He did not continue playing and stood up directly. Seeing the weirdo walking step by step, Lin Shen frowned secretly. Isn't it because he is so angry that he wants to do it directly, right? I've given you my life, kill me. The weird man walked to Lin Shen and said coldly. Is it so casual? Lin Shen looked at the strange man who was motionless in front of him, with a very strange expression. Forget it, you go. Lin Shen didn't want to take this risk. Do you want my life? The weird man didn't leave and said, looking at Lin Shen. I never said I'd kill you. Lin Shen frowned. The weird man looked at Lin Shen without saying anything, but slowly reached out his hand. Lin Shen immediately used the immortal court to step on the ground, and instantly retreated and smashed the glass. He turned around without hesitation and rushed all the way. The strange man was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Shen, who was walking away on the long street like a wild horse, with half of his face slightly raised his lips, revealing a strange smile. The monster stepped out slowly, and everything around seemed to be still. Everyone watched the monster walk out of the store and walk towards Lin Shen's disappearance, and no one could move at all. Lin Shen walked faster and faster, and the power in his body was like a roaring torrent, pushing his body to continue to accelerate forward and then accelerate. The flesh and blood body was about to be crushed, and the steel shell automatically protected his body and rushed out of the Suanio base like the wind. The speed is still increasing, and the sound barrier has been broken through, and a conical explosion has formed outside the body, breaking through the limit again and again with the explosion sound. The steel shells could not withstand the impact, and they opened like red hair and gold, like a meteor falling into the atmosphere and burning. Wherever I passed, the grass and trees around were washed down to both sides by the airwaves. As he ran, Lin Shen slowly stopped, and the red armor on his body gradually returned to his steel color. "Why don't you run away?" The weird man's voice rang behind Lin Shen. "I can't run away, I just want to talk in another place." Lin Shen turned around and looked at the monster. He knew that the monster really wanted to chase him, and he couldn't even run out of the store door. "What are you saying?" The weird man looked at Lin Shen with interest and asked. "Why must I kill me?" Lin Shen asked in a deep thought. "Did I say I want to kill you?" Half of the weird guy was smiling, while the other half of the steel face was motionless, looking very strange. "Why do you want to kill me if you don't kill me?" Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. "I want my stuff back," said the weirdo. "Your stuff? What?" Lin Shen was a little confused. He couldn't remember when he took the weirdo stuff. When he was in the frost tree, he took nothing. Are they those frost warriors? Lin Shen thought for a while, and it seemed that there was only one. "The teleporter on your wrist is mine." The weird man looked at Lin Shen and said, "Is this yours?" Lin Shen was shocked, and his fingers kept pressing the switch of the mechanical watch. He actually didn't really want to escape, but wanted to change places to start teleportation and go directly to the World King Star. No matter how fast the weird guy is, he can't chase the World King Star. If the weirdo caught up with him from the beginning, he would have teleported it just now, and it doesn't matter if someone saw it. Saving his life is the first priority. Unexpectedly, the weird guy just followed him and had no intention of getting close to him. Then Lin Shen ran to the outside of the base. The weird man nodded, but his eyes kept looking at Lin Shen. This is Lin Shen's last way to save his life. If he is given to the weirdo wants to kill him, and he will no longer have the ability to protect himself. If he didn't give it, even if he teleported to the King of Realm, the weirdo knew the ability of the watch and would definitely wait for him to come back here, and he would still be unable to escape. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and directly pressed the switch of the watch. He did not waste his words with the weird guy, because he knew that maybe as long as he said something wrong, the weird guy would take action to kill him. He didn't want to give his watch to the weird guy, that would be like handing over his life to the weird guy. Even if his vitality is slim, he still wants to take a gamble and die in his own hands. Is it that difficult to follow the rules? The weird man looked at Lin Shen pressing the switch, but did not stop it. He showed a look of disappointment on his face and murmured to himself, "I originally thought he was an interesting guy, but he was still a boring person. He could be at ease by letting go, so why did he choose to die?" The moment Lin Shen pressed the switch, the weirdo's metal fingers moved, and the wheel on the watch jumped inexplicably. Chapter 150, Introduction to the Ageless Sutra. The scenery in front of Lin Shen changed. The moment he stepped on the ground, he immediately realized something was wrong. He clearly chose grass slopes, but there was no grass slope in front of him, only a bare surface. The ground was like dust and sand, and in the distance were circular volcanoes, which were not connected to each other and dotted on the empty earth. What's even more wrong is that gravity is different from King Kong. The gravity of King of Realms is much stronger than that of the parent star, but the gravity here is weaker than that of the parent star. It feels like a huge hydrogen balloon is tied to it, and you can fly with a little force. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Shen felt unable to breathe. The gas he inhaled made his entire respiratory tract burn and hot, as if he had inhaled sulfuric acid, and was accompanied by a strong sense of suffocation. This is not the world star. There is no oxygen in the air on this planet. Lin Shen immediately closed his breath. I looked down at my watch and the countdown shown on it was 30 days. Lin Shen was in tears. He adjusted the time for a long time. He originally wanted to use these 30 days to improve his strength and level as much as possible on the Star of the Realm. When teleported back, he might have the ability to survive in the hands of the weird man. Who knew that this teleportation device could not only teleport to the world of kings, but also to other planets? He was sure that the reason for the teleportation error was that the weird guy tampered with his hands, but he didn't know how he tampered with his hands. It's useless to think so much now. The cold air penetrates through the steel shell, making Lin Shen clearly know that the temperature here is much lower than that of the parent star and the King of Realm, and it may be difficult for ordinary people to survive at such low levels. The reason why the glaciers are not visible is that there is no water on this planet. There is no oxygen, no water, extremely low temperatures, no food, and there must be threats that Lin Shen doesn't know. To live in such a place for 30 days, Lin Shen feels that he has entered a copy of the difficulty of hell. I opened my backpack and looked at it, and found that the fat boy was still sleeping, and the environment here had no effect on it. It turns out that I am the only one who was injured. Lin Shen sighed, took out his pet launcher, fired his pets out, and stayed nearby, and sat down and started practicing the Sutra of Greeting for Life and Fear of Death. Now he can only hope for evolution, perhaps allowing him to survive in this environment. If he can't even pass the first level, then he will have to meet his ancestors and sex after 30 days at most 1 or 2 hours later. There are no shelters nearby. Except for those craters that look like volcanoes, the rest are all flat, and there is not even a place to hide. Time passed by minute, and Lin Shen felt that his body was getting more and more uncomfortable, and no one wanted to experience the suffocation. Lin Shen had been unable to make up his mind to hold his breath before because it was too dangerous, and the feeling that normal humans could not bear it. Humans have many ways to commit suicide. Some choose to jump off a building, some choose to hang themselves, and some choose to drink poison, but no one can hold their breath and suffocate themselves to death. Without external interference, no one can suffocate themselves to death, so the theory of evolution has never been triggered. Of course, it may not be triggered at all. When it is really time to suffocate, people are already dead. Evolution theory has nothing to do with it. Now Lin Shen can only hope that the theory of evolution is useful, otherwise there will be only a dead end. More than an hour passed, Lin Shen felt extremely hypoxia, but the suffocation was relieved, his body became weak, and the cerebral cortex began to heat up, which made him feel a little comfortable. But this is not because evolutionary theory has played a role, but because the brain produces false signals after hypoxia reaches a certain level. At this level, it will soon enter a deadly stage. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Shen began to twitch all over and could no longer remain holding his breath. No matter what was outside, he naturally began to breathe. I don't know what gas was entering the body through the respiratory tract. Lin Shen felt that his entire respiratory tract was burned by a soldering iron, and it seemed to be torn apart. Lin Shen curled up in pain, and soon struggled and twitched desperately, trying to grab his throat with both hands. That kind of pain can no longer be described in words. No matter how outrageous the adjective is, it is difficult to describe his pain at this moment. If there really is hell in the world, Lin Shen feels that he should be at the bottom of the floor now. There has been no movement in the theory of evolution, and Lin Shen even had the urge to commit suicide, and he really couldn't stand it anymore. Fortunately, he still held back and grabbed his arm with both hands, catching his steel shell with deep marks. When Lin Shen almost thought he was about to die, the theory of evolution finally started to work. The next second, terrifying pain swept through his entire body, every organ, every inch of skin, and every cell, as if he was suffering. In extreme pain, Lin Shen finally fell into a coma. I don't know how long it took, but when Lin Shen woke up, he found that the steel shell on his body had automatically returned to his body. The pain that seemed to fall into purgatory disappeared. He was still breathing, but he did not feel the pain anymore. It seemed that there was a special smell in the air, a bit like the smell of air after a large number of fireworks were set off. Living. Lin Shen took a deep breath, but tears were flowing from the strong smell. After the tears flowed out, they immediately turned into ice crystals, hanging from Lin Shen's eyes like diamonds. What kind of planet is this? Lin Shen stood up, changed his body again, and protected his body with the shell. He felt much better when he breathed through the shell. The main purpose is to maintain moisture in the body. Otherwise, if the body loses more water, it will still die if it is too much. Lin Shen tried to hold his breath again, but it surprised him very much. When he held his breath, the meridian of greed and fearlessness of death actually started to operate automatically. During the period when he was in a coma, he unknowingly entered the meridian of dying. After looking at the time on the watch, I found that I had been unconscious for more than 40 hours. No wonder I have already started my old age. It seems that this is a lifeless planet. Lin Shen looked at the planet carefully this time and looked over at it. There was indeed no sign of life. At a sudden glance, I felt that this place was somewhat similar to the moon, and there were many circular pits on the ground. However, it is obvious that this is not the moon, and we cannot see the parent star or the familiar sun from here. You can see a light blue sun that is somewhat similar to the netherworld star, but the light blue sun here is smaller than the one on the netherworld star. Lin Shen could feel that this planet has an atmosphere, but the composition of the atmosphere is different from that of the parent star. Lin Shen moved his body and jumped for nearly 10 meters with a light leap. He didn't exert much force at all. I guess ordinary people could jump 4 or 5 meters high here. Originally, Lin Shen planned to use these 30 days to advance to the level, but there was no basic creature here, so what else could he get promoted? Lin Shen thought for a while and looked at the crater nearest to him, hoping to find something. If he can't find water and food, he can only survive by drinking the base liquid of his pet. Chapter 151 Accidental Discovery. My God, what did I see? Lin Shen looked inside after climbing the craft mountain. After seeing this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Inside the crater, Lin Shen saw boiling magma, but the magma here was not red or gold, but a kind of cyan magma, emitting strong green light, like some kind of energy pool. And in the blue magma, there was a creature like a dragon bathing. Yes, it is bathing, and the blue crystal shells are playing freely in the green magma. The wide dragon wings are almost transparent and look extremely beautiful. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that while the green crystal dragon was playing, a huge dragon ball was floating beside it, and there was also a radiant dragon-shaped pattern inside it. There are not only creatures on this planet, but also ascending creatures. Lin Shen was both surprised and happy. If there is a creature, he will have a source of food, but he will not be able to kill this big guy who has been upgraded. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen carefully retreated and walked down the mountain gently, fearing that the green crystal dragon would hear the sound. After leaving the craft mountain for more than 10 miles, Lin Shen dared to breathe. He had been walking over with his breath just now. There won't be ascending creatures inside the other craters, right? Lin Shen decided to take a look, maybe there will be gains. I chose another crater and walked over deep in the forest. I didn't dare to ride the big red bull, for fear that the big red bull would be too moving when it ran, and it would be bad if it alarmed the creatures in the crater. When he arrived in front of another crater mountain, Lin Shen climbed up lightly, wasting a lot of time to climb to the top of the mountain. I looked inside and found that it was indeed the same blue magma pool inside, but this time I didn't see the ascension creature. Lin Shen glanced down a few times, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He found that there were some holes of different sizes on the mountain wall not far from the green magma. The hole is not deep, you can see the bottom at a distance. It is not so much a hole as a deep pit on the mountain wall. In several of the holes, Lin Shen saw some eggs with green spiritual patterns. Is that ascending eggs? This was the first time Lin Shen saw the eggs of ascending creatures with his own eyes. The spiritual patterns on them indicate that they will be upgraded after they are born. If these ascension eggs can be obtained, their value will be immeasurable. What's a little troublesome is that even the ascension creature that just hatched was not his opponent, and it is almost impossible to tame it. Therefore, the greatest value of these ascending eggs to Lin Shen is actually the egg liquid inside them. The effect of the egg liquid can be equated with the base liquid, and it is even better used. The problem is that Lin Shen doesn't know how far these ascending eggs have hatched. If he gets out the eggs and opens them, there is an ascending creature that has developed completely and is just about to break the shell, then he will be in trouble. So no matter how excited Lin Shen was, he was not in a hurry to go down and steal the ascension eggs. Now he only saw the ascension eggs, but not the creatures that gave birth to them, and Lin Shen did not dare to act rashly. When Lin Shen was thinking about why he hadn't seen their parents, he suddenly saw the blue magma surging, and the blue crystal jade heads popped out from it. After a while, creatures that looked like velociraptors, with 6 legs and a pair of claws, with a single horn on their heads, and all over the body seemed to be green corundum, emerged from the magma, soared into the air, and fell into different caves. Seeing this scene, Lin Shen shrank his neck and buried his head lower. All of them were ascending creatures, with more than 100. Once they were discovered, he would probably die without a place to bury him. While the ascension creature below was still shouting and swaying, Lin Shen quietly retreated from the crater. Is there no base transformed creature here? Lin Shen didn't believe in evil and continued to go towards other craters. He needs to find some basic creatures first to ensure that the food has been settled during this period, and then go for other ideas. On the empty Earth, there is a crater every few dozen miles. On such a large planet, there are craters everywhere you look. It is hard to imagine how many craters there are here in total. If there are ascending creatures in each crater, it would be an unimaginable number. If these ascending creatures were placed on the parent planet, it would probably be that humans would have no room for survival. Lin Shen went to several craters and found ascending creatures in the mountains. Some of them were ascending creatures in groups, while others were several or even 1 or 2. No matter how many there are ascending creatures inside, and none of them are seen in the basic transformation level. When Lin Shen was surprised, there were so many ascending creatures here, but none of them flew out of the crater, which made him feel something was wrong. Even if those ascending creatures like the high-temperature environment in the crater and do not like the cold environment outside, some of them should occasionally fly out and take a look, even if they fly out by accident. They are ascending creatures, they can fly, and if you don't make any sense, just stay in the crater. No, nothing, Lin Shen has been here for such a long time, and outside the crater, he didn't even see a creature. Lin Shen felt that there must be some reason that made the ascension creatures unwilling or unable to leave the crater. Thinking about this question in my mind, Lin Shen came to a crater again. This crater is smaller than the craters on the craters, and is not half as high as those relatively high craters, and is much smaller in diameter. Lin Shen quickly climbed to the top of the mountain and secretly looked down, which surprised Lin Shen this time. There was no such green magma at the bottom of this crater. This was the first time Lin Shen saw a dry crater. Without the cyan magma, you can see that the bottom is full of asphalt-like crystals. Judging from the dust above, no creature has been here for a long time. What made Lin Shen happy was that there was an oversized egg below. Because there is thick dust on the egg, Lin Shen couldn't tell whether it was a base-turned egg or a flying egg. I think it is a high possibility that the egg will ascend. After all, he has been here for so long and hasn't seen a basic creature. After carefully looking at the inside of the crater, there was no cave or other place. There was only one egg below and the top was covered with dust. Lin Shen felt relieved and summoned the mutated black armored centipede to go down to explore the way. The mutated black armored centipede turned around and confirmed that there was no danger. Only after Lin Shen carefully went down into the crater and came to the front of the egg. Chapter 152 Siege. There was thick dust everywhere, and the dust on this planet was very strange. It was not the kind of grains, but pieces, like snowflakes or ashes burned by paper. The dust is a little thicker, and you will feel like walking on a harder sponge when you walk on it, which may be related to the weak gravity here. When I looked at it above, I felt that the egg was not big. When I really came down and got close, I realized that it was much larger than I thought. The diameter is close to 1 meter, and the height is estimated to be more than 2 meters. The area on it was covered with dust, and the original color and texture could no longer be seen. Lin Shen took out a towel and wiped the dust on it. The eggshell under the dust is a green steel color, just like the green hair color forged by the refined steel. There is a layer of glaze outside, giving people the illusion that it seems to be translucent. Lin Shen knocked out all the dust on it, and the true nature of the entire egg appeared in front of Lin Shen. There are no spiritual patterns on it. Lin Shen was overjoyed. The absence of spiritual patterns means that this egg should not be a flying upgrade, and it also looks more like a steel-grade base creature. This crater has no high temperature of the green magma, and the base-transformed eggs cannot be hatched. Maybe it is still in the state of egg liquid. Lin Shen thought, and pulled out the dead powder. It turned into a spear state and stabbed directly at the base to turn eggs. After struggling for so long, he was already a little hungry, so it would be nice to get something to eat first. Even if it has been hatched and formed, and it is not a flying creature, Lin Shen is not afraid. Bite! The dead pink tail thorned on it like a pointed cone, and only a crisp sound was heard, and there was no trace left on the shell of the base-formed egg. Is that hard? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Although he just stabbed casually, with his current strength and the sharpness of the dead pink, the alloy egg should have been pierced directly. This made Lin Shen realize that this was not a steel egg, it just looked similar, and it was probably a crystal-based egg. Lin Shen held the dead acne tightly again, and this time the dead acne activated the super-based armor-breaking spike and the super-based instant speed. With these two skills, even if it is made of crystal-based materials, a hole can be created. Bite! Another crisp sound made Lin Shen widen his eyes. This blow still failed to leave traces on the eggshell. This is a bit strange. With the support of the skill of the dead powder, even the mutant crystal base egg should be able to leave a trace on it. There is no trace at all now. Could it be that this is an ascending egg? Lin Shen was afraid that he had read it wrong, so he looked at the giant egg again. No matter how you look at it, there is no spiritual pattern on this egg, and it is indeed not the ascension egg. It's so strange. If it's not ascending eggs, how could it be so hard? Lin Shen thought for a while and summoned the Frost Swordsman. Now his destructive power is the strongest among so many pets in Lin Shen. The Frost Swordsman appeared in front of the giant egg, holding the big sword in both hands, and slashed directly at the giant egg. The big sword with both hands slashed on the giant egg. With a sound, there were still no scars on it. This surprised Lin Shen. The power of Frost Swordsman 41 also brought a sharp weapon, but it did not leave any traces on it. How hard is the shell of this giant egg? Lin Shen did not order the Frost Swordsman to stop, so he kept slashing continuously. It fell on the shell again and again, but it never left any trace on it. Lin Shen had no choice but to order the Frost Swordsman to stop first and take a closer look at the giant egg again. Isn't this really a flying egg? Lin Shen was full of doubts. But no matter how you look at it, there are no spiritual patterns on it. Without spiritual patterns, it is impossible to be an ascension egg. There is absolutely no mistake. I just want to eat something, why is it so difficult? Lin Shen was a little depressed. Even the Frost Swordsman could not leave traces on it, and this egg would probably not be able to be opened. Just when Lin Shen was depressed, he suddenly heard a crack and cracks appeared on the eggshell. The crack broke from top to bottom. Before Lin Shen could react, the eggshell split into two from the middle and cracked to both sides. Lin Shen quickly flew back and stared at the separated shells. As the shell fell, Lin Shen saw a strange creature standing straight inside. Humanoid creature. Lin Shen glanced at it and turned around and ran faster. The creature was like a human wearing heavy armor. The body of the armor was like bronze, but the edges were like blue crystals. Lin Shen has never seen such a basic creature. Steel is steel and crystal base is crystal base, but this creature seems to have both the characteristics of steel and crystal base. Because this crater is not high and the gravity is very weak, the forest has risen and fallen to the top of the mountain after a few ups and downs. When I turned around, I found that the basic creature had a pair of eyes emitting green light under the face armor, staring at him coldly. Lin Shen was shocked. He originally thought that the first thing he did after the birth of that basic creature should be to eat the eggshell. But he stood there without looking at the eggshell, but just stared at himself. No! While Lin Shen was praying, the key mobile creature suddenly bent her legs and jumped up on the ground with both feet. His leap force actually pushed his body towards Lin Shen on the top of the mountain like a cannonball. I'll go, if you don't eat well, why are you here to come to me for? Lin Shen jumped down from the top of the mountain. At the same time, pull out the pet launcher and fired the big Red Bull out. When he landed, he happened to ride on the back of the big Red Bull and immediately let the big Red Bull go wild. The base-transformed creature landed on the top of the mountain, glanced at the running Red Bull, jumped directly from the mountain, and chased after it faster. The big Red Bull was not as fast as his speed, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Lin Shen was depressed. He couldn't run away and could not beat him. It was really difficult for him. The shells of this basic creature are already so hard, and its strength is definitely higher. How to fight this? Lin Shen looked back and saw a point on his body. However, the speed gap between the acupoint was placed between his chest and abdomen, and it was difficult to point the front. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lin Shen stopped running. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his guns, and continued to shoot with both hands. Pets fell to the ground, surrounding the creature. Even if you can't beat you to death, you can surround you. I will click you whenever I have the chance. Lin Shen felt cruel. In a moment, all the crystal-based and mutant crystal-based pets were launched by Lin Shen, and more than 20 pets surrounded the creature. I had a very toothache, I didn't sleep much all night, and I felt dizzy. Chapter 153, Click to Stop. More than 20 crystal-based pets rushed towards the creature from all directions. Lin Shen Bukio could hurt it, as long as he could trap it. The mutated Big Red Bull rushed forward first, and the White Jade Tiger and the Black Crystal Stone Man rushed left and right. 3 mutated black armored centipedes fell from the sky and rushed straight into his eyes and neck. Other crystal-based pets also rushed forward, and even if they couldn't beat him to death, they had to suppress him. Maybe he was just born and had never seen such a world. He was surrounded by so many pets and immediately burst out his strongest power. A series of crystal-lit patterns lit up on his body. The crystal lines that were originally only found on the edge of the armor quickly extended towards the shells all over his body. In an instant, the armor was covered with mysterious light patterns. The attacks of a group of pets fell on him and had no effect at all. Instead, he kicked the Big Red Bull on the head, causing it to retreat hundreds of meters like a plow. He also threw the White Jade Tiger and the Black Crystal Stone Man with one hand and flew out hundreds of meters, smashing it on the ground and smashing it into a big pit. 3 mutated black armored centipedes lay on his head, biting and slashing, but they couldn't hurt him at all. He grabbed one of them with one hand and smashed it hard to the ground. Young, so young. Even if he didn't use those strange light patterns, Lin Shen's pet could not hurt him. Now he used the power of light patterns, which shows that it consumed a lot of energy on his own. Lin Shen did not hesitate to let those crystal-based pets pounce on him. Even if they paid the price of their lives, they would consume him. A creature like a heavy armored war god punched a crystal-based pet's head and kicked a big hole in the chest with one punch. Lin Shen was still firing his pets, launching all the ally pets he carried, leaving only Xiaoye, Xiana, Dead Powder, and Frost Swordsman. The base-transformed creature had no idea of convergence at all. When the ally pet pounced on it, he actually attacked with all his strength. Seeing the ally pets being killed by him, Lin Shen was not surprised but happy. He quietly asked his mutant pets and crystal-based pets to fish as much as possible, and let the ally pets go up and die first. After all, he was just born. Although he was strong, his IQ had not yet developed intact, his judgment ability was not good, and his physical strength was also a problem. Other basic creatures swallowed the eggshell and replenished energy as soon as they were born. Without eating the eggshell, they rushed out to chase Lin Shen. At this time, the disadvantages were seen. As the ally pets died, the light traces on his body were slowly dimming. As his pets were killed less and less, and when the ally pets were about to be killed, the light patterns on the base creatures had become undetermined, and it could be seen that their power and speed were decreasing with naked eyes. Of course, no matter how much it is reduced, even if there is no light pattern, there is still no problem with the pets who killed Lin Shen, and Lin Shen's pets still cannot hurt him. He has always used light patterns, just to kill chickens and use a ox knife, and there is no need to waste it so much. Finally, the light patterns on the base creature completely disappeared, and Lin Shen's hands had refilled the 2 launchers of the pet capsules, shooting at him again. However, only some of the capsules loaded now are alloys, and most of them are steel. Looking at the pets rushing at high speed, the base creature punched one by one, directly blowing the pets that were shot. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be very excited and kicked several crystal-based pets that rushed towards him away. Unfortunately, his fists were hard to match 4 hands, and he was finally seized by the Black Crystal Stone Man and hugged him from behind. Generally speaking, even if you are hugged, there is no way for the crystal level to deal with him. Lin Shen shot quickly. While being hugged by the black crystal stone man, the base transformed creature was still extremely fierce, blowing up one pet after another. When the white jade tiger and the big red bull rushed up, the little defeated creature jumped up, and jumped into the air with the black crystal stone man who was holding him behind him and avoided the attack. The remaining two mutant black armored centipedes that had not been killed came flapping their wings and launched an attack on him in the air. After all, the basic creature is not ascending yet, and there is no way to change its direction in the air. It can only grab the mutated black armored centipede with one hand. The steel pet that Lin Shen shot towards him had no time to pay attention to. The steel creatures hit him one by one, but the steel pet's body was twisted into a ball, and some of them were even split into pieces. When GBN Biology was just proud, he suddenly saw Lin Shen's face appear in front of him. The basic creature, who was completely unprepared, was harshly hit by Lin Shen's finger, and his body suddenly stiffened. His hand, which was trying hard to crush the mutated black armored centipede, also stopped. Seeing the stiff body of the GBN creature, Lin Shen was ecstatic. Pressing acupoints is indeed a magical skill. I have stopped such a powerful GBN creature. The base transformed creature fell to the ground, and its body trembled constantly, as if it would break through the limitations of acupoints at any time. Seeing that the body of GBN's body slowly moved again, Lin Shen repaired his finger again, causing GBN's body to stiffen again. This guy is so strong. Lin Shen stood in front of him, and he made a finger from time to time, making it difficult for the basic creature to get out. It's not a solution to continue like this. You have to find a way to kill him or tame him. Lin Shen was worried secretly. I can't kill you, and I don't know how to tame it. Lin Shen heard from others that Ouyang tamed wild crystal-based creatures, saying that he had been riding on crystal-based creatures, and he would not be able to stop no matter how hard it was. When it was too hard to do anything, he would finally recognize his master. Lin Shen felt that things might not be that simple. If you just ride a horse, you can tame it. It is too easy for those assassinators to tame the basic creatures. Why until now, except Ouyang Yudu, I have never heard of anyone taming the wild basic creatures. So Lin Shen felt that the key to Ouyang taming GBN should be the period when he and GBN Bio fell into the lake. Unfortunately, no one saw what Ouyang did during that period, and even if Lin Shen wanted to learn it, he couldn't learn it. After a look, there were only the mutant pets, including the big red bull, the stone man, the white jade tiger and two black armored centipedes, and they all suffered varying degrees of injuries. Frost Swordsman and Dead Fan were not damaged because they didn't let them on at the beginning. There are only 3 crystal-based pets left, and 2 alloy pets left, and they are almost destroyed. After paying so much, Lin Shen was not willing to let him go. How can I tame him? Lin Shen thought to himself, and asked the less injured black crystal stone man and the mutated red bull to go to the crater and brought back the eggshell of the base transformed creature. Chapter 154 The Name of Pet. Not long after, the black crystal stone man and the big red bull pulled back the cracked eggshell. The basic creature looked at the eggshell in front of him, and his expression seemed to have changed a little. However, his eyes did not become softer, but instead became even more fierce. His body struggled desperately, trying to get rid of the control of acupoints. When his body could move slightly, Lin Shen directly replenished his finger. Give your keys, they are yours. Lin Shen pointed to his eggshell and said to him. The bizarre creature stared at Lin Shen fiercely, not knowing whether it was because he couldn't understand Lin Shen's words or he was disdainful to him. Don't obedient, right? Then we will keep consuming it, depending on how long you can hold on. Lin Shen said fiercely. He had no good idea either. This guy was so physically strong that he had nothing to kill him. Even if he could kill him, Lin Shen was actually not willing to kill him. Kill him can only get some materials. If he can turn him into his own pet, it will be of great use. With this guy's physical strength and destructive ability, it can pose a certain threat to flying upgrades when the light marks are fully opened. Lin Shen didn't expect him to be able to kill Fei and upgrade, as long as he could break the eggshell of the ascending egg. There are so many ascending creatures and ascending eggs on this planet, Lin Shen plans to steal some back and eat them. But the ascension egg was too hard, and there was nothing on Lin Shen's body that could open the ascension egg. If you can take this guy for your own use, the problem will be solved. There is no good idea for the time being. Lin Shen summoned Xiaoye and Xiaona out. Although they are also flesh and blood, they are like fat boys, and they can adapt to the environment of this planet. Go and collect the base liquid. Lin Shen ordered them to collect the base liquid of dead pets. It's not that Lin Shen has no feelings, but in this situation, if you can't find other food, you can only rely on these base liquids to maintain your life. Xiaoye and Xiaona took the water bag from Lin Shen's hand to collect the base liquid of the dead pet. Only they could do this job. The other pets are clumsy and fighting is okay, and this kind of meticulous work cannot be done. Xiaoye and Xiaona collect the base change liquid, and Lin Shen's eye is in a stalemate with the base change creature. After a while, light patterns suddenly appeared on the body of the Jibian creature. Lin Shen's face changed slightly, and he quickly took action to click on his acupoints. However, this time with light patterns, the force on his fingers could not penetrate at all. The struggle of the base transformed creature did not stop, and the amplitude of its movement gradually increased. Not good. Lin Shen hurriedly took his pet and quickly stayed away. Just when Lin Shen thought he was going to lose blood this time, he suddenly saw Xiaona not following her orders and turned back to the capsule state, but instead walked towards the basic creature with more and more light patterns on her body and was about to recover her ability to move. What's the situation? She is just a steel person and doesn't want to do that G-transformed creature, right? Lin Shen was wondering what Xiaona wanted to do, and she saw her put the porcelain gourd in her hand on the G-transformed creature's head. This is a bit different from what Lin Shen thought. He thought Xiaona would hold the gourd and shout at the Naji-transformed creature, "I'll call you, do you dare to agree?" The gourd was placed on the head of the base creature. He had already been able to move slightly, but suddenly stopped moving again, but his body trembled even harder. The porcelain gourd above the head of the basic creature seemed to have infinite weight, which made him unable to move and could only compete with the strength of his whole body. The light marks on his body became brighter and brighter, but his body was pressed down lower and lower. Is Xiaona so powerful? Lin Shen was stunned. Xiaona held the porcelain gourd every day, and it didn't look too heavy. She didn't expect it to be so strong. With the power of the basic creature, it was so pressed that it was difficult to resist. The body was getting lower and lower. No matter how hard it was, it could not get rid of the suppression of the porcelain gourd. Lin Shen guessed in his heart that this was probably some skill of Xiaona, not that the porcelain gourd was really that heavy. But a steel-level skill that can suppress such basic creatures is also surprising enough. This made Lin Shen even more suspicious of their relationship with the king of the ancient realm. The basic creature was pressed and trembled all over. Half of its body had already been trapped in the ground, but it still could not get rid of the suppression. Looking at his trembling body, if he continues, he may be crushed. The base-transformed creature suddenly screamed, and then a small key was spurted out from the middle of its eyebrows. Lin Shen was overjoyed and reached out to catch the key, then inserted the key into his keyhole. Lin Shen explored the key, but the base-transformed creature still did not move, and the base-transformed into an egg. Xiaona next to her reached out to take away the porcelain gourd, and the body of the base-transformed creature suddenly changed, and soon it turned into a small pet capsule. Get the super-based pet dragon hunter Kivis. A vibrating sound came from the watch, and a line of information appeared on it. Huh, what does Kivis mean? Is this his name? A pet actually has a name? Lin Shen was a little shocked. A pet actually had a name, which he had never seen before. Lin Shen hurried to see the details of the dragon hunter Kivis, a name named base creature, which made him too curious. Dragon hunter Kiwis, super-based crystal-based creature, evolutionable. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Basic variability, 100%. Talent skills, Superbase Dragon Pattern, Superbase Dragon Spirit, Superbase Dragon Killer, and Superbase Brave Heart. Dragon Hunter Kivis, the legendary brave man who hunts evil dragons, the strongest dragon hunter. Super Balanced Dragon Pattern, every time Kivis hunts an evil dragon, he puts his dragon soul pattern on his body. When the dragon pattern is activated, he can get the blessing of the dragon soul. Superbase Dragon Soul, the body obtained by bathing in dragon blood almost possesses an immortal body. Super Basic Dragon Killer, has the power to restrain dragon creatures. Super Basic Heart of Bravery, in the state of bravery, all attributes and skills will be enhanced to a certain extent. Lin Shen has never seen such detailed pet information. Although the attributes of the Dragon Hunter Kiwis are not much different from those of the Frost Swordsman, their combat abilities are very different. Kiwis actually has 4 skills, and all 4 skills are perverted. It can be seen from his combat power that this guy has so many skills to support, and his combat power is no less than ordinary ascension. This is too strong. With Kiwis, wouldn't we be able to steal those ascending eggs? He has the talent for killing dragons and has increased damage to dragon creatures. He should be able to break those ascending eggs. Lin Shen felt that his future was bright. The feeling of depression that had been absent from losing so many pets was completely cured at this moment. Chapter 155 Mysterious Porcelain. Summon the Dragon Hunter Kiwis and let him eat his eggshell first. Lin Shen's eyes fell on Xiaoye and Xiana, constantly looking at them up and down. I originally thought it was just a talented skill, and it seems that it is not as simple as a mystery. The steel level can suppress the Dragon Hunter Kiwis, which is really too powerful. At the same steel level, Lin Shen still has so many fire skills, but he still can't suppress Kiwis. Xiana can only rely on one porcelain to suppress it. Lin Shen thinks this is not a simple skill. His eyes fell on the porcelain gourd in Xiana's hand, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had an assumption in his mind. If the treasure chest was really the treasure chest of the king of the ancient realm, then is there a possibility that the porcelain in the hands of Xiaoye and Xiana is what the king of the ancient realm really thinks is the most precious thing? Otherwise, it would be really hard to explain why a mere object in the hands of a steel creature would be so powerful. I wonder if I can use the porcelain in their hands. Lin Shen looked at the porcelain in their hands with some greed. As if something was sensed, Xiaoye and Xiana subconsciously hugged the porcelain in their hands. Lin Shen quickly put away the greed in his eyes and said hypocritically, "Xiaoye, Xiana, show me your porcelain." They immediately protected the porcelain in their hands and turned around, as if they were guarding the thief, and had no intention of giving it to him. What does it mean? Even you are my people, why are you guarding me? Lin Shen complained in his heart. Then I thought, they couldn't escape anyway, and there was time and opportunity in the future. I would have time and opportunity to get along with them slowly, and there would always be a chance to get porcelain. Beautiful, beautiful girl pets, coupled with having such a treasure, are so perfect. If they were humans, I would like to marry them and be wives. Lin Shen also realized that if the people who knew Xiaoye and Xiana saw them, they might be in big trouble. You must be careful in the future. Lin Shen was secretly alert. Kiwis had eaten all the eggshells, and it seemed that he had recovered quite well and his physical strength had all recovered. You said you didn't eat something good and insisted on chasing me as a pet, why bother? Lin Shen looked at Kiwis proudly and read his message again, and he was still so awesome. I killed so many pets from me, now is the time to repay your kindness. Lin Shen packed up his things and took Kiwis to another crater. One of the black armored centipedes died, and the remaining 2 were seriously injured and had no combat power. There were also many injuries on the body of the big red bull and the stone man, but there were no fatal injuries. Give them some base liquid and they should be able to recover after a while. Just counting the lightest injuries of the white jade tiger. Lin Shen originally wanted to ride it on the road, but it was too bumpy to run and it was really not very comfortable. Lin Shen had to choose to walk by himself and practice walking on the immortal courtyard. It's also magical. Lin Shen practiced 3 evolutionary techniques at the same time, but seemed to have no interference with each other at all, without any conflict, and did not know who was more inclusive, which caused the current result. You can practice treading to the immortal court when walking, and Sutra of greedy life and fear of death when sleeping. Only when encountering extreme environments will the evolution theory automatically operate. The 3 evolutionary techniques are simply a perfect combination. Climbing up a huge crater, I found that the walls inside the crater were full of nests. Ascension creatures like pterodactyls kept shuttled between the nest and the blue magma, and there were probably thousands of them. Lin Shen saw a unique Qinggang wingshot at a glance. Its size is obviously larger than that of ordinary Qinggang wingshots. Moreover, ordinary pterodactyls are blue, but it is blue, which is obviously of a mutant quality. What made Lin Shen even more envious was that in the blue pterosaur's nest, there was a blue-skinned ascension egg, which was obviously a mutant egg. What a pity, there are too many pterosaurs here, and there is no chance to go down and steal the mutant eggs. Lin Shen looked at it for a long time and decided to give up and take risks with his life. He would not do it. I went to several more craters, but I didn't find a good opportunity, nor did I see a crater without magma again. I climbed a crater again. Lin Shen looked inside and became happy. There is a platform on the mountain wall inside the crater, with a stone nest on it, and there are 3 green crystal eggs the size of human heads, and there are light patterns similar to Triceratops on the eggshell. I carefully looked inside the crater and saw no other creatures. Lin Shen looked at it repeatedly but still found no other creatures. He stopped hesitating and sent a white jade tiger to jump down. The white jade tiger landed on the platform, looked around, and found no danger, and then jumped up with an ascension egg in his mouth. The weird guy never dreamed that he wanted to kill me, but he got me a lot of benefits. Lin Shen hugged the ascension egg, feeling that he was a little drifting. This is a flying pet, and it should be sold at a high price if it is made. After several round trips, the white jade tiger picked up all 3 ascension eggs. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay here for a long time, so he ran away with the ascension eggs and soon left the crater. After finding a deeper pit, Lin Shen sat inside it and placed 3 ascension eggs in front of him. These ascending eggs should not be hatched in a short period of time, right? Lin Shen was considering how to deal with these 3 eggs. If you want to maximize your profits, it is best to bring back all 3 ascending eggs, which will definitely be sold at a good price. Unfortunately, he is only at the steel level. Even if he can tame the ascension pets, they will become capsule states and cannot be activated if they cannot reach the flying upgrade. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly heard a roar of anger coming from a distance. Lin Shen stood up and looked outside the pit and saw a huge blue crystal triceratops rushing towards the direction of the previous crater. It was probably the owner of these 3 ascending eggs. This scared Lin Shen, but after a closer look, Lin Shen was a little surprised. The green crystal triceratops that rushed out of the crater seemed to have a layer of frost on their green crystal-like body, and the frosts were still condensing. The speed of the Qingjing triceratops was not as fast as they imagined. It felt much slower than Zhanggu Yuan who Lin Shen had seen before. Can't it be that the ascending creatures here do not leave the crater because the environment outside the crater will cause harm to them? Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He watched the green crystal triceratops rushed over and fired directly to release kiwis. After kiwis landed on the ground, he glanced at the blue crystal triceratops running towards him, and the light patterns on his body immediately lit up. The green crystal triceratops roared, and a green crystal trident spurted out of their mouths, piercing kiwis in the air. The medicine I took didn't work, so I had to go to the hospital to see my teeth. I only had time to get 3 chapters, and the remaining 2 chapters will be coded when I come back and updated tonight. Chapter 156 Dragon Hunter. Lin Shen looked at kiwis nervously, not knowing whether his ability could compete with the ascending creatures, and how strong the dragon killer was to restrain the dragon creatures. After all, it is a basic change battle against ascension, which is a challenge that really exceeds a big level. The Qingjing trident pierced into the air, and the dragon pattern on Kiwi's body became brighter and brighter. It was not until the trident rushed to him that Kiwi suddenly avoided the sideways, and at the same time grabbed the pole of the Qingjing trident with both hands. The Qingjing trident immediately raised upwards, flew into the sky with Kiwi's body, and kept shuttle through the air, as if trying to shake Kiwi's away. Unfortunately, Kiwi's held the shaft firmly, and no matter how the azure crystal trident was thrown away, he could not shake Kiwi's away. There is a layer of frost visible to the naked eye on the Qingjing trident. The environment of this planet actually has an impact on the foundation of life. The Qingjing triceratops roared, and the Qingjing trident suddenly turned around and flew towards the Qingjing triceratops. The 3 dragon horns of the blue crystal triceratops were aimed at Kiwis hanging on the trident. If he didn't let go, he would directly hit the dragon horn and his body would be penetrated immediately. The trident flew to the Triceratops in an instant, but Kiwis did not let go. As his body was about to hit him, Kiwi suddenly thrust his waist, swung his hands hard, and jumped above the trident, stepping onto the trident with both feet. The original trajectory of the trident was flying over the head of the blue crystal Triceratops. After Kiwis took a sudden step, the trajectory of the trident suddenly shifted downward. Because the speed was too fast and the distance was too close, the blue crystal Triceratops did not react at all, and the trident had already penetrated its own head. A ascending creature killed like this is so handsome. The dragon hunter Kiwis is really a bit of a thing. Lin Shen was very surprised to see it. However, he also knew that Kiwis was indeed very strong, but being able to kill the blue crystal Triceratops so neatly is not entirely because of his strength. The environment of this planet has a strong negative impact on the creatures here. The blue crystal Triceratops did not really exert its ability, so they were easily killed by Kiwis. Just by looking at the speed of the Qingjing Triceratops, you can tell that its speed is probably only more than 50, and Lin Shen can see it clearly. Unlike when he faced Zheng Guyuan, his eyes could not keep up with his life-based flight speed. What's going on this planet? Why are the creatures born on this planet not adapt to the environment here and can only survive in the crater? Lin Shen was full of doubts. Kill the ascending creature, Supersource Triceratops, discover the spiritual-based Supersource Trident. A prompt also appeared on the watch. It's true that it's just a transformation of the Spirit Foundation. Lin Shen had learned about some things about phase upgrade from Tianqin before. The life bases that have just been promoted and upgraded are all transformed. The life bases can grow by devouring the life bases of other creatures, and the upper limit of the growth value is 100 points. When you reach 100 points, you can try to advance to the next level, but you can also not advance and choose to reincarnate the life base, and the growth value returns to 0 point, and the upper limit of the growth value becomes 110 points. The growth value reaches the full point again, and you can choose to reincarnate, and the upper limit of the growth value will become 120 points. The more times you reincarnate, the higher the upper limit, and the stronger the power of the life base, but every time you reincarnate, the difficulty of the growth value will also increase. During one revolution, you can increase the growth value by simply devouring a spiritual foundation. After a few revolutions, it will be difficult to increase the growth value by using the spiritual foundation. It is said that the maximum can be 10 revolutions. If the growth value of the 10 revolutions of the life base is full, the power can be doubled compared to the life base of the one turn. Lin Shen ran over and collected the ascension liquid of the Supersource Triceratops with a water bag. Lin Shen didn't know if he could use the ascension liquid, so he collected it first and went back to ask Wei Wufu. It's good to get a few more spiritual foundations. After packing up the things, Lin Shen took Kiwis to other craters to look for opportunities. Since we already know that the creatures here will be restricted from leaving the crater, Lin Shen is much more relieved. As long as he doesn't enter the craft, there should be no great danger. While Lin Shen was looking for opportunities, something big happened to Wangxing in the world. A team of hundreds of base transformers encountered a large-scale super burning legion when the world star hunted base transformed creatures. Thousands of super burning warriors surrounded the team of basic transformers, and none of the hundreds of basic transformers were spared and were killed. In a short period of time, several such events have occurred. All major families have temporarily stopped their plans to enter the world of Wangxing, otherwise it will be difficult to ensure the safety of their own fundamental transformers. Unwilling to give up Wangxing's resources, all major families are actively seeking solutions. Several families have already joined forces to form an elite team, wanting to try whether they can destroy the Super Burning Legion. After trying it a few times, the humans and the Super Burning Legion won and lost each other, and the effect was not very good. The Ouyang family of the Shankai base came forward to contact the major families and prepared for a large-scale joint operation. If the problem of the Chaoran Legion is not completely solved, the resources obtained cannot be offset by the loss. Lin Shen naturally didn't know these things. He was still looking for opportunities on that planet to hunt down various supersource dragons. In the past month, Lin Shen and the dragon hunters have killed only 3 ascending creatures, all of which are in a single turn of Superbase Triceratops. The main ones are those ascending creatures that seem very advanced. Lin Shen dare not touch them. Lin Shen does not dare to provoke them. They can only find some lonely low-level ascending creatures to kill. The hunting speed is much slower. There are only many Superbase Triceratops living alone, and the level is relatively low, so they can only use it to operate. Seeing that the countdown was about to end, Lin Shen packed up his things and waited to return to his mother star. I hope that weird guy is not squatting on me. Lin Shen prayed secretly. Lin Shen also considered it. It was probably because the weird guy thought he was dead and the possibility of squatting on him was not high. However, just in case, Lin Shen still made sufficient preparations. The moment the countdown ended, Lin Shen's eyes changed and he returned to a familiar place. Lin Shen hid behind the corpse of the Superbase Triceratops and summoned the dragon hunter Kevis as soon as possible. The two guns in his hand were fired continuously, and pets appeared around quickly. Fortunately, no stranger was found, and Lin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's true. Lin Shen looked at the sky. The sun had not yet set. He planned to return to the base quietly until night. First, the bodies of the three ascending creatures were buried. Finally, Lin Shen sneaked back to the Suanio base and went to the business bank to find Uncle Lei. Mr. Xiaowu, it's great that you're fine. Uncle Lei was so excited that he almost cried when he saw Lin Shen. People in the Lin family are going crazy these days. If Lin Shen has any accidents, Uncle Lei doesn't know how to explain to Lin Miao. Uncle Lei, is that weird guy still at our Suanio base? Lin Shen asked. No, after you left, the weird guy left and never saw him again. Uncle Lei said. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, don't spread the news of my return first. There is another thing. I'm hiding something outside the base, and you have to transport it for me. Where are you? I'll take people here. Uncle Lei said. Look for a few trustworthy people and get a few big carts and canvas, so that outsiders can't see it. Let's go together. Lin Shen said. Okay. Uncle Lei was a little confused, but didn't ask too much. After Uncle Lei saw the corpse of the Superbase Triceratops, he immediately widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Little fifth brother, did you hunt these ascending creatures? Chapter 157 Promotion Alloy. After transporting the corpse of the Superbase Triceratops to the warehouse, Lin Shen and Uncle Lei discussed how to deal with the corpses, and then returned to their residence alone. When he returned home, he found Wei Wufu right in his yard, which made Lin Shen very happy. He happened to have a lot of things to ask Wei Wufu. Freak? Wei Wufu asked directly when he saw Lin Shen. Lin Shen told Wei Wufu what happened and asked some questions. Wei Wufu pondered for a long time before he talked about his own judgment. Wei Wufu had no idea what the origin of that weird person was. He had never heard of such a person, nor did he know whether the weird person was a human or an alien creature. Wei Wufu was unable to figure out the origin of the weirdo. Regarding some issues of ascension creatures, he said it very clearly. What disappointed Lin Shen was that Wei Wufu said that under normal circumstances, basic transformers cannot use ascension liquid because the energy contained in the ascension liquid is too terrifying. Even the body of a crystal-based creature cannot withstand the energy released by the ascension liquid instantly, which will cause losses to the body. The only good news is that Wei Wufu brought back an original egg to Lin Shen. Old Wei, can you tell which of these two original eggs is better? Lin Shen showed the original egg that Tu Xiaodao gave him to Wei Wufu. I don't know. Wei Wufu shook his head directly. Seeing Lin Shen very disappointed, Wei Wufu pointed to the original egg he brought back and said, Original egg, rare, try it. You said this original egg is rare? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Wei Wufu said it was rare, so it must have something special. After asking for details for a while, Lin Shen finally figured out why Wei Wufu said that this original egg is rare. Half a month ago, a beast tide surged out of a base transformation area under Tianchang, and there were actually many ascending creatures. After repelling the beast tide, the Wei family directly entered the base change area, found the base change point, and got the original egg back. I originally thought this was a soaring egg that could make the base transformer ascend. After the test, it was found that it was still an ordinary original egg, not the original egg that could make the base transformer ascend. This is very strange. Ordinary organisms infected with original eggs are generally difficult to be promoted and upgraded. The base area infected by the original egg can appear so many ascending creatures. It should be the type of ascending original egg, but the result is not.
Old Wei, what is going on in your Tiancheng?
It's been more than 200 years, and the basic change area there has not been cleaned up yet?
Lin Shen asked in confusion.
It's very difficult to keep it,
Wei Wufu said.
Lin Shen was shocked and asked carefully, only then did he know how bad the situation in Tiancheng was. More than 200 years ago, the transport warehouses of original eggs were scattered all over the world, forming many base change areas. What fell from Tiancheng was not as simple as a few transportation warehouses, but the damaged transport ship fell directly and crashed into the depths of the underground near Tiancheng. By chance, the place where the transport ship fell was originally a bottomless hole. The transport ship crashed directly into the depths of the ground and exploded in the underground space below 10,000 meters. I don't know how many original eggs are scattered in the underground space. Over the past 200 years, the Wei family has to repel the tide of beasts that rushed out of the cave hundreds of times every year. The Wei family has also rushed into the underground space many times, wanting to completely clean up the original eggs inside. Unfortunately, the Wei family is growing, and the basic transformed creatures in the underground space are also growing. Although hundreds of basic transformed areas have been cleared, the basic transformed creatures inside are still only a few, and I don't know how many original eggs are still inside. It can be said that if there were no Wei family, all the basic creatures in the underground space rushed out, and most of the human bases would be finished. The Wei family also paid a huge price for this. The Wei family, which originally had more than 1,000 direct bloodlines, now only 13 direct bloodlines are left. In order to guard the underground space, the Wei family members would hardly leave Tiancheng. The existences of the Wei family who ascended the sky also sacrificed the opportunity to enter the universe and stayed in Tiancheng to suppress the underground space. They never stepped out of Tiancheng in their lifetime, in order to suppress the terrifying existences that had appeared in the underground space.
The Tiancheng Wei family is called the last line of defense of mankind and the hardest backbone.
It was exchanged for more than 200 years of blood and tears, and it was filled with life. 1,000 people are a city, and 100 years are a guard. These 8 words are legends made of blood and bones.
In addition to the Wei family, there are actually other people in Tiancheng.
Some of them voluntarily helped the Wei family guard the underground space, and some of them were the basic transformers sent by the big family to support the Wei family. Of course, they are not just trying to help the Wei family, but mainly want basic resources for underground space. After Lin Shen learned the details, he understood why there were people like Wei Wufu.
Perhaps only the Wei family could cultivate people like Wei Wufu. We have no choice but to do so.
When Lin Shen heard Wei Wufu say this, he still felt that Wei Wufu was a little paranoid. Thinking about it now, without the paranoia of the Wei family, there would be no current situation for human beings.
Lao Wei, is the original egg you used to promote yourself enough? Lin Shen asked in a sigh.
Wei Wufu didn't speak, but used the power of the base change, and the purple crystal shell wrapped around his whole body.
I've been promoted to the crystal base.
Lin Shen was very happy. After putting away the original eggs given by Lao Wei, Lin Shen returned to his room and planned to use the original egg promotion alloy today.
Even Wei Wufu said that Tiancheng could not be guarded for a long time.
Once Tiancheng was lost, even if he wanted to be a rich man who did not care about the world, he would not be able to improve his level quickly. After everything was arranged, Lin Shen took out the original egg that Wei Wufu gave him and swallowed it directly. The moment the original egg slid into the abdomen, a cold spread in Lin Shen's stomach, instantly filling his whole body, making Lin Shen feel like falling into an ice cellar. Without cocoon formation as it was the first time, the base-transformed carapace automatically emerged, wrapping Lin Shen's whole body. However, at this time the base-formed carapace was not solid, but was squirming like a viscous liquid. The theory of evolution automatically started to operate, making the colder and colder deeper into the bone marrow. Slowly, the ice and cold disappeared, the body became hotter and hotter, and the carapace on the body became hotter and hotter. The viscous liquid attached to Lin Shen like melted iron juice, twisting, squirming, and deforming. In a trance, Lin Shen seemed to see a light and shadow overlapping with his body. The liquid squirmed along the light and shadow, and finally turned into a form of light and shadow, and began to slowly solidify. Finally finished writing today's 5 chapters, it's so difficult. Chapter 158 Super Basic Article. The steel-grade carapace is really like the carapace of an insect. It does not have much modification or much shape, but just a protective shell that fits the human body. After the promotion of the alloy, the carapace transformed by the base-changing matter is obviously more like armor, with different edges and lines. This is related to the evolutionary techniques practiced. Some evolutionary techniques can make the alloy shell change very greatly, while others will only make the alloy shell change slightly. If different people practice the same evolutionary technique, the shape of their alloy carapace will be similar. Although it will not be exactly the same, it is probably the same. Therefore, looking at the shape of the shell is also one of the methods to identify which evolutionary techniques the other party has practiced. Common basic transformation techniques are relatively easy to identify. Because there are many people practicing the 5 basic evolutionary techniques, it is easier to identify them. After practicing the authentic evolution theory, the changes in the base-changing shell will be relatively large, which will be more like armor than other evolutionary techniques. But this is not the main sign of evolution theory, because the base-changing shell changes in evolution theory are too large, resulting in a very different style, so it is not easy to distinguish the evolution theory from the shape. The reason why evolution theory is easier to distinguish is because it depends on the symbolic patterns on the shell. Evolution is one of the few evolutionary techniques that will have special symbolic patterns on the shell after cultivation, and those symbolic patterns are actually hieroglyphs. Therefore, as long as you can see the hieroglyphic patterns on the base shell, no matter which character it is or where it is in the armor, as long as there are hieroglyphic patterns, you are likely to practice evolution. Compared with the steel-grade shell, Lin Shen's base-turned carapace changes are very huge. The original mirror effect is still there, but the color and texture have changed a little, from the color of steel to a tungsten-like black. Now it looks like a black mirror effect, and the texture looks obviously much harder than before. The shape is even more special. When the carapace of ordinary people changes towards armor, the shape is more inclined to ancient armor. Now Lin Shen's base-turned carapace is more inclined to a more modern shape. The lines are smooth but not lacking in beauty, and the edges and corners do not make people feel abrupt, giving them a sense of technology. There are also hieroglyphic patterns on the shell, and there are many, neatly arranged, almost covering the entire armor, but these patterns are like shadows in the mirror, very dim and not obvious, and you can't see without looking carefully. The shadow-like pattern not only does not affect the overall beauty of the carapace, but also adds a bit of solid texture to the original pure black mirror effect. Lin Shen only looked at the shape inside the mirror and felt that the base-turned carapace was too cool, but this was not a question he was concerned about. Lin Shen actually doesn't pay much attention to the appearance, the key is talent and skills. He used the original egg, and the probability of not obtaining talented skills after being promoted to the alloy is almost zero. However, using the original egg also has obvious disadvantages, because you don't know what kind of talent skills this original egg will bring to you, just like a random lottery. Lin Shen was depressed if he was afraid that he would get a talented skill that he could not use. User, Hyperalloy Biology, Evolutionable. Strength, 31. Speed, 21. Hardness, 21. Resilience, 21. Basic Variability, 1%. Life Theory Activity Limit, 300. Basic Transformation Talent, Hyperbasic Article. Super Basic Text, every mysterious hieroglyph represents a part of the world, and you can absorb the power of the world to bless yourself no matter where you are in the world. Lin Shen read his information directly with his watch. He only knew that the Superbase article is a skill that can draw external power to bless him, but he has no way of knowing the effect. He must be tested before he knows it. However, no matter how effective it is, at least several things Lin Shen is worried about have not happened. Although he didn't know what the quality of the second original egg was, he was still a super basic evolution, and his skills were not a conflict, and it was a relatively suitable one. The blessing obtained by the Power Infinite contract is still there, and it is not covered because of his promotion after his strength is increased. Before the promotion, the dead fan had already provided him with 10 points of strength. With these 10 points of strength, he had 31 strength only at the alloy level, which was stronger than some crystal bases with poor power. The dead fans are still growing and should be able to continue to provide him with strength points. Lin Shen directly used the super basic article and wanted to try it out what kind of gain this skill can provide him. As soon as the super basic text was opened, the text that was originally hidden under the mirror like a shadow, and also emitted a white fluorescence. The black armor and white patterns seem to have countless fluorescent spots, gathering white fluorescent texts from all directions. Lin Shen suddenly felt a force in his body, and this force was still growing continuously, as if he was surrounded by all rivers. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. This skill seemed to be constantly drinking supplementary potions or base change liquid. With this skill, he could use base change power almost infinitely. But this is not the most important thing. Even without this skill, he can still be in a fundamental change state for a long time with the theory of evolution. There is no problem with this. The problem is that with the ability of Superbase articles to absorb external energy, the use time of superbasement can be extended. As long as the absorption speed can keep up with the consumption, in theory, he can always use hyperbasement without worrying about excessive consumption. Lin Shen immediately began his experiment to see if the power absorbed by the Superbase article can keep up with the consumption of superbasement. After various experiments, Lin Shen discovered a problem. The effect of the Superbase article is divided into regions. The more stable the area, there is no wind, rain, thunder, lightning, landslides, tsunami, and hot and cold. The Superbase article's energy absorption speed is slower. And in strong winds and waves, or in extremely cold and hot places, the speed of Superbase text absorbs energy quickly. In other words, the worse the environment, the faster the Superbase text draws energy. The energy absorbed by the ultra-basic article can only extend the time of superbasicization, but still cannot reach the intensity of its use. The worse the environment, the longer Lin Shen can use hypersolation. In theory, as long as the environment is bad enough, Lin Shen can always use hypersolation. However, even in ordinary environments, with the blessing of Superbase articles, there is no problem with superbasement use for half an hour. Moreover, after using hypersynthetic, the body's excessive consumption state will recover faster, unlike before, which is weak for a long time. Using the super basic article alone has greatly enhanced Lin Shen's physical strength and endurance, and the main focus is to last. When energy accumulation reaches a certain level, it can also have a certain impact on the surrounding values. The Superbase article can be said to be a comprehensive gain. The only thing that makes people feel depressed is that this gain is only effective when the Superbase article is turned on, and is considered a temporary gain. Chapter 159 Wei Wufu's Needs. How is it? Wei Wufu rarely took the initiative to care about Lin Shen. When he met the next day, he glanced at Lin Shen and asked on his own initiative. The effect is very good, there is no conflict in skills. Lin Shen directly used the base-turned carapace, and then turned on the Superbase-based article. Not bad. After listening to Lin Shen's explanation, Wei Wufu nodded slightly. Is this just good? Lin Shen was slightly depressed. It was difficult for him to get a sense of accomplishment from Wei Wufu. Strong, alloy, too weak. Wei Wufu said again. Old Wei, what you said is a bit too unconscientious. Before, you just had the alloy good or not. After only a few days of being promoted to the crystal base, you disliked the alloy weak? Lin Shen was almost swallowed by Wei Wufu's words. Wei Wufu ignored him, pointed to the sky outside and said, "We go there." What are you anxious to go to the world Wangxing for? Lin Shen asked in confusion. Wei Wufu explained to Lin Shen patiently, and Lin Shen then understood why Wei Wufu wanted to go to Wangxing. Originally, Lin Shen thought that Wei Wufu was interested in the King of Realm Tower. After all, with the situation in Tianchang, they lack things like pet acceleration launchers.
The Wei family cannot live without Tiancheng, so they cannot develop their own power in alien like other families, and it is also difficult to get aliens' technology products.
Most of the things are exchanged for base-changing resources and other families.
Those families always have high prices, so the Wei family lacks these things.
When Lin Shen heard this, he thought that those families deserved to die.
Don't they understand that if the Wei family collapsed, no one could guard the underground space, and the whole world would be doomed?
At that time, Wei Wufu's words made Lin Shen silent. What he meant was, the mother star was over, and they also had a family of alien stars, which had little influence. Later, Lin Shen thought about it and said that the mother planet was just a planet with barren resources for those who had already established family forces in alien stars, and there were many restrictions, which seemed like a useless rib. It was a pity to throw it away, and it was tasteless to eat it. For them, the current parent star can only be regarded as a newcomer training camp to train their own young people.
In fact, those families that have already become powerful in alien stars, young people born in alien stars will basically not return to their parent planet.
The reason why Wei Wufu wanted to go to the King of Realms was not entirely for the pet launcher of the King of Realms, but mainly wanted a large number of super burning battle helmets and super burning battle suits. Wei Wufu wanted these things not for himself, but for those who voluntarily went to Tiancheng to guard the city and help the Wei family guard the city.
The battle helmets and suits that Wei Wufu brought back before were quite effective, and he planned to get as many more batches as possible. Now the super burning warriors on the King of Realm have already formed a group, and there are at least a few thousand people every time they are dispatched. I guess it is because they took the initiative to divide their troops. In fact, they should have gathered together, with a number of more than 20,000 and a crystal base of more than 20,000. If you and I encounter such a legion, it will be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Lin Shen said what he knew after he came back. Wei Wufu obviously knew better than he did, and only said 3 words, Jinshui Lake. That's all.
Lin Shen nodded, thought for a while and said, I have the corpse of Fei Xiong and the Yizhiling Spirit Foundation here.
Can you use it? No.
Wei Wufu obviously has no interest in these materials, and Tiancheng still needs some technological products.
You don't want it.
Can you help me sell these things in Tiancheng in the name of your Wei family and exchange them for things I can use, such as the original egg that can make people ascend? Lin Shen is now thinking about how to make an original egg that can make him ascend.
He must use the original egg to ascend.
If it is replaced with the ordinary ascending egg, his previous efforts will be in vain and he will not get the double life foundation.
But even in Tiancheng, the original eggs are rare, and there are even fewer ones outside.
The total number of original eggs in the world is not as small as that in Tiancheng, but no one can record the original eggs in Tiancheng. If you want to get the original seed egg of Feixing, you can only find a way in Tiancheng.
It's not dark. Wei Wufu said indifferently.
Lin Shen knew it was impossible, so he shrugged and said nothing. After thinking about it, Lin Shen said again, I can go with you, but I can't reveal my identity.
The weird man thought I was dead.
If he let him know that I was still alive, he might come to cause trouble again.
I am not his opponent yet.
After I ascend, I will not be afraid that he will come to cause trouble again.
It is not possible now. Disguise? Wei Wufu didn't know how Lin Shen planned to disguise. No matter how he disguised him, once he fought, there would be no clue.
No need for disguise. Lin Shen directly used the base-changing carapace. I'll go like this, no one can know me.
Time. Wei Wufu wanted to say that the time was too long. Could Lin Shen always stick to the fundamental change state? It's not long for me. Lin Shen's answer made Wei Wufu stunned.
There is a 3-day deadline for Wang Xing to go to the realm, which means that Lin Shen must maintain the basic change state for 3 days. Wei Wufu himself cannot maintain the basic change state for such a long time, and time will definitely be needed to recover in the middle. Lin Shen said he was fine, and Wei Wufu believed it. This kind of lasting ability surprised Wei Wufu slightly.
Lin Shen went to pack up his things, and he needed to put them into his backpack first.
Of course, he couldn't use the heavenly backpack from Tianxin, so he changed it to a Super Burning Clan backpack. The Angel Revolver is also placed in the backpack first, and if necessary, use another handful of the Deputy Legion Commander, and the speed is a few points lower, and the impact is not very big. Big Red Bull can be used, Frost Swordsman cannot be used, Dead Powder can naturally not be used, and most other pets cannot be used either. In fact, Lin Shen did not intend to use these pets because he had the Dragon Hunter Kibis, which was Lin Shen's main combat power this time. Although most of the base transformed creatures on King of Realm are not dragon-type creatures, even if the Dragon Killer's talent is useless and rely only on other talents, Kiwi's is almost invincible in the base transformed level. After packing up his things, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu went to Jinshui Lake together. After arriving at Jinshui Lake, the two found something was wrong here. Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to the camp of UltraBase, hoping to go from here with the base transformers of UltraBase. When I arrived at the camp at the Cape Base, I found that there were only a few left behind people in the camp, most of whom were not there. After Wei Wufu asked, he realized that people from major bases held meetings to study the joint action. The two of them rushed over, which was also a good thing for them. If they followed the large army in, they would not be afraid of being besieged by the Chaoran Legion. When the two arrived at the meeting place, they easily entered the venue with the face of Wei Wufu, a member of the Wei family. Then I found that there was a quarrel inside the venue. Chapter 160. Is it not worth fighting for me? The major bases are for whom they are the commander-in-chief of this joint operation, and they are all blushing. There were dozens of bases with nearly 100 families participating in this operation, but there were more than a dozen families with super bases. In addition to some small families and lone heroes, there were nearly 10,000 basic transformers in this operation. These many people must need unified command, but who will be the commander? The small family and the Mavericks had no objection, just follow the large army, but the people from those big families didn't think so, and they were all fighting for the position of commander-in-chief. Lin Shen saw many familiar faces, including Ouyang Yudu, Bai Xinfei, Mo Xingqi, Zui Qinglong, Zui Qingmeng and others. Su Tiange is also there, but with his family's strength, let alone going to the main stage, even the position of the stand below is at the end. The sharp-eyed Su Tiange saw Wei Wufu and hurried over. "Brother Wei, when did you come back?" Su Tiange said as he looked at Lin Shen beside Wei Wufu, but he did not recognize him. This shell was too different from Lin Shen before, and it was difficult to recognize him as the same person. What's the situation?" Wei Wufu said. "It's not the people from those big families who want to be the commander-in-chief of this operation. Now there are three most popular ones, Zui Qinglong from the Sword Alliance, Bai Xinfei from the Cape Base, and Huang Xiuhu from the Armed Base." Su Tiange whispered and roughly explained the current situation. "Why are there no Ouyang Yudu?" Lin Shen felt a little strange. With Ouyang Yudu's strength and fame, how could he be without him? Lin Shen deliberately used the technique of changing the voice, which was similar to the technique he had when he pretended to be the fourth brother before, so Su Tiange could not hear his voice. The God Love Base supports Cape Base. They are considered a group of people. They support Concubine Bai. Su Tiange said, "The three people who are most popular now have several big families behind them, otherwise why are they the most popular? What do you call this, friend?" Su Tiange looked at Lin Shen and asked again after saying that. "Just call me a Tian, this is my brother." Lin Shen pointed to Wei Wufu and said. Lin Shen still has respect for Tianchang, and it is not embarrassing that people who pretend to be Tianchang are not embarrassed. It turns out to be Brother Tian. "My name is Su Tiange. I am from the Su family at the Asian God Base. I am also Brother Wei's brother. From now on, we will be our own family." Su Tiange said with a smile when he heard that Lin Shen was from the Wei family in Tianchang. The three of them stood behind and listened for a while, but each family still had their own opinions and no one was convinced. "It's just a pile of loose sand." Lin Shen shook his head helplessly. If this continues, even if he forcibly chose a commander-in-chief, it would be difficult to command it uniformly after he arrived at Wangxing of the realm. What humans are best at is internal fighting, this is just a small scene. Su Tiange smiled. After a long meeting, no one was elected as the commander-in-chief. He was preparing to vote tomorrow, and whoever had the most votes would be the commander-in-chief. During the meeting, Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to find Sun Jian, the head of the Cape Base, to explain his purpose. "Brother Wei, come back to the camp with me." The day after tomorrow is the time when the King of Realm is started. You can go in with the god concubine and the others. Sun Jian naturally welcomes Wei Wufu very much. The people of the Wei family are famous for their strong combat power and are equally popular everywhere. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen planned so naturally they would not refuse. Why didn't Lin Shen come? Concubine Bai Shen, who was following Sun Jian, looked at Wei Wufu, then looked at Lin Shen next to him, and frowned and asked. There is something to do. Wei Wufu replied. Concubine Bai Shen didn't ask anything more. Mo Xingqi looked at Lin Shen curiously and said, Is there anyone in the Tianchang Wei family practicing the theory of evolution? Of course there is. Lin Shen said casually. The reason why Mo Xingqi asked this question is because everyone in the big family knows that the Wei family practiced the Phoenix Purple Qi art. Phoenix Purple Qi Ju originated from the Phoenix clan, a powerful cosmic clan, and is one of the 9 secrets that are not passed down by the Phoenix clan. The first generation of the Wei family was walking on Earth and accidentally gained while surfing in the universe. Since then, the Wei family has practiced the Phoenix Purple Qi art. There is only one human walking in each generation of the Wei family. This generation of human walking is Wei Wufu. The affairs of Tianchang in the outside world must be completed by human walking. Until Wei Wufu reaches the peak of flying upgrades, he needs to return to Tianchang to advance to the next level. After that, he can only stay in Tianchang to guard the underground space and select another human walking again. It can be seen from the fact that Wei Wufu is the one who walks on Earth, that there is really no one in the Wei family. Otherwise, Wei Wufu, who is not good at communicating with people, is not a suitable candidate for walking on Earth. If there is another available person, they probably won't choose Wei Wufu. My surname is not Wei, just call me a Tian. Lin Shen had no choice but to explain. He pretended to be a member of Tianchang, not a member of the Wei family, because those who know Tianchang know that there are only a few people in the Wei family, and it is impossible for him to suddenly give birth to a living person. So that's it. Mo Xingqi thought Lin Shen was the ones who volunteered to go to Tianchang to help the Wei family guard the underground space, so it would be normal for Lin Shen to practice any basic transformation technique. After saying goodbye to Su Tiange, the two followed the people from the Cape base to their camp. After dinner, Lin Shen was walking by the lake alone, actually practicing walking on the fairy garden, but in the eyes of others, he was walking on. After walking for a while, he suddenly saw Concubine Bai coming towards him. Lin Shen looked at Concubine Bai in mosaics and felt very upset. He probably had no chance of this fire. Why don't you try again? When the two met by the lake, Concubine Bai suddenly stared at Lin Shen and said, as soon as they met, they looked at Lin Shen. Miss Bai, what are you talking about? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He knew that Concubine Bai suspected his identity, but he still pretended to be stupid. Your disguise can deceive others, but I can't. Concubine Bai Shen said coldly, why don't you try to practice talent theory and choose evolution? It means that your future can be seen at a glance, and there is no other possibility. Concubine Bai Shen said that Lin Shen couldn't pretend anymore, so she sighed and said, some things are impossible to force. My talent determines that I can't practice talent theory. What's the use of persisting? As long as you work hard, there are still possibilities. Theory of talent looks at talent, and it also requires strong will and determination. If you can't practice it at the beginning, maybe it's just that your will and determination are not firm enough. Concubine Bai Shen continued. It's just an evolutionary technique, I don't feel that there is no need to fight hard for it. Lin Shen frowned slightly. He didn't know why Concubine Bai had to worry about letting him practice talent theory. Is it not worth fighting for me? Concubine Bai Shen suddenly said this, which made Lin Shen stunned for a moment. Chapter 161 Yi's amazing. Lin Shen was stunned. In his opinion, Concubine Bai said this naked confession. No wonder Concubine Bai Shen has always insisted on letting me practice talent theory. Even though she knew that I had not practiced talent theory, she told others that I was his candidate. Finally, the case was solved. It turned out that she had always been in love with me. No wonder, alas, my charm of nowhere to rest. Girl, I'm sorry for you, I've let you down.
You should have told me earlier. If I had known this was the case, I would have to work harder.
Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little happy.
Lin Shen didn't know that the reason why concubine Bai Shen said this was because she thought Lin Shen was sleeping with her. Of course, Lin Shen did slept with her, but it was not the kind she thought she would sleep.
I also want to work hard, but I really can't do it. This is not something that can be done by hard work.
Lin Shen felt that he could not hurt a woman who had a crush on him and took all the responsibility on himself. After hearing this, concubine Bai was silent for a while. She also knew that theory of talent did not mean that one would be able to practice it by working hard, but it was just that there was a little more possibility. But now she was very confused.
She never thought about what kind of person she wanted to marry.
Before she mistakenly thought what happened with Lin Shen, she had always wanted to find someone who could practice talent theory as her partner.
That was chosen by God for her and she didn't need to consider it.
It doesn't matter who you are with, what's important is that you can make the talent theory breakthrough. But after that time, concubine Bai's mentality changed subtly. Now even concubine Bai herself doesn't know what kind of feelings she has for Lin Shen.
Most of them should be angry and hatred.
Some even thought about ending Lin Shen with their own hands, but they were not completely angry in hatred. At least she had hesitated, otherwise she would have attacked Lin Shen at that time. Until then, she didn't hate Lin Shen. Concubine Bai Shen also thought during this period that if Lin Shen practiced theory of talent, then it was God's arrangement that she could comfort herself in what happened before. But now Lin Shen has clearly practiced evolution, which disappointed her very much, and she could not find an excuse to comfort herself.
Since you can't do it, why do you still treat me like that?
Concubine Bai Shen stared at Lin Shen coldly, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she felt. This sentence made Lin Shen react a little. He had previously suspected that concubine Bai Shen misunderstood what he did, but then he thought about it, it should be unlikely. Now that he heard concubine Bai say this, he knew that concubine Bai might have really been a misunderstanding.
Concubine Bai Shen, things are not what you thought. Nothing happened that day.
I was just tired and fell asleep next to me.
Lin Shen expressed his meaning as tactfully as possible.
He couldn't say, I didn't sleep with you that day.
You were thinking too much, right?
After hearing Lin Shen's words, concubine Bai was slightly stunned at first, and then she felt like a big stone fell to the ground, feeling relieved.
You didn't lie to me? Concubine Bai still couldn't believe it completely and confirmed again.
Sister, I really didn't touch you. I can swear to the sky that except to bring you out of the underground space, I didn't even touch you with a finger while sleeping.
Really, you have to believe me, I have no interest in you at all. This misunderstanding became huge.
Lin Shen was anxious to explain, and for a moment he was a little unscrupulous. Concubine Bai Shen was already feeling much better after hearing Lin Shen's words, but after hearing these words again, concubine Bai Shen suddenly felt uncomfortable again.
Who is the eldest sister? What do I mean I have no interest in you at all?
Concubine Bai was very unhappy, and her eyes looked at Lin Shen and became a little cold again. Although concubine Bai Shen has not been concerned about men and women since she was a child, but human beings are human beings after all, and they are not machines. It is impossible to say that she does not have the little daughter's mind. Now that Lin Shen said this in front of him, concubine Bai felt very uncomfortable.
That's good, I don't want anything to do with you.
After saying that, concubine Bai turned around and left, ignoring Lin Shen. Issue matters, please help me keep it confidential for the time being.
I will also help you keep it confidential for the matters of Suanio.
Lin Shen hurriedly said behind.
Concubine Bai Shen didn't answer, and she didn't look back, so she quickly walked away. Women are really strange animals. When they misunderstood, they could still talk to me well. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, why did they get angry? I wouldn't explain if I knew it.
Lin Shen murmured to himself, not understanding what concubine Bai Shen was thinking. After returning to his tent, concubine Bai felt much more relaxed. During this period, because of this incident, she felt very heavy and she also considered a lot of things. She couldn't make up for her to kill Lin Shen, but she couldn't forgive Lin Shen, and she always had a knot in her heart. I finally let go of this conclusion today and felt much more relaxed. But thinking about what Lin Shen said, Concubine Bai felt that the back of her teeth was itchy again.
Don't you think it's the same for any evolutionary technique to practice?
Then I'll let you see, theory of talent and theory of evolution are different. Concubine Bai was thinking in her mind how to attack Lin Shen hard. During the voting meeting the next day, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu did not go. It didn't matter who was the commander-in-chief, and they did not have the right to vote. Only the dozen major families that originally occupied the seats in Jinshui Lake have the right to vote, and not those who participated in this operation have the right to vote. As a result, when Sun Jian and the others came back, Lin Shen realized that this voting still failed to solve the problem. There were 17 votes in total. Bai Shenfei won 6 votes, Wang Xiuhu won 6 votes, and Zhu Qinglong got 5 votes. Originally, I planned to vote again and choose one among Concubine Bai Shen and Huang Xiuhu, but who knew that there was another vote for Zhu Qinglong? The three of them had 6 votes, which was difficult to deal with.
One more vote at the moment? How could one more vote?
Lin Shen was a little surprised.
He had never heard of it. He could one more vote at the moment when voting. This vote belongs to the assassin base.
After all, the assassin base is the host, so there should have been one vote.
Mo Xingqi said.
Lin Shen felt that this was even more strange. The Subshan base is a small base, and they themselves depend on the big family. If these big families regard them as hosts, they should have left an area for the assassin base in Jinshui Lake. The fact is that they did not leave a place for the Asian god base.
If the Su family and the Lu family want to enter Wangxing, they have to go to the areas of those big families. There were no tickets at the Asian god base before, so why did there suddenly be more tickets today? It seemed that they could see Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's doubts.
Mo Xingqi said, there were no votes in the Asian god base before, because they were not enough. Yesterday, the Asian god base was enough. As the host, they had one vote, and no one could say anything.
Who are their representatives? Lin Shen couldn't think of why the Asian base suddenly had enough weight. Yi's amazing daughter. Mo Xingqi said. Yi's amazing daughter?
Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this, because the name Yi's amazing was so amazing. The typing time in the past 2 days has been disrupted, and the last chapter is a little later.
Chapter 162 Golden Crab. There are probably not many people who have never heard of the name Yi Jingren in their parent star.
Yi Jingren is not from a super base, nor does he have a family, but he is just such a person, and no family dares to underestimate him. 40 years ago, the East China Sea beast tide came ashore, with an uncountable number of people. Many bases in overseas and mainland China joined forces to suppress the beast tide. However, it is still difficult to stop the offensive of the beast tide, and some bases along the coast and on the sea quickly fell in a short period of time. Not only is the number of beast tides large, but the number of ascending creatures in it is also amazing and cannot be resisted at all.
All major families began to seek help from their alien forces. Otherwise, even if they blocked the beast tide, most of the humans would die in the beast tide.
The assassinator of the alien star has not yet arrived, and a solo assassinator of the mother star has come to the sea. Each man and whip, hang countless ascension creatures in the tide of beasts like a tide, killing countless basic creatures with their own strength and turning the whole situation around.
That person is Yi Jingren, who gave him the nickname Jing Tianibing, but this nickname is a bit indecent.
Not many people later called him, so many people still called him his real name. Although Yi Jingren has no power and his whereabouts are vague, as long as he has these 3 words, everyone in the world will be given a 3-point face.
How could Yi Jingyan's daughter represent the Asian god base? Doesn't the Asian god base belong to the Su family and the Lu family? Wait. Is Yi Jingyan's surname Yi?
Lin Shen suddenly asked a question that seemed very idiotic.
Yi Jingruo's surname is Yi.
Mo Xingqi looked at Lin Shen with strange eyes, thinking that he was not very smart. Of course, Lin Shen had no problem with his brain.
Of course, he knew that Yi Jingren's surname was Yi.
In the Asian god base, he also knew that there was a surname Yi, that Mrs. Yi.
No way?
Mrs. Yi is Yi's amazing daughter. Lin Shen was shocked.
Mo Xingqi's next words also confirmed Lin Shen's speculation. Yiming's daughter now lives in the Ashen base.
I don't know what her name is, but her husband's family should be surnamed Yi, and now she claims to be Mrs. Yi. Lin Shen's expression became more and more strange. If he had known that Mrs. Yi was Yi's amazing daughter and Yi Yu was Yi's amazing granddaughter. So when Zhang Guiyuan came to cause trouble for him, what would he do to run away? Even if Zhang Guiyuan was full of courage, he would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Yi Jing's daughter. It's so far away. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that he was really crazy at the beginning. Why did he run away? I should first ask Yi Yuzhen who her grandfather is and hold her thighs tightly on the spot. However, Lin Shen didn't know about this at that time, and he was no wonder. The result? Wei Wufu asked. The result is that all three people have 6 votes, and no one can do anything. Finally, they decided to enter the world Wangxing in 3 ways. Xinfei, Zui Qinglong, and Huang Xiaowu each led a team. Mo Xingqi replied. The situation doesn't seem too bad. Lin Shen just wanted to follow the large army, and it doesn't matter who takes command. The next morning, the family supporting concubine by Shen came to the camp at the Cape base, and many of the bases from each family came. Most of them are alloy base transformers, and there are also many crystal bases. Lin Shen took a look at it. The crystal base transformers were led by Ouyang Yudu, with about 300 people, and the alloy base transformers were more than 1,000 people. If the number of people in the other 2 teams is similar, then this time the human crystal base should be about 1,000 people, and there are also 3,000 to 4,000 people who change the alloy base. Such a number can almost fight against the main force of the Chaoran Legion, but now it is divided into 3 groups, and any team will probably be difficult for the opponent of the Chaoran Legion to meet the main force of the opponent. Although the more people die, the more good it will be for Lin Shen, he doesn't want the human base to die too much. Concubine Bai Shen stood on the stage and gave a speech before departure. Ouyang Yudu and other leaders of various major families stood behind her, and it seemed that she really wanted to have the meaning of star urging the moon. Lin Shen was really curious when he heard many people around him lamenting the beauty of Concubine Bai Shen and Ouyang Yudu's appearance. How beautiful is Concubine Bai Shen? After the speech, Concubine Bai Shen organized many basic transformers into 10 teams and appointed the captains of 10 teams. The captains are basically from the big family like Ouyang Yudu, and most of their team members are their own fundamentalists. Concubine Bai himself also led a team, most of which were base transformers from the Cape base, but put Lin Shen and Wei Wufu in. After the team was sorted out, it was almost time for the World King training device to be turned on again. Concubine Bai Shen brought everyone to the lake and stood as close as possible. The position between each team members was closest, so that it was convenient to quickly assemble the team after entering. Lin Shen was a little curious about where he would teleport to this time. With his current survivability, no matter where he teleported, it should not be difficult to survive. When the King of Worlds was activated again, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. Buzz. Lin Shen experienced the feeling of being sucked in again, and it was very uncomfortable to spin. The teleportation experience of this thing is far less comfortable than his watch. When the forest fell on the ground, I found that the scenery in front of me was a bit familiar, and the sea and beach in front of me looked so familiar. Hey, it's the first time I'm here. Lin Shen turned around and saw the reef area not far away. Wei Wufu was not far away, and the beach was full of basic transformers, and the distance between everyone's teleportation was not far away. Concubine Bai Shen had already begun to command the gathering of personnel, and the nearby basic transformers came closer, and more than 200 people gathered in a while. Ouyang Yudu, Mo Xingqi and others stood close when teleporting, and they were not far from their team members, and they rushed over in a while. However, there were already fighting sounds in some places on the beach. Concubine Bai Shen hurriedly led her people over and saw 7 or 8 basic transformers fighting against a golden crab from a distance. The basic creature that looks like a crab is as big as a bus, with a golden body. One pliers are big and the other pliers are slightly smaller, and it looks very domineering. However, it is just an alloy creature, and the few base transformers who fight it are also alloy base transformers. The golden crab was domineering and actually beat those alloy base transformers to flee everywhere. If you have Pet Siege, you are not the opponent. There is no doubt that the golden crab should be a mutant alloy creature. Ation, I'll leave it to you. After rushing to the place, seeing that the basic transformers were not in danger of their lives, Concubine Bai suddenly said to Lin Shen beside him.
Chapter 163, Stepping on the Golden Crab. Everyone looked at Lin Shen. The Commander-in-Chief Bai Shen Concubine was now named and asked Lin Shen to fight.
In their opinion, this is what kind of strength the people from Tianchang had. No one doubted the relationship between a Tian and Lin Shen, because anyone could see that a Tian was practicing theory of evolution, while they believed that Lin Shen was practicing theory of talent, so naturally no one would associate the two. Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he heard Concubine Bai Shen called him to fight. Although he and Wei Wufu joined the operation and were nominally under the command of Concubine Bai Shen, he did not expect that Concubine Bai would be the first to let him go to war. The most important thing here is that any move can handle the mutated golden crab.
Bai Shenfei asked him to take action with an alloy. Obviously, this is not a reasonable arrangement. Most of the human alloy-level mutant alloy creatures suffer losses. I didn't see that the 7 or 8 alloy-level variances carry so many pets. Aren't they the opponents of the golden crab? Lin Shen actually didn't want to do it. Firstly, it was because it was unnecessary. Secondly, even if he killed the golden crab, the spoils would be distributed uniformly by the team. Killing the golden crab can make more money, and it is impossible to enjoy it alone. However, the Commander-in-Chief Bai Shenfei said something, and he couldn't refute Concubine Bai Shenfei's face.
Lin Shen walked towards the golden crab and thought to himself, now that I have used the identity of Tianchang, I can't weaken the name of Tianchang, otherwise I will be sorry to Lao Wei. Thinking of this, Lin Shen decided to kill the golden crab cleanly and neatly, an alloy mutant creature, which was nothing to him. The only problem is that Lin Shen's fighting skills are really not very good, so he only knows one trick. He doesn't have weapons like a spear, and it's not convenient to use dead powder.
What trick should he use to kill this golden crab?
If the scene is too ugly, even if the golden crab is killed, people will think that the people from Tianchang are just like this. Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu definitely didn't care about these things, but he couldn't do that. Everyone only saw Lin Shen slowly walking towards the golden crab step by step. His calm and composed appearance was quite a bit mastery. He never thought that Lin Shen would walk slowly. He was just delaying time and was considering what means to use to kill the golden crab. Now Lin Shen finally knows what it means to use books. He doesn't learn techniques well with Wei Wufu, and now he doesn't even know what to do if he pretends to be handsome. I don't know Hua Qiao's tricks either. It's better to be simpler. Just don't be so troublesome. Lin Shen thought for a while, and finally decided to use treading to the immortal court. In addition to the acupuncture method, he also has such a useful technique. He practices stepping on the immortal court much more frequently than stepping on the immortal court. After all, stepping on the immortal court can practice when walking. After making a decision in his heart, Lin Shen no longer hesitated, and he was almost about to reach the battle range of the golden crab. Lin Shen saw the opportunity and took one step forward. His speed suddenly increased. In a few steps, he had already increased to an extremely fast level. Then he jumped up and passed by the wielding pincers of the golden crab. He stepped heavily into the position between the eyes of the golden crab. That was the most obvious acupoint on the golden crab. In order to ensure that Tianchang will not be embarrassed, Lin Shen has made sufficient preparations. Originally, Lin Shen had room to prepare several changes in body movements, but unexpectedly, he easily passed through the pincers of the golden crab, and those changes were not available. Lin Shen stepped between the eyes of the golden crab with one foot, which scared Lin Shen himself. His steps directly stomped the hard golden carapace of the golden crab, and one leg fell into it. This was something Lin Shen didn't expect at all. He thought that his kick would only make the golden crab faint at most, but he didn't expect to step through it directly. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. He stepped on the shell with his other foot, jumped up hard, pulled out the leg that had been trapped in, and the man flew to the ground. All this happened so quickly. In the eyes of others, Lin Shen walked to the golden crab, jumped up directly, slashed the shell above the golden crab's head, and then easily landed on the ground. Behind Lin Shen, the huge golden crab's body fell to the ground with a bang, and after twitching for a few seconds, there was no movement. Tianchang is indeed well known.
An unknown alloy-based transformer from Tiancheng can actually step on the mutated alloy creatures to death with one foot. This method is indeed beyond ordinary people. Many people have such an idea in their minds. They just felt that Lin Shen was powerful, but they didn't think there was anything unreasonable, because this person came from Tiancheng, so it was normal for some unreasonableness. But in the eyes of concubine Bai Shun, this is very abnormal. She knew that Lin Shen was not from Tiancheng. She was practicing the popular evolutionary technique like evolution, and she did not use weapons or pets. How could she break the shell of the mutated golden crab with one kick? Lin Shen is alloy level, and his attributes cannot be much stronger than the golden crab, and may even be worse than that. After all, the golden crab is a mutant creature, and its attributes are strong in nature, especially its hardness, which is obviously top-notch. Lin Shen relies on his strength to crush the hardest carapace on his head. This makes no sense. It is difficult to crush this between the same level. Is it his talented skills? Concubine Bai Shen didn't see Lin Shen using talented skills, but apart from this explanation, she really couldn't think of what Lin Shen could do. She didn't know that Lin Shen's power attributes were far superior to those of his class, and he didn't need to use talented skills at all, which was enough to crush his class. This step greatly increased Lin Shen's confidence in his power and the role of stepping on the immortal court. Especially stepping on the immortal court is even more useful than he imagined, and the only difference is practical experience. When Lin Shen came back, the basic changers next to him all gave a few compliments, and Lin Shen also had equally friendly social engagements. Concubine Bai Shen said nothing, Ouyang smiled at him, and said nothing. Confidence. When he returned to Wei Wufu's side, Wei Wufu only said 2 words. Lin Shen nodded. He knew that Wei Wufu was saying that he was not confident enough, but this thing was the first time he used to fight against the enemy. He didn't know the depth, so how could he be so confident? No matter what, Lin Shen's step finally saved the reputation of Tiancheng and did not lose the Wei Wufu's face. Little did he know that Wei Wufu was thinking at this time. After seeing Lin Shen's body technique in the Immortal Garden, he felt that Lin Shen's body technique had great potential and he had to use practical combat to stimulate his potential. Wei Wufu has already started planning how to stimulate Lin Shen's potential after he goes back. Chapter 164 Super Burning Legion Attack. The Bai Shenfei team was very lucky. Although they were teleported to a more dangerous area like the beach, they did not lose too many people. There were only 2 unlucky alloy-based transformers who fell into the sea and were dragged into the depths of the ocean by unknown creatures in the sea before they climbed onto the beach. The basic creatures encountered by other basic transformers near the beach will not be lost. The nearby crystal-based powerhouses rushed to support them in time. It took more than 2 hours, and everyone had already assembled and, under the command of Concubine Bai, headed towards the valley passage leading to the plain. The purpose of their trip was not to hunt down the basic creatures, but to clean up the Super Burning Legion. The plains are places where the Super Burning Legion often appears, where you should be able to find traces of the Super Burning Legion. Concubine Bai Shen sent a basic transformer with flying pets to explore the path and find traces of the Super Burning Legion. Although the Blue-Eye Eagle is just an alloy-grade pet, at a height of 1,000 meters, you can see a mouse on the ground more than 10 miles away, which is especially suitable for reconnaissance. There are dozens of Blue-Eyed Eagle pets like this, which shows that this operation was prepared very well. In addition to the team members responsible for the investigation, there are also the personnel responsible for the medical treatment and the supply team, which really looks like that. I came all the way to the plains and killed some basic creatures, but I didn't see any of them in the Super Burning Legion. Along the way, Lin Shen never had any chance to take action. The crystal-based creature Bai Shenfei did not force him to take action. When we arrived in the plains, there were groups of steel creatures everywhere, and these were not their targets. Unless they encountered mutations, no one would be willing to waste and kill them. After more than 10 hours, no trace of the Super Burning Legion was found, and even a Super Burning Warrior was encountered. They didn't know if the other 2 teams had found traces of the Chaoran Legion, but the people watching the battle outside could see clearly, and they also did not find traces of the Chaoran Legion. This is obviously a bit abnormal. The King of Realm is very large, but the areas sent to by the 3 teams are all areas where the Super Burning Legion often appeared in the past,
but now they can't even see a super burning warrior, which is very strange.
The Super Burning Legion is something wrong.
In the camp at the Cape Base, Sun Jian and several other families were paying attention to the situation in the world Wanxing.
Ouyang Juemiao's expression was also a little solemn. There are two possibilities now.
One is that the Chaoran Legion encountered some trouble, and the other is that they have already assembled. Even if you encounter any trouble, it is impossible for so many super burning legions to encounter trouble at the same time.
The second possibility is relatively high, Sun Jian said.
According to calculations, the total number of the Super Burning Legion may be between 20,000 and 25,000. If they are assembled, no one of our teams will have the ability to fight alone.
If the three teams can unite, they will have the power to fight, Ouyang Juemiao said with a serious expression. Everyone knows that it is a bit too late to say this now. Now I can only pray that Concubine Bai and others can detect the problem as soon as possible and make correct responses in a timely manner. The safest way is to find an area to hide it immediately, and don't let the Chaoran Legion discover them, or contact the other two teams as soon as possible and join forces in one place. They stood from the perspective of God and knew that the area where the three teams were located was not close, but not too far. They could be able to meet after running with all their might for more than 10 hours. However, the three teams of Wanxing in the realm have no idea where the other teams are, and it is almost impossible to complete the task of joining together. So Sun Jian and Ayang, now they only hope that Concubine Bai and the others can discover the abnormality and hide it with their team. As if she heard their prayers, Concubine Bai lived up to expectations and realized the abnormality. Concubine Bai summoned all the captains of each team and said to them with a serious expression, "So far, we have been in the plain area for more than 17 hours, and we have not found any traces of the Super Burning Legion, which is a bit abnormal." Mo Xingqi said, "It's indeed not normal. This is an area where the Super Burning Legion often appears.
There has been no clue for such a long time. Unless the Super Burning Legion has withdrawn from this area, there will definitely be problems. Maybe they discovered us and retreated voluntarily,"
someone said optimistically.
"With Ouyang Yudu and Concubine Bai Shin in our team, it is normal for those guys to escape when they see each other," another captain said with a smile. "In the recent ranking of the King of Realms, there are 3 people who have reached the 9th floor of the King of Realms and taken away the rewards of the King of Realms. 2 of them are Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shinfei, and the other is named Ugood, who should be from the Super Rich clan.
In the previous few battles, Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shinfei each had the record of annihilation of a super burning team without any damage. The confidence of these people in them is not completely unreasonable."
But Concubine Bai Shin didn't think so, and said calmly, "Among the areas known to the King of the World, the Linhai area has the richest mutant resources. The Super Burning Clan has no reason to give up there and go to a farther area.
Moreover, one side of the plain is the ocean, the other side is the mountainous area, and the farther area is the desert.
It is not suitable for large-scale legion combat, not to mention that they are good at cavalry warfare, so there is no reason to give up here unless they find a target that needs to attack with all their strength." Ouyang Yudu said lightly, "But that possibility is extremely low. They should still be on this plain. Maybe they discovered the other 2 teams and all went to support the battle over there."
A captain pondered.
"There is a possibility, but the possibility is relatively low." Mo Xingqi also felt that the Super Burning Legion should still be on the plain. Seeing that everyone looked at him, Concubine Bai said, "Let's go to Taiyang Xingpo and stay there for the time being." Sun Jian, Ouyang Juemiao and others who had been paying attention to Concubine Bai, nodded repeatedly when they heard Concubine Bai's decision, and breathed a sigh of relief.
Taiyang Xingpo is at the intersection of the mountain range connected to the plain. The terrain is dangerous, easy to defend and difficult to attack.
Large-scale attacks are difficult to carry out. The team of Concubine Bai Shin is enough to defend there. Even if the entire Super Burning Legion launches an attack, it should not be difficult for them to rely on the geographical advantages of Taiyang Xingpo to defend until the end of the countdown.